Chapter 23-27. The two green peaks formed a canyon. 7 colored celestial light turned into a waterfall, covering the canyon. On a stone tablet, a few flamboyant words were carved. 900 miles of the Holy Road, one's journey. From Prince Zhongyang, Qin Shao also learned some basic information about the Holy Road. As long as one could complete the 900 miles of the Holy Road, they would reach the 9 levels of heaven and immediately enter the Saint Plain. The 900 miles of the Holy Road was a journey of 10,000 miles. Just these words alone were enough to make people's blood boil. They were full of anticipation for the saintly road. Who in this world did not want to become a saint? The Holy Road was difficult as reaching the sky. For cultivators in the celestial venerable realm, it was even more difficult than reaching the sky to set foot on the Holy Road. The Saint Plain represented true immortality. It was a level that all cultivators pursued. Looking at the stone tablet, Prince Zhongyang could not help but sigh. Those who are not in the Saint Plain are nothing. Those who are below the Saint Plain are all ants. Qin Shao had heard of the saying that those who were below the Saint Plain were all ants. But only those in the Saint Plain would dare to say such bold words. In the eyes of the Saint Plain, those who were not in the Saint Plain were indeed ants. No matter how powerful a 4th-step celestial venerate was, if they couldn't break through and were trapped in the celestial venerate realm, then their true deity heart might collapse and they might die. Or they might fall into the demonic Tao and do evil to the world. In the end, they would die. The Saint Plain was the level that Qin Shao and the others were working hard to break through. Let's go in," Qin Shao said. Everyone nodded and stepped onto the Holy Road. After passing through the curtain of celestial light, they entered the Holy Road. As soon as they entered the Holy Road, they felt the supreme holy light descend, enveloping everyone. Under this holy aura, it immediately made people feel as if they had entered a place of pilgrimage. The holy light was everywhere, and the essence of the laws seemed to be clearly visible. Everywhere they looked, there was holy light and celestial light. Saintly might was everywhere, and the laws were everywhere. The heavenly way was everywhere, leading to the Saint Plain. So, as soon as they entered, Qin Shao also felt like he had entered a wonderful state. He would immediately be immersed in it, comprehending and cultivating. Walking along the path of the celestial path laws, walking in the sea of Zhendi, one could perceive the laws of the immortal Tao more clearly and comprehend the great Tao. However, it was not an easy task to walk in this sea of laws. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. There was an extremely strong resistance that hindered Qin Zhao's advance. He had to comprehend it thoroughly before he could continue moving forward. It was as if there were countless complicated nets blocking in front of him. If he wanted to move forward, he had to understand those layers of nets and pass through them. Immersing himself in the oceanic world of the immortal Tao laws, he indeed felt like he had returned to the beginning of the primal chaos. Everything was still in its primal state when it had just been born. In such a state, it was easy to comprehend everything. The Saint Plain was a path of cultivation and comprehension. There were no dangers or tests. As soon as they entered, Qin Zhao's mind was completely immersed. He entered a world of laws. Every step forward was difficult. If he wanted to take another step forward, he had to solve many problems and comprehend many celestial path laws. Only by looking for the rules could he comprehend the essence and move forward. Qin Shao was now a 4th-step celestial lord, and his understanding of the celestial path laws was very deep. But if he really wanted to walk the Saint Plain, he would find that it was a vast ocean. All of his understanding seemed very shallow here. Although it was only a step away, the difference was like heaven and earth. After walking for a while, Qin Shao had some new understanding. He finally had some understanding of the Saint Plain. The Saint Plain, the Saint Plain. No wonder it's always called the Saint Plain, the road to becoming a saint. Since it's a road, it's a long one. It can't be taken in a single step. The Saint Plain is a winding road, a bumpy road, a difficult road, a road that has to be climbed over mountains. Walking on the road, there are sceneries along the way, but there are obstacles. But after climbing over the mountains and crossing the ridges, you will suddenly find that beautiful scenery is before your eyes. But how can you step on the same plane? How can you smoothly walk the same plane? How can you break into the same plane? Qin Xiao was still very confused about how to enter the same plane. He didn't know what to do, how to walk, or what direction to work towards. The long road was a road that was lost. Celestial arts and secret arts were related to the celestial path's laws. The deeper one's understanding of the laws, the greater the power they could display. The deeper one's control, the more powerful the transformation. Only when one truly came into contact with a higher level would one discover more problems and see more inadequacies. The 900 miles of the Saint Plain was indeed very helpful for the cultivation of the celestial path's laws. It allowed Qin Xiao to understand many problems that he didn't understand before. The further he went, the deeper Qin Xiao's consciousness was immersed. The world was also changing, slowly entering the world of laws. Comprehension, cultivation, solving one problem after another, breaking through one comprehension after another, moving forward. Although it was difficult, he was still moving forward steadily. Cultivation was like this. There was no need to be afraid of how difficult it was. The important thing was to break through these difficulties and overcome them. Only in this way could one forge ahead. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly rang through the world, shaking and lingering in Qin Xiao's mind. It instantly attracted Qin Xiao's attention, and he was slightly shocked. When he focused his gaze, he saw a strange, ferocious beast charging at him with a roar. Why was there a beast here? Wasn't this the world of consciousness of cultivation? In this world, there was only him, but now a beast had rushed out. Furthermore, this ferocious beast had an extremely peculiar appearance. It was simply unheard of. However, in the face of the beast's roaring attack, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate much. After being stunned for a moment, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately attacked. As soon as he attacked, Qin Xiao found that other than the power of the celestial path's laws, he couldn't use any other power. He couldn't use any celestial techniques or secret techniques. In other words, he had to rely completely on the power of the celestial path's laws. This was a test of how much control a person had over the celestial path's laws and how strong their application was. One was mastery, and the other was application. Only the two could determine a person's strength. Neither could be missing. At this time, Qin Xiao was in such a situation. A beast transformed from the celestial path's laws? As soon as they clashed, Qin Xiao felt the power of the beast. It was all the celestial path's laws. The power of various celestial paths, laws condensed together and kneaded into a ball. Formed from the power of laws, the power of the celestial path's laws was unleashed. The power hit Qin Xiao's body. The power penetrated his flesh and seeped into his soul, making Qin Xiao feel the power of the celestial path's laws. It was terrifying. The beast transformed from the celestial path's laws attacked Qin Xiao again and again. Qin Xiao was beaten back again and again, making Qin Xiao look a little embarrassed. In this embarrassing situation, Qin Xiao's soul was shaken again and again. Qi Fa was greatly touched. The feeling of physical pain was naturally very deep. With a deep perception, there would be some gains. The more he tempered, the more he could improve himself. After countless trials and tribulations, there was bound to be some sort of harvest. However, under the fierce attack of this beast, if he couldn't hold on, he would be seriously injured soon. Once his foundation was injured, his will would probably collapse and fall out of this world. If he wanted to defeat this beast, he must win in terms of the mastery of the celestial path's laws. This was a battle of laws. It was also the most direct, most powerful, and effective battle. This was the process of battle, but also the process of cultivation and comprehension. In the midst of battle, some things could be analyzed more deeply and understood better. How difficult was it to comprehend the true essence of the celestial path's laws? These were things that couldn't be expressed in words or even ideologies. Even imparting them was very difficult. At this moment, one could comprehend the true essence of the celestial path's laws from the beast's body. Of course, how much one could cultivate depended on one's ability. Fighting with this beast of the celestial path's laws was difficult. However, in this difficult situation, the opportunity was very big. It just depended on whether one could grasp it. The laws were the most difficult to cultivate, understand, and master. It was like an unruly wild horse. It was very difficult to tame it. Whether it was strong or soft, it was difficult to do. It required a certain level of skill. However, what kind of skill was there in the cultivation of the celestial path's laws? Tao is indescribably wonderful. The laws are the rules of heaven and earth. They are the foundation of the operation and the law. The laws are the heavens. The laws are the earth. The laws and the laws are this heaven and earth. Only with laws and laws can it be a complete heaven and earth. Only with laws and laws can this world operate. The laws are the foundation of all power, the cornerstone. They are the core of operation, the source of everything. The holy road is a path of transformation and evolution. It is a path that can change people from the inside out. This path is the path of sublimation. It allows everything to sublimate and reach a new level. Only then can one enter a new world. Cultivation starts from comprehending the celestial path's laws, to mastering the celestial path's laws, and then to surpass the celestial path's laws. These are the three processes of transformation and sublimation. Right now, I am only in the process of mastering the celestial path's laws. Moreover, this process has not reached the extreme to the point of perfection. However, I've already somewhat understood this path. If one wants to step onto the holy road and become a saint, first of all, one must master the celestial path's laws to the point of perfection. Then, one must surpass the celestial path's laws and truly master the celestial path's laws. Only then can one step into the saint realm. Things that are learned after all. As long as they are learned, no matter how profound they are, there are still limitations. One can only reach a certain amount before being limited and unable to surpass the past. If one wants to step onto the ancient road, one must slowly surpass the celestial path's laws. From learning to surpassing them, this is not only a change of identity, but also a change of one's own nature. It is like going against the laws. It is an unparalleled feat. Only those who can truly do this can step onto the ancient road. Otherwise, it is impossible. Chapter 23-28. The immortal domain was divided into three realms: heaven, earth, and mortal. The heaven realm was above the 36 heavens. It was detached from a mortal world and was illusory. It was called the heaven beyond the heavens. The earth realm was deep in the netherworld and turned into the yellow springs. It was an extremely dark and evil place. It was the origin of evil and was a place sealed since ancient times. Whether it was the heaven realm or the earth realm, they were both illusory and did not exist in this world. They were hidden very deeply and occupied very small territories, far less than 1/100th of the mortal domain. Therefore, when the immortal domain was mentioned, people would automatically think of the mortal domain. The mortal domain was the representative of the immortal domain. In general, the mortal domain was divided into 5 regions: the Jiwa immortal sect in the east, the southern wilderness in the south, the Jade Lake sacred ground in the west, the Kunlun sacred ground in the north, the 9 states of Huaxia in the middle, and the Middle Land. The 9 states of Huaxia stood in the middle and commanded the mortal domain. No one dared to disobey. At the border between the mortal domain and the heaven realm, there was a heaven beyond the heavens that was created with great power. It was called Langya Heaven. Few people in the world knew about the existence of Langya Heaven. In Langya Heaven, there were high mountains and flowing water. The environment was elegant and fresh, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It was a scene of prosperity, elegant and indifferent. On top of a cliff, there was a house that wasn't very big. It looked a little ordinary and simple. However, standing on the cliff, it looked a little unique. There were waterfalls falling on 3 sides of the house. The sound of the water was melodious, as if it was playing a happy and lively movement. On the edge of the cliff, there was a man and a woman playing chess. The woman was graceful and luxurious, while the man had a domineering aura. His face was sharp and resolute. However, there was no fierceness between his eyebrows. Instead, there was a sense of amiability. The two of them were playing chess leisurely. Their faces were naturally filled with happy smiles, especially on the graceful and luxurious woman's face, which was full of happiness. From the warm atmosphere, one could feel a strong sense of love. Husband, Yuan that last actually ran off to Sacred Academy. She has been outside all this time. I am really worried. Why don't you bring Yuan back? This girl has never left Langya Heaven. Her heart is incomparably pure. The outside world is dangerous, and she is easily deceived. Ever since Yuan secretly left Langya Heaven, I've been worried sick, said the woman in luxurious clothes. Although there was not much change on his face, one could hear the worry in his tone. The man smiled and gently patted the woman's hand. Wife, you don't need to worry too much. Yuan won't be in any danger. I've already sent people to protect Yuan in secret. Yuan's mind is not mature yet, and he is too naive and pure. He lacks experience in the secular world. Therefore, it may not be a bad thing for her this time. You've always spoiled Yuan too much, so you've never allowed her to come into contact with the outside world. You've always held her in the palm of your hand. The flowers in the greenhouse will never grow. They have to go out and experience the wind and rain to feel the wind and rain. But the woman still wanted to say something, but the man interrupted her. All right, mother, listen to your husband. This is for Yuan's good. Don't be in such a hurry to bring her back. Moreover, she has now entered the Sacred Academy. That was created by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What are you worried about? Haha, I don't know what the 5 of them are up to. It doesn't seem simple to create such a big commotion. It seems that I need to make a trip to the Sacred Academy to take a look. Cultivation was a learning process. Learning something, no matter how good one was at it, was still learning and belonged to someone else. This feeling was akin to someone teaching you to sing a song. No matter how well you sang, the song was still someone else's. Even if you felt that you could sing better than someone else, the song was still someone else's, and you still couldn't reach a truly high level. The beginning of cultivation was naturally to cultivate and learn other people's things. However, towards the end, if one wanted to transcend the mortal world and transform, then one could not simply learn. In addition to learning, one had to evolve and learn how to create. Perhaps create wasn't very precise, but that was the gist of it. Cultivating the immortal Tao. No matter how well one cultivated and how deep one's comprehension was, if one couldn't take that step, they would forever be trapped in the celestial venerate realm. No matter how strong they would only be a half-saint at best. If one wanted to walk the sacred path, they had to be above the laws. They couldn't be bound by the framework of the laws. They had to jump out of the framework. This was akin to learning how to sing from someone else. Later on, when you had the strength, you could create your own song and sing it yourself. That way, one's cultivation level would reach a higher level. If one wanted to complete this sacred path and become a celestial venerate, they had to be above the laws and jump out of the framework of heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to transcend and step into the heavens beyond, free from the shackles of heaven and earth. Just thinking about it made one realize that it was far too difficult to achieve. It was truly like ascending to the heavens. The laws are a vast ocean. I'm still trapped in this ocean, and it's difficult to get out. I can't even control this vast ocean now. How can I be above this vast ocean? This sacred path is far too difficult to walk. With my current strength, I'm still far from it. I haven't even walked far on the path of the laws. If I want to be above the laws, it's like an ant trying to shake a mountain. Qin Shao was defeated by the power of the laws, and his consciousness returned to reality. The time limit of 1,000,000 years was up. Walking on the sacred path for 1,000,000 years had allowed Qin Shao to learn a lot, understand a lot, and understand a lot. In terms of the immortal Tao laws, he had improved a lot. He had a clear understanding of the sacred path and roughly knew how to walk on the sacred path and how to reach the saint plane. Speaking of which, this harvest was not small at all. Understanding how to walk the path was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. As long as one continued to walk along this light, One day, one would successfully complete the sacred path and step into the Saint Plane. The Saint Plane was extremely mysterious and had always been covered by a thick veil. But no matter how thick the veil was, it could be slowly torn apart. This was a long process, a difficult process. Only those who could do it could continue to move forward and walk further on the path of cultivation. Strong cultivators relied on their own hard work. The sacred path was difficult to walk. Only those who could walk to the end were strong cultivators. Success had always belonged to an extremely small number. The theory of the pyramid had always been very applicable in cultivation. I'm still early on this path. I still have a long way to go, but I've caught a glimpse of the light, and the path ahead has become clear. This trip has been fruitful. It's worth it, as expected of the Sacred Academy. This ordinary brush is far from what other forces can afford. This path to sainthood is simply a guiding path. As long as I stay on this sacred path and cultivate, I feel that I will definitely be able to step into the Saint Plane in less than an era. Although an era was not considered short for Qin Shao, it was not a short period of time. But for a four-step celestial venerable, it was actually very short, just a moment. Needless to say, for a breakthrough to the Saint Plane, that era was not worth mentioning at all. But Qin Shao was so ambitious at this time. Given an era, he was confident that he could step into the Saint Plane. How confident was this? From this strong confidence, it was enough to show the strength of this sacred path and how strong the guiding force was. But then again, to really stay on the saint path for an entire epoch to cultivate, that was also a very unimaginable thing. At least Qin Shao had only walked for 100 years before he was beaten back. It would not be an easy task to continue down this path. The sacred path had a strong guiding force, but there was also a strong hindrance in it. It was extremely difficult to go far in it. Forget it. Let's not think about these things for the time being. Let's take one step at a time. The road ahead is full of unknowns. Exploring the unknown step by step is also a kind of pleasure. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled indifferently. Soon he felt relieved. After leaving the sacred path, he saw Prince Zhongyang and the others were there, as if they were waiting for him. Haha, Qin Shao, you finally came out. If you didn't come out, we would have to go first. The Lord Emissary has already informed us to go to the sacred arena to participate in the student competition. You don't know, but the Sacred Academy has been very lively for a long time. Prince Zhongyang said. Qin Shao also knew that the time was up, so he smiled. As soon as he came out, he also felt that the atmosphere was not quite the same. The Sacred Academy, which was originally very quiet, was now very lively. Many lively voices came from afar, and many auras came, which meant that many people had come to the Sacred Academy. The student competition this time was open to the entire mortal world, and many experts were invited to participate. The 100 schools of thought, the 3 holy lands, and the southern wasteland would all send people to participate in this grand event. The student competition was originally an internal matter of the Sacred Academy, but it was held in such a grand manner. Who knew what the intention was? However, the greater the momentum, the better for the students of the Sacred Academy. It was not necessarily a bad thing. If they could shine in this student competition, they would be famous in the world and be recognized by the major forces. This was also a supreme glory, and it was enough for many people to fight for it. Such a grand event also reflected the importance that the Sacred Academy attached to the students, and the importance that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attached to the Sacred Academy. The intention was to tell the world how high the status of the Sacred Academy was, and that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had put all their efforts into establishing the Sacred Academy. They wanted to make the Sacred Academy a symbol of the mortal world and the supreme holy land for cultivation in everyone's mind. They wanted to raise the status of the Sacred Academy in everyone's mind and make it truly supreme. After all, this was the first student competition, so it was reasonable that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attached so much importance to it. Since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attached so much importance to it, and Emperor Xianyuan wanted to choose a personal disciple, all the students were filled with passion for this student competition, and they all wanted to perform well. Qin Shao, You have stayed in the same path for 1,000,000 years, so you must have had a good harvest, right? All of us had already backed out of the party a long time ago. We have been waiting for you. You are really something, aren't you? Zhang Yang asked. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, It's a so-so. I didn't have a particularly great harvest, just a little bit. Haha, you're not modest at all, Prince Zhang Yang said. Chapter 23-29. Whoosh! A ray of light streaked across the sky like a stream of bright light. The powerful aura it left behind made Qin Shao and the others look up. It was definitely a powerful ancient saint flying in the direction of the sacred arena. Obviously, it was a guest who came to participate in the Sacred Academy's student competition. Before they even got close to the sacred arena, they could feel a strong aura coming from the sacred arena. The aura was vast and mighty. Different types of aura were mixed together. It was obvious that many ancient saints had gathered at the sacred arena. Ancient sages. How powerful and noble were they to be? Normally, it was extremely elusive, and it was almost impossible to find any traces of it. Countless people had never been able to see the sacred appearance of an ancient saint in their lifetime. But this time around, there were quite a number of ancient saints gathered here. It made one feel as if ancient saints were worthless. Even if each force sent out only one prime saint, there would still be at least several hundred prime saints gathered here. Seeing hundreds of ancient saints at the same time, it was enough to make people excited. The most Qin Shao had seen so far was 5 ancient saints at the same time, and that was when he came to the Sacred Academy, when the 5 Sacred Emperor envoys appear at the same time. I'm nervous. The closer I get, the more nervous I get, Wu Fengshang said with a little excitement. Such an atmosphere was indeed a little exciting, and Qin Shao was no exception. What are you nervous about? You're all students of the Sacred Academy. Don't act like you haven't seen the world. How embarrassing. Calm down. It's just a few hundred ancient saints. It's not a big deal. It's not like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You want Qilin to be here? Zhang Yang pursed his lips and said without much care. This composure made even Wu Fengcheng admire him. Wasn't the sight of several hundred ancient sages from the various powers in the Master-Teacher continent at the same time exciting enough? Right at this moment, a saint aura suddenly swept over, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Feeling this familiar aura, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked over and saw 2 figures walking over. It was an extremely familiar figure. Seeing these 2 figures walking together, Qin Shao felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Princess Xiaoyu looked at the person and hesitated for a moment. Then she shouted, Greetings, Master! These people were none other than a master of the Fumu Immortal Palace and the Heavens Chosen. The genius's gaze lingered on Qin Shao for a moment. His expression turned cold, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and ignored him. The master of Fu Jiu Immortal Palace looked at Qin Shao with a meaningful gaze. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Qin Shao, how have you been? After not seeing you for tens of millions of years, you have already grown to such a height. To be honest, it has indeed greatly exceeded my expectations. It's a pity that you're not fated to be with the Fuda Immortal Palace. This is a great loss for the Fuda Immortal Palace. However, I still have to congratulate you, said the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Congratulation? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. He really did not need the master of Fuda Immortal Palace to congratulate him. How should he put it? Although he did not hate the master of Fuda Immortal Palace, he did not like the master of Fuda Immortal Palace. The moment the master of Fuda Immortal Palace sided with the genius and wanted to kick him out of the Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Zhao's gratitude towards the master of Fuda Immortal Palace had already died. He and the master of Fuda Immortal Palace would no longer have anything to do with each other. They would just be strangers. Speaking of hatred, the master of Fuda Immortal Palace did indeed have some hatred towards Qin Shao. I can't accept it. Master of Fuda Immortal Palace, you're exaggerating, replied Qin Shao coldly. The master of Fuda Immortal Palace was slightly surprised. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he said to Princess Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, come with us. This time, you and the genius's performance was very good. I am very pleased and also very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Let's go. I look forward to your exciting performances in the student competition. How much you can shine will depend on your performance. Princess Xiaoyu also hated the geniuses very much. However, she still had to respect her master. Respecting one's master was the most basic quality. Princess Xiaoyu glanced at Qin Shao, but still left with the master of Fuda Immortal Palace. After seeing off the three of them, Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and said with some displeasure, I can tell with a single glance that the genius is not a good person. The master of Fuda Immortal Palace also seems to dislike you. I say, Brother Qin Shao, between you and them, what kind of conflict do you have? By the way, Qin Shao, I seem to remember you saying that you were a disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. What's the situation now? Wu Fengsheng asked with some confusion. This question was originally a private matter. However, in front of Prince Zhongyang and the others, Qin Shao could be a little more at ease. Thus, Qin Shao roughly explained the situation. Princess Ruxian actually knew about this matter. She had heard about it long ago. However, this was Qin Zhao's private matter, so she obviously wouldn't say too much. After hearing Qin Zhao's story, even Miss Yuan felt very indignant for Qin Shao. She said, that genius is too despicable. He looks quite handsome, but his heart is so vicious. Bad guy. Prince Zhongyang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and comforted him. A tiny Fuda Immortal Palace can't hold a big fish like you, Brother Qin Shao. It doesn't matter. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's all up to you. I think it's a good thing. There's one less restriction, but there's also one more boundless sky. If this place doesn't want me, there will be a place for me. Now that we're both students of Sacred Academy, isn't that the best fortune the heavens have given us? That's all in the past. I believe that the master of Fuda Immortal Palace and the geniuses will definitely regret it. The geniuses will regret provoking you, and the master of Fuda Immortal Palace will regret driving you away, missing out on such a peerless genius like you. Some people are just short-sighted. They can't see far. Losing you for a genius's sake, I think it's an extremely laughable matter. It's all in the past. You have us in the future. Wu Fengcheng also nodded heavily. Yeah, it's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning. I also think it's a good thing. Isn't it pretty good now? Qin Shao smiled and curled his lips. It's fine. I let it go a long time ago. I've already let it go. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing has always been to rely on yourself. Joining a faction is just a way to obtain some cultivation resources, to avoid some detours, and to grow faster. But these are all external factors. They're not necessary. All right, let's go. All right, let's go. Let's go. Qin Shao and the others had just entered the Immortal Platform. Before they had time to feel the lively atmosphere of the Immortal Platform, a white-robed Saint Venerable appeared in front of them. He was elegant and had a strong saint aura. At first glance, one could tell that he was an experienced ancient saint. Seeing him, Qin Shao was not surprised at all. He bowed and said, Qin Shao greets the city lord of Tianshan City. Qin Shao was still somewhat grateful to the city lord of Tianshan City. Back in the days in Tianshan City, Qin Shao was taken care of by the city lord of Tianshan City. He meditated on the Epiphany tree and helped Qin Shao break through. He also taught Qin Shao the flying dagger technique, which allowed Qin Shao to master it. These were all very helpful to Qin Shao. Even now, they still had a profound influence. Therefore, the city lord of Tianshan City was Qin Zhao's benefactor. Qin Shao had always been very grateful to the city lord of Tianshan City. Little friend Qin Shao, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ha ha, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have grown to a level that surprises me. The last time I saw you, I felt that you were very extraordinary. If I hadn't decided not to accept any more personal disciples, I'm afraid I would have accepted you as my personal disciple at that time. I wanted to at that time, but I couldn't. But now that I see you shining brightly and becoming famous in the mortal world, I'm somewhat glad that I didn't accept you as my personal disciple at that time. Otherwise, I might have ruined your great future. The road of life is full of countless variables. Some things really can't be said with words, said the city lord of Tianshan City. Qin Shao smiled and said, Senior City Lord of Tianshan City, you are exaggerating. I also wanted to become your disciple at that time, but you had no intention of taking any disciples, so I could only give up. But no matter what, Qin Shao has always been very grateful to you for your guidance and teaching me back then. Qin Shao has always remembered this kindness. The Lord of Heaven Mountain City smiled. He looked at Princess Ru Xin before looking at everyone else. Only then did he say, I've heard from my Ru Xin long ago that it was all thanks to your care and assistance along the way that she was fortunate enough to reach where she is right now. I'm here to thank you all. It is Ru Xion's great fortune to know all of you. At the same time, I also wish you all good luck in passing the student competition and achieving brilliant results. All right, I will go first. Good luck to you all. Qin Shao and the others were pleasantly surprised to be thanked by the city lord of Tianshan City in such an amiable manner. They also felt a little more respect for the city lord of Tianshan City. Qin Shao had always respected the city lord of Tianshan City. He was definitely one of the strongest people in the entire southern wasteland. It was really rare for him to be so kind and sincere. Miss Ru Xian, your father really is very easygoing. I feel no pressure at all when I am with him. Your father should be a second step, heavenly venerable, right? I have seen many ancient saints, but I have never seen one as easygoing as your father. I've never seen him before. Wu Fengchang couldn't help but say after seeing the heavenly mountain city lord off. Princess Ru Xian nodded. She agreed with this point. She also felt that her father was very easygoing. He didn't put on airs and wouldn't give others pressure. However, maybe because he was her father, she couldn't feel it deeply. Now that she heard from Qin Shao and Wu Fengchang, she naturally agreed. Not bad. He is worthy of respect. Prince Zhongyang also nodded, expressing his agreement. After a moment of hesitation, everyone entered the sacred arena. There was a huge martial stage in the middle of the vast sacred arena. There were thousands of seats around it for the students to sit. And above the sacred arena, there was an area with 100 thrones. They were above the immortal platform, covering the entire sacred arena. And those thrones were actually not full yet. The city lord of Tianshan City, the master of Fu Su Immortal Palace, and the others were sitting on them, becoming the audience. Qin Shao and the others found a place to sit down. The students of the Sacred Academy were almost all present. They had all met each other before, so they naturally recognized them. However, Chapter 23:30. Yes, it's very different from what we imagined. It seems like there isn't much of a commotion. Meng Dali was also a little disappointed. In fact, it was definitely a grand occasion for hundreds of saints to personally participate in the student competition. The scene was still very grand. To be able to see hundreds of saints gathered together at the same time, this was also an extremely difficult thing to do. However, everyone's expectations were a little too high, so now it seemed a little lacking. Prince Zhongyang pointed at the sky and said, This is only what we can see. The real big shots won't easily show themselves. They will watch us from a place where we can't see them. That's why everyone should keep your spirits up. I have a strong premonition that there will be many big shots secretly watching this student competition. In the sky, Wufeng City's Meng Dali and the others raised their heads to look at the sky. Was it really so? However, Emperor Xuanyuan's imperial edict said that he wanted to choose a direct descendant. At the very least, Emperor Xuanyuan would come in person, right? Having a sane emperor come in person was already enough. Dong! A melodious voice suddenly resounded, making everyone suddenly quiet down and look towards the source of the voice. Dong! Then another sound rang out. On the sacred arena, it was even more silent. Everyone knew that the student competition was about to begin, so naturally, they didn't dare to make any noise. They all raised their spirits and treated it seriously. The sound continued for 9 times before it finally stopped. The 9 echoes of the sacred sound was a kind of supreme etiquette. It was very rare to hear 9 echoes of the sacred sound. This first gave the crowd a sense of supreme holiness. This made those who were a little disappointed couldn't help but regain some sense of holiness. A ball of sacred light fell, and more than 20 figures landed on the sacred arena, standing on a piece of rock. The leader was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. His white hair reached his waist, and coupled with his white clothes, he looked like a piece of fine white jade, pure and spotless. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion, but the skin on his face was as smooth as a baby's, delicate and white. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his eyes were watery. However, there was a sense of majesty on his face, and he exuded a powerful aura that made people not dare to act rashly in front of him. He wasn't angry, but he had his own prestige. Under the pressure of the sacred aura, everyone had an impulse to kneel down and worship him. This feeling was like an ant meeting a divine dragon. This was a huge difference in the level of life, and it was definitely not just a big gap. The white-haired old man stood there like the hottest sun in the sky. His light was enough to overshadow everyone's light, devouring everything. With him here, everything in this world seemed insignificant and lost its brilliance. If you stared at him, you would immediately find that he was the only person in the world. Everything was just a background. One person's light covered everything, including everything in this world. His eyes, as if it sucked people's gazes. Looking at the white-haired elder, it was like looking at a whole new world. It was a wonderful feeling. He has definitely surpassed the ancient saint realm. A bold thought suddenly appeared in Qin Zhao's mind, and he firmly believed it. Although he didn't know what level the white-haired old man was at, he firmly believed that the white-haired old man in front of him should be someone who had surpassed the saint realm. Qin Zhao had heard from Jingyang that above the saint realm was the world level. World-level cultivators could form a world of their own. The white-haired old man in front of him gave Qin Zhao the feeling that he had formed a world of his own. When he looked at him, he felt as if he was looking at a whole new world. Moreover, his aura was far from what any ancient saint realm cultivator could compare to. The difference was too great. Therefore, Qin Zhao was very sure that this was definitely a world-level cultivator. Could this be Emperor Xianyuan? It didn't feel like it. Greetings, Xinglong World God. The 100 or so ancient saints who had come from all over the world had already risen to their feet. They bowed respectfully towards the white-haired old man as they called out in unison. Upon seeing these ancient saints bow respectfully, the 800 students of the Sacred Institute hurriedly bowed as well. Greetings, Xinglong World God. A world-level cultivator was indeed a world-level cultivator. Only world-level cultivators could be referred to as world-level cultivators. A world-level cultivator was a god who ruled over the world. They were the rulers of the world, the ones who controlled the world. However, there was one thing that Qin Zhao agreed with. The man in front of him was just a world-level cultivator, not Emperor Xianyuan. Qin Zhao had long felt that he didn't look like one. Xinglong World God. Qin Zhao engraved this title in his mind. The Xinglong World God swept the entire arena with his gaze, then said, I, Rain Dragon, have been instructed by the Yellow Emperor to come and oversee the Sacred Institute as its first headmaster. In the future, all matters of the Sacred Institute shall be managed by me. So this was the headmaster of the Sacred Institute. For a world-level cultivator to become the headmaster of the Sacred Institute was quite impressive. Haha. It seems the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors really do view the Sacred Institute with great importance. They actually sent a Xinglong World cultivator to become the headmaster of the Sacred Institute. This is wonderful news. This is wonderful news. Prince Zhongyang clicked his tongue in amazement. Wu Fengcheng immediately nodded in agreement as well. Yes, World God Rain Dragon's reputation is simply too great. My clan leader is always referred to as the Xinglong World God, and everyone speaks of him with great respect. How many world-level cultivators are there in the entire immortal region? The Xinglong World God is extremely famous amongst all world-level cultivators. I never would have thought that Emperor Xianyuan would actually send an Xinglong World cultivator to become the headmaster of our Sacred Institute. Supposedly, the Yinglong world god is a famous general. It would be wonderful if we could receive some guidance from the Yinglong world god. Upon hearing how Prince Zhongyang and Wu Fengcheng worshipped the Yinglong world god, Qin Shao understood how important the Yinglong world god was in the immortal region. He truly was a truly major figure who could stand at the very peak of the immortal region. Greetings, Lord Headmaster. It was not known who suddenly gave a big salute and shouted. All the students followed suit and saluted, paying their respects to the dean. The Yinglong world god waved his hand towards them, then continued. These are the first batch of teachers of the Sacred Institute. They all have their own responsibilities. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact these teachers. The details of the situation have been transmitted to your identity tokens. You can read it at any time, and you will know the details. The aura exuding from these teachers was also very powerful. At least, Qin Shao felt that none of them was weaker than the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. Therefore, he felt that all of them should be stronger than the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. Some of them were even stronger than the nearly 100 ancient sages on the viewing platform. Among these teachers, there was no lack of third-step or fourth-step ancient sages who stood at the peak of the ancient sages. Having these extremely powerful ancient sages as teachers was also in line with the style of the Sacred Institute. This was also within reason. After all, the headmaster was a world god, and the teachers were third-step ancient sages. This was very reasonable. Qin Shao checked the information received in his identity medallion. Indeed, there was a detailed introduction of the 23 teachers. Each of them had their own responsibilities and were responsible for different areas. A world god and 23 third-step ancient sages. Such a lineup could be said to be very powerful. Perhaps this lineup of forces was enough to challenge a territory. The Sacred Academy's unparalleled power and peerless saintly aura began to show. This caused all the students to feel a strong sense of pride. To be able to become a student of the Sacred Institute was indeed something to be proud of. The god of Yinglong world continued. You are all carefully selected from the various territories. You are the elite young geniuses who fought your way out of the encirclement and survived. But your path of cultivation has only just begun. You are still very, very weak. The Sacred Institute is different from other institutions. The purpose of the Sacred Institute is not to let you embark on the ancient road and become an ancient sage. This is simply too easy for you. Even if you're not in the Sacred Institute, you will soon be able to do it. You can do it. The purpose of the Sacred Institute is to stimulate the limitless potential in you and forge you into true geniuses and experts. The purpose of the Sacred Institute is to let you become ancient sages and world gods. This is the foundation of the Sacred Institute, the grand goal of the Institute, and the lofty ambition. And all of these needs to be realized by you. I believe in you. Although not everyone can do it, there will definitely be someone who can. As long as someone can do it and reach this step, the Sacred Institute will be considered a success. Of course, the goal of the Sacred Institute is to cultivate many world gods and make the impossible possible. So don't be too happy that you have entered the Sacred Institute. The requirements of the Sacred Institute are very, very strict. The survival of the fittest is the law of the jungle. There will be tests from time to time. Those who fail will be eliminated and sent back home. The remaining ones will be kings. Only those who stay and grow can become strong. The Sacred Institute needs true geniuses, true elites, and people who have the potential to reach the peak, not so-called geniuses. The god of Yinglong world's words made many people's hearts skip a beat. They felt a strong sense of crisis. Although everyone knew that there would be a small number of people who would be eliminated in this year's student competition, many people did not take it to heart. But after hearing this, they realized that even if they passed this time, there's still a long way to go. So they really could not be happy too early. A thick sense of danger instantly enveloped everyone. Even those who were previously confident could smell the scent of danger. There would be tests from time to time, and people would be eliminated from time to time. Just the thought of it was scary. If they did not pass the selection and did not enter the Sacred Institute, it would not be a big deal. It would just be a failure in the selection. But if they were eliminated after entering the Sacred Institute, it would be a great humiliation. They would become the laughingstock of the world. Of course, no one would want such a thing to happen to them. But if they did not want it to happen to them, what could they do? Naturally, they would have to work hard to cultivate and improve their strength. Only then could they ensure that they would not be eliminated in the tests. Ahem, why do I feel like I have entered a den of thieves? Behind the light, there is also a dark hand. Prince Zhongyang grinned. Wu Fengcheng joked, then I think you should withdraw from the Sacred Institute as soon as possible. Chapter 23:31. Now listen carefully. It's about the rewards for this year's student competition. I believe all of you are most concerned about this. The main event was finally here. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the god of Yinglong world, waiting for him to continue. Many rumors about the rewards for this year's student competition had already been released. However, they were just rumors and had not been verified. Now, the god of Yinglong world was going to announce that this was the final version and would be counted. However, the final result was not much different from the rumors. The only difference was that some of the rewards had been added. Some people would still be eliminated, and the total number of students would be kept at 800. The extra 20 or so people would be eliminated. Any student who could stay would be given 10 fourth-step celestial venerables as their followers. The top 100 students would be given 100 fourth-step celestial venerables as their followers. The top 20 students would be given 1 half-sage and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables as their followers. The top 10 students would be given 2 half-sages and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables as their followers. The top 5 students would be given 1 prime sage, 2 orchid sages, and 100 fourth-step celestial venerables as their followers. In addition, the god of Yinglong world would choose 1 or 2 students to personally instruct. They would be his personal disciples or closed-door students. The god of Yinglong world was a world-level cultivator. To be taken in as his closed-door student was enough to make people go crazy. It was enough to make people break their heads. In addition, Emperor Xianyuan would also choose a personal disciple. It was even possible that the other 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would also choose a personal disciple. Of course, these were all uncertain factors. However, the god of Yinglong world and Emperor Xianyuan were already confirmed. Everyone who could enter the top 5 had this possibility. Therefore, the top 5 students would definitely fight for it. If they could enter the top 5, the significance would be completely different. These 2 rewards were the biggest and most tempting. Of course, the other rewards were also very tempting. As soon as the rewards were announced, everyone's blood and passion were instantly aroused. Sigh, it's impossible to get into the top 5. It's impossible in this lifetime. As long as I don't get eliminated, I'll be satisfied. Prince Zhongyang kept a low profile for once. Even Wu Fengcheng couldn't stand his low profile anymore. Keep pretending. You didn't say that before. I remember you saying that you would definitely get into the top 5. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said, "What are you talking about? Keep a low profile. Didn't I boast in front of you before? Actually, I'm not that powerful." TSK. Wu Fengcheng rolled his eyes at Prince Zhongyang. Who would believe him? He believed in Prince Zhongyang's strength. Not to mention the top 5, but the top 10 should be very competitive. Of course, there were too many strong people this time. It was indeed very difficult to get into the top 10. Even Qin Xiao didn't have the slightest confidence. There were too many strong people. There were at least 100 outstanding talents in the 100 schools of philosophers. Just think about it, and you will know how terrifying it was. Next, it's the opening ceremony of our Sane Academy. We respectfully invite Emperor Xianyuan to come. The voice of the god of Yinglong world suddenly became loud and sonorous. Hearing the voice of the god of Yinglong world, everyone was in awe. They suddenly became a little stiff, as if they were frozen in place, welcoming the arrival of Emperor Xianyuan with a most sacred respect. The Holy Emperor was the spiritual leader of the world and the source of their faith. This was like an ordinary mortal seeing a god. Their hearts were filled with endless reverence and worship. Not to mention Qin Xiao and the others. Even the ancient sages in the spectator seats were filled with reverence, anticipation, and excitement. Emperor Xianyuan rarely showed his face. Very few people had the chance to see his real face. This time, he finally had the chance to see Di Fui's face. A beam of holy light fell from the sky. In the holy light, there were 9 golden dragons flying. The dragons soared to the 9th heaven, and the golden waves were unparalleled. Among the 9 golden dragons, in the golden light, a man wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown slowly descended. The brilliant golden light lingered around his body, making it impossible for people to see his real face. They could only see an incomparably sacred figure, standing in the void, surrounded by the 9 dragons. His holy light blessed the whole Saint Academy. This area was dazzling and filled with holy light. This feeling was too sacred. When Emperor Huang Xianyuan arrived, everyone involuntarily wanted to kneel down. However, there was an invisible force that stopped them from kneeling down. Emperor Xianyuan, a living holy emperor. Seeing the real person, many people were so excited that they couldn't speak. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were the 5 rulers of the mortal world. They were supreme existences. They stood at the pinnacle of the immortal realm. They had the power to control the fate of the immortal realm. Everyone grew up listening to the stories of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In their hearts, there was a special story about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This time, they could finally see Emperor Xuanyuan's peerless demeanor. At this moment, everyone felt incomparably sacred. They wanted to remember this moment. For the students of the Saint Academy, this was another great encouragement. It was enough to raise their spirits. A giant golden stone appeared on the Saint Academy's holy mountain. Emperor Xianyuan waved his hand. The 9 golden dragons, circling around him, flew toward the stone tablet. They danced around the tablet, so that the holy light would never recede. The giant golden stone suddenly became incomparably radiant. Emperor Xianyuan waved his hand. His golden fingers opened wide, and soon 3 large words were left on the giant golden stone. Saint Academy. These 3 words were written by Emperor Xianyuan himself. It was the name of the Saint Academy. It was nominated for the Saint Academy. This further proved that the Saint Academy was indeed founded by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This was the best evidence. The name of the academy left by Emperor Xianyuan was like an imperial edict. It was enough to announce to the world that the Saint Academy was officially established. Seeing the 3 shining golden words, the crowd's blood boiled. A sense of pride arose spontaneously. All of you, listen up. This Saint Stone tablet is the cornerstone of the Saint Academy. It is the soul of the Saint Academy. As long as this Saint Stone tablet exists, the Saint Academy will exist eternally. No power will dare to offend it. On the Saint Stone tablet, this emperor left the original souls of the 9 dragons to guard the Saint Academy. At the same time, this emperor also left some cultivation methods, laws, and insights of the heavenly Tao inside. Little guys, you can go to the Saint Stone tablet to comprehend cultivation. All right. The establishment of the Saint Academy is to let the real geniuses have a good cultivation environment and good cultivation methods. And this Saint Stone tablet can be given to you. In addition to this emperor, I have also invited the clan leaders of the 100 schools of thought. They will leave their cultivation insights on the Saint Stone tablet together. This will make the Saint Stone tablet into a real Saint Stone that can pass down cultivation. The Saint Stone tablet will guard the Saint Academy. It will also be the best place for cultivation in the Saint Academy. It will be the strongest place to comprehend cultivation. As soon as Emperor Xianyuan finished speaking, a loud voice resounded through the sky. A figure walked out from the void and shot a ray of light into the Saint Stone tablet. I, the clan leader of the Tang clan, wish the Saint Academy a happy opening. I will contribute some of my meager strength to the Saint Academy. It is my duty to do so. The figure that walked out from the void shot a ray of light into the Saint Stone tablet. Immediately, a symbol and some words were left on the Saint Stone tablet. After doing all this, the clan leader of the Tang clan quickly left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. The time he appeared was less than a breath, and then he left again. I, the clan leader of the Chun clan, wish the Saint Academy a happy opening. I will contribute some of my meager strength to the Saint Academy. It is my duty to do so. The clan leader of the Chun clan was similar to the clan leader of the Tang clan. The way he spoke, the way he appeared, and the way he left his cultivation insights on the Saint Stone tablet was almost the same. I, the clan leader of the Gongsun clan, have come to help the Saint Academy. The clan leader of the Tung clan wish the Saint Academy a happy opening and an everlasting legacy. One by one, the clans came to congratulate the Saint Academy and left their cultivation insights on the Saint Stone tablet. Soon, the 100 schools of thought's congratulatory actions were completed. The fact that the Saint Academy was able to gather so many schools of thought was enough to show the importance of the Saint Academy. Moreover, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were all clan leaders. Almost all of them were the strongest in their clans and stood at the top of the world. Objects. Usually, it would be difficult for these big shots to meet each other. This time, they were able to gather here. It could be considered an extremely rare thing. The 100 dukes of the 100 schools of thought and the opening of the Saint Academy. How magnificent was this? The light of the Saint Academy had already pierced through the sky. At this moment, the Saint Academy was enveloped by this ray of golden light, making it seem sacred and inviolable. Of course, this was the Saint Academy style. It was only right that it should be like this. Otherwise, the Saint Academy's existence wouldn't have much meaning. It was necessary to pour the best and strongest resources into the Saint Academy. Only then could the Saint Academy's reputation spread far and wide. The dukes of the 100 schools of thought left, and so did the Emperor Xinyuan. However, the holy light didn't disperse. Instead, it formed an invisible protective shield to protect the Saint Academy. The Saint Stone tablet, in particular, had been elevated to the highest position in everyone's hearts. There were even many people who couldn't wait to run to the Saint Stone tablet right now to comprehend the cultivation experiences of the important figures left behind in the tablet. The light of the Saint Stone tablet seemed to be able to envelop the entire mortal world. It directly announced to the world that the Saint Academy had been established. The Saint Academy's supreme position was engraved in the hearts of the world, establishing the Saint Academy's supreme position. My original body in the Xia territory felt the descent of the Saint aura. It's too powerful, Wu Fengchang suddenly said in a daze. Princess Ru Xian also nodded and said, my original body in the Heaven Mountain City also felt the descent of the Saint aura. A message directly penetrated into my head, letting me know that the Saint Academy had been established. The Saint aura descends upon the entire mortal world. Emperor Xuanyuan's methods are indeed too terrifying. Hearing the words of Wu Fengchang and Princess Ru Xian, Qin Shao was quite shocked. The holy light of the Saint Stone tablet could spread throughout the mortal world. What kind of method was this? It was simply unimaginable. All of you listen up. The student competition is about to begin. Listen to me announce some of the rules of the student competition. Chapter 2332. The first rule of the tournament. Once you enter the Divine Realm, you get 1 point for defeating one person and 2 points for killing one person. The second rule of the tournament. You get half of the points for defeating other students and all of the points for killing other students. The third rule of the tournament. You are not allowed to use any treasures or innate abilities. Other than that, there are no other restrictions. The fourth rule of the tournament. You are not allowed to join hands with others or borrow the strength of others. Those who violate the above 4 rules will be eliminated immediately. Yinglong World announced the 4 rules of the tournament. It sounded simple, but it was this simplicity that made everyone talk about it. Cough, are you kidding me? You can kill people? Wu Fengchang's eyes widened in shock. He was not strong. If he could kill people, then he would be in danger. This year's student tournament was to put all the students together to compete, so they would definitely meet the strong ones. Once they met strong people, it was very likely that they would end up dead. Just thinking about it made people's hearts palpitate. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. The rule of being able to kill people did sound a little creepy. Huh. Prince Zhongyang laughed and said, "You guys, I'm afraid you didn't hear the main point. The main point is that the tournament is held in the Divine Realm. Don't you guys know about the Divine Realm?" Divine Realm? Qin Shao naturally knew that it was the venue of the tournament, but he really had never heard of the Divine Realm. He also did not know where it was. Wu Fengcheng looked at Meng Dali. Meng Dali shook his head in confusion. Princess Ru Xin and Princess Xiaoyu also expressed that they did not know. Ming Yuexin seemed to know something. She lowered her head and pondered. Miss Yuan could not help but say, "Oh, it's the Divine Realm. You can roughly guess it from the name. The Divine Realm is actually a sacred object. It can suck people's consciousness into it, enter the mind realm, and transform into a human form. Other than your treasures and innate divine abilities that cannot be brought in, everything else can be controlled by your consciousness. Take human form and reappear." So, to put it simply, entering the Divine Realm, your strength will not be affected at all. Moreover, you have an immortal body. If you die in the realm of the gods, your consciousness will only return to your body. You won't truly die. Therefore, in the Divine Realm, there is no need to consider the issue of life and death. You can fight without restraint and display your strongest strength. That's why the Divine Realm doesn't restrict life and death. That's naturally the most normal thing, and it should be like this. Only when there are no restrictions can a person's strength be stimulated to the extreme. Prince Zhongyang nodded and said, "Haha, yes. Miss Yuan is right. The immortal realm is indeed so dangerous. All of you, so many of you are actually not as knowledgeable as Miss Yuan. Aren't you ashamed? Aren't you embarrassed?" Qin Shao is from the southern wasteland, so it's fine if he doesn't know much. But Meng Dali from Wufeng City, you're all descendants of big clans. How can you be so ignorant? Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali's faces were filled with awkwardness. They were really ignorant and inexperienced. They really didn't know. The Divine Realm was an extremely dangerous holy object. It was almost unrealistic, so it naturally wasn't something that ordinary people would know about. Prince Zhongyang and Miss Yuan, on the other hand, were very knowledgeable. They knew about this. Prince Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly at Miss Yuan. He chuckled and said, "Have you noticed a problem? Although the selection of the Academy of Saint is open to all 5 regions of the mortal world, except for the Southern Wasteland. Outside of the Southern Wasteland, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Kunlun Sacred Ground, and the Jihua Immortal School didn't send anyone to participate. I know some of the outstanding figures from the 3 sacred grounds, but none of them showed up. According to what I know, the 3 sacred lands didn't send any young geniuses to participate in the selection." Qin Shao hadn't deliberately researched this situation, but based on what he knew, it seemed to be the case. No disciples of the 3 sacred grounds had shown up. If there had been any, it would have been talked about. After all, the status of the 3 sacred grounds was far beyond that of the 100 schools of thought. Just like the 5 supreme clans, only Fu Zhongxian of the Fuxi clan had come to participate in the selection. Fu Zhongxian's light was extremely bright, almost overshadowing everyone. However, Qin Shao understood the meaning of Prince Zhongyang's words. While he was saying that the 3 sacred grounds didn't send any young geniuses to participate in the selection, he was also questioning Miss Yuan. She claimed to be the saint of Jade Lake. Of course, Qin Shao and the others had some doubts about whether Miss Yuan was the saint of Jade Lake or not, but they didn't investigate further. "That's enough, Zhongyang. Don't be so bored. You'd better prepare for the student competition." Qin Shao saw Miss Yuan's embarrassment and difficulty, so he spoke up. Secretly, he even kicked Zhongyang Gongzi. This guy shouldn't have mentioned it. Miss Yuan had been unwilling to talk about it, so what was there to ask? Prince Zhongyang was also tactful. He immediately grinned and changed the topic. After the rules of the student competition were announced, the god of Yinglong world looked solemn and majestic under the uproar of discussion. Suddenly, he waved his hand and hit the void. Suddenly, a cluster of nebula was hit out and formed a huge vortex, as if to swallow the world. Just looking at it was enough to make people feel a little scared. In this nebula, there was another world, another heaven and earth. It was like a black hole, rotating and swallowing the earth. Realm of the gods. Seeing this nebula, many people's eyes suddenly lit up and stared at the nebula in a daze. This was the legendary realm of the gods. It could swallow people's souls and wills, and it could even swallow the world. Seeing the realm of the gods, many students began to become restless. Their faces were full of fighting spirit and passion, and they were full of confidence for the student competition. The god of Long world waved his hand toward the students, and the nebula suddenly dropped the power of the vortex, enveloping all the students in an instant. The powerful and irresistible force directly wrapped everyone up, directly stripped their consciousness from their bodies, and forcibly dragged them into the realm of the gods. This feeling was too terrible. At that moment, they felt like they were going to die. A wisp of smoke, bleak and gloomy. The gray world was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. Qin Xiao looked at his own body and looked around. After feeling for a while, he couldn't feel that this body was not his own. He couldn't feel it all. It was just his consciousness that entered the realm of the gods. If he hadn't known from Yuan and Prince Zhongyang that this was the realm of the gods and his consciousness had entered it, Qin Xiao would really think that his body had entered it. However, if he looked carefully, he would find that all the treasures were gone. The flowing light wings were gone. Li Sheng's flying knife was gone. The sky-opening sword was gone, and the berserker sword was gone. There were no more treasures on his body. From his point of view, it also confirmed what Miss Yuan said. The divine realm had retained all of its strength. It had only taken away all of its treasures and innate divine abilities. However, it made sense when he thought about it. If they were to compete in treasures and innate abilities, then it would be slightly unfair. Whether it was treasures or gifted magical powers, they could be said to be external forces. If one relied on external forces, it would be difficult to verify one's strength. This was fair to the majority of the people. For example, for Qin Xiao, this was also a good thing. If it was a competition of treasures, Qin Xiao knew that he definitely couldn't compete with those young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. If it was a competition of gifted magical powers, he didn't have any gifted magical powers at all. Naturally, there was no way to compete. It was a very disadvantageous thing. In this way, Qin Xiao was more confident. In this way, it was equivalent to weakening the strength of those young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. Although relying on external forces was also a form of strength, the first thing to bear the brunt of the student tournament should still be fair. If the restrictions were lifted, there would probably be people who would participate in the student tournament with sacred objects. Then, it would be a mess and lose its meaning. Let's not think about this anymore. A fair system is a good thing for me and for everyone. Under a fair system, even if I lose, I should have no complaints and no regrets. There will be no excuses to speak of. I, Qin Xiao, don't have the family power of others. I only have a fighting heart and a heart that won't admit defeat. Now that there's a fair opportunity in front of me, I must seize it well. Even if I can't become the personal disciple of Emperor Xin Yuan, I must strive to become the personal disciple of the god of the Long world. Being the personal disciple of a world god is enough to make people go crazy. This is a great opportunity for me. I must fight for it. I must. Qin Xiao, come on. I believe you can do it. You can do it. After Qin Xiao gave himself a pep talk, he chose a direction and carefully moved forward. He was ready to fight at any time. In the divine world, there should be other forces in addition to the students who came to participate in the student tournament. Sure enough, after walking for a short while, a figure suddenly charged out. It was so quiet that it was difficult to detect. It was not until the figure appeared that Qin Xiao noticed it. In a panic, he displayed the dragon-slaying sword art and faced it head-on. A sharp light slashed down like a thunderbolt and hit Qin Xiao's sword heavily. Because it was in a hurry, Qin Xiao did not use much of his strength. Under such a confrontation, Qin Xiao naturally suffered a great loss and was directly pushed back by the figure's sword. The tearing power was very domineering and wanted to destroy Qin Zhao's body. This power was very fierce and domineering, with the power to destroy everything. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's divine body was strong enough. Although he did not have the protection of the flowing light wings, he was not weak. Of course, without the protection of the flowing light wings, the gap between them was obvious. This sword made Qin Zhao's whole body feel tearing pain. He almost vomited blood, and his divine body was damaged a little. The person in front of him should be a person formed by his consciousness. Like a puppet, he had no blood, no flesh, no spirit, and no thoughts. There was only killing in his eyes. In terms of strength, he was equivalent to a fourth-step celestial master. The most important thing was that he could launch a sneak attack and often catch people off guard. If he had been slightly weaker, he would have been seriously injured after blocking that sword strike. Once the injury was not light, it was basically a foregone conclusion that they would lose. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's reaction was fast enough and his strength was strong enough, so he was not affected too much. Chapter 23:33. Spectator Seats. The city lord glanced at the lord of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace and smiled. Fu Qiong, your Fu-Tu Immortal Palace is in the limelight this time. Out of the 3 spots in the southern wasteland, your Fu-Tu Immortal Palace has 2. It's just a pity that you let Qin Zhao go. Otherwise, your Fu-Tu Immortal Palace would have taken 3 spots. Only a few of the 100 schools of thought could give birth to 3 students of the Sacred Institute. Your Fu-Tu Immortal Palace should have been able to do it. The lord of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace frowned and said, "Don't make fun of me, city lord. Who can predict the future of the world? It's all about divination. No matter how good it is, it's hard to be sure. A mistake is a mistake. There's nothing to feel pity about. Maybe if I didn't make a mistake, Qin Zhao wouldn't have made it this far." "Huh." The heavenly mountain city lord smiled and said, "Then according to you, Fu Zong, Qin Zhao should thank you for chasing him out of the Fu-Yu Immortal Palace." "But that's true. Maybe he should thank you." The lord of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace remained silent. How could he not regret this? But what was the use of regretting? First of all, it was already in the past. It was history that couldn't be changed. Second of all, he had no other choice. He could only give up on Qin Zhao. Even if he was given another chance, he would still do the same. At least, the prodigy didn't disappoint me. The lord of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace pointed at the stone tablet on the stage. There were already many names on it. After the name, there was a corresponding number, representing the points. This was a real-time ranking. It allowed people to know the situation of all the students in real time. The names of those with points were already on it. What made the lord of Fu-Tu Immortal Palace proud was that the prodigy's name was already on it, and he was already in the top 10. In just a short while, the prodigy had already gotten 3 points. The city lord of Celestial Mountain City took a look. Qin Zhao and Princess Ru Xian's names had not appeared yet. He didn't know about his daughter, Ru Xian's situation. He was already very relieved that Ru Xian had not been kicked out. He did not place too much hope on anything else. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't count on them. The lord of Tianshan City was indifferent to all this. He smiled and said, "Fu Xiong, I think you think too highly of the Heaven's Pride. He's just a reincarnator. Even if he can break through and become a saint, it's not a big deal. His strength in the short term is not because of his talent and potential, but because he has the power of reincarnation. To be able to successfully reincarnate and reach this step, he is indeed extremely rare. There are very successful examples of samsara travelers, but this person's temperament is too overbearing. I think it will be difficult for you to use him in the future. And I'm not optimistic about him. In comparison, I'm more optimistic about Qin Zhao." "That's your business. What does it have to do with me?" The master of Fu-Ku Immortal Palace said coldly. It has nothing to do with you. I just happened to run into you, so I want to make a bet with you. I bet that Qin Zhao will definitely make it into the top 10 this time, and the Heaven's Pride will definitely not make it. Are you willing to bet with me?" The lord of Tianshan City said with a faint smile. The master of Fu-Ku Immortal Palace's face twitched. He looked at the lord of Tianshan City deeply and said, I think you've already taken Qin Shao as your son-in-law, haven't you? Ha ha. To be honest, I really do like Qin Shao. If he can get together with my root Xin, I'd obviously be very happy to see it. The Lord of Tianshan City laughed heartily. He did not try to hide anything. In the sky above the Academy of Saints, two figures lay lazily on a colorful cloud, drinking wine leisurely. The two of them glanced down from time to time. I say, Xin Yuan, those three old guys definitely won't come. For this matter, the two of us will have to deal with it. The person who spoke was dressed rather sloppily. He held a huge wine gourd and reeked of alcohol. He drank wine every time he spoke. He was a typical drunkard. Xin Yuan rolled his eyes at the old drunkard and said, "Isn't this all your bad idea? At the beginning, you gave the kid a chance. Why do you have it go so far? You even created the Academy of Saints in the name of the 3 kings and 5 emperors. Do it. Of course those 3 old guys don't care about us, so we'll have to deal with it ourselves. You old drunkard, you're the one who comes up with all the bad ideas. I'm the one who does all the work. You're the one who lies behind and drinks the whole time, ordering me to do this and that. It was also you who came up with the idea of taking a direct disciple. But you're the one who pushed the responsibility to me. I haven't even taught the descendants of the Xianyuan clan. You want me to take an outsider as a direct disciple? What the hell is this?" The old drunkard glanced at Xianyuan and smiled. "Don't try to act innocent. You were the one who caused all of this. You were the one who deduced the boy's fate. You were the one who said that he was the chosen one. He has great luck. He's worth cultivating. The mystic realm isn't very stable now. Strange things happen from time to time. You've always said that he's a promising talent. That's why I'm giving you a chance." Xianyuan was speechless. He stared at the old drunkard and said, "Although he does have great luck, he's a promising talent. However, the possibility of them reaching our level is still very, very small. I was just saying, if you hadn't instigated me again and again, I wouldn't be like this." But Xianyuan looked down at the realm of the gods and said meaningfully, "This kid may not be able to enter the top 5. It won't be that easy for him to reach my level." Huh. Xianyuan and the old drunkard's eyebrows suddenly twitched at the same time. They both looked at the horizon and stood up in an instant. They saw a figure coming towards them. In an instant, he arrived in front of them. Elegant and graceful, this was a peerlessly handsome man. "Xianyuan, Shenong, long time no see. I hope you've been well since we last met." The man clasped his fist and greeted them. "Oh, what wind has blown Li Sheng here? You've always stayed in Langya heaven. Usually it's hard to ask you out, but today you've come by yourself. How strange, huh?" Xianyuan Lang laughed. Xianyuan Lang joked. The old drunkard Shenong also said, "That's right. Usually it's hard to ask him to come. Today he's come by himself." What does this mean? It means that it's not worth inviting him. If we don't invite him, he'll come by himself. That's why we shouldn't have invited those 3 old guys. Look at them. Even if you invite them, they're still pretending to be noble and virtuous. If you don't invite them, they might even come. Seeing the 2 of them teasing him, Li Sheng shook his head and smiled. "Don't make fun of me. My daughter ran out mischievously and just so happened to enter your Saint College. So, as her father, I have to come and see her. How is she doing?" Xianyuan and the old drunkard couldn't help but look at each other, then at the divine realm. They had heard the news before, but didn't take it to heart. They didn't expect Li Sheng's daughter to really enter the Saint College. "Li Sheng, it seems that you dote on your daughter a lot. She's here. Are you afraid that she'll be bullied? No wonder your eldest disciple has been hiding outside the Saint College. It turns out that he's secretly protecting your daughter." Emperor Xianyuan joked. Li Sheng smiled faintly and said, "What? I'm a rare guest, and you're just letting me stand here? You're not even going to give me a sip of wine?" "Ha, no. Li Sheng, please take a seat. Old drunkard, don't be stingy. Hurry up and take out more of your treasured wine." Emperor Xianyuan immediately gestured for Li Sheng to sit down. The old drunkard glared at Xianyuan. He was thinking about his wine again. However, Li Sheng was a rare guest, so he couldn't neglect him. In the divine realm, in one place, 2 figures were fighting fiercely. One of the men had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and was currently being suppressed. He only had a bit of strength left to defend himself. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that he had lost. However, the man didn't intend to admit defeat. He continued to fight. After repeated attacks, the man finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, dead under the sword of his opponent. Phew! After killing his opponent, Qin Shao let out a long sigh of relief. He's finally dead. It really took a lot of effort to kill this person. Qin Shao had just killed a person formed from consciousness in the divine realm. If he encountered a person formed from consciousness, he would either have to run or kill the person. Only then would it end. Attacks of the heart were obviously ineffective against a person formed by consciousness. Attacks of the power of Buddhism were also obviously ineffective. However, Qin Shao still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, so after expending some energy, he still managed to kill his opponent with his sword. 6 points. I don't know if the situation is good or bad. Qin Shao curled his lips. Every time he got a point, it would be displayed in his mind. The divine realm was full of battles, but the competition was also very fierce. It wasn't easy to earn points. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's continue fighting. We'll meet those who we should meet eventually. If I want to kill my way into the top 5, I'm afraid I'll have to fight all those experts once. There's no rush. The further I go, the faster I'll earn points. Right now, I'm earning 1 or 2 points at a snail's pace. Let's see as we go. Fight steadily and surely. There's no need to retreat. We must go forward bravely and kill all the way. Retracting his thoughts, Qin Shao prepared to continue moving forward, but a figure had appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of Qin Shao. Bai Ming territory, Si Bingcan of the Sea clan. Qin Shao also recognized the person in front of him. He was a student of the Sacred Academy. After entering the divine realm for so long, this was the first time Qin Shao had met a student of the Sacred Academy. All the life forms encountered in the divine realm were opponents. They had to fight and earn points. Moreover, if he defeated and killed a student of the Sacred Academy, he would earn more points. Since he met him, he would fight. There was nothing to say. This Si Bing-san's reputation wasn't great, so his strength shouldn't be very strong. Of course, even if he was strong, Qin Shao wouldn't have the slightest fear and retreat. If he met him, it would be a battle. Don't. Qin Shao was about to make a move when Si Bingcan immediately waved his hand and said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, don't be agitated. We're all students of the Sacred Academy. There's no need to fight and kill each other as soon as we meet." Chapter 23:34. Not fighting? Hearing Tai Bingcan say no, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. How could he not fight? This was the student tournament. How could he not fight? However, as the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. If the other party didn't fight, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to force it, right? So after thinking about it, Qin Shao gave up and said, "Fine. Since Taoist Tai Bingcan doesn't want to fight, then let's not fight. If I force it, it will seem like I'm bullying you." Haha. Thank you, Taoist Qin Shao, for your help. Thank you. Tai Bingcan was happy when he heard Qin Shao say no. He quickly thanked him. After saying that, Tai Bingcan seemed to remember something and said, "Oh right, Taoist Qin Shao, Wu Fing Cheng should be your brother, right? I just saw Wu Fing Cheng fighting with someone over there. It seems like he's at a disadvantage. It might be a little dangerous. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Wu Fing Cheng. Qin Shao suddenly frowned. His expression changed, and he approached Tai Bingcan and asked, "Where?" Right there, Tai Bingcan pointed in a direction. As he spoke, a sly light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sinister sneer. Suddenly, like a poisonous snake, he attacked Qin Shao. His show of strength just now was fake. He wanted to numb Qin Shao and then launch a sneak attack. His intention could be said to be extremely sinister. "Oomph, I knew you would use this trick. How despicable." Qin Shao coldly snorted. He had already expected this. He didn't trust others so easily. He had already prepared for everything. When Tai Bingcan attacked, Qin Shao also attacked. His heart force burst out to the extreme, turning into an invisible sword and ruthlessly attacking Tai Bingcan's spirit. Because all the treasures here had been removed, no one had any treasures to protect their spirit. Without the protection of treasures, he could only rely on his spirit power, and willpower to block Qin Zhao's heart force attacks. Qin Zhao's heart force attack was already very strong to begin with. Moreover, it had been used so unexpectedly that Yuan Bingqian was caught completely off guard. Therefore, in such a hurry, he was naturally caught off guard and appeared to be battered and exhausted. As soon as he made his move, he was smashed down by heart force. What? What kind of power is this? It's heart force. It's actually heart force? What powerful heart force? You're actually a heart force cultivator? His heart force has actually reached the level of a fourth-step Empyrean. Qi Bingqian immediately turned pale with fright and shouted loudly. What a blunder! What a blunder! He really hadn't expected that Qin Zhao was actually a fourth-step celestial venerable realm heart force cultivator. His heart force was actually so powerful. As Yuan Bingqian blocked Qin Zhao's heart force attacks, he attacked Qin Zhao at the same time. He already knew that the situation wasn't looking good. As expected, Qin Zhao attacked at the same time as his heart force attack. The dragon-slaying sword art had become extremely powerful under the full power of his inner world. Boundless power smashed toward Yuan Bingqian with a boom. Using strength to break all laws, nothing could stop it. Unparalleled momentum, unparalleled strength, unparalleled might. Strength to break all laws, strength to pull up 1,000 armies, majestic mountains and rivers. As the sword slashed down, it seemed as if even the primal chaos would be split apart. Just how powerful was the power of this sword? Although Yuan Bingqian was also very strong, it should be said that no one who could become a student of Sacred Academy was simple. It was just that because all his treasures had been taken away, his defensive power had decreased somewhat. Thus, Yuan Bingqian was caught off guard by Qin Zhao's heart force attack. Of course, he wasn't a simple character after all. Although he was caught off guard, it was naturally impossible to suppress him with heart force alone. After all, Qin Zhao's heart force was only at the 8th level. It hadn't reached the 9th level yet. Even with the heart force stone's amplification effect, it still wasn't that great. However, Yuan Bingqian was still defeated by this attack. He was directly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprinkled down and formed a mournful blood lotus. Yuan Bingqian wasn't a fool. He wasn't like a life form formed by consciousness that only knew how to fight. After suffering a great loss and sustaining some injuries, Yuan Bingqian naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He actually turned to run. However, since the two of them had already exchanged blows, it was considered a battle. If Yuan Bingqian succeeded in escaping, then he would be considered to have lost to Qin Zhao. If he lost to Qin Zhao, then half of his points would be given to Qin Zhao. That would be equivalent to having half of his points deducted. However, Yuan Bingqian couldn't care less right now. As soon as they exchanged blows, he understood that he wasn't Qin Zhao's match. If he continued to fight, then he might very well die at Qin Zhao's hands. Without the protection of his treasures, and with an immortal body formed by consciousness, he wasn't as strong as his original body. He wouldn't be able to withstand many attacks. Thus, Yuan Bingqian naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He would rather have half of his points deducted to avoid the brunt of Qin Zhao's attacks and save his strength. Now that he wanted to avoid the battle, how could Qin Zhao allow him to do as he wished? Even if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to escape from Qin Zhao's heart force attack range. Qin Zhao quickly chased after him, using his heart force to restrain Yuan Bingqian. At the same time, his inner world formed a domain, trapping Yuan Bingqian within. The binding of the two powers naturally trapped Yuan Bingqian without any surprise. Fellow Taoist Qin Zhao, let's talk things out. I admit defeat. Please don't fight anymore. I don't have many points now. If I admit defeat, you can get half of them. Why kill me? Although I'm not as strong as you, if you want to kill me, you'll have to put in a lot of effort. So why don't you let me go? If I admit defeat, you can easily get half of the points. Isn't that better? Yuan Bingqian directly begged for mercy. Hearing Yuan Bingqian beg for mercy, Qin Zhao snorted mockingly. No matter what, you're still a student of the Sacred Institute. You're a top genius in the immortal region. How can you be so spineless? The battle has just begun, and you're already admitting defeat. How can you say that? Qin Shao snorted disdainfully at Yuan Bingqian. He seriously despised him. The battle hadn't even started yet. Why did he admit defeat? A student of the Sacred Institute shouldn't be like this. What kind of dirty tricks did he want to play? At this time, Qin Shao also believed that Yuan Bingqian couldn't play any tricks. He didn't succeed before, so how could he succeed now? However, Qin Shao naturally had to be on guard against this kind of villain. He wouldn't give him any chance. Facing Qin Zhao's disdain, Yuan Bingqian didn't care at all. He said flatteringly, "Compared with death, admitting defeat is nothing. If I admit defeat now, at least I won't be in danger of being eliminated. If I were to die at the hands of fellow Taoist Qin Shao right now, then I might be miserably eliminated from the competition. Even if I don't die in the hands of fellow Taoist Qin Shao, if we continue to fight later, I'll still be forced to admit defeat. If that was the case, it would be better to just admit defeat now. At least he could preserve some of his strength, and it would not be so bad. I won't be kicked out. I'm a little self-aware now. I kicked a hardboard, so it's okay to admit defeat, right? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. What a wise man submits to circumstances. To be able to explain admitting defeat in such a clear and logical manner, and even make it sound so reasonable, Bingqian must have been very experienced. However, after thinking about it, Qin Shao also felt that there was no point in continuing to fight with this kind of person. A person who took the initiative to admit defeat had already lost his fighting spirit. Fighting with a person who had already lost his fighting spirit was too much of a bully. There was no point in fighting. Qin Shao had never liked to bully people, even if they were insidious villains. Get lost. His interest was dampened, and his fighting spirit dissipated a lot. Since Yuan Bingqian really begged for mercy and didn't want to fight, Qin Shao was too lazy to continue fighting with this kind of person. It would only make him seem very boring. After letting Yuan Bingqian go, it was considered that Yuan Bingqian admitted defeat. Soon, Qin Shao was notified that he had 2 points in his account. Adding the previous 6 points, he had a total of 8 points. Only 2 points? Qin Shao shook his head. This Yuan Bingqian was really poor. But thinking about it, he was relieved. He only had 6 points. Half of Yuan Bingqian's points were worth 2 points, which meant that Yuan Bingqian should have 3 or 4 points in total. It was almost the same. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao gave up after thinking about it. What he said was indeed reasonable. Even if he really killed Yuan Bingqian, he would at most get 1 or 2 more points. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Qin Shao continued to move forward. The number of consciousness turned into life forms was not many, and the further he went, the fewer he could encounter. It was estimated that some of them were released at the beginning, so that some people could accumulate points first. In the end, it would definitely be between the students of the Sane Academy. The battle would be the most important. After all, this was the student competition. The most important thing should be the battle between the students. The victory and defeat between the students should be determined. Only in this way could the final result be very good and a large number of fair rankings to convince others. After Qin Shao got 16 points, he had another student opponent. This was the second time that Qin Shao encountered a student opponent after Yuan Bingqian. Along the way, Qin Shao could be said to be advancing triumphantly and did not encounter much resistance. The strength of those consciousness turned into life forms was not too strong, but they were all fighting desperately. Only by killing them could the battle end. Along the way, he only killed 7 consciousness life forms. Towards the end, it was already very difficult to meet even one of them. Qin Shao also clearly felt that the consciousness life forms were gradually disappearing. Gradually, all the opponents he faced were the students of the Sane Academy. For this, Qin Shao had expected and prepared for it, so he was not afraid of anything. Moreover, Qin Shao also felt that the student competition should be like this. It should be a battle between the students of the Sane Academy. those consciousness life forms before could be regarded as appetizers. The man Qin Shao encountered in front of him was leaning against a stone, holding a sword in his hand. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shao, as if revealing a bit of playfulness. The corners of his mouth slightly curved into a curve, and he sneered lightly and coldly. In terms of momentum, the other party was full of confidence. Obviously, he had the guarantee of strength, so he could have such momentum. It directly told Qin Shao that this time he had met his opponent, who was definitely not a character like Yuan Bingqian. It seemed that there would be a hard fight. But to Qin Shao it was nothing. So be if it was a hard rod. No matter how hard the stick was, he was not afraid of anything. He would just fight. His goal was not limited to this. He had a big ambition and a big goal. He wanted to be in the top 5. With such a lofty goal, no matter who the opponent was, it was nothing to Qin Shao. Tang Qianwei of the Tang family. Qin Shao recognized the other party. Chapter 23:35. Qin Shao of the Nameless family? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. So what if he was a nameless family? Speaking of which, he was indeed a nameless family. It was very difficult to be called a family name. 1 family name, 2 courtyards, 3 sects for countries, 5 factions, and 6 clans. This was a popular saying in the 9 continents. The family name was the most important and was the supreme power. In a territory, there were only a few hundred people who were qualified to be called a family name. The Tang family was the family name of the ruler of the Tang territory. It was the family name of the 100 schools of thought. Although Qin Shao didn't know much about Tang Qianwei was a genius of the Tang family. It was enough to prove that his strength was definitely very strong. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He braced himself. This should be a tough fight. I don't want to kill you. Why don't you just admit defeat? It will save you from being eliminated. Tang Qianwei was very arrogant. He was still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed in front of his chest. If he died, he would be directly kicked out. His consciousness would return to his body and the competition would end. In this year's student tournament, more than 20 people would be eliminated. If one was ranked in the last 20, then they would definitely be kicked out. Therefore, if he died prematurely, he would be in danger of being kicked out of the Sacred Academy. It was precisely because of this that Tang Qianwei was so cowardly when she begged Qin Shao for mercy and admitted defeat. If she just admitted defeat, at most half of her points would be deducted. There was still hope. If she didn't want to compete for the ranking, at least she could guarantee that she wouldn't be kicked out of the Sacred Academy. This was probably the goal of most people. Qin Shao had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. Since Tang Qianwei was so arrogant, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite. He retorted sarcastically, "Among the many unruly people, you can be considered to be unique. If you don't have the strength, it's better not to boast. People who boast will often slap their own face and bite their own tongue. That won't look good, right? Admit defeat and lose half of your points to understand." Oomph. Tang Qianwei snorted and finally stood up straight. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he walked towards Qin Shao. "You're really courting death. I wanted to spare your life, but it seems that I was too merciful." Qin Shao didn't back down either. He sneered and said, "We're all students of the same sect. You and I don't know each other. So, we don't have any enmity between us. You wanted to kill me the moment you came up. How kind of you. With your temperament and character, I am ashamed to be in the same sect as you." With such a temperament, I wonder how he passed the selection. Towards such people, Qin Shao had always been incomparably disgusted. His temperament was too vicious, wanting to kill as soon as he came up. No matter what, he was still a student of the same sect, right? Was there a need to act like they were enemies? Originally, Qin Shao didn't have the heart to kill, but Tang Qianwei's words angered him, making Qin Shao have the heart to kill Tang Qianwei. "You're courting death." After Tang Qianwei snorted coldly, he made a strong move. Tang Qianwei's strength was indeed very strong. He could feel it as soon as he made a move. The power of the law turned into a sharp sword, slashing towards Qin Shao as fast as lightning. The power of the great Tao was like an invisible giant wave, instantly sweeping Qin Shao in and swallowing him. He used the power of the law of immortal Tao to suppress Qin Shao. Tang Qinyue's control of the law of immortal Tao had indeed reached a very high level, so his move was very extraordinary. Qin Shao also sensed a trace of danger from this terrible power. This strength was definitely the strongest among the young geniuses he had encountered so far. Of course, in the last battle with Xia Dongqi didn't use all of his strength, only one move, so that didn't count. If Xia Dongqi used all of his strength, Qin Shao didn't dare to say how strong he was, but he was sure that Xia Dongqi's strength was very strong. It wouldn't be easy for him to win against Xia Dongqi. Against Tang Qianyue, Qin Shao didn't hesitate to use the dragon-slaying sword technique. At the same time, the power of the inner world was fully urged and poured into the dragon-slaying sword technique, making the power of the dragon-slaying sword technique extremely strong. Qin Shao could be considered to have reached an extremely high level in the path of strength to break through all laws with brute force. This was not the power of the true meaning of strength, but the power of the inner world. The power of the inner world could be regarded as Qin Zhao's unique ability. This was something that no one else had. And what a strong power! Just pure strength is strong to such a degree. Are you also a cultivator of the true meaning of strength? No, it doesn't seem like the power of the true meaning of strength. What kind of power is this? To be strong to such a degree, you're not a foreign race. This is a bit strange. Feeling Qin Zhao's powerful strength, Tang Qianyue couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he was too lazy to care so much. Pure strength is the stupidest thing. You want to rely on strength to fight against me. It's simply a fantasy. Tang Qianyue shouted softly. His palm turned into a knife and suddenly slashed toward Qin Shao. A huge sword qi came down from the sky, cutting through the void and breaking the firmament. The power of the law turned into a supreme blade, and the power of the great Tao bloomed with supreme brilliance. This towering sword qi slashed down with a power that could destroy everything. It was sharp and domineering. What a fierce and domineering sword qi. It's really powerful. Qin Shao was shocked, and the dangerous aura became more intense. He was worthy of being called a young genius of the 100 schools of thought. His strength was really not to be underestimated. This time, he had met a real opponent. However, Qin Zhao's confidence did not dissipate in the slightest. No matter how strong the opponent was, so what? He was a person with a lofty goal, and he had the ambition to enter the top 5. If he couldn't even defeat Tang Qianyue, then how could he enter the top 5? Wouldn't that be a joke? Therefore, Tang Qianyue was just a small test for him, a stone blocking his path. Even if it was a small test, he would just break it. Even if it was a stone blocking his path, he would just kick it away. So what? You want to compete? Then I'll be sharper than you. Qin Shao turned his hand and slashed down, the sword shaking the 9 heavens. This sword seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the 9 heavens. This sword seemed to be able to penetrate the forbidden area of the forbidden lands. This sword seemed to be able to shine all the light in the world. When the sword slashed out, the world suddenly became silent, and time and space seemed to stop at this moment. Time and space were reversed, and the world was about to be cut open. The visual reincarnation was frightening. This was the heaven-opening sword technique. Although there was no heaven-opening sword, the full power of this sword was still very shocking. The supreme edge, the supreme radiance. This sword could cut open the sky, and the sword could shake the universe. Just this sword alone was enough to sever the heavens and the earth. In terms of sharpness, the heaven-opening sword technique completely overwhelmed Tang Qianyue's sword qi attack. The two directly collided with each other. The blazing radiance that bloomed instantly annihilated the world, as if it was going to swallow everything. How was this possible? When Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique came out, Tang Qianyue suddenly turned pale and exclaimed in his heart. This sword's radiance was too strong, and it was even sharper than his sword qi. As soon as they collided, Tang Qianyue clearly saw that his sword qi was directly defeated by Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique. It could not block this supreme radiance at all. The sword could cut open the sky. How could it be blocked? Tang Qianhua was shocked and did not dare to hesitate. He immediately retreated and quickly retreated to avoid the sword's radiance. But the heaven-opening sword radiance had already arrived. How could it be easy to avoid? While retreating, Tang Qianhua once again attacked to block the remaining power. But in a hurry, how much power could he use? Even if he used a powerful force, he could not block the supreme radiance of the heaven-opening sword technique. Therefore, under the attack of this radiance, Tang Qianhua desperately resisted, but the terrifying sword qi still penetrated into his immortal body. His clothes were torn open one after another, leaving behind streaks of sword wounds on his body. His immortal body suffered quite a bit of damage, breaking apart a few parts. This attack caused Tang Qianhua to suffer a great loss. Qin Shao did not hesitate, but took advantage of the victory and attacked again. Once again, the heaven-opening sword technique was activated at full strength. Moreover, the berserk technique was also used, which made the heaven-opening sword technique even more powerful. The berserk technique was a secret technique that could instantly erupt power. It also had a certain effect on the heaven-opening sword technique. Although it was not big, it was better than nothing. Moreover, at this time, if it increased by a little, the impact would definitely not be small. Moreover, there was another advantage in the divine realm. There was no such thing as using up immortal power. Only the immortal body would be broken and eventually killed. And because there was no protection of any treasure, one could not use their innate ability. Therefore, it was much easier to kill in the divine realm. The attack just now was actually almost enough to defeat Tang Qianhua. But Qin Shao did not want to defeat Tang Qianhua, but to kill him. Facing Qin Zhao's attack again, Tang Qianhua's face was extremely ugly, one green and one white, and it was even very interesting. Just now, he said that he would kill Qin Shao, but he did not expect that he would be slapped in the face by his own words so quickly. He really cut his own tongue. He did not expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so strong. This was really hard for him to accept. He was the young genius of the Tang clan of the 100 schools of philosophers. He was confident that his strength was definitely one of the strongest in the immortal region's younger generation. In this year's student tournament, he had the ambition to fight for the top 10, but he did not expect that in the first battle, he would be defeated in the hands of a nameless kid. How could he accept this? But at this time, the cold, hard truth hit him in the face, and he had no choice but to recognize the situation. Was he going to lose? No, he was not willing. But even if he was not willing, what could he do? He had no way to turn the situation around and decide the outcome. Damn it! Tang Qianhua fiercely clenched his teeth and attacked with all his strength. But Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art was too sharp and too strong. And at this time, he also used the berserk explosion technique, which increased the power of the heaven-splitting sword art. Tang Qianhua was already at a disadvantage, and now that his immortal body was damaged, he was even more at a disadvantage. Therefore, after this exchange, Tang Qianhua looked even more battered and exhausted. His body was covered in blood, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood lotuses. Streaks of sword marks were left on his body, forming a bloody net. Tang Qianhua's immortal body was damaged by 20 to 30%, and his injuries were not light. If the battle continued like this, he would probably die under Qin Zhao's sword in less than 5 rounds. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Qin Shao clearly had no intention of stopping, and he continued to attack fiercely without mercy. Tang Qianhua's heart was incomparably bitter, and his face was extremely ugly. But at this time, he also understood his situation. Chapter 23:36. Admit defeat? Now you know how to admit defeat? Tang Qianhua, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, actually lowered his head and admitted defeat. This resounding slap landed heavily on his face, causing Tang Qianhua's expression to turn extremely ugly. Admit defeat now? Qin Shao sneered in his heart. He turned a deaf ear to Tang Qianhua's words and continued to attack. Seeing that Qin Xiao had no intention of stopping, Tang Qianyue was a little anxious. Although this result was hard for him to accept, there was no other way now that things had come to this. The broken teeth could only be swallowed into their stomachs. Qin Xiao, I admit defeat. Please stop. Tang Qianyue gritted his teeth and swallowed a mouthful of blood before saying again, admitting defeat twice and begging for mercy in a low voice. How lowly was he? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to be eliminated and kicked out of the Sacred Institute and become the laughingstock of the world, why would he, Tang Qianyue, do this? Even if he died, he wouldn't do this. To him, suffering such humiliation was worse than death. But there was no other way. If he died in Qin Zhao's hands now, it was very likely that he would be kicked out of the Sacred Institute. If that happened, how would he have the face to continue living? As the young genius of the Tang family of the 100 schools of philosophers, if he were to embarrass himself like this, it would be the biggest joke of the Tang family. So whether it was for himself or for the dignity of the Tang family, he could only choose to humbly lower his head and admit defeat to Qin Xiao with his unparalleled arrogance. However, Qin Xiao didn't buy it. He lightly said, compared to your current lowly attitude, I prefer your arrogant attitude just now. Why don't you recover a little? I prefer to hear you threaten me, talk about how you're insufferably arrogant and dismissive of me, and so on. You're the only one who can stimulate my will to fight. Hearing such teasing, Tang Qianyue wanted to vomit blood. This was a humiliation to him, a ruthless humiliation, a humiliation to trample under his feet. He knew that his humble admission of defeat would not allow Qin Xiao to let the matter rest. But who could he blame? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself. He was the one who provoked Qin Xiao. He was the one who wanted to humiliate Qin Xiao. Now, instead of humiliating him, he was humiliated. He felt like he brought this upon himself. What a joke, what a joke. He, Tang Qianyue, had never been in such a sorry state in his life. Tang Qianyue spit out another mouthful of blood. Like a poisonous snake as he stared fixedly at Qin Xiao, his teeth clattering. Qin Xiao, do you really want to be so ruthless? I've already admitted defeat, yet you're still not willing to give up. Must you kill me? There was a hint of threat in his gloomy. Qin Xiao sneered, humph, humph, humph. I'm at the extreme. Admit defeat? Don't you think you're ridiculous? It was you, Tang Qianyue, who blocked my way. First, you wanted me to admit defeat, then you wanted to kill me. What did I, Qin Xiao, do to provoke you? We're all students of Sane Institute. Participating in the student competition, we're all competitors. It's understandable that we fight for ourselves and get a good result. But we've never had any grudges. You said you wanted to kill me. What is your intention, Tang Qianyue? Since you, Tang Qianyue, wanted to kill me, Qin Xiao, from the beginning, why should I be polite to you? You want to kill me, so you're my hidden enemy. I, Qin Xiao, can treat my friends with sincerity, even at the cost of my own life. I, Qin Xiao, can be magnanimous and merciful to ordinary people. But for an enemy like you, I, Qin Xiao, will never let you go easily. I've always believed that being merciful to one's enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. So you admit defeat now and want me to let you go. Do you think it's possible? If I were to fall into your hands, would young Master Tang be merciful and let me go? So, Tang Qianyue, I think you'd better save your saliva. It's useless to me. You brought all of this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else. You deserve it. You deserve it. These words exploded in Tang Qianyue's mind like a sudden clap of thunder. That's right, he really deserved it. Indeed, he had brought all of this upon himself. That was why he was humiliated like this and ended up in such a laughable situation. If it weren't for the realm of the gods, I'd kill you. Tang Qianyue bit down on every word. His hatred for Qin Xiao had already reached an extremely deep level. He hated him to the bone. Indeed, as he said, if they were in the outside world, it would be impossible for Qin Xiao to trample on Tang Qianyue like this. In the realm of the gods, Tang Qianyue's strength was greatly suppressed because there were no treasures and he couldn't use his supernatural powers. In terms of ability, it was greatly weakened. Qin Shao chuckled and said disdainfully, "You said it's if? What's the use of saying if? It's better to be realistic. Besides, even if we were in the outside world, you may not be my opponent. At most, it'll be difficult for me to kill you. But now that we're in the realm of the gods, let's not talk about these useless things. Think about how you're going to die." "How I'm going to die? Impossible." Tang Qinyue gritted his teeth and said in an extremely cold voice, "Qin Shao, I admit that I was wrong this time. My skills are not as good as yours. I admit defeat and have nothing to say. But if you're going to be so overbearing and insist on killing me, then you better think carefully. Since you know that I'm from the Tang family, then you should also know that I can't afford to lose my face. My Tang family can't afford to lose this dignity. If you want to ruin my Tang family's reputation, then you better think about the consequences before you speak. What I can promise you is that if you really dare to kill me today, then I, Tang Qinyue, will be irreconcilable with you. This hatred, if I don't take revenge, then I'm not a human anymore. My Tang family will also be your enemy to the end. Even if you're a top genius, even if you're a student of the Sacred Institute. But if you don't have any background, then you better think carefully about whether you have the ability and qualifications to offend me and my Tang family. Qin Shao, I think you're a smart person. If you only offend me, Tang Qinyue, then you have nothing to fear. But if you offend my Tang family, I don't believe you haven't thought of the consequences. Even if you beat me, you can still take half of my points. Why do you have to kill me? Is it worth it to fight over a moment of anger?" A threat. This was a blatant threat. Tang Qinyue directly used the Tang family from the 100 schools of thought to suppress Qin Shao. This was like a mountain pressing down on him. How could Qin Shao not understand this logic? How could he not know that if he offended the Tang family, then he would have provoked a powerful enemy? It would bring him endless trouble in the future, and he might even get himself killed. Even if he was a student of the Sacred Institute, if the Tang family was determined to kill him, then they would have a way to do it. Which of the 100 schools of thought was simple? Which one of them didn't have a long history? Which one of them wasn't strong beyond Qin Zhao's imagination? No matter how strong Qin Shao was, in front of the Tang family, he was so weak that he couldn't even be compared to an ant. If the Tang family wanted to kill him, it would be easier than stepping on an ant. This was the truth. It was a fact that Qin Shao couldn't deny and had to face. If he killed Tang Qinyue, then the Tang family's reputation would be greatly damaged. This was an undeniable fact. If the 100 schools of thought's reputation was greatly damaged, then it was very likely that the Tang family would be angered. In order to protect their immortal prestige, the Tang family would definitely take action. With such a huge threat in front of Qin Shao, what choice did Qin Shao have? "Qin Shao, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. If you dare to kill me, I will make you beg for death. I will make you know the meaning of the word regret." Tang Qinyue was still trying to build momentum. He wanted to create an atmosphere of great threat for Qin Shao. He wanted to defeat Qin Shao verbally and mentally so that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to kill him. This was his only way out, and he had already thrown caution to the wind. What should he do? Would he, Qin Shao, be scared? However, Qin Shao quickly sneered. He looked at the confident Tang Qinyue and said, "So what? What?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Tang Qinyue's expression froze. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Qin Shao in shock. For a moment, he didn't react. What did he mean? What did he mean by, "so what"? Could it be, did you think that by using the Tang family to pressure me, I would obediently back down? Did you think that by threatening me with death, I would be afraid of you? Do you think I'll be scared just because of a few threats from you? Did you think that the Tang family could suppress everything and make everyone afraid? Yes, perhaps others would be afraid of the Tang family and wouldn't dare to offend the Tang family. But I, Qin Shao, am not afraid. Once I, Qin Shao, make a decision, no one, no power can change it. I said that I would kill you, Tang Qinyue, so I will definitely kill you. My will not be shaken by any power. If you think that by using the Tang family and threatening me with a few words, you can scare me away, then I can only say that you overestimate the Tang family's prestige and looked down on me. Qin Shao. In life, there are things that we should do and things that we shouldn't do. There are limits to what we stand for. No one can cross my limits. This is the principle that I adhere to. Even if killing you today will bring me a lot of trouble, disaster, or even death, I will not hesitate. If I don't kill you today, I have no way of explaining it to myself. The more you threaten me, the more determined I am to kill you. I hate being threatened the most. So, young Master Tang, I want to tell you something. You have used the wrong method. You have overestimated the influence that the Tang family has on me and underestimated the person that I, Qin Shao, am. From a moment you made up your mind to kill me, we were already enemies. As long as you fall into my hands, there is no way I will let you go. Even if the Heavenly King himself comes, there is no way I will let you go. Instead, you are threatening me. What a joke. You should just die. After speaking, Qin Shao once again launched a ferocious attack. His murderous intent filled the sky. Obviously, he wasn't joking. He was indeed determined to kill Tang Qianyue. How could this be? Tang Qianyue was a little dumbfounded. His Tang family didn't even have the power to threaten him. What guts, what guts? What guts? Qin Shao was probably the first person that dared to ignore the threat of the Tang family. Death was coming. No. Chapter 23:37. There were some things that couldn't be changed just because of your will. The arrival of death was sometimes irreversible. No one, no power, no thought, and no one could change it. The sword Qi cut through everything and tore everything to shreds. A life, under the sharpness of this sword Qi, was turned into fragments and quickly dissipated in the divine realm. Of course, death in the divine realm was only the death of one's consciousness. Soon, one's consciousness would return to the body and wake up. Putting away his sword, he looked at the place where Tang Qianyue was standing. It was empty. Tang Qianyue died under his sword. A young genius of the 100 schools of thought was killed by Qin Shao, just like that. If this news were to spread, it would certainly cause a sensation in the entire 9 continents of Huaxia. The feeling of killing a true genius expert is really not bad. Qin Shao curled his lips. He didn't feel the slightest bit of worry because he killed a descendant of the Tang family. Since he had decided to do this, he had thought through everything clearly. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shao never hesitated to kill those who deserved to be killed, nor did he regret it. Tang Qianyue deserved to be killed. But this is in the divine realm. Killing people is indeed much easier than outside. Everyone more or less has some life-saving trump cards on them, especially a young genius like Tang Qianyue, who has the surname of the 100 schools of thought. He should have even more life-saving trump cards on him. To kill such a person, I'm afraid it would take a half-step saint. Even an ancient saint might not be able to do it so easily. It would be impossible for me to kill Tang Qianyue in the outside world. But in the divine realm, I didn't have to spend too much effort to do it. This feeling is not bad, not bad. Continue to work hard. This is just the beginning. I still have a long way to go. Qin Shao also quickly calmed down and treated this large competition even more seriously. Killing Tang Qianyue was indeed nothing to be happy about. There were still many strong opponents in the future. One Tang Qianyue might not be a big deal. At most, it was just a warm-up and a little dessert. For Qin Shao, this was nothing, but for Tang Qianyue, it was 1,000 times worse than death. The sacred arena. In the students' seats, most of the students were in a meditative state, as if they had been frozen. Everyone's consciousness was sucked into the realm of the gods, leaving their bodies there. Without consciousness, it was as if they were dead. As long as he was eliminated, his consciousness would come out from the realm of the gods and return to his body. Only then would he recover. However, those who had recovered were asked by the god of Long World to sit quietly in their seats. They were not allowed to get up before the student competition ended, so as not to disturb others. At this time, there were already more than 10 people in the student seats who had recovered. Obviously, they had all been killed, and their consciousness had returned to their bodies. Once they were killed, their points would be reduced to 0, and they would be eliminated directly. The faces of those students who had been eliminated were all incomparably ugly. There was no color in their faces. They had lost all face. Being eliminated was a matter of extraordinary shame and humiliation. It would be reduced to a joke for a while. It was not easy to pass the selection process and finally become a student of the Sacred Academy. But what happened after that? Then they were eliminated and kicked out of the academy. What kind of tragedy was this? This kind of tragedy was even more serious than not passing the selection process in the first place. If they had not passed the selection process in the first place, then it would have been fine. At least they would not have lost face, and it would not be a big deal. After all, the competition for the student quota of the Sacred Academy was too fierce, and there were some accidental factors in it. So even if they did not succeed, it was still pardonable. In one of the seats, a man suddenly woke up. His expression was cold and somewhat stunned as he looked around. Of course, when he saw everyone's gazes land on him, his expression instantly became extremely gloomy and ugly. The person who woke up was none other than Tang Qianhua. He was killed by Qin Shao. His points were reduced to 0, and he was eliminated. The first thing Tang Qianhua did when he woke up was to count how many students had been eliminated in the mathematics student seats. But when he finished counting, his whole person was not good. His face was already extremely pale, and the muscles on his face were fiercely twitching. In his eyes, there was an incomparably complicated look. His body trembled violently, and it was obvious that his emotions were very unstable. 18. Only 18? Why is there only 18? I am actually the 19th person to be eliminated, the 19th person. I'm going to be kicked out of the Sacred Academy. I'm going to be kicked out of the Sacred Academy. How ironic. How laughable. How humiliating. I am the dignified young genius of the Tang family. My initial goal was to guarantee that I would enter the top 10. Who would have thought that I would be eliminated? Laughable. Laughable. This is really laughable. Tang Qianhua was so angry that he laughed. It was a laugh of ridicule, a laugh of extreme grief, and a laugh of helplessness. He was eliminated, and it was already a fact. There was no way to change it, and there was no way to reverse it. He, Tang Qianhua, was destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, and it would be difficult for him to turn over. At this moment, he even had the heart to die. Especially when there were so many strange eyes looking at him. It made him feel a burst of burning pain on his face. Who caused all of this? Qin Shao, Kacha. Tang Qianhua clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He was extremely angry. Qin Shao, all of this is caused by you. You are the one who forced it on me. You and I, we cannot live under the same sky. Cannot live under the same sky. Tang Qianhua, swear to the heavens that if I don't kill you, Qin Shao, I'm not a man, I am not a man. All the humiliation that you, Qin Shao, gave me, Tang Qianhua, Tang Qianhua, will return it to you in the future. I will, you just wait and see. He was angry, he was furious, he hated, but he had nowhere to vent. The god of Yinglong world looked at Tang Qianhua indifferently and snorted. With such a temperament, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. If Tang Qianhua heard this, he would probably vomit blood. This was the god of Yinglong world's evaluation of him. It was the same as giving him a death sentence. The 100 or so ancient saints and ancient saints from various factions also began to whisper among themselves in the spectator seats. Isn't that the little guy from Tang Ling's Tang family? How did he get eliminated? Yes, it's the little guy from the Tang family. His father and I are old friends, and I have seen this little guy a few times before. I always thought that he was not bad, a talent with great potential. But I didn't expect that he would be eliminated so quickly. Looks like my old eyesight is a bit blurry. The 19th person to be eliminated looks like he won't be able to keep his identity as a student of the Sacred Institute. This is awkward. A disciple of the Tang family, a disciple of the 100 schools of thought, is going to be kicked out of the Sacred Institute? This is probably the biggest joke in the world, right? Isn't that right? The Tang family's reputation is going to be ruined by this little guy this time. Luckily my son didn't get eliminated. Looks like it's in the bag. As long as he can keep his identity as a student of the Sacred Institute, I will be happy. Wadashi, you can laugh now. Even a disciple of the Tang family has been eliminated, so it's not a big deal for your Hua family to be eliminated. Haha, I wonder who it was that eliminated that kid from the Tang family? This kind of trampling on people's dignity and disregarding the Tang family's reputation. Who would dare to do such a thing? Ruthless, really ruthless. Isn't that right? Eliminating Tang Qianyue like this is equivalent to slapping the Tang family's face. They must have offended the Tang family to death. Who has the guts to do so? I don't think it's someone from the 100 schools of thought who did it. Could it be Fu Xuanzhong? It shouldn't be, right? Fu Zhongshuan is so arrogant. He wouldn't do such a thing so easily. Maybe there's a dark horse. The spectators were whispering to each other, and the students were starting to make noise as well. Many of the eliminated geniuses were already in a bad mood, and they all wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. But after seeing Tang Qianyue, many people's mood suddenly improved. Haha, what's there to be upset about? Even Tang Qianyue was eliminated. I can only say that I'm too unlucky, not that I'm not strong enough. That's right. It all depends on luck, and my luck has always been too bad. Otherwise, with my strength, how could I have been eliminated? My heart is finally calm now. With Tang Qianyue as my companion, I won't be embarrassed. I always thought that my luck was too bad to meet a strong person, and now it's finally proven. Taoist Tang Qianyue, thank you for coming to prove it for us. Isn't it just elimination? There will always be a few setbacks in life, so what's this? It can only be said that we are not fated to enter the Sacred Academy, but our talent and potential are unquestionable. Even if we can't enter the Sacred Academy, it won't affect our path. The pinnacle. Listening to everyone talking about him like this, Tang Qianyue wanted to kill someone. What do they mean by feeling better after seeing him? Is it even? What is there to be happy about? He was really too unlucky to have met Qin Shao. Otherwise, Tang Qianyue, would not have been eliminated and ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Detestable. All this humiliation was brought on by Qin Shao. The hatred he had for Qin Shao in his heart had also become even stronger. This news quickly spread and soon reached Tang Ling's ears. Some people who like to watch a good show did not mind blowing things up. With such explosive news, it was only natural that it would be talked about enthusiastically. The news on the grapevine naturally flew all over the sky and quickly spread throughout the 9 states of Huaxia, especially Tangling. The dignity of the Tang Corps was completely trampled on. This time, the Tang Corps lost a lot of face and became the laughingstock of the world, causing the entire Tang Corps to be filled with hostility. Everywhere, there were discussions about the embarrassing incident of the Tang Corps, so much so that the people of the Tang Corps did not dare to go out. As soon as they went out, they would be pointed at and gossiped about. Inside the Tang Corps, there were also many complaints and criticisms directed at Tang Qianyue. This situation intensified Tang Qianyue's hatred for Qin Shao and his desire to kill Qin Shao. Tang Qianyue also locked himself up and refused to see anyone. He could only turn a deaf ear to the voices within the clan that blamed him and scolded him in private. He pretended that he didn't hear them. If he took these things seriously, he would vomit blood every day. The loss of a battle had pushed him into a bottomless abyss. Although Tang Qianyue, brought this upon himself, he was going to blame it all on Qin Shao. Chapter 23:38. I admit defeat. A helpless and powerless voice sounded. A handsome man in blue robes hung his head and spat out these 3 words with difficulty. Every word of these 3 words was extremely heavy and difficult to speak. But if he didn't admit defeat now, his life would be in danger. So after weighing the pros and cons, he made such a decision. Since the other party admitted defeat, Qin Shao stopped. As long as the other party didn't want to kill him like Tang Qianyue, he wouldn't force them too much. The disciple competition was originally a peaceful competition. There was no deep hatred between them, so there was no need to fight to the point of killing each other. Marshal Gong Sunyu, you admit defeat. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said. This time, his opponent was also an experienced person. He could be considered the most difficult opponent Qin Xiao had encountered so far. Gongsun Yushui was not the strongest, but he was the most difficult to deal with. Qin Xiao fought for a long time before Gongsun Yushui finally admitted defeat. Gongsun Yu was a young talent of the Gongsun clan. Qin Xiao had seen him before. Speaking of the Gongsun clan, Qin Xiao was no stranger to them. Back in the Boundless Territory, he had fought with Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun clan. Gongsun Tianyu had suffered a great loss at his hands. Now, Gongsun Yu was defeated by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao could feel that Gongsun Yushui was trying to regain face for Gongsun Tianyu. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Qin Xiao, you're indeed strong. Although there are many restrictions in the God Realm, and your means are greatly reduced. But, even outside, I may not be able to defeat you. A loss is a loss. There is nothing to say. You have to admit defeat. Gongsun Yu had some grace. Qin Xiao also treated people with grace. He replied, "Fellow Daoist you flatter me. You can't use your special ability. If we were outside, I may not be your opponent. In the God Realm, I did have some advantages. It took me a lot of effort to defeat you. It wasn't easy. Thank you for letting me win." Qin Xiao wasn't lying. He didn't have any innate divine powers. None of the innate divine powers of the 100 schools of philosophers were simple. All of them were extremely powerful. If Gongsun Yushui used his innate ability, it would be hard to say who would win. Even Qin Xiao had to admit that. He had seen the disciples with the surname use their innate magical powers, and it was indeed extraordinary. In terms of treasures, Qin Xiao didn't have much. Yes, he did possess a saint item. However, the might of the saint item was completely sealed away. The saint spirit was in a deep slumber as well. There was no way he could unleash the might of the saint item at all. Right now, it was only equivalent to an ordinary upper-grade immortal weapon. As for the 8-sided Buddha mirror, he had already given it away. The Berserk sword was nothing. It was just a powerful high-grade immortal artifact. The 9 Li Sheng's flying broadswords were not bad. They were Qin Zhao's most powerful treasures now. As for the rest, he didn't have much. The flowing light wings were just a defensive treasure. In terms of treasures, Qin Xiao knew that he definitely didn't have any advantage at all. In front of the disciples of the 100 schools of philosophers, it was probably not worth mentioning. Gongsun Yushui admitted defeat and left. After winning this battle, Qin Zhao's points had reached 362. Just from Gongsun Yushui alone, he had gained 89 points. That was to say, Gongsun Yushui's points were 178. This score was not bad. As time went on, if he encountered a big battle, the number of points he could win would be relatively large. For example, in the battle with Gongsun Yushui, Qin Xiao won 89 points at once. In total, his points had reached 362. Along the way, Qin Xiao had experienced no less than 30 battles. He had advanced triumphantly all the way. At the beginning of the battle, he only earned a few points. The speed was indeed too slow. Towards the end, the slower ones would earn 10 to 20 points, and then a few dozen points. It was really not easy to earn 362 points. Along the way, he had fought no less than 5 geniuses like Tang Qianwei. Every time he won, it was not easy. 362 points. I wonder what my ranking is. Qin Xiao curled her lips. She was really curious. However, he didn't have a channel to get information. Disciples of other surnames might have already known the situation. I feel that with this number of points, it should be no problem for me to be in the top 100. I think I should be able to be in the top 50. Qin Xiao thought secretly. 362 points was definitely not a small number. If he couldn't even be in the top 100 with this number of points, it would be really strange. Along the way, he had defeated more than 30 people. According to the probability, he would definitely be in the top 100. Therefore, Qin Xiao was still very confident about this. The problem for him was, could he be in the top 10, 30, or 50? This question couldn't be answered for the time being. He shook his head and was about to leave. At this time, Qin Zhao's eyes glanced and saw a figure appear in his sight. As soon as he saw someone else, Qin Xiao habitually locked on that person. That person became his hidden target. Whether it was to gain the upper hand by striking first or later, one must have a keen and insightful heart. As long as someone appeared in his sight, he must quickly lock on to that person and not let him go easily. But soon Qin Xiao saw clearly who the person was. He suddenly relaxed his vigilance and smiled. Zhang Yang, it's you? Haha, Qin Xiao, it's you. When Prince Zhang Yang saw Qin Xiao, he suddenly laughed and quickly walked over. After getting close to him, Prince Zhang Yang suddenly got into a battle formation and said, "Come on, Qin Xiao. It's good to see you. Let's fight according to the rules first. Although we are brothers, the disciples' competition is for our own camp. Let's follow the rules of the game and fight first." Haha, a fair competition won't affect our brotherhood. Come on, I'm just itching to fight. I've lost too many people along the way. Those people are too weak. They can't make me fight to my heart's content. I haven't had a chance to fight with you, Brother Qin Xiao. Now that the opportunity has come, it's good. Come on, Brother Qin Xiao. You go first. Seeing Prince Zhang Yang's battle formation, Qin Xiao was a little surprised at first, but soon he felt relieved. Well, brothers were brothers and fighting was fighting. This conflict didn't affect anything. After all, it was the disciples' competition. Since they met, it was understandable for them to fight. And in theory, they should fight as soon as they met to determine the winner. Although there was no hard and fast rule, there were some things that everyone agreed on and didn't need to be hard and fast. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao also said, "All right, Zhang Yang, since this is the case, let's have a fight before we talk. I'm looking forward to fighting with you. I haven't had a chance to fight with you. This time, my wish is finally fulfilled. It's really good. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be so polite. I'll make the first move. But in front of you, Zhang Yang, I'd better be modest. Please." Ha ha ha. Looking at Qin Zhao's serious face, Child Zhang Yang suddenly laughed out loud, laughing so hard that he was swaying back and forth. Seeing Prince Zhang Yang laughing like this, Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows. He immediately knew that he had been fooled by Prince Zhang Yang. This guy didn't mean to fight with him at all. He was deliberately teasing him. Qin Xiao was speechless. He had been with this guy for so long, but he still fell for his trick. Qin Xiao, are you trying to make me laugh to death? I said I would fight with you, and you really took it seriously? Do you really think that we can win this battle? You have the heart to fight, but I don't have the heart to fight, Prince Zhang Yang said. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Prince Zhang Yang and said, "Just treat it as a friendly competition. It won't affect anything. We won't hurt each other. It's a rare opportunity. Now that I'm in the mood, why don't you think about it first? Do you want to fight with me?" Prince Zhang Yang was a little speechless. He said blankly, "There's no need for that. There's no need for us to fight. Let's save some energy to deal with outsiders." Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Since we've met, it seems to be against the rules if we don't fight. Even if there's no written rule, it's a recognized rule to fight as soon as we meet, right? It's a random fight. If we meet, we'll be opponents. Besides, we don't have many points now. If we fight now, no matter who loses, they won't lose so much. If we fight now, no matter who loses, they can afford to lose. It won't affect us much. If we meet again later and have to fight, I'm afraid we'll lose a lot. Once too many points are deducted, it will have a huge impact on the rankings. Isn't it the ranking that we're fighting for? Wouldn't it be a great sin if we can't get a good ranking because of our own people?" Prince Zhang Yang was still hesitant. He really didn't want to fight with Qin Xiao. What he said just now was just a joke. Prince Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, how about this? Let's just pretend that we didn't meet. There's no hard and fast rule that we have to fight when we meet. You could just treat me as if I'm invisible." "No, let's fight," Qin Xiao said firmly. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips, looked at Qin Xiao, and said, "What do you mean, brother? I was just joking with you. I've already stopped. Are you going to continue? Fight? We're brothers. Why should we fight? I just don't want to fight with you. If I have the energy, I'll save it to deal with other people." Qin Xiao smiled bitterly. He stepped forward and put his arm around Prince Zhang Yang's shoulder, saying, "Be serious. We'll fight sooner or later. You have the ambition to fight for the top 5, and so do I. We both have the same ambition. With such lofty ambitions, we'll definitely have the opportunity to meet each other. Instead of sparking more sparks later, it's better for us to fight now. Let's decide the winner first. In this way, it'll save us some trouble in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. It's not a big deal to fight between brothers. Just stop when it's necessary. Chapter 23:39. The wind was blowing and the water was freezing. The fight between brothers was not about victory or defeat, nor was it about fame or fortune. It was just about learning from each other and following the rules of the student competition. Although it was a big battle, Qin Xiao and young Master Zhang Yang's faces were brimming with a relaxed and comfortable smile. They were facing this battle with an incomparably relaxed attitude. However, even though it was a friendly spar, the two of them were prepared to go all out and do their best in this battle. Going all out was the greatest respect for each other. Brothers needed this kind of respect even more. Boom! Both of them had a tacit understanding and suddenly attacked at the same time. Prince Zhongyang slashed the sword in his hand toward the sky. Suddenly, the world turned completely dark. It was as if all the light in the world was swallowed up by this sword, leaving only endless darkness. And in this endless darkness, a silver light suddenly streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning piercing through the heavens. This silver lightning did not disappear. Instead, it quickly rushed toward Qin Xiao. Looking closer, one could see that it was a beam of sword chi. It was a terrifying sword chi with unparalleled sharpness. It was a sword chi that could cut through the sky. This sword could bury all the light in the world. This sword seemed to be able to devour the world. Under this sword, the entire world sank into silence. Heaven and earth were in a state of desolation. The power of the Dharma seemed to be completely integrated into this sword. Qin Xiao clearly felt that there were countless invisible hands binding him. Prince Zhang Yang's mastery of the Dharma of the immortal Tao had obviously reached a very high level. Moreover, he had many unique methods of using the Dharma of the immortal Tao. Therefore, the power he displayed naturally surprised Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had always known that Prince Zhongyang was very strong. He was definitely not someone that Tang Qianyue and Gongsun Yushui could compare with. The moment Zhongyang made his move, he had further confirmed this point. However, Qin Xiao had long been mentally prepared. The battle with Prince Zhongyang was originally a big battle, a battle that consumed both his mind and soul. Although he did not have the desire to win, he still had to do his best. This was a kind of respect. No matter who won or lost, he had to do his best. There was no such thing as giving in. Qin Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. He was very serious. In terms of the Dharma of the immortal Tao, my control, accumulation, and application are still lacking. If I only use the Dharma, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. Zhongyang has the Dharma. I have the power. I'll use power to break the Dharma. Let's try. Qin Xiao pondered for a moment and immediately came up with a countermeasure. Along the way, after experiencing several battles, Qin Xiao's mastery of the immortal Tao laws and the usage of immortal arts and secret arts had improved greatly. Using power to break all Dharma. As long as one's power was strong enough, in theory, all Dharma would be invincible. Prince Zhongyang's attack was terrifying because it was an exquisite application of the Dharma of the immortal Tao. It turned the Dharma of the immortal Tao into an endless sharpness. The mighty heavenly might came crashing down. The sharpness could sever the eternal firmament. What kind of sharpness was this? The supreme light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The world was completely destroyed by this sword. The silver sword Qi came crashing down. It was unstoppable. Everything withered. It was easier said than done to block this sword. Qin Xiao obviously could not reach such a height by relying on the Dharma of the immortal Tao. It was difficult for him to compete with Prince Zhongyang. After all, Qin Xiao's accumulation of Dharma of the immortal Tao was still lacking. In addition, his application of the Dharma was even more lacking. How could he compare with the disciples of the big families and the disciples of the ancient sage sect? Qin Shao was just a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. The Fumu Immortal Palace was a small sect that was not even worth mentioning. It was pitifully weak. Then there were his own opportunities. But opportunities were always limited. Most of the time, he still had to rely on his own cultivation. Therefore, Qin Shao had never had the chance to come into contact with high-level things. There were very few dharma of the immortal Tao or secret arts. These shortcomings also proved that there were still benefits to joining a big force. No matter how good your talent and potential were, it was still necessary. Heaven-splitting sword art. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He directly used the heaven-splitting sword art. The heaven-splitting sword art was a sage art. It was just that Qin Zhao's cultivation level was still very low. He had only reached the third step. But even so, the heaven-splitting sword art was stronger than the dragon-slaying sword art and the dragonization art. Young Master Zhang Yang did not hold back at all when he made his move. He went straight for the kill. Therefore, Qin Shao could not be careless. He fully displayed the heaven-splitting sword art. At the same time, he did not hold back the power of the berserker art and the inner world. They burst out at the same time, turning into an azure dragon. Together, they broke through the sky. The endless power coupled with the sharpness of the heaven-splitting sword art made Qin Shao shine like a scorching sun. The light illuminated the world and was about to melt the sky. The sword could reach the 9 heavens. The power could split the 10 earths. The sharpness of the sword and the power of the force directly met the silver sword chi that was slashing down from the sky. The two collided in an instant. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Everything was about to be annihilated in this collision of power. Even in the void, one could clearly see that a piece of it had been broken apart, and a black hole had appeared. It was extremely horrifying. Endless sharpness. Break. Break again. Zhang Yang's loud voice resounded through the world. His shout was like thunder, with the power to move mountains and rivers. With his shout, the sharpness of his sword became stronger. He slashed down at Qin Shao with all his strength. He wanted to defeat him with one strike. However, Qin Shao resisted with all his strength. Although he did not manage to counterattack, he was able to block Prince Zhang Yang's sword chi. The power could break all laws. The sword could split the sky. Qin Zhao's attack was also extremely powerful. It could shock the sky and move the earth. He was not weaker than Prince Zhang Yang. The two were colliding head-on. The confrontation between the strong was naturally extremely fierce. In terms of power, no one could suppress the other. Prince Zhang Yang's attack was extremely fierce. He was the main attacker. However, Qin Zhao's counterattack was not any weaker than Zhang Yang's. Zhang Yang could not gain any advantage over Qin Shao. Ha ha ha. Under such circumstances, child Zhang Yang was so happy that he laughed out loud and shouted, "Awesome! Awesome!" I knew that brother Qin Shao was very strong, so I didn't hesitate at all. I directly used my most powerful means. I've been successful all the way, but I didn't gain any advantage over you, brother Qin Shao. However, this is to be expected. If I can win against you, Qin Shao, then I will be disappointed. Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a smile, "Then I should be glad that I didn't let you down, Prince Zhang Yang. But I have to say that you, Prince Zhang Yang, let me down a little. You've been hiding your strength very well. I always thought that your strength was unfathomable. You're not weaker than me. So, in fact, I was very careful when I fought with you. I used 200% of my energy. I'm still thinking of all kinds of countermeasures in order to seek the greatest battle with you. Now it seems that I thought too much." Prince Zhang Yang was suddenly hit. "Don't say that. We're good brothers. Is it really okay for you to hit me like this? If you continue like this, you'll lose me as a good brother. It's okay. You're thick-skinned. You can withstand it." Qin Shao continued to tease him. Of course, he was just joking. After teasing him for a while, Prince Zhang Yang became serious again. "Without treasures, I can't use my supernatural powers. Indeed, I've lost a lot of trump cards. Well, then I'll use my most powerful attack. Ha, brother Qin Shao, you have to be careful. This is my strongest attack. I haven't used it in battle yet. I can't control how powerful it is. It's my fault that no one can force me to use my most powerful attack. I didn't expect that I'd have to use it in the battle with Brother Qin Xiao today. In a battle between brothers, we have to fight honestly. Be careful. I'm going to make a move. Qin Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately became very serious. Even Prince Zhongyang said so. Qin Xiao knew that this was definitely not a joke. It must be very scary. It seemed that this attack would determine the outcome. Since that was the case, he would go all out and fight with this attack. But what other tricks did he have? He could use the flying dagger art. However, without the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers, the power of the flying dagger art had been greatly reduced. Moreover, Qin Xiao wasn't proficient in the flying dagger art. Therefore, he couldn't count on the flying dagger art. As for the true incantation of Lin, its power was still limited. It could be used together, but Qin Xiao felt that it might not play a decisive role. He didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. As for Heart Force, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact on Prince Zhongyang. After all, the realm of Heart Force was still a little weak. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Xiao really didn't have any better tricks up his sleeves. The million years of challenging the Saint Road allowed me to have a much deeper understanding of the principles of the immortal Tao. However, I just came out of the Saint Road and didn't have the time to digest these things. It's very difficult to use them in battle. The only thing I can do now is to make a breakthrough in this area. Only then can I increase my strength by a lot. Qin Xiao thought to himself. The attack just now could be considered his weakest attack. If he wanted to add some more tricks up his sleeve, he could use Heart Force, but it wouldn't be very useful. Then, he could use the dual body technique. This secret technique was quite good. Qin Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately used the dual body technique and created a doppelganger. In the realm of the gods, the doppelganger was a divine body formed by consciousness. Therefore, the gap between the original body and the doppelganger was immediately closed. On the other side, Prince Zhongyang's body suddenly grew. This wasn't an explosion of energy, but an explosion of strength. His entire body rapidly grew in size. Soon, he had grown to a height of 108,000 zhong, becoming like an ancient giant. As he grew, the sword in his hand grew as well. His strength seemed to have increased exponentially. Just looking at it made people feel a little scared. Qin Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of fear. He smelled danger. Even his soul couldn't help but tremble. Scary. Really scary. What kind of trick was this? Just looking at it made people feel shocked. It looks like it won't be easy for me to defeat Prince Zhongyang. Looking at the situation, I think I might lose. However, I'd better go all out. It's impossible to admit defeat. It's impossible in this life. Chapter 2340. Child Zhongyang's sword qi slashed down, and just like the others, the power of his sword force had increased tremendously as well. The sword momentum skyrocketed quite a bit, and the situation naturally changed immediately. Just now, he was evenly matched with Qin Xiao. However, after the increase in sword force, he naturally had an overwhelming advantage. The sword qi slashed down from the sky, wanting to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. Qin Xiao could clearly feel that his heaven-opening sword technique and the power of his inner world could not block the sword qi. It could not block the power that could cut down the sun, moon, and stars. This sword qi was enough to defeat him. If he took this sword qi head-on, Qin Xiao would definitely lose. Sure enough, just as he had thought, Prince Zhongyang's strength was indeed unfathomable. Qin Xiao's strength was already strong enough. He definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 50, let alone the top 10. It was not easy to enter the top 50. There were more than 800 top geniuses from various territories. Which one of them was simple? There were more than 200 outstanding youths from the 100 schools of philosophers. There were also other top geniuses. Which one of them was simple? Being able to enter the top 100 was already a very amazing thing. Being able to enter the top 10 was a peerless radiance. It was truly heaven-defying. However, judging from Prince Zhongyang's strength, Qin Xiao felt that Prince Zhongyang should have the ability to enter the top 10. The sword qi was too powerful and terrifying. and this was in the realm of the gods. Without the benefit of treasures, one could not use their innate magical powers. If they were in the outside world, how terrifying would the sword chi be? Was he going to lose? Faced with the sword chi, Qin Xiao did not have a good way to resist it. The two Qin Xiaos attacked at the same time. The main body used the heaven-opening sword technique and the power of his inner world. The doppelganger used the heart force and the flying knife technique. In addition, the explosion technique increased the strength of both the main body and doppelganger to a certain extent. 5 different methods were used at the same time, but in the face of Prince Zhongyang's heaven-defying sword, they still felt like they couldn't withstand it. It was too difficult to block this sword strike. He was about to lose, but Qin Xiao always had a heart and spirit that refused to admit defeat. Even if he was in a desperate situation, Qin Xiao would not lower his head. Although it was a battle with young Master Zhongyang, a battle between brothers, but Qin Xiao also faced this battle with a fighting spirit. He also went all out and would not easily bow down. Since he had fought, he naturally had the desire to win. Between brothers, no matter who won or lost, it would not affect their relationship. However, winning or losing was a kind of attitude. If one wanted to become strong, then one must have an attitude of winning or losing. That sword, that edge, the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Looking at the sword chi descending from the sky, Qin Xiao suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The thought was like a pear blossom, blooming quickly. The flowers quickly bloomed all over the branches, and the thought was quickly understood, giving birth to a whole tree of pear blossoms. The heaven-opening sword technique, the extreme edge of the sword can swallow the sun, moon, and stars, I understand. So it's like this. It's like this. A thought could lead to hundreds of thoughts. This was the way of cultivation and comprehension. Sometimes it was just a thought. Once you comprehended it, everything became clear. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique had been on the verge of a breakthrough and had fallen into a bottleneck. In fact, if he wanted to break through, he only needed an opportunity. He only needed an epiphany to break through the barrier and reach a new level. Before he crossed the barrier, he would feel that it was a natural moat, an insurmountable gap. But when you cross it, you will find that it is actually very simple. It is just a small ditch. You only need to gently lift your foot to cross it. Qin Zhao's eyes shone brightly, and the sword in his hand slashed fiercely into the void. Heaven and earth suddenly changed. The sun, moon, and stars suddenly dimmed, and the firmament was suddenly silent. The sword in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge, as if it wanted to cover the sky. The sword was unstoppable, and it tore apart the sun, moon, and stars. It tore apart all obstacles. The endless edge met the endless light. The two streaks of sword chi collided in an instant. It was as if the sun and the moon had collided, and fierce sparks flew out. When two strong forces collided, one of them was bound to be injured. After a fierce confrontation, Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique gained the upper hand. With the supreme edge, he tore apart Prince Zhongyang's sword chi, defeated Prince Zhongyang's attack, and then tore Prince Zhongyang apart on the spot. Lord Qin Xiao quickly retreated, and Qin Xiao stopped at the right time. He did not continue to pursue. If he continued to pursue, he was afraid that Prince Zhongyang would be hurt. Both of them stopped. All the light quickly dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Ha ha! Prince Zhongyang walked over with a bright smile. He gave Qin Xiao a thumbs up and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, you're amazing. To be honest, at first I thought I would win. I roughly knew your strength, and I calculated it. I predicted that if I used my strongest move, you wouldn't be able to block it. But I didn't expect you to block it in the end. Not only did you block it, but you were also able to suppress me. It seems that I've underestimated you. You've been hiding your strength very well. You're obviously abnormally strong, but others still can't see through you. You're really something. This time, you'll definitely be the biggest dark horse again. With your strength, I bet that you'll definitely make it into the top 10. As for the top 5, I think there's a high chance. Top 10? Qin Xiao curled his lips. In fact, he also felt that he should have the strength to make it into the top 10. Of course, the top 5 could only be his ambition and goal. Whether he could make it into the top 5 or not depended on his luck. With his current strength, he might not be able to succeed. However, it did not mean that it was impossible. Just like when he was in danger just now, he had broken through to the 4th step of the heaven-splitting sword technique. Only then could he turn the tide and defeat Prince Zhang at the last moment. As for whether he would make it into the top 10 or the top 5, Qin Xiao did not think about it for the time being. He would have to face it sooner or later. It was useless to think about it. It was better to walk his own path and take it one step at a time. I'm also lucky to have made a breakthrough at the last moment. I have to thank you for giving me pressure and winning. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to make a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. In front of Prince Zhang, he did not hide anything. In fact, even if he did not say it, Prince Zhang could see that Qin Xiao had made a breakthrough at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have won. Prince Zhang smiled and said, "A win is a win. It doesn't matter whether you made a breakthrough at the last moment or not. If you can make a breakthrough at the last moment, doesn't that mean that you, Qin Xiao, are an evildoer? Such a thing can't be done by ordinary people, but you, Qin Xiao, did it. I have to admire you. Making a breakthrough at the last moment is actually very, very difficult. It's just a momentary stimulation. The time is too short." Qin Xiao smiled. Yes, it was indeed very, very difficult. However, it seemed that he made a breakthrough at the most dangerous moment most of the time. Was this an exception? Haha, let me ask around and see if you have made it into the top 10. I think you have. Prince Zhang suddenly smiled and said, because Qin Xiao did not have his original body outside, he naturally could not get some information about the current ranking. However, those who had their original bodies outside could get a lot of information. After defeating Prince Zhang, Qin Xiao's points were also renewed. What made Qin Xiao speechless was that his points had increased to 875. Subtracting his previous 562 points, it meant that after defeating Zhang, his points had increased by a total of 313 points. That was to say, after defeating Zhang, his points had increased by 313 points. If it was double, it meant that the former Prince Zhang points were as high as 626 points. As expected of young Master Zhang, his previous points were already much higher than Zhang. However, his points suddenly increased to 875, while Prince Zhang points dropped to 313. There was a gap of more than 500 points. 875 points should be enough to make it in the top 10, right? After a while, Prince Zhang laughed. It was obvious that there was good news. As expected. Congratulations, Brother Qin Xiao. You have made it into the top 10, but you just happen to be in the 10th place. Just happen to be in the 10th place. Qin Xiao was slightly stunned. He had expected that he would make it into the top 10, but he did not expect that with 875 points, he would only be in the 10th place. If he had more than 500 points before, he might not even make it into the top 30. The competition this time was indeed incomparably intense. Qin Xiao asked curiously, "Who are the top 10? What are the specific points? Do you want to know? Aren't you afraid of being discouraged?" Prince Zhang looked at Qin Xiao and said, "Being discouraged?" Qin Xiao curled his lips and smiled faintly. He said indifferently, "Even if I'm afraid of being discouraged, I have to know, right? If you don't know the gap between you and others, how can you motivate yourself? Being in the top 10 isn't my ultimate goal. Being discouraged is also a good thing. Besides, there are some gaps that need to be faced. It's nothing." "That's true." Prince Zhang nodded and shrugged. "But speaking of which, it is indeed a little discouraged. At least I was stimulated. I'm too lazy to say it again. Let me show you the information of the top 10. After saying that, Prince Zhang waved his hand and a piece of information appeared in front of Qin Xiao. First place on the holy list, Fu Zhongshuan, 1,617 points. Second place on the holy list, Xia Donghe, 1,358 points. Third place on the holy list, The Chosen One, 1,216 points. Fourth place on the holy list, Jiang Li Xuan, 1,179 points. Fifth place on the holy list, Ji Yuanzhou, 1,112 points. Sixth place on the holy list, Ing Hanmo, 1,061 points. Seventh place on the holy list, Gue Hanyun, 981 points. Eighth place on the holy list, Tyrin, 926 points. Ninth place on the holy list, Ming Yuexin, 879 points. 10th place on the holy list, Qin Xiao, 875 points. Seeing the names of the top 10, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. The Chosen One is actually third on the heaven list. His points are more than 400 points higher than mine. He's really a tough character. Qin Xiao always knew that the Chosen One was tough, but now he realized that he might have underestimated the Chosen One. He thought that with his current strength, he should be able to suppress the Chosen One. However, the situation was not as simple as he thought. With his current strength, he might not be able to suppress the Chosen One. Chapter 2341. Being ranked third on the Heaven's Pride rankings gave Qin Xiao a lot of pressure. This was a huge mountain in his heart, a mountain that he had to step over. So what if the Heaven's Pride rankings were heaven-defying? Qin Xiao was not convinced. He, Qin Xiao, must defeat the Heaven's Pride rankings and regain his past humiliation. Heaven's Pride rankings, I will definitely defeat you. I definitely will. Qin Xiao's determination grew stronger. What surprised Qin Xiao the most was that Ming Yuexin was ranked 9th. She was ranked ahead of him. I always thought that Miss Yuan was the kind of person who doesn't show off. She has the strength, but her personality is too naive and pure. She will be at a disadvantage in battle. Since she has the strength, I'm afraid she won't be able to get a good ranking. However, who would have thought that Miss Ming Yuexin would also be so low-key? She actually managed to enter the top 10 of the Saint rankings without batting an eyelid. She wants to compete with all of you monsters. I'm impressed. Even a girl can enter the top 10. I'm really ashamed. I wonder who this girl Ming Yuexin actually is. She's definitely not the Jade Lake Saintess. There's no one with the surname Ming Yuexin in the 100 schools of thought. That's strange. Prince Zhongyang clicked his tongue and exclaimed. However, he was also confused about Ming Yuexin's identity. Qin Xiao also did not know who Ming Yuexin was. He just felt that she was not the Jade Lake Saintess. However, he also felt that she was not from the 9 continents. She was definitely not from the southern wilderness. If she was not from a Jade Lake Sacred Ground, then she was most likely from the Kunlun Sacred Ground or the Jiuhua Immortal Sect. However, it was said that the Kunlun Sacred Ground and the Jiuhua Immortal Sect did not send any geniuses to participate in the Saint Academy selection. Fu Zhongshuan is really outstanding. He's indeed the descendant of the East Emperor Taihao Fushi. He's really heaven-defying. I'm afraid the first place on the Saint rankings will fall into Fu Zhongshuan's hands. TSK. Any one of the 5 great families will take the first place on the Saint rankings. Sigh. The difference in surname and bloodline inheritance really has a huge impact. But fortunately, even if Fu Zhongshuan wins first place, Emperor Xinyuan will definitely not accept him as a direct disciple, and neither will the god of Yinglong World. So even if he gets first place, it's just a matter of reputation. Speaking of Fu Zhongshuan, Prince Zhongyang had a look of admiration on his face. Fu Zhongshuan had more than 300 points to pull ahead of the second place. It could be said that Fu Zhongshuan was simply too powerful. This strength made the others feel as if they could not catch up. Fu Zhongshuan ranked first, and Xia Dongho ranked second. These were all acceptable. There's still a long way to go. I still have a long way to go. My ambition remains the same. I will work hard to get into the top 5. I don't need to think too much about the first place. Qin Xiao pursed her lips hard and encouraged herself. Qin Xiao usually aimed for the first place, but this time, Qin Xiao understood that it was almost impossible to get first place. There are some things that could not be denied. He was just an ordinary person who was born in a humble and poor family. He did not have any bloodline inheritance. Compared to Fu Zhongshuan and Dong Xiaodongho, there were many natural disadvantages that could not be ignored. This was a fact that could not be changed, and it was also a fact that he had to face. Not to mention getting into the top 5. Even if he could get into the top 10, Qin Shao would be heaven-defying enough to shake the entire immortal realm. With his humble body and the light of a firefly, he had to fight against the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. How difficult was the road in front of Qin Shao? Come on, brother. Don't set too big a goal for the time being. Set a small goal that can be achieved first. Set it as the top 10. Let's set your small goal as the top 5. I'll catch up with you. After we've accomplished this small goal together, we can set a new goal. Zhang Yang patted Qin Zhao's shoulder heavily and said in a serious tone, "A small goal?" Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled, saying, "Well, then let's take it as a small goal. Let's achieve it together. You also work hard. If it were not for me, you might have already gotten into the top 10. Prince Zhang Yang punched Qin Shao and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you talk like this between brothers, I will be angry." "Huh, what's there to be angry about?" Qin Shao smiled. There was indeed no need to say anything between brothers. Everything was understood without words. If they could not understand each other, they would not be brothers. Qin Shao asked again, "By the way, Zhang Yang, what is your ranking now?" Did you get into the top 100? That's true. Seeing that Prince Zhang Yang was too embarrassed to say, Qin Shao did not ask any more questions. Getting into the top 100 was not a bad situation. The ranking was only temporary. Qin Shao believed that with Prince Zhang Yang's strength, he would definitely catch up soon. He would definitely be able to get into the top 10. The two did not stay for long. Soon, they separated and worked hard for their own small goals. On the holy arena, it was lively again. At this time, the number of people who had been eliminated had already reached 200 to 300. As long as they were killed, they would be eliminated. Those who had been eliminated were also staring at the holy list at this time. There were endless discussions. Some people were even leisurely and were playing a gambling game. What's the background of that prodigy? He is actually ranked 3rd on the holy list. Other than Fu Zhongshuan, this genius is actually able to compete with Xia Donghe. In other words, if Fu Zhongshuan was not there, this genius would actually be able to compete for the top spot. The strength of one? He seems to be a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace in the southern wasteland. How could such a small force have such a big fish? Isn't that so? He actually suppressed all the young talents of the 100 schools of thought. I guess he is the biggest dark horse in this student competition. Also, what is the background of Ming Yuexin and Qin Shao? Where did these two people come from? We have never heard of these two people in the 9 states of Huaxia. How did they get into the top 10? I don't know about Ming Yuexin. It is said that no one knows about her background. It is also said that she called herself the Jade Lake Saint. As for Qin Shao, it is said that he used to be a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. However, he later left the Fumu Immortal Palace. He is from the Nameless clan. What? He used to be a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace? This Fumu Immortal Palace is heaven-defying? First, there is a genius, and now there is Qin Shao. Not only that, it is said that Princess Xiaoyu with the peach blossom body is also a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. This means that the Fumu Immortal Palace has produced 3 heaven-defying geniuses. Such brilliance almost overshadowed the 100 schools of thought. Princess Xiaoyu's ranking is not high, but she is in the top 100. She has the rare peach blossom body, so her strength should be very strong. Maybe she's just not good at fighting. In the audience area, the ancient sages were also whispering to each other. Those who were ranked at the top of the holy list were basically the young talents of the 100 schools of thought. There were almost no forces present who had entered the top 100. However, the saint ranking only showed the top 100. Therefore, the focus of everyone's discussion was on the few dark horses. Naturally, the genius, Ming Yuexin, and Qin Shao were the most talked about, especially the genius, who had made great progress with his amazing talent. He was on par with Xia Donghe and ranked 3rd on the holy list. How dazzling was he? The heaven's favorite was ranked 3rd on the saint ranking, and Princess Xiaoyu had also made it into the top 100. This made the Fu Da Immortal Palace master very satisfied. His face was brimming with a big smile, and he was very proud of himself. Fu Xiong, you are really lucky. You actually managed to recruit Two heaven-defying, monstrous disciples from that tiny little place of yours. You really want to be a master because of his disciple. Congratulations. Haha. Fu Xiong, congratulations in advance. You and I have crossed paths before, but we parted in a hurry, so we didn't get to know each other well. Now that we've met, I'll treat you to a drink later. Would you do me the honor? Of course, it would be impolite to refuse. Fu Xiong, the rise of your Fumu Immortal Palace is just around the corner. In time, you may be able to unify the entire southern wilderness. The southern wilderness has been scattered for too long. It is indeed necessary for someone to stand out and rule the entire southern wilderness. Let's form a rope and form a powerful force. That's right, Fu Xiong. The southern wilderness is a barren place. Barren hills and unruly rivers give birth to unruly people. It is time for someone to stand out and rule. If you can stand out, it will be a blessing for the southern wilderness. If you can unify the entire southern wilderness, you will be able to rule the entire southern wilderness. Even if we can't contend with any of the 100 schools of philosophers, we'll still be powerful enough. Brother Fu Xiong, I also support you. If you need any help in the future, just ask. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace was incomparably happy when he heard many people giving him friendly signals. He had never received such preferential treatment before. Those ancient saints with big surnames were all so polite to him and took the initiative to befriend him. Such a thing was absolutely impossible in the past. Not to mention in the past, it was impossible just now. No one gave him a second glance just now. Now that the prodigy had reached the 3rd place on the saint rankings, they came immediately. This was the glory brought to him by the prodigy. If he could maintain the 3rd place on the heaven rankings, he would definitely have great achievements. He might even be accepted as a personal disciple by the god of Ing Long World. It was foreseeable that the prodigy would definitely rise in a heaven-defying manner. If the prodigy could rise, it would naturally bring glory to the Fumu Immortal Palace. It would also make the Fumu Immortal Palace noble and powerful, shining brightly in the entire southern wilderness. How could the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace not think of such a thing? He was full of ambition and full of expectations for the future. He also began to plan how to do great things in the future. Rule the southern wilderness? That was something he yearned for even in his dreams. How could he not wish for it? If he could rule over the entire southern wasteland and take it into his own pocket, wouldn't that be a happy and satisfying thing? This was something he dreamed of doing. He didn't even dare to think about it in the past. What about now? He could really think about it now. However, it was not an easy task to rule the entire southern wasteland. For the time being, he could only think about it. He was far from being able to put it into action. No matter how heaven-defying the prodigy was, he still hadn't grown up. He still hadn't gained enough power. With his strength alone, the power of the Fumu Immortal Palace could only be considered average in the southern wilderness. How could he be qualified to stir up the entire southern wilderness? However, he believed that in the near future, with the help of the prodigy and Xiao Yu, he would definitely be able to start his journey of ruling the southern wilderness. That day would not be too far away. He was very much looking forward to it. This was the meaning of living for the rest of his life. Chapter 23:42. The Sky Mountain City Lord glanced at the smug Fumu Immortal Palace Lord, but didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he said, "The light in front of you doesn't mean it will last forever. It's better to look further into the future. Don't be too monotonous in your judgment. If you think I'm right, then so be it. I don't think you're right. That's my opinion. You can't change my mind. Sky Mountain City has never cared about worldly affairs. We don't care about right or wrong. Worldly affairs have nothing to do with me. Worldly disputes have nothing to do with me. So whatever you do in the future, just don't provoke Sky Mountain City." Clearly, the Sky Mountain City Lord could see the Fumu Immortal Palace Lord's ambition. Therefore, he reminded the Fumu Immortal Palace Lord not to provoke him. As the Sky Mountain City Lord, he had always been a person who didn't care about worldly affairs. He didn't care what the Fumu Immortal Palace Lord wanted to do. But if the Fumu Immortal Palace Lord provoked him, then he would have to say something. The Fumu Immortal Palace Lord glanced at the Sky Mountain City Lord and chuckled. He didn't say anything else. Honestly speaking, he didn't dare to provoke the Sky Mountain City Lord now. If the Sky Mountain City Lord still didn't care about worldly affairs, then he wouldn't care either. However, this was a matter for later. He didn't want to think too much about it. As for Qin Shao, he could only feel regret. If he had to choose between the two, of course he'd choose the prodigy. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you're a good seedling. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked the prodigy. If the prodigy wants to kick you out, how can I keep you? Fortunately, no matter how monstrous you are, you can't compare to the prodigy. Therefore, I won't regret kicking you out of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Qin Shao was a big dark horse, but his radiance was overshadowed by the prodigy. The battle in the realm of the gods was still going on like fire and tea. The overwhelming news had already spread throughout the entire mortal realm, especially in the 9 continents of Huaxia, where the news was spreading like wildfire. There were bookmakers all over the place, betting on the top 10 on the Saint rankings. As a dark horse who had just entered the top 10 of the Saint rankings, Qin Shao was naturally very popular, and the odds were also very high. Many forces began to study Qin Shao. In the clouds above the 9 heavens, the yellow Emperor Xian Yuan and the old drunkard Xin Nong sat there drinking and chatting. Old drunkard, don't just drink by yourself. Help me out too. You're the one who came up with this lousy idea. Now you've kicked the ball clean. If you want me to accept a personal disciple, you should at least give me some advice, right? Emperor Huang, Xian Yuan glared at Shino and said in a somewhat annoyed manner. That's right. Shino leisurely drank his wine and casually waved his hand. It's none of my business. Last time, if you didn't pull me to drink the wine you made, I wouldn't have accidentally farted. Would I have hurt those little guys? Zhao Hai smiled. This is your fault, so it's completely reasonable for you to make up for it. I'm only here to accompany you because we're old friends. Are you going to push the blame onto me? I'm not going to take this blame. If you want to push the blame onto me, then I'm leaving. I won't accompany you anymore. I'll let you play here alone. In any case, the news that Emperor Xian Yuan wants to accept a personal disciple has already spread. You can't run away from it. You still have a nerve to say this when it's not your fault? Weren't you the one who spread the news? When did I say that I wanted to accept a personal disciple? Emperor Xian Yuan got angry at the mention of this matter and glared at Shino fiercely. Shino pretended not to hear and continued to drink his wine. Although he was angry, Emperor Xian Yuan quickly calmed down. No matter what, he really did have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Since he had already decided on this way of making up for it, then he had to go through with it. As the Holy Emperor, he couldn't go back on his words or give up halfway, right? His words were the law, so he naturally had to do it. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he had to go through with it. Hurry up and analyze it together. Emperor Xian Yuan gave Shino a push again. Shino glanced down casually and said, Yo, Qin Shao, that kid has already made it into the top 10 in a blink of an eye. Not bad, not bad. The child is teachable. He's a talent that can be cultivated. What are you looking at? You can just accept this kid and be done with it. Anyway, I think you like this kid very much. Emperor Xian Yuan was suddenly speechless. What kind of analysis was this? He liked Qin Shao a little, but it didn't mean that he had to accept him as a personal disciple. These were two different things. Moreover, it was biased to only analyze a person. You guys are having a lively discussion. Just then, a voice was heard and a figure flew over. The person who came was Li Sheng, who had just been here. He had left for a while because of some matters, but now he was back. Seeing that Li Sheng had come, Emperor Xian Yuan was immediately happy and immediately got up to greet him. Li Sheng, you came just in time. I thought you just came to see your daughter and then left. Help me analyze the situation. I'm still worried about the candidate for my personal disciple. This old drunkard spread the news to me. Now that I'm riding a tiger, it's hard for me to get off. I can only take in a personal disciple. This time, I'm going to be screwed over by the old drunkard. Li Sheng smiled and said, Brother Xian Yuan, you're wrong. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Is it? It's not necessarily a bad thing. Whether it's a bad thing or not, Emperor Xian Yuan didn't want to accept a personal disciple. He didn't even want to teach his own descendants, let alone an outsider. Teaching a personal disciple was a very time-consuming and laborious thing. Li Sheng continued, teaching an excellent disciple is a happy thing. Maybe this time we can get a good disciple. Is this a blessing or not? Why do you have to worry so much? That's true. But the old man has long been a wild crane and has nothing to do with it. Usually, the old drunkard always takes him around the world. How can he have the time to teach a disciple? Emperor Xianyuan shook his head helplessly. He then said, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Help me analyze those little guys first so I can refer to them. Since Emperor Xianyuan said so, Li Sheng didn't say anything more. He looked down and then looked at the saint ranking. After thinking carefully, he said, the first on the saint ranking, Fu Zhongshuan, seems to be good in all aspects, but he's Fuxi's disciple. He's definitely not suitable to be a personal disciple. Wouldn't it be the same as stealing someone from Fuxi? The second on the saint ranking, Xia Dongho, is also good in all aspects. He's a talent that can be cultivated. It's worth considering. But as far as I know, great ancestor Xia dotes on this child very much and has been teaching him personally. With great ancestor Xia's strength and prestige, he's definitely ranked among the top, right? As for Xia Dongho, he's not suitable either. It's enough for great ancestor Xia to teach him. The third on the saint ranking comes from the southern wilderness. He doesn't have any background, but he's a reincarnator. It's not bad to be able to reach this step, but there are some disadvantages to being a reincarnator, and I don't like his temperament, so I won't accept him. The next few are about the same. The ninth on the saint ranking, Ming Yuexin, the saintess of Kunlun. She probably came out to play. I think she'll be caught soon. Don't think about it. The saint god of Kunlun will never let you take her as a personal disciple. Then there's Qin Xiao, the 10th on the saint ranking. This child has some connections with my daughter. I've also asked someone to investigate this child. He was born humble and came out of the universe. He's a person of great fortune. His character and temperament are all very good. He's very suitable for me. So if you want my analysis, you've eliminated 4 of the top 10 on the saint ranking. The other 6 can be considered. As for the specifics, it's up to you. Of course, the ranking on the saint ranking is only temporary. There will definitely be changes later, so it's not as important as now. Oh yes, there's also that little fellow called Zhang Yang. He's not bad. He has the strength to make it to the top 10 on the saint ranking. He can also be considered. As for the others, I haven't seen anyone outstanding for the time being. After listening to Li Sheng's detailed analysis, Emperor Xianyuan nodded in agreement. In fact, the plan in his heart coincided with Li Sheng's. He was also thinking the same thing. However, he really didn't want to take a personal disciple. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. By the way, Li Sheng, are you going to take your little princess away? Emperor Xianyuan suddenly asked. Li Sheng smiled faintly and said, why should I take her away? Why? If I don't take her away, am I going to keep her in the Saint Academy? Haha, my little princess. Although she looks gentle, she still has a temper. She must have been too bored in Langia Heaven, so she sneaked out to play. So, as her father, I naturally can't break her heart and take her back to Langia Heaven by force. If she wants to play outside, then let her play to her heart's content. When she's tired, she'll naturally want to go home. Now that she's not tired and is having fun, wouldn't I break her heart if I take her home by force? As her father, I can't do such a thing. She's very safe in the Saint Academy. I'm completely at ease. Besides, I can take this opportunity to let her go out and see more of the world. Experiencing the world will help her grow in all aspects. It's good that she can't make more friends. My wife spoils her too much. It's not a good thing that she's always in the palm of her hand. Now that I have this opportunity, I naturally won't be in a hurry to take her back. So, Brother Xianyuan, I'll have to trouble you to take care of her. Emperor Xianyuan was speechless. Taking care of this kind of daughter was not a good job, but it was obvious that Li Sheng had no intention of taking her away. In the divine realm, the battles were getting fiercer and fiercer. The further they went, the stronger the opponents they encountered. Of course, the more points they earned from winning the previous battle. Since Qin Xiao had broken through to the 4th step of the heaven-splitting sword technique, his strength had greatly increased. He had also entered the top 10 of the saint rankings. Naturally, his confidence had increased by a lot. The saint rankings were public, so everyone in the divine realm was aware of the situation on the saint rankings. For a person in the top 10 of the saint rankings, just the name alone was enough to intimidate and suppress the opponent's morale. In addition, Qin Zhao's strength was indeed strong, so Qin Zhao was even more successful. Chapter 2343. As the student tournament continued, more and more people came out of the realm of the divine mind and returned to their bodies. Of course, in the end, there were only a few people who were directly eliminated. More people took the initiative to give up on the tournament. Some people had already entered the top 100 of the saint rankings, but they had no hope of entering the top 10. Therefore, it was better to be self-conscious and directly give up on the tournament. In this way, he could still maintain his original points. But if he encountered a character with a high score and was eliminated, then his points might be reset to 0. Once the points are reset to 0, it would be a big loss. Such examples still happened. Even many young talents of the 100 schools of thought were in an embarrassing situation of being eliminated. Therefore, some people had no choice but to lose their ambition. When they saw that they had enough points, they directly withdrew from the student tournament. In this way, even if they could not enter the top 10, they could at least enter the top 100. Only by entering the top 100 would they receive generous rewards. This was also a very honorable thing. Therefore, many people's goal was to stay in the top 100. As for the top 10, they all knew that it was too difficult. There were only 10 places. How many people had the strength and qualifications to fight for it? Moreover, the top 10 places were basically untouchable. It was too difficult to squeeze one out of the top 10. Those who were ranked at the top still had the ambition to fight for it. Those who were ranked at the bottom might as well take the initiative to withdraw to protect themselves. Therefore, more and more people withdrew from the realm of the divine mind. The sacred arena also became more lively. Wu Fengsheng, Meng Dali, Princess Ru Xen, Zhao, and Yuan Yuan also withdrew. Qin Xiao, Prince Zhang Yang, Princess Xiaoyu, and Ming Yuexin were still fighting. What made people happy was that Qin Xiao and the other three had all entered the top 100. In terms of status, Qin Xiao and the others did not. Although Prince Zhang Yang was also a member of the Hu clan, he had left the Hu clan early after all. He did not admit that he was a member of the Hu clan, so he did not count. Qin Xiao and the other three were 4 dark horses. This was especially true for Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin. They were monstrous geniuses who'd made it into the top 10 of the saint rankings, and they caused everyone to view them in a new light. TSK. Miss Ming Yuexin is so powerful. Is she really the saint of Jade Lake? Wu Fengsheng clicked his tongue. He had always been suspicious of Ming Yuexin's identity. But now, it seemed that he was beginning to believe it. How could Ming Yuexin be so heaven-defying if she did not have a great background? The top 10 of the saint rankings. That was the top 10 of the saint rankings. That was someone who could suppress all the young geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers. Moreover, she was the only girl in the top 10 of the saint rankings. How dazzling was that? Meng Dali nodded in agreement. And that's possible. Hey, Princess Ru Xen, Miss Yuan Yuan, you should be more familiar with Ming Yuexin, right? You don't know anything about Ming Yuexin? Princess Ru Xin and Miss Yuan Yuan both shook their heads, expressing that they did not know. Who cares? Anyway, we've already hugged these thighs. I'm proud. Wu Fengcheng laughed heartily. Meng Dali cast a sidelong glance at Wu Fengcheng and said, "Look at how useless you are. As a 7-feet-tall man and a genius student of the Sacred Institute, you're hugging someone else's thigh and feeling proud. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm different from you. Anyway, I don't have any face, so don't fight with me for this thighs. I look so handsome kneeling and hugging. You win. You're ugly. You should be even uglier kneeling, right? However, a scum would be punished by the heavens." Miss Yuan Yuan quickly stabbed Meng Dali in the back. This honest child had always been so straightforward. As she spoke, Miss Yuan Yuan looked at Meng Dali up and down. She looked left and right. She still found him ugly. Meng Dali was instantly depressed. His good mood was instantly shattered. He looked at Miss Yuan Yuan with a long face and said, "How am I ugly? I'm just a little taller and more powerful. I'm just a little less delicate. But I have masculinity. Unyielding spirit? There are at least 8,000 girls who like me, if not 10,000. Okay? My house's doorstep has been trampled. Although I'm not as handsome as Qin Xiao and Wu Fengcheng, I'm not ugly either. Miss Yuan Yuan, is it really okay for you to say that?" Yuan Yuan blinked and said, "Did I say something wrong? If I'm not handsome, then I'm ugly. If he was not handsome, then he was ugly." It seemed that there was nothing wrong with saying that. However, she could not say that. She could say that he was not very handsome. Meng Dali knew that there was no way to communicate with Miss Yuan Yuan about this. Hence, in order not to continue being provoked, he decided to shut up and not discuss this issue. However, even though Meng Dali did not speak, Miss Yuan Yuan's interest did not fade. After a while, she asked again, "Meng Dali, are the girls who like you ugly too?" Meng Dali really wanted to vomit blood. What did she mean by the girls who like him were ugly too? Couldn't there be beautiful girls who liked him? Ha ha ha! Wu Fengcheng was about to suffer from internal injuries from laughing. Miss Yuan Yuan's innocent heart sometimes said things that were hurtful and funny at the same time. Miss Yuan Yuan, don't speak the truth anymore. If you continue, Meng Dali will really cry in front of you. Miss Yuan Yuan glanced at Meng Dali, who looked like he was about to cry, and immediately acted like a child who had done something wrong. She said weakly, "I'm sorry, Meng Dali. I didn't do it on purpose. Don't be angry. I promise I won't say that you are ugly in the future. At most, I'll say that you are not handsome and that ugly girls like you. At most, I'll say that ugly girls like you. How about that?" If he did not know Yuan Yuan's character, Meng Dali would really vomit blood and hit someone. However, to discuss such a deep topic with Yuan Yuan, it was better to forget about it. Just take it that he was talking too much. All right, do you think that Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin can make it into the top 5? Luckily, Wu Fengcheng changed the topic in time. When it came to Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin, Miss Yuan Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Meng Dali originally wanted to express his opinion, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he subconsciously looked at Miss Yuan Yuan and involuntarily shut his mouth. At this time, it was better for him not to express any opinions, lest Miss Yuan Yuan scolded him again. The injury just now was still faintly hurting. Miss Yuan Yuan thought for a while and said, "If it's Sister Ming Yuexin, I don't think she can make it into the top 5, but she should be able to make it into the top 10. I think she will be either 9th or 10th in the end." If it's Qin Xiao, his goal has always been the top 5. Looking at his current state, it should be more difficult. Unless he has a big breakthrough, the possibility is not high. The final result might be similar to his current ranking. I think that Prince Zhongyang has the biggest hope. Although he has not made it into the top 10 for now, I think he has the greatest potential. Prince Zhongyang. Hearing that Miss Yuan Yuan actually gave the best evaluation to Prince Zhongyang, who was temporarily ranked 19th on the holy list, Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other for a while. They did not doubt Prince Zhongyang's strength, but his ranking on the holy list was there for all to see. Prince Zhongyang was only 19th. There was still a big gap between him and the top 10. How could he make it into the top 5? If Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin had no hope, then Prince Zhongyang had even less hope, right? Miss Yuan Yuan, did you say something wrong? Meng Dali could not help but ask. Miss Yuan Yuan shook her head and said with certainty, "No, I know what I'm saying. I really think that Prince Zhongyang has the biggest chance." Of course, Qin Xiao also has a chance, although not as big as Prince Zhongyang. As for Sister Ming Yuexin, she probably has no hope. That's what I think. That's why I said so. "No," Meng Dali said again. "We agree with what you said about Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin. It's really too difficult to make it into the top 5 of the holy list. The people in front of them are too strong. Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin's chances are indeed very high. Very low. But if you say that Prince Zhongyang has the biggest chance, then we don't quite understand. What do you think?" Miss Yuan Yuan thought for a while and said, "I think that you may have underestimated Prince Zhongyang. His talent, potential, and strength are definitely not fully revealed. I've always felt an indescribably powerful aura from his body, so I feel that at the critical moment, he might erupt with strength that no one would have expected, bringing a huge surprise to everyone. I can't say for sure. It's mainly a feeling. Feeling? Okay. Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng really didn't feel this way. They felt that Prince Zhongyang being able to make it into the top 20 was already a very good thing. Someone Zhao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Hee, I also think that Prince Zhongyang still has a chance to make it into the top 5. Although it's not very big, it's not impossible." Meng Dali looked at someone Zhao and said jokingly, "You're lucky that you didn't get kicked out of the Holy Institute. I was always worried that you would be one of the 20 or so people kicked out of the Holy Institute. You've been fighting with your face, huh? Huh." Thinking back to the first time they met someone Zhao, Wu Fengcheng and the others wanted to laugh. So Meng Dali gave him an evaluation of fighting with his face. Someone Zhao didn't care. He still smiled and said, "That's impossible. I still have a lot of face. Many people are willing to give me face. So, how can I be kicked out of the Holy Institute? That's too embarrassing. I've been in the pugilistic world for so long. I still have this bit of face. If it wasn't for the fact that I, Zhao, am a thin-skinned person, it wouldn't be impossible for me to enter the top 100 with just my face alone." In terms of thick skin, Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali respected someone Zhao. However, if one really wanted to talk about it, this Zhao person did indeed have some strength. Although he looked like a person without strength, to be able to reach this step and not be kicked out of the Holy Institute, someone Zhao came out relatively late. He estimated that he would be able to make it into the top 300. This someone Zhao was definitely not a simple character. There were still many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He didn't show his strength, but in the end, he exploded with shocking strength. Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin were the same. "Hey, look, Prince Zhongyang's ranking. He's already made it to the 11th place." Meng Dali suddenly pointed at the holy ranking and exclaimed. Wu Fengcheng immediately looked over. Sure enough, Prince Zhongyang's ranking had reached the 11th place. He was only one step away from the top 10. If he took another step, he would be in the top 10. Chapter 2344. In the Divine Realm, there were only about 20 people left. Those who could stay until now were all giants and phoenixes among men. They were absolute geniuses. The battle was coming to an end, but the intensity was getting more and more intense. The battle for the top 10 had not ended yet. Who didn't want to be in the top 10? The young talents of the 100 schools of thought all wanted to get a good ranking so that they could bring honor to their family name. Those who had the hope of being in the top 10 did not want to give up easily. They all wanted to fight hard. Even if they lost and lost half of their points, they would not fall out of the top 100. So they still had a chance to fight. If they lost one more battle, it would not be too late to give up the competition. Zhongyang is caught up. He is in the 11th place. He is only one battle away from the top 10. Knowing that Prince Zhongyang had jumped to the 11th place on the holy list, Qin Xiao was very happy for Prince Zhongyang. The previous battle between him and Prince Zhongyang had hurt Prince Zhongyang. Otherwise, Zhongyang would have killed his way into the top 10. Zhongyang is going to kill his way up. As the 10th place on the holy list, I also have a strong sense of crisis. It seems that I have to work harder. I have to eliminate one of the top 10 to ensure that Zhongyang, Mingyu Xin, and I are still in the top 10. I am the list. I believe that we can win this battle. Qin Xiao was very confident. Just as he thought of this, he saw a figure appear in front of him. When the figure saw Qin Xiao, the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. As if he had seen his prey, he quickly approached Qin Xiao. From afar, he could feel the opponent's fighting spirit. Obviously, he was coming for Qin Xiao. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Of course, since they met, Qin Xiao would naturally have to fight. It was impossible for him to avoid it. Meng Dali was tall and strong, but compared to the man in front of him, he was like a child in the presence of a great magician. He was probably more than 10 feet tall. Qin Xiao, standing in front of him, was not even half his height. He was abnormally strong and muscular. He was as strong as a ferocious beast. At first glance, she could tell that he was a big and powerful fellow. Li Yuanji, Qin Shao immediately recognized who it was. It was Li Yuanji from the Li family. Among the 100 schools of thought, the Li clan was definitely one of the top 20 clans. There was no problem for them to be ranked in the top 20. Li Yuanji was currently ranked 16th on the Saint rankings, and he was someone who had the strength to make it into the top 10. Li Yuanji's target was Qin Shao. Obviously, he wanted to step on Qin Shao's shoulder and charge into the top 10. As long as he could defeat Qin Shao, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Saint rankings. Therefore, when Li Yuanji looked at Qin Shao, his eyes were hooked and sparkling. This feeling was like a hungry wolf seeing a fat and tender lamb, almost to the point of drooling. Qin Shao's feelings told him that Li Yuanji was definitely not a simple person. He was afraid that he had encountered trouble in this battle. Qin Shao. The corners of Li Yuanji's mouth curled into a playful smile. Although Qin Shao's ranking was higher than his, judging from Li Yuanji's aura, he seemed to be confident that he could defeat Qin Shao. The playful look on his face showed that he did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. You're a lowly person, a low-level life form that ascended from the universe. How can you enter the top 10 of the Saint rankings? You were lucky to not have encountered a strong person before. So I, Li Yuanji, am here. Your good luck ends here. You don't have the strength to sit firmly in the top 10. As a person, it's better to have some self-awareness. Are you going to admit defeat obediently, or do you want me to beat you until you admit defeat? Li Yuanji was very arrogant. He did not take Qin Shao seriously at all, so his words were even more disdainful. However, his words were not as hateful as Tang Qinyue's. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said carelessly, Li Yuanji, I agree with you. As a person, it's better to have some self-awareness. When he heard Qin Shao's words, the smile on Li Yuanji's face deepened. It seemed that he could easily reap victory today. However, it was too early for him to be happy. Qin Shao continued, I, Qin Shao, am 10th on the Saint rankings. You, Li Yuanji, are 16th on the Saint rankings. I believe that even a 3-year-old child can tell who's stronger and who's weaker. You, Li Yuanji, are unlucky to have encountered me. If you obediently admit defeat now, then you won't be in such a sorry state. Even if half of your points are deducted, you can still secure a place in the top 100. That's enough. As a person, it's better to be pragmatic and keep a low profile. You should be content with being able to secure a place in the top 100. When he heard Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort, Li Yuanji sneered and said mockingly, You're young, but you're really arrogant. It seems like you're determined to fight with me. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Anyway, the outcome will be the same. I prefer you to choose the second path. My hands suddenly feel a little itchy. I'm looking for someone to tickle. As he spoke, Li Yuanji forcefully clapped his fists and heavily punched his well-developed and majestic chest muscles a few times. Every punch made a crisp and intense sound of impact. It was really exciting. The feeling of power was simply exploding. Li Yuanji hooked his finger at Qin Shao and said, Come on, Qin Shao. I'll give you a chance to make the first move. Don't say that I'm bullying you. A chance? Qin Shao laughed disdainfully in his heart. Did he need this chance? However, since Li Yuanji was so arrogant, he would do as he wished. When dealing with such a person, Qin Shao felt that there was no need to be polite with him. He directly attacked. Striking first to gain the upper hand was always beneficial. He displayed the dragon-slaying sword technique. The power of the inner world and the power of the immortal Tao Law were also displayed. He slashed at Li Yuanji with all his strength. The power of this sword was not weak. It was enough to shake the heavens and move the earth. With the battles along the way, Qin Zhao's grasp and application of the immortal Tao laws had clearly improved quite a bit. Therefore, even if he used the dragon-slaying sword technique, its power was much stronger. This battle was strong enough. Ordinary people could not block Qin Zhao's sword at all. Relying on this sword, Qin Shao had defeated quite a few people. Therefore, Qin Shao still had some confidence in this sword. The supreme power was heavy and ferocious as it slashed at Li Yuanji. The mighty heavens might press down. You want to compete with me, Li Yuanji? You're too naive. Li Yuanji said casually. Then, he threw a punch at Qin Shao. The fist seemed to expand infinitely in an instant, turning into a sky. Then it smashed down heavily. When this fist smashed down, Qin Shao immediately felt that the power of the immortal Dao law and the great Dao in this world was completely mobilized by this fist. It integrated into this fist and then smashed down heavily. When the fist smashed down, it was as if this world was suppressing everything. Qin Shao also felt a powerful force pressing down on him, making him feel as if he was being crushed by Mount Tai. In terms of strength, Qin Zhao's internal world was no match for Li Yuanji. Such a situation really caused Qin Shao to be surprised. Along the way, in terms of strength, Qin Shao was indeed full of confidence. He was invincible and had never tasted defeat. In terms of pure strength, who could compare with Qin Shao? His internal world was far different from that of ordinary people. The size of his internal world now was not comparable to that of many ancient sages. Therefore, in terms of strength, he was definitely an outlier. However, he did not expect that Li Yuanji could suppress Qin Shao in terms of strength. How terrifying was this? Qin Shao had heard that Li Yuanji was born with infinite strength. Judging from his appearance, he knew that Li Yuanji was a very powerful person. However, Qin Shao did not expect that Li Yuanji's strength could be so great that he could not compete with him. His strength was not comparable to Li Yuanji's. Such a powerful attack was not a match for Li Yuanji and was directly suppressed. This battle seemed to be troublesome. It was going to be a tough fight. However, Qin Shao had already been mentally prepared for this. This was a very normal thing. It would be abnormal if it was so easy for Li Yuanji to win. Now it was the final battle. Which one of them was a simple character to be able to make it this far? Naturally, it would not be easy to win another match. Humph, humph, humph. How dare you compete with me in strength? You're still very young. Li Yuanji looked at Qin Shao with some disdain and playfulness. He used his fist to beat his chest and said with some pride, "However, you, Qin Shao, are not bad. You're able to barely exchange a move with me, Li Yuanji, in terms of strength. Your strength is not bad. You're as thin as a monkey. You're white and tender, like a little white and tender. Looking at your weak appearance, I really couldn't tell that you're so strong. You're so weak that you can't even stand a gust of wind. You don't have a special immortal body, nor are you an alien. This is strange. What kind of strange, secret technique did you use to make yourself so strong? I, Li Yuanji, am born with the Battle Monarch immortal body. I'm born with boundless strength. All the power in the world is mine to use. In terms of strength, if I, Li Yuanji, dare to say that I'm number one, no one would dare to say that they're number one. All this while, he has been invincible, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Today, I finally met you. Your strength is not bad. You can barely compete with me in one move. Tell me, what kind of strength do you have?" It was no wonder that Li Yuanji was so curious. He, Li Yuanji, had the Battle Monarch immortal body, a rare immortal body. He was the darling of the heavens. He was born with boundless strength. This was a gift from the heavens. Coupled with the many secret techniques of the Li clan, this gave him boundless strength. This was also because he was in the immortal world. He couldn't use his Battle Monarch immortal body, nor could he use the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, his strength would be shocking. Therefore, in the discussions of the outside world, Li Yuanji had always been the strongest contender for the top 10. Many people felt that Li Yuanji should be able to fight his way into the top 10. Of course, Li Yuanji was greatly affected in the immortal world. If it was in the real world, Li Yuanji would have a higher chance of entering the top 10. However, in the immortal world, everyone was more or less restricted and affected. This was also something that couldn't be helped. No one could say for sure who was affected more or less. Overall, everyone was still in a fair situation. Chapter 2345. Your fist is just SOSO. I don't feel it's hard. Smash me to death? Then you can try. If you smash me to death, I lose. Qin Shao curled his lips, ignoring Li Yuanji's threat, and retorted sarcastically. Li Yuanji's strength was strong. Qin Shao admitted this. But if he wanted to kill Qin Shao, how could he do it? Not to mention wanting to kill Qin Shao. Even wanting to defeat Qin Shao was not an easy thing. Qin Shao wanted to make this impossible. Although Qin Shao didn't admit defeat verbally, he began to think about how to deal with Li Yuanji's fierce offensive. In terms of strength, he obviously couldn't compete with Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji's strength should be his strength. In other words, if he could suppress Li Yuanji's strength, then he should be able to defeat Li Yuanji. Fortunately, this was in the divine world, so it was still possible to defeat Li Yuanji. If it was outside, it would be much more difficult. Breaking all methods with strength. When one's strength reached a certain level, many methods would be useless. Qin Shao was also thinking about his methods. His strongest method now was nothing more than the heaven-opening sword technique. But he felt that the heaven-opening sword technique might not be able to suppress Li Yuanji's strength. If the heaven-opening sword technique couldn't, then what should he do? However, Qin Shao didn't have much time to think about this problem because Li Yuanji had taken the initiative to attack. His attack carried an incomparably violent power, as well as the supreme power of the universe, as it came crashing down. Under such strength, Qin Shao felt that even if there was a universe in front of him, it would be easily smashed into pieces. The space was about to be crushed by this strength. What a terrifying strength! Enough to destroy a piece of heaven and earth, a power of one side of the world. It even made Qin Shao feel that the divine world was trembling and was in danger of collapsing. The power of this attack was actually a bit stronger than the previous one. It was clear that Li Yuanji had not used his full strength just now. This time, his strength was a bit stronger, but he might not have used his full strength. This Li Yuanji was indeed a difficult character to deal with, a ruthless character. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. It was impossible to deal with Li Yuanji just by relying on the power of his inner world. So now he was forced to go all out. There was no other way. Since that was the case, he would fight with all his might. Qin Shao did not hold back at all. She displayed the dual body technique. Both her body and her doppelganger attacked at the same time. Coupled with the explosive power of the Berserker skill, he met Li Yuanji's attack head-on. The sword could split open the heavens. It was a peerless blade. Strength that could split the earth. Endless energy. Both sharp and powerful. The two forces rubbed together very well at this time, and at the same time, launched the strongest attack on Li Yuanji. However, Li Yuanji was obviously not moved at all. The corners of his mouth still curled up into that playful smile. The punch was still coming down. Everything was within his control. There was nothing fancy about it. His power was very direct. He wanted to break through everything with brute force. You have everything, and I have my fist. It was powerful and domineering. Under such a powerful and domineering force, Qin Zhao's power and sword momentum were like an avalanche, collapsing layer by layer. They couldn't resist Li Yuanji's power at all. The heaven-splitting sword technique was supreme. It was a sword that could split open the heavens. However, under Li Yuanji's powerful strength, it seemed a little pale and powerless. There was no way to break through Li Yuanji's power. If it couldn't break through his power, it would naturally be suppressed by Li Yuanji's power. Li Yuanji suppressed Qin Shao step by step, completely destroying and defeating his offensive. Qin Shao was also struggling to hold on, but he already felt that it was very difficult. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. If this went on, Qin Shao would definitely be defeated. He would lose to Li Yuanji. Once he lost this battle, it was obvious that Qin Shao would no longer be in the top 10. This was an ending that Qin Shao didn't want to see. I can't lose. I can't lose. I must win. I must. Qin Shao secretly gritted his teeth, thinking about how to deal with it. Li Yuanji's strength was in strength. Therefore, if he wanted to confront Li Yuanji head-on, Qin Shao would only be possible if he could make a big breakthrough. For example, if he made another breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique and reached the 5th step. For example, if he made a breakthrough in the Tao of flying knives, it was also possible. For example, if he had an epiphany in the law of immortality, it was also possible that he had a great improvement. Other than that, There should be no other possibility. If he made a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique, that was obviously impossible. He had just made a breakthrough. How could it be possible for him to make another breakthrough? The possibility of an epiphany in the law of immortality was also infinitely close to zero. At least, Qin Shao had no idea about the breakthrough in the Tao of flying knives for the time being. There was a slight possibility, but it was also very unlikely. Therefore, this gave Qin Shao a headache. He was in a dilemma. What should he do to solve this problem? Qin Shao had thought of all kinds of ways, but it seemed that none of them were feasible. Was there no other way? Was he really going to be defeated? No. Qin Zhao's determination made it impossible for Qin Shao to admit defeat easily. He must keep his position in the top 10. Not only the top 10, but also the top 5. This was his big ambition. Although it was a little big, he believed that he could do it. If he were to be defeated now, it would be the end of the student tournament. This was something that Qin Shao would never accept easily. Therefore, he could not admit defeat. If he wanted to fight, there must be a way. There must be. Break all laws with strength. Break all laws with strength. By the way, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and a slight smile appeared on his face. It seems that a breakthrough is impossible, so I can't rely on a breakthrough. It's impossible to fight Li Yuanji head-on. I can't fight him head-on, but I can weaken his strength. As long as I can weaken his strength, I'll have a chance of defeating him head-on. He's strong, but I don't believe that his soul and heart are as strong. I haven't even used my heart force yet. A person can't be invulnerable. If Li Yuanji really didn't have any weaknesses, then he should have killed his way into the top 10 long ago. He should have been the strongest contender for the top 5. Maybe he has this strength in the outside world, but in the realm of the gods, he can't be so heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Qin Shao had a new direction. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately used all his heart force. It transformed into an invisible sword and ruthlessly attacked Li Yuanji's soul and will. The attack of heart force was invisible and fierce. It was like a cold knife. Without making a sound, the attack had already arrived in front of Li Yuanji. And then, when Li Yuanji was attacked by this heart force, he immediately frowned deeply. His expression changed greatly. It's heart force. What a powerful heart force. What a strange heart force. Damn it. He's actually a heart force cultivator. And his heart force has actually reached the level of a 4th step exalted celestial. Yeah, I hate heart force attacks the most. If this was the outside world, I would have many treasures on me. I wouldn't have to fear anything. But in the realm of the gods, all of my treasures are gone. I can't block this heart force attack at all. Not good. Li Yuanji roared in his heart. He cried out in alarm. This was bad. If he couldn't block this heart force attack, then he was doomed. With his soul and will restrained, how much of Li Yuanji's strength could he still fight? As soon as he withdrew his power, Qin Shao immediately felt his body lighten. He felt refreshed, as if he'd escaped from a binding cage. After his body relaxed, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He immediately counterattacked. His strongest attack viciously shot towards Li Yuanji. At this moment, how much power did Li Yuanji have to fight back? He could only rely on Qin Shao to attack. He didn't have much power left to fight back at all. His soul and were truly somewhat weak. He couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's heart force attack at all. Qin Shao could easily crush him. Qin Shao had used heart force before, but it didn't have much of an effect. So Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to use it again. This time, he had no other choice. He could only try using heart force. Unexpectedly, it actually had a miraculous effect. He hadn't thought that Li Yuanji's weakness would be here. Now that he'd grasped it, things were naturally much easier. Finding the right remedy for the problem was naturally easy. Everything suddenly became clear. So, Qin Shao quickly turned the tables on Li Yuanji. He had Li Yuanji completely in his hands. Li Yuanji really didn't have any other means to deal with him. At this time, he was basically defeated. Li Yuanji, you are already powerless to reverse the situation. I think you should just admit defeat. No matter how hard you struggle, there is not much meaning. The final result will be the same. Qin Xiao said to Li Yuanji. In fact, Li Yuanji had already lost. However, if Li Yuanji didn't admit defeat, the battle wouldn't be over. If he didn't admit defeat, he could only continue fighting until he died. Li Yuanji fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "Who said I've already lost? I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost. As long as I'm not dead, I haven't lost. You want me, Li Yuanji, to admit defeat? How is that possible? The word admit defeat has never existed in my dictionary. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. So, Qin Xiao, you'd better give up. I won't admit defeat. I haven't lost yet. I can still fight. I can fight you to the end." This Li Yuanji was really a ruthless character. He still didn't admit defeat. However, Qin Xiao curled his lips. If this happened to him, he probably wouldn't admit defeat so easily either. Or it could be said that Li Yuanji's personality was the same as his. They were both people who wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Or maybe Li Yuanji had his peerless arrogance, which made him unwilling to admit defeat so easily. But no matter what the situation was, the fact that Li Yuanji refused to admit defeat was in front of him. Since that was the case, he could only continue to fight. Defeat was basically set. Li Yuanji was completely suppressed by Qin Xiao at this time, and didn't have much strength to fight back. Qin Xiao's offensive was naturally not careless. He attacked fiercely all the way until Li Yuanji kept vomiting blood. His immortal body was slowly being shattered. The situation could be said to be precarious. "Li Yuanji, if you don't admit defeat, you'll soon die at my hands. I have no intention of killing you, so I advise you to admit defeat. If you admit defeat, you'll only lose half of your points. With your points, even if you lose half of them, you won't fall out of the top 100 on the Saint rankings. But if you die at my hands, all your points will be given to me. When your points reach 0, you'll definitely fall out of the top 100. Chapter 2346. According to the current situation, Qin Xiao did have a chance to kill Li Yuanji. To put it bluntly, he could kill Li Yuanji because Li Yuanji did not have much power to resist. That meant that Li Yuanji had fallen into his hands and was at his mercy. As long as nothing major happened, Qin Xiao would be able to kill Li Yuanji as long as Li Yuanji was willing. To be honest, Qin Xiao had also thought of killing Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji ranked 16th on the holy list and had a lot of points. If he killed Li Yuanji and took all of his points, then he, Qin Xiao, would be able to enter the top 5 with his points added up. Therefore, it was very meaningful for Qin Xiao. Although it was very meaningful, Qin Xiao did not want to kill people easily. He had no grudges against Li Yuanji, and Li Yuanji was not as annoying as Tang Qianyue. He would not be like Tang Qianyue, who wanted to kill Qin Xiao as soon as he opened his mouth. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not want to kill Li Yuanji and did not want to provoke another enemy for no reason. It would not be good for him in the future. Qin Xiao would try his best not to kill people if he could. Unless it was someone like Tang Qianyue, then Qin Xiao would not hesitate at all and would kill without a doubt. However, Li Yuanji obviously did not understand Qin Xiao's kindness. Li Yuanji even felt that it was a humiliation to him. It was even more impossible for him to admit defeat. Li Yuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, Qin Xiao, don't be complacent too early. I told you that I would never admit defeat. Don't think that I don't know what you were thinking. I know what you were thinking. You just want to humiliate me and step on me. I will never do as you wish. If you have the ability, just kill me. If I die, I have nothing to say. I am not dead yet, so don't be long-winded and shut your mouth." Qin Xiao was a little speechless about Li Yuanji's stubbornness. Was it wrong to not want to kill someone these days? Why do you make it sound like he owed him? Since that was the case, he would just let it go. Since Li Yuanji would rather die than submit, he could only fulfill his wish. Since he had already come to this point, there was no other way. If there was any trouble in the future, it would be in the future. He would not think so much about it for the time being. There was always some helplessness in life. Since he had met with it, there was nothing to say and there was nothing to worry about. Because he had no other choice, the only thing to do. Li Yuanji, you're the one who insists on seeking death. In that case, don't blame me. I will fulfill your wish. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Bah! Li Yuanji spat at Qin Xiao angrily and disdainfully. He scolded, Don't be hypocritical. Do you have the kindness to spare my life? I don't believe it, even if you believe it. Besides, do you think I'm afraid? I said that there is no surrender in my dictionary, so I won't surrender. In this battle, either you admit defeat, or you die, or I die. There are only these three possibilities. There are no other options. So, if you give me other options, I will definitely not accept it. You should give up on it as soon as possible. If you want to kill me, just do it. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Li Yuanji was a real man. Although he was a little pedantic, he was not bad. Qin Xiao was also thinking about the same thing. If he was in Qin Xiao's shoes, what would he do? He would probably do the same as Li Yuanji. He would rather die than submit, right? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Qin Xiao would never give up. He would stick to it until the end. Even if he died in the end, there would be nothing to regret. The most precious thing in life was to stick to what you should stick to. Therefore, although Li Yuanji's actions seemed very stupid, it was normal if one thought about it carefully. Puff! Li Yuanji spat out a mouthful of blood. More than half of his immortal body had been shattered. The situation was getting worse. However, no matter how bad the situation was, Li Yuanji's face was still so resolute. There was no sign of him admitting defeat. His eyes were still so resolute. He was using his life to hold on to what he felt he should hold on to in his heart. It was like a supreme belief that no one could change or shake. Since Li Yuanji refused to admit defeat, Qin Xiao didn't say anything more. He continued to attack, attacking fiercely. Li Yuanji's immortal body was shattered again and again. Li Yuanji's immortal body was rapidly eroding. His injuries were getting worse, and he was getting closer and closer to death. It was obvious that Li Yuanji couldn't hold on for more than a few rounds. However, he still didn't lower his head and had no intention of admitting defeat. His eyes were still as resolute and fearless as before. It was a firm belief that supported him. He was going to use his life to defend it. How to describe this kind of person? Although he felt a little pedantic, he was worthy of respect. At least, Qin Xiao respected this kind of person. However, respect was respect. This kind of battle didn't end with the battle Dao. He couldn't stop. Even if he stopped, Li Yuanji probably wouldn't stop. Therefore, he could only fight to the end until Li Yuanji was killed. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Finally, on Qin Xiao's 5th strike, Li Yuanji fell to the ground with a loud bang. His immortal body was completely shattered by Qin Xiao and no longer existed. Since the immortal body was shattered, the person was naturally dead. Li Yuanji was dead. Because he didn't admit defeat, he ended up dying and being eliminated. Seeing that Li Yuanji was finally dead, Qin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Phew, it really wasn't easy. It took so long to kill Li Yuanji. It almost exhausted my immortal body. Fortunately, he's finally dead. It can be considered a happy occasion. Qin Xiao's face broke into a smile. It was finally over. It ended with his victory. This victory was indeed not easy to come by. From the beginning, he didn't expect to be able to kill Li Yuanji. He knew from the beginning that Li Yuanji was very strong and not easy to deal with. Wanting to defeat Li Yuanji should be an incomparably huge challenge. However, he didn't expect that in the end, not only did he defeat Li Yuanji, but he also killed Li Yuanji with his sword and completed his incomparably glorious battle. This battle was enough to make his name known throughout the immortal domain and the human world. This battle was also the most difficult battle he had encountered so far. However, in this battle, he obtained a great victory by killing Li Yuanji and pocketed all of Li Yuanji's points. According to the previous rankings, I can kill my way to the 4th place with Li Yuanji's points. However, since my battle is over, I reckon the others' battles will also be over. I reckon the points will still change. It might be difficult for me to enter the top 5. Let's wait and see how the others are doing. However, even if I can't enter the top 5, I'm sure that I'll be able to enter the top 10. Moreover, my ranking should be slightly higher. Qin Xiao pondered in his heart. He was also thinking about Ming Yuexin and Prince Zhangyang. He didn't know how they were doing. Hopefully, both of them would be able to win as well. That way, they would have a high chance of making it into the top 10, while the other would make it into the top 10. Qin Xiao felt that the possibility of this happening was very high. On the other side, Li Yuanji's points were reset to 0. He was eliminated and returned to the sacred arena. How could he accept such a great loss? He sat there with a cold expression. His eyes flashed with an incomparably complicated expression. His sword and saber flashed, and it was so sharp that it made people feel a little scared. Many people's eyes also fell on Li Yuanji and whispered softly, "Isn't that Li Yuanji? He was also eliminated? I heard that Li Yuanji's strength is abnormally strong. Didn't someone analyze it before? Li Yuanji should be able to enter the top 10. Now it seems that they have overestimated Li Yuanji. He's not that strong. He's too strong. Maybe the divine world's restrictions on him are too strong. I've also heard about his strength. He's too strong. He definitely has the strength to fight for the top 10 or even the top 5. I've always thought that Li Yuanji would definitely enter the top 10 of the saint list. It's a pity that he was eliminated. I wonder who has such great ability to actually eliminate Li Yuanji? Could it be that Li Yuanji is so unlucky to have met Fu Zhongshuan? God knows who eliminated Li Yuanji, but I think it should be one of the top 5 on the saint list. Only they have the strength to do so. Hey, look, Li Yuanji's name has disappeared from the saint list. He has been eliminated from the saint list, and a new name has been added. It's true. Li Yuanji has disappeared from the saint list. With his points, even if he lost half of it, he should still be in the top 100 of the saint list. Could it be he was killed? Is that why his points were reset? It's hard to believe, but judging from the situation on the saint list, that should be the case. TSK, TSK, TSK. Someone actually killed Li Yuanji? Isn't that too monstrous? I'm impressed. To be able to kill Li Yuanji, who did it? I'm so lucky. I thought that I had no hope of entering the saint list, but I didn't expect that someone on the saint list would have their points reset and put me in the top 100 of the saint list. I feel like I picked up a big bargain. Good. Very good. You're really lucky. Shouldn't you treat us to a drink? If that's the case, I feel that I still have some hope. Maybe if someone else on the saint list is killed, then I might be able to enter the saint list without doing anything. I'm looking forward to it. I'll wait a little longer. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, all eyes were focused on Li Yuanji. He even had the heart to give up. It was a disgrace. It was truly a great disgrace to him. He, Li Yuanji, originally had the strength to fight for the top 10 of the saint list, but he didn't expect to be so tragically eliminated. His points were reset to 0, and he couldn't even enter the top 100 of the saint list. How humiliating was that? How shameful was this? How was he supposed to face the Li clan's citizens? He hated, but it was useless. Everything was over. It was a foregone conclusion. No one could change it. Therefore, no matter how much he hated him, he could only accept it. He refused to admit defeat, so he ended up being killed and eliminated. Who else could he blame? Qin Xiao, I'll remember the humiliation you've brought me this time. I'll remember it. One day, I'll return it to you. I'll definitely return it to you. Furthermore, I'll return it to you double. Chapter 2347. Sigh, after working so hard for so long, in the end, I'm still eliminated. I can't make it into the top 10. Forget it. I've already been eliminated. I can only accept this result. I'll work harder in the future. A momentary success or failure is nothing. I can only say that there are too many outstanding people. Moreover, the battles in the heavenly realm do have a lot of influence. However, this is secondary. It's to motivate myself to work harder in the future. Yin Caizhe shook his head and sighed helplessly. He looked at the heaven list, and his gaze fell on a name. Ming Yuexin. Who is this girl? I can't find out her background at all. It's said that she's the saint of Jade Lake. However, I've asked people to check, and there's no such person in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Strange, it's really strange. I really don't know where Miss Ming Yuexin came from. However, this girl's strength is really terrifying. I've never seen or heard of her methods. It's not like the methods of the big families in the 9 states of Huaxia. Yin Caizhe shook his head. After being eliminated this time, his ranking had fallen out of the top 30. However, it didn't matter. As long as he couldn't make it into the top 10, the ranking wasn't that important. It was fine as long as he didn't fall out of the top 100. There were fewer and fewer people who were still in the heavenly realm. One by one, they were eliminated. Soon, there were only 11 people left in the heavenly realm. Interestingly, these 11 people were ranked from the 1st to the 11th on the holy list. If one more person was eliminated, the top 10 would basically be fixed. Therefore, everyone's focus was on who would be the next person to be eliminated. First on the holy list, Fu Zhongshuan. Second on the holy list, Xia Dongho. Third on the holy list, Heaven's Pride. Fourth on the holy list, Jiang Lishuan. Fifth on the holy list, Qin Xiao. Sixth on the holy list, Ying Hanmo. Seventh on the holy list, Gue Honyun. Eighth on the holy list, Tyren. Ninth on the holy list, Ming Yuexin. 10th on the holy list, Ji Yuanzhou. 11th on the holy list, Zhang Yang. This was the current ranking of the top 11 on the holy list. The top 4 on the holy list have been very stable. There was basically no change, especially towards the end, where it had been maintained. Fu Zhongshuan, on the other hand, was left in the dust as usual. There was a large gap between him and Xia Dongho, who was in second place. Fu Zhongshuan's strength made everyone feel a little hopeless. Qin Xiao killed Li Yuanji and got all of Li Yuanji's points, so his ranking jumped from the 10th to the 5th. He finally entered the top 5. Ming Yuexin's performance had always been stable, and she was still ranked 9th. Now, it was time to see if Prince Zhang Yang could make a comeback. This year's student competition had already given many people a big surprise. Several dark horses had emerged. The biggest dark horse was the young genius. A disciple from the southern wasteland, a small sect like the Fuda Immortal Palace had been able to stay in 3rd place for a long time and had been shining brilliantly. Qin Xiao and Ming Yuexin were also 2 dark horses. As for Prince Zhang Yang, he could also be considered a dark horse. After all, his surname was no longer Hu, and he was no longer a member of the Hu clan. Speaking of which, the Hu clan was also quite embarrassed. The Hu clan's disciples who participated in the competition were all messed up, but they did not make it into the top 100. Instead, it was young Master Zhang Yang who shone brightly. But unfortunately, Prince Zhang Yang did not admit that he was a member of the Hu clan. Therefore, this glory did not belong to the Hu clan. Instead, it made the Hu clan suffer a bad reputation. The most interesting thing was that Qin Xiao, Ming Yuexin, and Prince Zhang Yang came together. They had a very good relationship and could be considered a small group. In addition, Princess Xiaoyu, who was in the top 100, had the peach blossom body. The strength of this group could be said to be very strong and terrifying. Therefore, it made people treat them differently. Do you think Prince Zhang Yang can make a comeback and enter the top 10? At this time, can he still make a comeback? I don't believe it. That's right. How difficult is it to get into the top 10? The top 10 has been decided long ago. Although the rankings have changed slightly, the people are still the same. Yes, although Prince Zhang Yang has made a lot of progress and has survived until now, it is really not easy. I admit that he has the strength to enter the top 10, but the top 10 all have the strength. It is too difficult to pull one of them down. There are already enough dark horses this time. If Prince Zhang Yang comes, more than half of the top 10 will be taken. It is hard to imagine. Yes, there are too many surprises this time. What I didn't expect the most was that Li Yuanji was eliminated and killed. That's terrible. That Qin Xiao is too good. Even Li Yuanji was killed by him. I always thought that Li Yuanji was one of the most powerful contenders for the top 5. Yes, I also find Li Yuanji unbelievable. I know his strength. He has the Battle King immortal physique, born for battle. How powerful is that? It is said that Li Yuanji has an impressive record of forcing a half-saint to retreat. There is also Yuan Saija. I also find it very surprising. He doesn't have the strength to fight for the top 5, but I think he should have a place in the top 10. Yes, which of the 8 great ancient surnames is simple. I have also heard of Yuan Saija's fame. He is definitely an extremely powerful person. He should be able to make it into the top 10. The student seats were filled with heated discussions. Many of them were about Qin Xiao and the others. This made Wu Fengcheng, Meng Dali, and the others very happy. Many people were even expressing goodwill to them. After all, they knew that they were brothers with Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang. Befriending them was equivalent to befriending Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang. In the audience seats, the Tianshan city lord smiled faintly and said to Fu Shi, Fu Xiong, do you really think that Qin Xiao is much worse than other prodigies? Look, Qin Xiao also made it into the top 5. You know what it means to be in the top 5 of the Saint rankings. Qin Xiao's potential is definitely better than other prodigies. You kicked Qin Xiao out of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace because of a genius. You lost a peerless genius. Do you really not regret what you did back then? Speaking of which, Fu Xiong's heart was indeed a little shaken. It was just that many people were like this. They didn't like to admit their mistakes. Moreover, Fu Xiong didn't feel that what he did was wrong. Therefore, naturally, he wouldn't admit it. Fu Xiong smiled faintly and said, What's there to regret? I admit that I had greatly underestimated Qin Xiao and had misjudged him. His monstrous and heaven-defying talent has indeed far exceeded my imagination. I'm also happy for him. But so what? Even if he made it into the top 5 of the Saint rankings, he has always been in the top 3. He has always been in front of Qin Xiao. In terms of talent and potential, do you really think that Qin Xiao can compete with other prodigies? So what's there to regret? Why don't you say that you regret it, Tianshan City Lord? You also had the opportunity to take Qin Xiao as your disciple, but you didn't. Qin Xiao is just a disciple of the Fu Shi Immortal Palace, not my personal disciple. Why should I regret it? The Tianshan City Lord smiled and said, Yes, you're right. I did have the opportunity to take Qin Xiao as my disciple back then. Unfortunately, I didn't do so. Speaking of which, I do regret it a little. But I don't care. Although I didn't take Qin Xiao as my disciple, at least I have a good relationship with Qin Xiao. And my Ru Xan has a good relationship with him, so I didn't lose much. If you want to say that a prodigy's talent and potential is better than Qin Xiao's, then you're lying to yourself. Don't forget that a prodigy is a reincarnator. He's just a lucky reincarnator. A reincarnator has the memory of his previous life. He has everything from his previous life. It's normal for him to be so monstrous. I don't deny that a prodigy like him will have no problem becoming an ancient saint. He can even go further. But I don't think that a reincarnator can surpass his previous life too much after being reincarnated. Since ancient times, there has never been such a case. At least, I've never heard of such a case. If a prodigy like him can reach the second step of the Empyrean saint level in his lifetime, he'll be lucky. But Qin Xiao is different. Qin Xiao is not a reincarnator. He was born a lowly person who came from a tiny universe. He was an ordinary mortal who relied on his own hard work and tenacity to reach his current level of power. His brilliance outshines all the other young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought. His talent and potential are absolutely incalculable. If he grows up, no one can say for certain what heights he'll reach. I believe that he has the potential to break through to the next level of power. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Fu Xiong couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. In truth, how could he not understand these principles? However, he didn't want to think in this direction. He just wanted to use the facts before him to numb himself. No matter how monstrous Qin Xiao was, so what? He was no longer one of his people. He was no longer one of his people. He no longer had anything to do with Qin Xiao. What was the point of feeling regret? Even if he was wrong, this was the only thing he could do. Let him. He wouldn't admit it. Look, there are changes in the holy rankings. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to look at the saint rankings. Sure enough, there were some changes in the top 10 of the holy rankings. First on the holy rankings, Fu Zhongshuan. Second on the holy rankings, Xia Donho. Third on the holy rankings, Heaven's Chosen. Fourth on the holy rankings, Jiang Li Xuan. Fifth on the holy rankings, Qin Xiao. Sixth on the holy rankings, Ing Hanmo. Seventh on the holy rankings, Zhang Yang. Eighth on the holy rankings, Tai Ren. 9th on the holy rankings, Ming Yuexin. 10th on the holy rankings, Ji Yuanzhou. 11th on the holy rankings, Gue Hongyun. Zhang Yang's rankings swapped with Gue Hongyun's. Zhang Yang jumped to the 7th on the holy rankings, while Gue Hongyun fell from the 7th to the 11th on the holy rankings. As soon as the rankings were released, an uproar resounded throughout the arena. Holy SH**T. Zhang Yang actually managed to turn the tables around. At the last moment, he eliminated Gue Hongyun. I really admire him. TSK. Another young talent from the 8 ancient families has been kicked out of the top 10. This year's student tournament is really strange. There are too many dark horses, aren't there? This Prince Zhang Yang actually made it into the top 10. I guess the Hu clan will regret it to death. Such an unprecedented talent was actually kicked out of the Hu clan by them. The Hu clan will definitely be dumbfounded. The 2 young talents of the Hu clan didn't even make it into the top 100. As a force of the 100 schools of thought, the Hu clan will probably lose face this time. Zhang Yang is really good. He did it. He really did it. That's great. That's great. Chapter 2348. Gue Hongyun, who had been eliminated by Prince Zhang Yang, woke up. His expression was extremely cold. Although he had woken up, he still sat there as if he had been petrified, not saying a word. If it weren't for the flickering light in his eyes, he would have thought that he had not woken up. Gue Hongyun had held on for so long and had always been in the top 10 of the saint list. There should have been no suspense, and he should have had a place in the top 10. It was a supreme honor to be in the top 10, not only for himself, but also for the family behind him. It was a great honor, a supreme glory, and a glorious achievement worthy of praise. However, at the last moment, Gue Hongyun, the young talent of the Gue family, one of the 8 great ancient families who had high hopes for him, was eliminated and fell out of the top 10. Although his ranking was not bad, the 11th place on the saint list was considered a very good ranking. But if he fell out of the top 10, the difference of 1 place was like heaven and earth. The generous rewards were all for the top 10. All the glory was for the top 10. Losing 1 round made him fall from the sky to hell. What kind of blow was this? How could he accept it at this moment? The top 10 of the saint list had been decided. Everyone was thinking about what would happen next. Would there be any new changes? There were only 10 people left in the realm of the gods. Would the student competition end here, or would it continue? If it continued, would there be more people whose points would be reduced because of failure? If that was the case, wouldn't there be hope for those who were ranked at the bottom to return to the top 10? If that was the case, wouldn't it be very strange? At this moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly blossomed from the divine realm. 10 figures walked out from the divine realm at the same time. Yinglong World God waved his hand and took back the realm of the gods. Qin Shao and the other 10 people landed on the martial arts platform. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao and the others. Was the student competition over? It was possible. If the top 10 were to be ranked according to their points, they would have already been ranked. If it ended like this, there was nothing wrong with it. Many people on the martial arts platform frowned. After all, the 10 of them had never fought with each other before. Therefore, it could be said that none of them were willing to submit to the other. Who wouldn't want to be in the top 5? Who wouldn't want the number 1 ranking? First place, that was a supreme honor. The highest honor was there. Who wouldn't want to take first place? The first place and the other rankings were on 2 completely different levels. It's over? It can't be, right? Qin Shao and Zhang Yang looked at each other. Obviously, both of them did not want this to end so quickly. Although Qin Shao was currently ranked 5th on the Saint rankings, he had achieved his initial ambition and goal of entering the top 5. But if there was a chance to fight again, Qin Shao would definitely be willing to do so. The question now was it going to end just like that? Was the ranking decided just like that? Qin Shao hadn't had a chance to fight with a genius yet. He felt somewhat regretful about it. Well, everyone, Goding Longsure suddenly waved his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Goding Longworld was about to speak. Naturally, no one dared to speak again. Soon, everyone became quiet. After a period of silence, World God Rain Dragon turned his gaze towards Qin Shao and the others. He said, You were able to last until the very end of the competition and enter the top 10. Let me congratulate you in advance. Congratulations. You are all the best among the first batch of students of the Sane Academy. You are proud. Although this kind of student competition might not be 100% fair, it should still be relatively fair. Since you have reached this step and entered the top 10, it is enough to prove your strength and talent. You will be the focus of the Saint Academy's training in the future. All the resources will be open to you, and you will be given priority. Hearing God Ing Long World's words, a lot of voices came from the student seats. In fact, everyone knew that if they could enter the top 10, they would definitely receive a lot of preferential treatment. However, when World God Rain Dragon made this announcement, everyone felt rather uncomfortable. They couldn't help but feel as though they were being treated unfairly. Ordinary people didn't care, but those who ranked at the top had a lot of complaints in their hearts. In fact, they all had the strength to enter the top 10. It was not necessarily impossible for them to compete. It was just that their luck wasn't very good, so they couldn't enter the top 10. For example, Gue Hanyan. Did you say he didn't have the strength to enter the top 10? That was obviously impossible. Gue Hanyan definitely had strength. He had been 7th on the holy list for so long, which was enough to prove everything. But unfortunately, he was defeated by Prince Zhang Yang in the last battle. And Li Yuanji, didn't he have the strength? He was one of the most powerful contenders for the top 5. But unfortunately, he was eliminated by Qin Shao. Godding Long World glanced at the people in the student seats and said, I know some of you may feel uncomfortable, unbalanced, and unfair. It's reasonable for you to have such thoughts. It's not a bad thing for young people to be hot-blooded, impulsive, and ambitious. So you still have a chance in the future. Of course, you have to work hard to get the opportunity. It won't fall from the sky. We'll talk about it later. Hearing God Ing Long World's words, those who had the ambition to enter the top 10 quieted down. At least they still had a chance in the future. That was a good thing. World God Rain Dragon once more turned his gaze towards Qin Shao and the others. He continued, You are in the top 10 in terms of points, but I'm afraid that some of you won't be able to accept your current ranking. Besides, the old man said before that Emperor Xin Yuan would choose a personal disciple from among you. And the old man will also choose 1 or 2 personal disciples, so you have to continue to be tested. After all, in the divine realm, you are still restricted. You can't exert your strength in many aspects. Therefore, the next competition will be held on this martial stage. You can fight with real swords and spears and have a good competition. You can decide the final winner and the final ranking based on your strength. Now, it's not about points. The points competition is over. The 10 of you will start a new ranking competition. In the end, the personal disciples of Emperor Xin Yuan and the old man will be selected according to your ranking and your performance in the competition. Of course, the ranking is naturally the dominant factor. Fight without restrictions. Fight for the ranking based on strength. Fighting for the ranking was not only a battle of honor, but also a battle of opportunities. Emperor Xin Yuan would accept a personal disciple, and Godding Long World would accept 1 or 2 personal disciples. Even if there were 2, there would only be 3 places in total. Fighting for 3 out of 10 was still very fierce. Therefore, he had to fight his way into the top 5 for this to be possible. He had to choose 3 out of the top 5. This was probably the case. If they could be in the top 3, it should be basically a sure thing. World God Rain Dragon's words instantly caused everyone's blood to boil once more. I knew it. How could it end like this? Well, it's very good. It's fair and just, and the opportunities are equal. Whether we win or lose, we are convinced. Brother Qin Shao, our opportunity has come. Let's attack the top 5 together. We must make sure that we are in the top 3. In this way, we will have a great chance to become a personal disciple. Even if we can't become Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple, at least we will be chosen by God Ing Long World. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can grasp it well, we will be rich. Prince Zhang Yang said excitedly to Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled. He was also a little excited in his heart. Although he ranked 5th in the points, it was a little embarrassing to be in the 5th place. He might not be chosen if he didn't move up or down. If he had a chance to fight for the ranking again, he believed that his chances would be much greater if he could be 1 or 2 places higher. Let's do it. For this great opportunity, we have to fight for it. Brother, let's work hard together. Qin Shao said seriously. Prince Zhongyang also nodded seriously. Let's do it. Well, I will first announce the rules of the competition. You have to listen carefully. Don't break the rules. Otherwise, you will be judged to have lost directly. Godding Long World suddenly said. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully to God Ing Long World words. The first rule, you can't use your innate magical powers. The second rule, you can't use some rare treasures except for weapons below the level of holy objects. You can use auxiliary immortal treasures. The third rule, if there's a fight, the old man will decide the winner. If the old man wants to stop, he must stop. You can't hurt others' lives or foundation. The first rule is the rule that binds you. Now I will announce the rules of the competition and the way to play it. This competition is a one-loss elimination system. If you lose once, you will be eliminated. The specific rules and the way to play is like this. First, the 10th place and the 9th place will fight. The winner will guard the arena. For example, if the 9th place is the winner, then the 8th place will fight in the arena. If the 9th place is still the winner, then the 7th place will fight in the arena. If the 8th place and the 10th place lose, they will fight again to determine the 9th and 10th place. In the battle between the 9th and 7th ranked, if the 7th ranked person is the victor, then the 6th ranked person will fight in the arena. The loser between the 7th and 6th place will fight with the 9th place to determine the 7th and 8th place. So on and so forth, until all the rankings are decided, from the bottom to the top. In this way, I believe it will be absolutely fair. Everyone's strength will be tested, and they will be able to determine the winner. Does anyone have any questions about this? As soon as God Ing Long World finished speaking, Prince Zhongyang said, God Ing Long World, this kind of battle is not fair to the winner, is it? The winner has already fought a battle and is exhausted in all aspects. If he continues to fight, he will be at a disadvantage. World God Rain Dragon said, you don't need to worry about that. I'll naturally help the victor recover and give him some time to rest so that he or she can continue on to the next battle in their best condition. Child Zhongyang nodded his head. If that was the case, there would be no problem. World God Rain Dragon was naturally capable of accomplishing something like this with ease. Chapter 23:49. That's just a cheap trick. How can everything in this world be absolutely fair? If you really want to complain, those who were eliminated should complain instead. Ing Longsha glanced at Zhongyang and spoke in a gentle tone. Then, he spoke in a gentle tone. Zhongyang smiled awkwardly and immediately said, Hee, I understand. I was just casually asking. I can totally accept it. I think it's a good idea. Ing Long World God glanced at the others. No one else had any objections. Since there are no other questions, let's begin. The 10th and 9th place will enter the arena. Everyone else, please retreat to the side and rest. Ing Long World God said. Qin Shao and the others retreated to the side to rest. The 9th place was Ming Yuexin, and the 10th place was Ji Yuanzhou. The two of them stayed on the arena. Everyone's eyes were focused on the martial arts stage, waiting for the first battle to begin. Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, congratulations. Xia Dongho walked over and smiled at Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang. Speaking of which, Xia Dongho really didn't expect Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang to reach such heights. In his opinion, Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang should have the ability to challenge the Saint Institute selection and get a place as a student. However, he didn't expect that the two of them would make into the top 10 of the student competition. One was 5th and the other was 7th. What kind of glory was this? Haha, congratulations to you two. Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang replied with a smile. They had always felt that Xia Dongho was a friend worth making. Seeing Xia Dongho walking so close to Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang, the other prodigy's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Xia Dongho was a strong opponent for him. It might be difficult for him to compete with Fu Zhongshuan, but he was still confident that he could fight Xia Dongho. Whether or not his ranking could rise another level would depend on Xia Dongho's side. Therefore, to him, Xia Dongho was his greatest enemy. However, Xia Dongho had joined forces with Qin Shao and Prince Zhangyang. With Ming Yuexin as well, the power of this group of people was too strong and terrifying. If that was the case, it would be troublesome for him to deal with Qin Shao in the future. Hey, who do you think will win this battle? It's hard to say. Miss Ming Yuexin is ranked 9th on the Saint rankings, while Sir Ji Yuanzhou is ranked 10th on the Saint rankings. If we really fight it out, then anything is possible. You're wasting your breath. I think Ji Yuanzhou will win. I don't agree. I think Miss Ming Yuexin will win. Don't underestimate a woman. When a woman becomes ruthless, she's definitely more dangerous than a man. Haha. Place your bets. Place your bets. I'll be the banker and open a small bet. A battle in the realm of the gods was obviously different from a battle in the real world. Although there were restrictions in the real world that prevented the use of one's special abilities, the special abilities of the 100 schools of thought were too terrifying. Once they were used, the power would be so great that it was very likely that there would be casualties. Moreover, the use of special abilities would consume yuan qi, which was also disadvantageous to the user. Generally speaking, one would not use their innate abilities unless they had no other choice. The more dangerous a special ability was, the more likely it would consume yuan qi. Therefore, it was naturally not suitable to use special abilities in the student competition. Although they could not use special abilities, their immortal bodies and weapons had returned. This would have a significant impact on their strength. Moreover, in the real world, if they were injured, they would really be injured. Therefore, it would also have a significant impact on their mental state. During a battle, the mental state would also have some impact on the battle. Ming Yuexin and Ji Yuanzhou stood facing each other, their battle intent surging. Ming Yuexin did not seem to have the heart to win. Her expression was as calm as water as she looked at Ji Yuanzhou indifferently. On the other hand, Ji Yuanzhou's face was cold and his battle intent surged. His cold eyes were as sharp as a peerless sword as he looked at Ming Yuexin coldly. He did not have any protective feelings for the fair sex. Instead, he was like a poisonous snake staring at Ming Yuexin. Obviously, Ji Yuanzhou had the heart to win. He was ruthless and incomparably ferocious. Looking at him like this, one would feel a little scared. Everyone was looking forward to the first battle. They wanted to see who would emerge victorious. The first battle was a battle that started the battle. The battle intent on Ji Yuanzhou's body continued to soar. At this moment, he was like a huge dragon, a ferocious tiger. His aura was surging wildly. His aura could reach the heavens and suppress everything in the world. Miss Ming Yuexin, please make your move. I won't bully you. I'll let you make a move first. Ji Yuanzhou was very gentlemanly. He treated Ming Yuexin courteously and made an inviting gesture to her. He said that he would let her make a move first. Even though it was courteous, there was also some arrogance in it. This was enough to show how confident he was in winning this battle. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. However, what was unexpected was that Ming Yuexin actually admitted defeat. This made many people's jaws drop. Ming Yuexin actually admitted defeat? Was she afraid? Impossible. They did not even fight. How could she be afraid? Moreover, in terms of ranking on the holy rankings, Ming Yuexin was higher than Ji Yuanzhou. From Ming Yuexin's previous performance, she was not a weak woman. There was no need for her to be afraid. What was going on? Why did he admit defeat without even exchanging blows? Was she going easy on him? But that was not right. Ming Yuexin and Ji Yuanzhou should not know each other. What was going on? Many people started to discuss in confusion. They were originally looking forward to the battle of the first battle. They were looking forward to an exciting performance. However, he did not expect that Ming Yuexin did not even make a move and directly admitted defeat. Ahem, Miss Ming Yuexin admitted defeat. Prince Zhangyang obviously did not expect Ming Yuexin to admit defeat. He originally thought that Ming Yuexin would be able to win one battle. Perhaps Ming Yuexin did not have much of a chance to fight for the top 5. However, it was not to the extent that she could not win one battle. Perhaps because they were friends, Prince Zhongyang did have some confidence in Ming Yuexin. However, reality did not give him a strong response. Instead, it gave him a slap in the face. Ming Yuexin admitted defeat directly. Qin Xiao shook her head. She did not look too surprised. She said, Ming Yuexin is not a person who likes to fight. The ranking should not be that important to her. Moreover, she's a girl. I'm afraid she does not want to fight to the death with men. Actually, other than the top 5, the other rankings are not that important. Perhaps Ming Yuexin knows that her chances of fighting for the top 5 are not high. Therefore, it is not a big deal for her to admit defeat now. Men care too much about face and dignity. We cannot use our men's hearts to speculate about women. She must have her own thoughts. Child Zhongyang nodded his head in agreement. That was true. There is not much difference between the 6th and 10th places. If one could not enter the top 5, there was basically no chance of being selected. If one were to enter the top 3, it would indeed be a supreme honor. The other rankings were not that far apart. Therefore, it was not a big deal for Ming Yuexin to admit defeat. Indeed, Ji Yuanzhou was determined to win this battle. He had to win it. He was full of ambition and ambition. He wanted to enter the top 5. Only by entering the top 5 would he have a chance of being selected. Even if it was 5th place, it would be fine. However, when he heard Ming Yuexin admit defeat directly, Ji Yuanzhou could not help but be stunned. He looked at Ming Yuexin with some surprise. After hesitating for a while, he said, You admit defeat? Ming Yuexin nodded and said, Yes, I admit defeat. Why don't you agree? Disagree? Only an idiot would disagree, right? What was there to think about when it was an easy victory? Ji Yuanzhou immediately said, That's not it. I just want to confirm it. If Miss Ming Yuexin insists on admitting defeat, then I will naturally respect Miss Ming Yuexin's choice. However, this kind of victory, to me, feels a little unfair. If it's unfair, then so be it. I don't care about this. Ming Yuexin did not care. After waving her hand, she left the battle stage and retreated to the resting area. After seeing Qin Xiao and Prince Zhongyang, Ming Yuexin smiled faintly and said, I won't participate in this kind of competition. I know my own limits. Next, it's up to you. I have confidence in you. Do your best, Qin Xiao, Prince Zhongyang. I look forward to both of you entering the top 5. Ah, that's for sure. I, Prince Zhongyang, even bragged that I reserve a place in the top 5. As for my brother Qin Xiao, there's no need to mention it. A place in the top 5 is already in his bag. Prince Zhongyang was not modest at all. He directly patted his chest and said this. Such big talk naturally caused the others to snort disdainfully, especially the Heavens Chosen, who sneered. Reserved? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue by bragging so early? Good luck won't last forever. We still have to rely on true strength. Obviously, the Heavens Chosen's words were directed at Qin Xiao. In terms of foundation, Qin Xiao was indeed not comparable to anyone in the top 10. However, in the divine realm, the influence on him was actually the least, so he had a big advantage. If he wanted to enter the top 10, the difficulty would definitely increase by several times. However, now that he had returned to reality, the difficulty naturally increased. Therefore, it would be difficult for Qin Xiao to be as good as he was in the divine realm. This was a fact that Qin Xiao had to face and admit. But so what? How could Qin Xiao shrink back? No matter how difficult it was, so what? Wasn't it difficult in the divine realm? Qin Xiao, still managed to get to the 5th place? Miracles always need to be created by people. Dreams are still necessary. What they come true? Qin Xiao curled his lips and retorted sarcastically. The Heavens Chosen snorted disdainfully and said, A salted fish will always be a salted fish. Do you still want to make a comeback? You're just daydreaming. Who said that a salted fish can't make a comeback? If you're so stubborn, then you don't need to reincarnate. Didn't you reincarnate because you couldn't step on the ancient road in your previous life? Don't tell me that a salted fish like you didn't make a comeback. If you can make a comeback, why can't I, Qin Xiao, do the same? And I, Qin Xiao, definitely don't need to reincarnate to make a comeback. At least, I, Qin Xiao, have no problem stepping on the ancient road. So you, the heavens chosen, have no sense of superiority in front of me. You've lived 2 lives and relied on the accumulation of your previous life to make a comeback in this life. What's there to be proud of? If I were you, I would have committed suicide out of shame long ago. I wouldn't have the face to show off. However, it's normal for something like this to happen to a genius like yourself. After all, your skin has been tempered by the baptism of 2 lifetimes. It must be very thick. Qin Xiao retorted once again, infuriated. You. Hearing Qin Zhao's humiliating words, the heavens chosen was completely angry. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said fiercely, "Just wait and see. Don't fall into my hands." Chapter 2350. Ming Yuexin admitted defeat, and Ji Yuanzhou easily advanced to the next round. As Ji Yuanzhou did not fight, he did not need to rest and continued with the second round. Tyren was ranked 8th. He had an emperor's aura and was surrounded by dragons and tigers. His aura was extraordinary. Although the Emperor clan wasn't one of the 8 great ancient clans, it had a long history and could almost be compared to the Xia clan. The origin of the Emperor family was said to have been bestowed by the East Emperor Taihao Fushi to the ancestors of the Emperor family. The Emperor family could be called the Emperor of the world. They could rule the world for thousands of years and were on par with the divine dragon. The Emperor family's power was unparalleled. As a disciple of the Emperor family, it was normal for Tyren to have the aura of dragons and tigers. Dragons and tigers surrounded him and protected him with spirits. No one dared to approach him. In terms of aura alone, only Fu Zhongshuan's Empyrean dragon energy could overpower him. Fu Zhongshuan had 9 ancient divine dragons circling around him. The 9 divine dragons were a symbol of supreme power. Fu Zhongshuan walked in the world like a true dragon. The aura emanating from Tyren's body was enough to intimidate others. It was as though he was looking down at Ji Yuanzhou with the eyes of a superior. At least in terms of aura, Tyren was superior to Ji Yuanzhou. Your good luck ends here. Make your move. Tyren challenged Zhou Dongwang directly. Ji Yuanzhou's lips curled into a cold smile. Without a word, he attacked. In such a battle, Ji Yuanzhou did not hold back. He attacked with all his might. As one of the 8 ancient surnames, the Emperor family was considered the most ancient surname among the 100 schools of thought. Its ancient heritage was unimaginable. Although the Emperor family's influence was not as strong as the Xia family, it was still a family that deserved respect. Ji Yuanzhou used an extremely dangerous ancient secret technique to seal the entire martial platform in ice. The chilling power was like a dark hand extending from ancient times. It transformed into countless tentacles and was about to devour and kill Tyren. The fighting ring seemed to have returned to the desolate ancient times. It became extremely desolate and terrifying. The powerful force changed time, space, and even everything on the martial stage. Not to mention those on the martial platform. Even the bystanders felt that it was terrifying and their hearts were numb. Good move. In the God realm, everyone is more or less restricted. In the outside world, the strength that you can unleash is indeed much stronger. Ji Yuanzhou's attack made me tremble slightly. Even if it was me, I might not be able to block it. Feeling Ji Yuanzhou's powerful means, Qin Xiao couldn't help but secretly ponder. It seemed that it would not be easy for him to maintain his position in the top 5. Needless to say, Qin Zhao's ambition was not as simple as keeping his current ranking. Qin Zhao's ambition was to be in the top 3. He might not dare to claim first place. After all, Fu Zhongshuan was there. He was an insurmountable mountain. In the second place, Xia Donghe was not much worse than Fu Zhongshuan. He was also an extremely difficult person to deal with. It was extremely difficult to fight for the 3rd place. After all, there were still many geniuses out there. Now, it seemed that it would be difficult to even be in the top 5, let alone the top 3. He had to pull himself together and take it seriously. I can only seek breakthroughs in the battlefield and create miracles. Isn't this what Qin Xiao am best at? Qin Xiao quickly encouraged himself. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to fight for the top 3 with his current strength. However, the most powerful thing about humans was that they could make the impossible possible. It was not like Qin Shao had not created miracles before, and it should be said that along the way, Qin Shao, had created many miracles. This time, it might not be impossible, right? The most important thing was to have the courage to think, to have the courage to fight, and to have the courage to create. Only then could there be a real miracle. Tyran also made his move. As expected, he was powerful and domineering. The roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger were accompanied by holy light. It surged through heaven and earth and destroyed all darkness. Under Tyran's powerful attack, Ji Yuanzhou's attack was directly defeated. Once the attack was defeated, it was a foregone conclusion. Ji Yuanzhou's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Oh no!" Ji Yuanzhou wanted to retreat and avoid Tyran's attack. However, Tyran would not let him do as he wished. Once the attack was launched, it was like a hot knife through butter. Tyran would not give Ji Yuanzhou any chance to escape. He continuously attacked without pause, each attack stronger than the last. Every inch of the attack was infinitely powerful. Under Tyran's attack, Ji Yuanzhou was completely suppressed and could not fight back. In the end, he was defeated. In the second battle, Tyran won and eliminated Ji Yuanzhou. The names of the 9th and 10th places were announced. Tyran was promoted and entered the next round of the grand competition. As Tyran had consumed a lot of energy during the battle with Ji Yuanzhou, Yinglongshu personally helped Tyran recuperate in the realm of the gods. Soon, Tyran was restored to his peak condition. The third battle was between Prince Zhongyang and Tyran. The main event had finally arrived. Prince Zhongyang was considered a dark horse. In the end, he made a great comeback and eliminated Gue Hongyan. He entered the top 10. Turning the tables was a feat that people took delight in talking about. "Good luck, brother. I'll be waiting to meet you in battle." Qin Shao patted Prince Zhongyang's shoulder and said. It was encouragement and anticipation. He was looking forward to meeting him in battle. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips. However, he still laughed casually. Haha, just wait for me. We brothers are all outstanding people. How can we lose to others so easily? He's just 8th place on the holy leaderboard. I'm 7th on the holy leaderboard. Why should I be afraid of him? Don't worry. Just wait for my performance. Prince Zhongyang jumped onto the fighting ring confidently. Tyran did not waste any time. He made an inviting gesture to Prince Zhongyang, displaying the demeanor of an expert. This was also a portrayal of arrogance. In addition, Tyran had just defeated Ji Yuanzhou. Naturally, his arrogance had increased. Prince Zhongyang was not in a hurry. He gestured for Tyran to stop and said, "Tyran, don't be in such a hurry. Before we start, I have a few words to say." Tyran glanced coldly at Prince Zhongyang and said, "Don't waste time. It's meaningless. If you have something to say it quickly. I'll only give you 1 breath's time. We're not in a hurry to be reincarnated. Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, it's like this. I just want to ask, how are we going to compete? Is it a civil battle, a martial battle, or an elegant battle? I think a martial battle is too crude. Moreover, everyone is fighting. There's nothing new about it. There's nothing interesting about it. That's why I think we should do something else. I don't think many people understand a civil battle. Why don't we have an elegant battle? Not only can it show our strength, but it can also show our elegance. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Child Zhongyang ignored Tyran's words and added another sentence. Upon hearing young Master Zhongyang's nonsensical words, let alone Tyran, many others burst into laughter. They looked at young Master Zhongyang strangely, wondering if he had lost his mind. An elegant battle? How could there be such a thing? Shouldn't the battle for the top 10 be fought with real swords and spears? Using one's fist to speak was the only truth. Don't we cultivators always respect martial prowess, and strength determines everything? The fist was something that everyone agreed upon. It was the only standard and the best weapon. What the hell was an elegant battle? Could it be that Prince Zhongyang was afraid? Many people knew that Prince Zhongyang was afraid. That was why he said such a thing. It was ridiculous. Tyran snorted at Prince Zhongyang and sneered. I originally thought of you as an opponent. Now it seems that I overestimated you. You don't deserve to be my opponent. Cut the crap. I'll give you another chance to attack. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Prince Zhongyang waved his hand and said, "Don't be so agitated, Prince Tyran. It's not too late to get angry after hearing what I have to say, right? I really don't like fighting. Fighting and killing is too uncreative. It doesn't suit the elegant style of an outstanding person like me. What if you mess up my hairstyle? In my opinion, why don't we have an elegant battle? For example, we can compete in handsomeness and let everyone judge who is more handsome. That will be the winner. But if we compete in handsomeness, the result is obvious. You are far from being my opponent. In this aspect, I definitely won't let you win. So if we have an elegant battle, you should just admit defeat. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Isn't that great? Compete in handsomeness? This kind of elegant battle? Was this really an elegant battle? Wasn't this a shameless battle? They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such a shameless person. How could he say such words so openly? Where was his face? Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin couldn't help but laugh at Prince Zhongyang's words. Qin Shao knew that Prince Zhongyang would play some tricks, but she didn't expect him to play it so. How should she put it? Qin Shao really couldn't find the right words to describe Prince Zhongyang. Sure enough, it was as the saying went. A shameless person was invincible. At this moment, Prince Zhongyang felt like he was invincible. It wasn't just the students who snorted at Prince Zhongyang with looks of disdain. The ancient sages in the audience were completely speechless at Prince Zhongyang. How is he a genius? Did he rely on his thick skin to get into the top 10 of the holy list? You dare to play with me? Tyran was completely enraged. How could he not know that he had been played by Prince Zhongyang? His monstrous anger was completely ignited. Zhongyang had the guts to make a fool out of him in front of so many people. He was simply courting death. Ahem, Prince Tyran, you can drink whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I play with you? You can't tarnish my innocence like this. My sexual orientation has always been very normal, okay? It's impossible for me to have any interest in you. You say that I played with you? This joke is a little too much, Prince Zhongyang said. You. Tyran's lungs were about to explode. Was this what he meant by playing? Many people couldn't help but laugh at Prince Zhongyang's words. This guy was really a genius. Tyran was enraged. In a fit of rage, he attacked Zhongyang with all his might. When one was extremely angry, one's heart would be in turmoil. Prince Zhongyang had done this to provoke Tyran. Zhongyang's tactic was very successful as well. He had completely enraged Tyran. Tyran was enraged, and his mind was attacked by his anger. He had lost his mind. When a person was extremely angry, many things would be temporarily thrown to the back of their mind. Chapter 23:51. Once Tyran's flaw was caught, there would be an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and increase his chances of winning. In a battle of this level, even a slight increase in the chances of winning would have a significant impact on the final outcome. Sometimes, two people of similar strength could completely change the situation because of a slight increase in the chances of winning. Of course, this also depended on the person. Some people were not easily angered and would not be easily fooled. However, some people would be angered and lose their rationality. In fact, Tyran was not someone who was easily angered. It was just that he was angered without batting an eyelid. Under the influence of his anger, he lost his rationality and did not realize it. Prince Zhongyang seized this opportunity and quickly found Tyran's flaw. He launched a powerful attack that caught Tyran off guard and achieved great results. With such great results, Prince Zhongyang quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed Tyran. The balance of the situation had tilted in Prince Zhongyang's favor. Moreover, the situation was in the hands of Prince Zhongyang, and he had stabilized the situation. Therefore, even though Tyran had regained his senses, he still felt powerless to reverse the situation. It was too difficult to reverse the situation. Prince Zhongyang did not give Tyran any chances. His attacks were as ferocious as a raging tide. One wave after another, it was unassailable. Tyran was constantly suppressed and did not have a chance to catch his breath. Naturally, there was no chance for him to turn the tables. Tyran felt very aggrieved after such a battle. Due to his careless mistake, he had fallen into a passive situation. It was too difficult for him to turn the tables now. D*M in it. D*M in it. The people who had sneered at Prince Zhongyang earlier were dumbfounded. They stared at Prince Zhongyang with wide eyes and could not help but admire him. How was this possible? How could it be played like this? It turned out that all of this was a conspiracy. They had already prepared this method. This game was really clever. Prince Zhongyang fooled everyone and made them think that Prince Zhongyang was just showing off his shamelessness. After all, Prince Zhongyang was indeed a very narcissistic person with thick skin. Therefore, first impressions were the strongest. Everyone followed Prince Zhongyang's train of thought and fell into his trap. Only now did he realize that Prince Zhongyang was playing such a dirty trick. He was really ruthless. Such a lowly trick. You can't even show it to me. The genius sneered disdainfully. Qin Shao glared at the prodigy coldly. Ming Yuexin, on the other hand, could not take it anymore and said, "All is fair in war. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just the most common method of provocation. It's not like it's a dirty trick. Someone who fell for this kind of provocation only shows that his temperament is too bad. There's something wrong with his IQ. How dare he criticize others?" The prodigy raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Ming Yuexin. However, he did not say anything else. Qin Shao sneered and echoed Ming Yuexin. That's right. Some people always think they're so noble. In fact, they're just narrow-minded villains. Back then, in order to drive me out of Fusu Immortal Palace, you put in a lot of effort to be thick-skinned. Now, you actually have the nerve to speak so righteously. I really don't know where you get your face from. You're just shameless. I've seen many shameless people. They look very sanctimonious, but in fact, they're not like that. Ming Yuexin played along with Qin Shao and added another sentence. The two of them echoed each other. Obviously, they were targeting the prodigy and scolding him in secret. Since they were scolding him without naming him, the prodigy had no reason to vent his anger on them. More importantly, if he did, wouldn't it be tantamount to confessing without being pressed? Qin Shao had always remembered that he was driven out of Fusu Immortal Palace by the prodigy. He was waiting for the day when he would pay back twice as much to the prodigy. At this time, he was just showing off his sharp tongue. He would just treat it as collecting some interest. In the clouds above the ninth heaven. Haha, Zhongyang is a little interesting. I like him very much. Emperor Xianyuan suddenly laughed and said. The old drunkard Shen Nong glanced at Emperor Xianyuan and said somewhat mockingly, Xianyuan, I think you're getting worse and worse. You're old and muddle-headed, aren't you? You like people who like to take advantage of opportunities? Old drunkard, you're wrong. Emperor Xianyuan suddenly argued. Taking advantage of opportunities is not something that everyone can do. Those who can do it are all smart people. A person's strength is determined by many factors. What's wrong with taking advantage of opportunities and making reasonable use of small tricks? Zhongyang has made good use of this. He has successfully caught hold of Tyren's weakness. He has managed to suppress Tyren to the point where he can't even breathe properly. There's no doubt that Tyren will lose this battle. Actually, Zhongyang's strength is not weak. Even if it's a head-on clash, he may not lose to Tyren. But if he uses this move, his chances of winning are much higher. If he can win, it's a strength. There's no such thing as taking advantage of opportunities. Our world has always been about results. As for the process, most of the time, it's not important. Why are you so agitated, old drunkard? Everyone has their own preferences. You like him, but I don't, the old drunkard said as he blew his beard. Emperor Xianyuan said, It's your business if you don't like him. You're not the one who accepts disciples. If you don't like him, you can accept him. I don't mind. If you accept him, I promise I won't say anything. Besides, I'm just admiring this kid. I didn't say I wanted to accept him as my personal disciple. Li Sheng smiled faintly. After drinking a glass of wine gracefully, he said, You two are really becoming more and more like a pair of enemies. You like to be together and quarrel. You're almost like an old man and old wife. It's a pity that both of you are men. If you were a pair of opposite sexes, I would think there's something going on between you two. Haha. The old drunkard continued to drink his wine. He had no interest in this final battle. His interest was all about the wine. Emperor Xianyuan looked at Li Sheng and said, "Brother Li Sheng, we can't count on the old drunkard. Fushi and the others won't show up. So now, I can only rely on you, Brother Li Sheng, to check on him for me. Just thinking about taking in a personal disciple is giving me a headache." Li Sheng smiled and said, "Xianyuan, you don't have to worry about anything. I think it's a good thing. The rankings haven't been released yet. There are still 6 kids who haven't fought yet. It's not too late to discuss after watching them fight. However, this Prince Zhongyang you mentioned is an interesting guy. If this kid can be nurtured well, it'll be a good thing. Everything has 2 sides. Whether it's a good side or a bad side, it depends on the person." Emperor Xianyuan nodded. He understood the logic, but he was still a little conflicted. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. On the other side, there was not much suspense in the battle arena. From the beginning, the situation was set. Prince Zhongyang had the situation under control. If Tyren could still turn the tables, it could only mean that Prince Zhongyang was too useless. Of course, Prince Zhongyang was still useful. He suppressed Tyren until the end and was unable to turn the tables. In the end, he defeated Tyren as he wished and won the battle. Tyren was obviously unwilling to accept his loss to Prince Zhongyang. "Zhongyang, you're despicable and shameless. How could you use such a despicable method? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others?" Tyren stared at Prince Zhongyang with a cold expression. He was extremely angry. He was unwilling to accept it. Prince Zhongyang pursed his lips and replied with a faint smile. "Prince Tyren, let me put it this way. For example, there was an ordinary mortal who encountered a vicious wolf one day. So, he cleverly threw a piece of meat to the wolf to eat. That vicious wolf naturally began to wolf down the meat. As for that fanling, he took advantage of the time when that vicious wolf was eating and smashed a stick onto that wolf's head, beating that wolf half to death. After that, the vicious wolf cursed Fan Ling in anger, saying that he was a despicable and shameless person who actually used such a lowly method to injure him. Tyren was not an idiot. He could tell that Zhongyang was trying to scold him in a roundabout way. He was that vicious wolf. To be honest, he was indeed careless. He was the one who fell for Prince Zhongyang's trick. Who else could he blame? Whether he admitted it or not, he had lost. "All right, Tyren, you've lost. You can leave now. Don't delay the rest of the competition." At this moment, the god of Yinglong World's authoritative voice suddenly rang out. How could Tyren dare to go against the words of the god of Yinglong World? Therefore, Tyren did not hesitate and immediately retreated to the resting area. Prince Zhongyang won this battle in such a way. Although some people were disdainful, they could not help but admire him. The third battle was over. For the time being, all the lower-ranked contestants lost. This basically proved that the ranking on the holy list could be used as the final result. Of course, since the competition had been arranged, it was natural to follow through to the end. After the god of Yinglong World nursed Prince Zhongyang back to health, it was time for the fourth battle. In the fourth battle, Ying Hanmo, who was ranked 6th on the holy list, went up to the arena. The battle between the 6th and 7th ranked contestants on the holy list made many people look forward to it. Ying Hanmo went up to the arena. Many people began to talk about it. This time, what kind of tricks was Prince Zhongyang going to use to deal with Ying Hanmo? What he did just now had been used once. There would definitely not be a second time. They did not know what new tricks this shameless guy would come up with. Needless to say, they were a little excited. Ying Hanmo, this time, Ying Hanmo, who went up to the arena, was obviously prepared. As soon as Prince Zhongyang opened his mouth and called out his name, he was forcibly interrupted by Ying Hanmo. Ying Hanmo said, "Prince Zhongyang, if you still want to play some tricks, I advise you to give up. There are thousands of tricks. It's not as good as a good fight between us. I've prepared for all your tricks, so don't waste your energy. It's useless. So, let's stop talking nonsense and start the fight. Beat me with your fists, then I'll really submit to you. Otherwise, if you want to play any tricks, I have to advise you again. It won't work." Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and shrugged his shoulders. He chuckled and said, "Well, young mastering Hanmo, I think you might be thinking too much. I didn't plan to do anything to you in the first place. It would be too wasteful to do anything to you. It would be bullying you." Chapter 2352. With Tyron's loss as a precedent, Ing Hanmo would not be easily provoked again. Prince Zhongyang wanted to repeat the same trick. Obviously, it was not feasible and would not have any effect. Some tricks could be used only once. Prince Zhongyang was not afraid to fight with Ing Hanmo. Ing Han made his move. The moment he made his move, it was filled with an earth-shattering aura. Thousands of soldiers and horses had filled up the entire stage, and they were launching a ferocious assault on Zhongyang, Junior Zhongyang. Such an offensive was really amazing and made people's hearts tremble. People outside the martial platform could feel how powerful and terrifying this offensive power was. The power of thousands of troops seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The entire martial platform space had become Ing Hanmo's world. Everything was under his control. The powerful force was going to destroy everything in the space. At this time, Prince Zhongyang was like a small boat being hit by monstrous waves. Under Ing Hanmo's offensive, he seemed to be a little weak. What a powerful move. He deserves to be a descendant of the Ing family. This should be the Ing family's unique secret skill, right? When thousands of troops and horses come, the world will surrender. The Ing family's unique secret skill is really terrifying. When Ing Hanmo used it, I felt that it could shake the world and compete with the heavens. With such a terrifying move, I'm afraid that he can fight with a half-sage. Hee, this is going to be interesting. Prince Zhongyang has met a tough opponent. The move just now won't work. This time, it seems that he's going to be defeated. Well, Prince Zhongyang is definitely going to be defeated. Needless to say, Ing Hanmo is too powerful. Previously in the Divine Realm, he should not have shown his true strength. It seems that he has the strength to fight his way into the top 5. As soon as the battle started, everyone's comments were one-sided. They were all optimistic about Ing Hanmo. It was no wonder that everyone was optimistic about Ing Hanmo. As soon as the battle began, Ing Hanmo had completely stabilized the situation, won the upper hand, and controlled the battle. This feeling was similar to Prince Zhongyang's battle with Dilong. The battle had been decided from the start, and the result was obvious. It was the same now. Once the battle had begun, the situation was more or less settled. It was as if the victor had already been decided. Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, is in trouble, Ming Yuexin said worriedly. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had also been observing the battle, but the current situation was indeed not optimistic. Although Qin Shao thought highly of Prince Zhongyang and hoped that Prince Zhongyang could win, hope was just hope. Everything depended on Prince Zhongyang's fists. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the current situation. He said, "Yes, we're in big trouble. Ing Hanmo is indeed a bit too powerful. His moves are extraordinary. The unique secret technique of the Ing clan is terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, when Ing Hanmo used it, it gave off a feeling of perfection. It's abnormally powerful. Under such an offensive, Prince Zhongyang was directly suppressed. Looking at Prince Zhongyang, he should have tried his best, but there was still no way to break through the situation. If this situation continues, Prince Zhongyang will definitely lose. Alas, the situation was not good. But there was no other way. They could only watch. Looking at the current situation, it was indeed not an easy task to enter the top 5. Qin Zhao's eyes also fell on Ing Hanmo. If Ing Hanmo defeated Zhongyang, then he would have to fight with Ing Hanmo. So at this time, Qin Shao was also watching Ing Hanmo's means carefully, thinking about how he should fight later. Prince Zhongyang's strength was already very strong. If he was still defeated, then it would be very difficult for him to deal with Ing Hanmo. With Qin Zhao's current strength, it was indeed very difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao did not shrink back. His ambition was still there, and his belief was still so firm and strong. Miracles were always created by people. If it didn't work, then he would create another miracle. What was the big deal? If he only thought that it was not possible and lost his confidence without fighting, then a miracle would not happen. So no matter what, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything, and his strong determination could not be shaken. Ing Hanmo was suppressing Prince Zhongyang. Fortunately, Prince Zhongyang's life-saving means were still good, and he could barely hold on. However, looking at the current situation, this kind of resistance wouldn't last long. It would definitely not last long before they were defeated. If Prince Zhongyang could not have a more powerful means to turn the tide, then at this time, it was just a dying struggle. It could be delayed for a while, but not for a lifetime. Ing Hanmo smiled coldly and said, Zhongyang, you don't have much power to resist. You're not my opponent. It's very good that you can come to this point. The 7th place on the holy list is enough for you to be proud of. However, your path ends here. Don't make any pointless struggles. It's useless. The final result is impossible to change. If you lose now, you can suffer less. If you don't admit defeat, you'll have to suffer. Prince Zhongyang secretly gritted his teeth. Although he felt that he was forced into a desperate situation, Prince Zhongyang still showed a faint smile on his face. Admitting defeat has never been the style of Prince Zhongyang. My principle is to never bow to evil forces. I haven't lost now. Why should I admit defeat? Admitting defeat is the behavior of a coward. I, Qin Shao, will not do such a shameful thing. If you, Ing Hanmo, are willing, then come. Why do you call me? If you want to fight, then let's fight. You haven't won. Isn't it too early to start showing off now? I don't think it's too early to be happy until the last moment, right? It won't be good if you are slapped in the face. Well, this is just a friendly reminder. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ing Hanmo sneered and sneered at Prince Zhongyang. You are at death's door, but you are still so stubborn and ugly. It seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Well, I don't want to say anything more to you. Ing Hanmo did not say anything, but his power was more violent. He was also angry. Obviously, he wanted to take down Prince Zhongyang as soon as possible, not giving Prince Zhongyang other chances. The situation was more and more tilted to Ing Hanmo's side. Many people also began to ridicule him. At this time, he still refused to admit defeat. What was the point of holding on? He would definitely suffer the consequences of his own actions if he tried to win the war of words. From the beginning, the situation was controlled by Ing Hanmo. How could Zhongyang have a chance? Not to mention others. Even Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin felt that Prince Zhongyang might lose. It was a big loss. He could not hold on for long. Alas, Prince Zhongyang is going to lose. Will he stop at the 7th place on the holy list? Wu Fengxing sighed and felt sorry for Prince Zhongyang. Meng Dali also shook his head and said, yes, it looks like he's going to lose. The 7th place on the holy list is still very powerful. It is already very amazing to be able to enter the top 10 on the holy list. What's more, it is glorious to be able to get the 7th place. We didn't expect Prince Zhongyang to go so far before. This is a big surprise for us. Even if he loses, it's nothing. After all, the Holy Academy almost includes all the top geniuses of the younger generation in our entire mortal world. What kind of glory is it to be able to get the 7th place in the Holy Academy's student competition? So many disciples of the 100 schools of thought could not get into the top 10. Prince Zhongyang is equivalent to stepping on the heads of many young geniuses of the 100 schools of thought to stand at such a high position. It's good enough. Wu Fengxing, Princess Ru Xian, and Princess Xiaoyu nodded. It was right to think so. The 7th place on the holy list was glorious enough. Humph, if you don't want to admit defeat, then I will beat you until you do, unless you don't want to live. Ing Hanmo sneered and made a strong move. The power of thousands of soldiers and horses shook the whole world. In such a desperate situation, Prince Zhongyang still did not have the consciousness to admit defeat. The corner of his mouth suddenly evoked a strange smile, which curved into a half-moon. His body suddenly stood straight. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light, as if 2 balls of fire were spurting out from his eyes. Prince Zhongyang fixed his eyes on Ing Hanmo and said, beat me until I admit defeat? Really? Let's see if you, Ing Hanmo, have the ability. Now, the real battle has just begun. You've been showing off for so long. It's my turn. What did he mean? Wasn't Prince Zhongyang suppressed all the time and about to lose? Why did he suddenly say such arrogant words? Hearing Prince Zhongyang's words, everyone looked at Prince Zhongyang in surprise. They did not know why he could say such words. Inghanmo's eyebrows could not help but frown. He stared at young Master Zhongyang coldly. He became vigilant in his heart. What happened to young Master Zhongyang? Did he have any tricks up his sleeve? He had been forced to this point. What other tricks could he use? He must be bluffing. Who could he scare? But just when Inghanmo was thinking about this, a sudden change occurred. A ball of raging fire suddenly spewed out from Prince Zhongyang's body. It went straight to the ninth heaven and lit up the sky in an instant. Zhongyang was completely engulfed by the raging fire. Pieces of fiery red armor began to appear and covered Zhongyang's body. Zhongyang's body was covered by the armor. A quaint fiery red heavy sword appeared in Prince Zhongyang's hand, blooming with dazzling light and releasing sharp sword chi. Prince Zhongyang's hair also turned fiery red. His whole person had completely changed. In a monstrous flames, the foam turned fiery red. The powerful momentum was enough to make the world surrender at his feet. It even exuded a trace of holy power. The raging flames stirred up the wind and clouds. As soon as the flames roared, Inghanmo's army was defeated. They could no longer get close to Prince Zhongyang. This is what's going on? Could it be that Prince Zhongyang used his innate magical power? No. The Hu family's innate magical power is not like this. Besides, this is not the power of the innate magical power. Could it be? Prince Zhongyang has the Vulcan's war body? The most powerful combat immortal body? Yes. I just thought of it. This is the Vulcan's war body. It's even stronger than Li Yuanji's immortal king war body. I didn't expect that Prince Zhongyang has the Vulcan's war body. He really hit it well. This is going to be fun. Inghanmo is unlucky to meet someone with the Vulcan's war body. It seems that he is going to lose. Who said that Prince Zhongyang was going to lose just now? Now he has been slapped in the face. Chapter 23:53. Fire God's War Body. Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin looked at each other. Obviously, they had never heard of the Fire God's War Body. But from a discussion of others, it could be inferred that the Fire God's War Body was very powerful, even more powerful than Li Yuanji's Immortal King's War Body. Qin Shao had felt the power of Li Yuanji's Immortal King's War Body. But in the Divine Realm, Li Yuanji's Immortal King's War Body was still affected and could not exert its full power. But even so, it was strong enough. Prince Zhongyang's Fire God's War Body was more powerful than the Immortal King's War Body. It was really hard to imagine. What made Qin Shao very uncomfortable was that Zhongyang had not used his full strength in the previous battle with him. This situation made Qin Shao feel a little uncomfortable. He and Prince Zhongyang had agreed to go all out in the previous battle. No matter who won or lost, they would not hurt each other's feelings. Only when they went all out could they be brothers. If Prince Zhongyang had not gone all out, wouldn't that mean that he had given Qin Shao a handicap? How could Qin Shao let others give him a handicap if he could not fight his way into the top 10 of the holy list with his own strength? What was the point of ranking? Of course, even without Prince Zhongyang's battle, Qin Shao could still fight his way into the top 10. The legendary Fire God's War Body. I didn't expect Prince Zhongyang to have the Fire God's War Body. That's strange. I've never heard of the Hu family having the Fire God's War Body. The Fire God Zhurong did not leave any descendants after his death. In historical records, only the Fire God had the Fire God's War Body. The name of this war body came from the Fire God. But Prince Zhongyang actually has the Fire God's War Body. It's hard to explain. Xia Dongho frowned slightly and was very puzzled. Many people were also very puzzled about this situation. The appearance of special constitutions was extremely rare. Those who were qualified to be called the immortal body were even rarer. There are only a few kinds. For example, in the entire southern wasteland, Princess Xiaoyu was the only one with the peach blossom body. The Huaxia country of the 9 continents was vast and rich in resources. It also had the 100 schools of thought and the 5 great surnames. Although the number of immortal physiques was higher, it was still very small. immortal physique that meant that one was favored by the heavens. It meant that one could easily step onto the ancient path. It represented the extreme brilliance of one's youth. With the immortal physique, one would definitely be a dragon or phoenix among people of the same generation. They would definitely shine brightly, above the 9 heavens, among the clouds. The fire god's battle body has reappeared in the human world. Sage Li's expression changed slightly as his gaze fell on Prince Zhongyang. The old drunkard Shinnong also stood up. His eyes shone brightly. Emperor Huang Xianyuan looked down with blazing eyes. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He was overjoyed. Xianyuan, congratulations. I didn't expect your sacred academy to be able to recruit someone with the fire god's battle body. After Zhurong, the fire god, there will be no more fire gods. After the fire god, we have long thought that the fire god's battle body has become the song of the era. It will become a historical symbol of this chaotic era. I didn't expect that someone could have the fire god's battle body. It is the most powerful battle body in the immortal realm. Perhaps the fire god left behind a fire seed for this kid to obtain and become the successor of the fire god. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Shinnong, aren't your divination skills very good? Why don't you try it out and see what's going on? Sage Li said again. Emperor Xianyuan smiled happily and nodded. After Shinno deduced for a while, he said, Sage Li, what you said should be right. According to my deduction, this child is inextricably linked to the fire god. Perhaps he really did obtain the fire seed left behind by the fire god and obtained his inheritance. Perhaps the will of the fire god can continue. If the fire god didn't die, he would have reached the same level as us, right? Xianyuan, haven't you been worried about how to choose a disciple? Now you don't have to worry about it. Zhurong was also my subordinate. How can I not care about his fire seed? I will take this disciple. Hearing that Shinnong wanted to take a disciple, Emperor Xianyuan was a little anxious. Hey, old drunkard, I told you to take a disciple, but you didn't agree. This kind of hard work fell on me. Now that you see a decent seedling, you want to take it? How can you take it from me? How can you do that? I said I will take him, so I will take him. How can you take him just because he has the fire seed of the fire god? How many years has it been since the fire god died? It's such a long time ago. Don't talk about it. I will take this kid. Don't fight with me. This is what we said before. No. Shinnong didn't back down. His beard blew up, and he stared at Emperor Xianyuan. No matter how long the fire god has been dead, I will take care of his fire seed. Xianyuan, do you want to fight again? Anyway, I will take this kid. Don't fight with me. Hey, I have a bad temper. Emperor Xianyuan was very angry. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You want to fight for benefits? How can there be such a good thing? Do you think I deserve to be bullied by you? I don't care that much about you. If you want to be shameless, then do as we agreed before. I am the one who will accept this personal disciple, not you, old drunkard. Shinnong waved his hand and said, You take your disciple, and I will take mine. I won't interfere. There are other kids. If you like them, you can take them. But this kid, I must take him. Then there's no room for negotiation. You want to fight? Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the two Saint Emperors quarreling with each other and their faces turning red, Saint Li couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, he waved his hand at the two and said, I say, you two old guys are really not embarrassed at all. You are the rulers of the human world, the high and mighty holy emperors. When you quarrel, it feels like you are on par with the common people. Well, haha, you two continue quarreling. I will watch the fun. In the future, I will tell this as a joke to my holy disciples. How interesting. Let them see what kind of virtue the sage emperor that they worship and believe in is like. I think when they find out about this, their faith will collapse instantly, right? Emperor Xianyuan and Emperor Shinnong looked at Li Sheng and said in unison, Then what do you think we should do? Li Sheng said, If we want to talk about origins, then it should be you, Shinnong, who takes this disciple. However, according to the agreement, it should be Xianyuan who takes this disciple. You are both holy emperors, the rulers of the human world. You should keep your word. Otherwise, won't you become the laughing stock of the world? So, there is still a way to solve this matter now. There's a way. Emperor Shinnong and Emperor Xianyuan looked at Li Sheng and motioned for him to continue. Haha, you two are really confused by quarreling. This matter is simple. Since you both want to take him, then take him together. Isn't this good? You don't have to quarrel. That kid Zhang Yang got a big bargain for nothing. He became the disciple of two holy emperors at the same time. However, nominally, it is still Xianyuan who will take him. If not, it is not good for both of you to stand out at the same time. Shenong, you have always been indifferent to these things, so you should not care if you don't announce your master's name to the public. What you care about is nothing more than the fire seed of the fire god in Zhang Yang's body. Look, isn't this a perfect solution? It's good for everyone. Isn't that great? And Xianyuan, don't feel that you are at a disadvantage. Zhang Yang has the body of the fire god. In terms of understanding of the body of the fire god, Shenong is definitely more experienced than you. Together, you can definitely nurture a new fire god. Emperor Xianyuan and Shenong were thoughtful for a while and soon nodded. They really felt that what Li Sheng said was reasonable. At this time, Prince Zhongyang, who was on the battlefield, naturally did not know that he was being observed by three big shots at the same time. Even two of them were fighting to take him as a disciple. Once the body of the fire god broke out, Prince Zhongyang's battle strength soared a lot, as if he was the reincarnation of the fire god. The fire god was the strongest war god, the invincible war god. The flames of war of the fire deity could burn everything. It completely burned Ing Hanmo's magnificent army. In the end, Ing Hanmo was defeated by Zhang Yang's invincible fire god of war. However, this battle was also difficult for Prince Zhongyang. After defeating Ing Hanmo, he almost collapsed to the ground, half kneeling on the ground, and could not get up for a while. It would appear that he had given his all in this battle, exhausted everything he had, but he still won. It was worth it. Zhang Yang won. Qin Shao was also very happy for him, although he was still brooding about the previous incident. Prince Zhongyang broke out the body of the fire god and won this battle, which indeed surprised many people. The god of Ing Long World came out to nurse Prince Zhongyang's body, and soon let Zhongyang recover to his heyday. The fifth battle was announced. The fifth battle was naturally Qin Zhao's turn. Obviously, many people were looking forward to this battle. First of all, Qin Shao and Zhang Yang were both dark horses. When the two dark horses met, there would be a good show. Second, Prince Zhang Yang just showed his invincible power and defeated Ing Hanmo. Naturally, everyone wanted to see if he could continue to show his strength. If he won another battle, Prince Zhang Yang would enter the top 10. Then, he would really complete a perfect counterattack. First, he defeated Gue Hongyun in the last battle and entered the top 10 of the holy list. Now, he was going to enter the top 5. But for Meng Dali of Wufeng City, they did not want to see this battle. It was not a good thing for their own people to fight against their own people, no matter who lost. It was not appropriate for anyone to lose, so naturally, it was a little awkward. However, this battle was unavoidable. It was a battle that had to be fought. Under everyone's gazes, Qin Shao slowly walked up the martial platform. Many people also began to talk about it. This battle is going to be interesting. Qin Shao is also a character with a lot of experience, a big dark horse. These two people meet. Who do you think will win? I think the probability of Prince Zhongyang winning should be higher. I bet Prince Zhongyang will win. Haha. I also think Prince Zhongyang will win. Gee, Vulcan's war body, an invincible war body. With the Vulcan's war body, it's difficult to lose. Well, Vulcan's war body, that's the war body of Vulcan Zhurong. In historical records, only Vulcan has Vulcan's war body, and Prince Zhongyang is the second one. Once the Vulcan's war body is activated, it's unstoppable. I also think Prince Zhongyang will win. Not only will he defeat Qin Shao, but I think he may go further. It's not impossible for him to enter the top 3. Chapter 2354. Fu Zhongshuan was invincible. No one would be able to snatch his first place away. Xia Dongho and Tian Jiao had been occupying the second and third places. The two of them were evenly matched. The battle between the two of them should be interesting to watch. Want to get into the top 3? Then you have to defeat one of them. Xia Dongho also had an immortal body. coupled with his own strength, it was difficult for anyone to challenge him. Tian Jiao was a reincarnator. He was a semi-sage in his previous life. He had accumulated strength for 2 lives. His strength was unfathomable. These 3 people were like 3 tall mountains standing there, making it difficult for people to climb over them. They could only stand there and look up. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on the stage. The 5th battle was about to start. The later the battle, the more exciting it would be. Whether one could get into the top 5 or not, the significance would be extraordinary. Seeing Qin Shao coming to the stage, Prince Zhongyang grinned at Qin Shao. Qin Shao went straight to Prince Zhongyang and gave Prince Zhongyang a punch. He said angrily, "Why did you hide your strength last time? Don't you treat me as a brother?" Prince Zhongyang immediately said, "Qin Shao, calm down. Don't be angry. You're my best brother. How can I not treat you as a brother?" The situation in the previous battle was not what you imagined. I have the fire god's battle body, but it is related to the body. When we entered the divine realm, it was only our consciousness, not our body. My body does not care. In the divine realm, it is natural that the fire god's battle body cannot be used. Is that so? After listening to Zhang Yang's explanation, Qin Shao gave it some thought and realized that it was indeed the case. The immortal body should be related to the body. It was not like the immortal technique, which was related to the consciousness. So even if it was used in the divine realm, it should not be very powerful. Thinking of this, Qin Shao felt relieved. It seemed that he had really taken advantage of Prince Zhongyang in the immortal realm. Not only did he take advantage of Prince Zhongyang, but he also took advantage of other people. Qin Shao said, "If that's the case, you'll have to use your fire god's battle body in the next battle. Although I might lose to you, even if I lose, it's not a big deal. There's no need to talk so much between us brothers. No matter who won, it was a good thing. If you lose, you don't have to think too much. Come on, go all out." No, no, no. Prince Zhongyang made a gesture and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm afraid we can't win this battle. We've already fought once before, and I lost to you. Therefore, there's no point in fighting this battle. I admit defeat." What? Admit defeat? Qin Shao was really angry. He immediately put on a sullen face and said, "No, I don't need you to let me win. If you talk like this again, you don't treat me, Qin Shao, as a brother. If you let me win, you're humiliating me. I can't accept it." Prince Zhongyang immediately said, "Brother Qin Shao, don't get angry. Listen to me first. It's my great fortune to have a brother like you. But I can't lie to you about some things. Although I have the fire god's battle body, I haven't fully awakened it. If you carefully recall the scene when I used the fire god's battle body just now, you'll notice something. I was forced to use the fire god's battle body when I was in a desperate situation. And obviously, I didn't have good control of the fire god's battle body, so the power I used was not great. So after the battle just now, I was exhausted. If Hanmo could hold on a little longer, I'm afraid the loser would be me. My fire god's battle body is powerful, but I can't control it at will. There's no way to make good use of it, and the number of times I can use it is very few. If I told you that this is the 3rd time I used the fire god's battle body after awakening it, would you believe it? What? The 3rd time? Can't control the fire god's battle body well? Is there such a situation? Qin Shao didn't know much about the immortal body. After all, he had little contact with it. He had a better understanding of Princess Little Jade's peach blossom body. However, Princess Little Jade seemed to be able to control her peach blossom body at will. It was not like what Zhongyang had described. But looking at Prince Zhongyang's sincere eyes, Qin Shao believed that he would not lie to him, and it was impossible for him to deliberately make up a reason to deceive him because of this matter. That was unnecessary. It seemed that Prince Zhongyang's situation was indeed a little special. That is to say, even if you are in a desperate situation again, you may not be able to use the fire god's battle body again? Qin Shao asked. Prince Zhongyang nodded honestly and said, "Yes, Qin Shao. That's what I mean. Because I have encountered many difficulties and dangers before. Every time I expected the fire god's battle body to be able to use it, but most of the time I was disappointed. I didn't expect it to be able to use it in a desperate situation just now. So, even if we fight, I guess it's almost impossible for me to use the fire god's battle body again. Such a situation was really strange. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "Even so, I think you can still fight. Although I defeated you once before, it doesn't mean that I can defeat you again now. Maybe after being stimulated by me, your fire god's battle body will be activated again. If that's the case, you will be the winner. No matter what, I still think that we should fight, and you shouldn't just throw in the towel and refuse to fight. In that case, I will feel that I have taken advantage of you. I will feel like I have been defeated. You know, this feeling is not good. It's like being humiliated." Prince Zhongyang shook his head and said seriously, "Qin Shao, listen to me. I know what you're thinking, but I also have my own ideas. You should know that if I can't use the fire god's battle body, I will definitely be no match for you. We have already fought once before. There is no need to fight again to prove it. I have already lost to you once. Do you want me to lose to you again? That won't be good for me either. Besides, if I don't use the fire god's battle body in the end, I will definitely become a laughing stock. Not only will they laugh at you, but they will also laugh at me. Therefore, the best way now is for me to admit defeat. After all, I have lost to you before. It's not a big deal if I admit defeat now. Don't say what if. I know my own situation better than you. I have already used the fire god's battle body. The possibility of using it again is infinitely close to zero. Moreover, even if I use the fire god's battle body, I may not be able to win against you. You only need to stall me, and I will still lose. Therefore, if I fight with you, there are only two possibilities. One is that I can't use the fire god's battle body. Then what will happen? Both of us will be laughed at by others. There will definitely be a lot of people who will scold us. What if I really use it in the end? Then I may be stalled by you until I run out of divine power and finally lose. In that case, I will still be ridiculed. How can the fire god's battle body lose to you, a mortal body? I will also lose face. Therefore, Brother Qin Shao, the best way is not to fight. Don't you understand?" Listening to Prince Zhongyang's words, Qin Shao could not help but hesitate slightly. What he said seemed to make some sense. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Even if he had to fight, Qin Shao would not easily admit defeat. Prince Zhongyang was close to collapse when he fought with Ing Hanmo just now. As long as Ing Hanmo could hold on for a while, he might be the winner. Therefore, even if he fought with Prince Zhongyang, even if Prince Zhongyang used the fire god battle body, he might not lose. That was the reason, but if he really wanted to do it, he would feel very awkward. If he did not fight directly, he would feel that he was taking advantage of Prince Zhongyang. If it was a small matter, he would let it go. There was no need to stick to those trifles between brothers. But this matter was too important. It was related to his own destiny and future. How could he be careless? However, although Qin Shao wanted to fight, Prince Zhongyang did not want to fight. Moreover, Prince Zhongyang had said so. If Qin Shao still refused, it would be unreasonable. So what should he do? Before Qin Shao could think about it, Prince Zhongyang suddenly clasped his hands to Qin Shao and said in a loud voice, "Lord Qin Shao, we had a fight in the divine realm. I lost to you in that fight, and you became a saint in one fell swoop. You were ranked 10th on the list. We both tried our best in that fight, but I still lost in the end. I didn't expect that we could meet here and fight again. The previous fight is still vivid in my mind. I lost to you before. Fighting again now? Then there's no point in doing so. So, I will give up this fight. I lost to you once, but I don't want to lose to you again. That will leave a shadow in my heart." Prince Zhongyang directly admitted defeat and did not want to fight anymore. This forced Qin Shao to the point where the knife was on Qin Zhao's neck. If he were to object now, wouldn't that put Zhongyang in a difficult position? Wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? So what should he do now? There was no other way. He could only accept it. What? Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? What the hell is going on? I was looking forward to this fight. Why did Prince Zhongyang just admit defeat? Did I hear it wrong? Zhongyang admitted defeat? Why should he admit defeat? How can someone with the fire god's battle body admit defeat? Isn't this a joke? I heard that Zhongyang and Qin Shao are sworn brothers. But even if they are sworn brothers, they shouldn't play like this. How can they admit defeat? I thought there would be a good show to watch. I didn't expect him to give up. Hee, this is interesting. Isn't it normal to admit defeat? Didn't you hear what Prince Zhongyang said? He lost to Qin Shao in the celestial realm. What's the point of fighting again? How is it meaningless? After all, the celestial realm is the celestial realm. It's different from the real world, right? If he doesn't fight, how do you know he will lose? Forget it. Since Prince Zhongyang admitted defeat, he must have his reasons. We don't care so much. Let's just watch. Perhaps we underestimated Qin Shao too much. Since he can defeat Prince Zhongyang in the celestial realm, it means that his strength is not as simple as we thought. He is definitely a dangerous character. This Prince Zhongyang is too cowardly. He just admitted defeat. What a disappointment. Chapter 2355. Since Prince Zhongyang admitted defeat, Qin Shao was the winner. Qin Shao won the battle effortlessly amidst the jeers and ridicule from the audience. Qin Shao didn't want to win in such a way. Of course, he also wanted to fight a spectacular battle and let everyone witness the victory of this battle with his true ability. But he had no choice. Since it had come to this, he did not care about other people's opinions. The next battle would be the battle to prove himself. If he lost this battle, he would be laughed at even more. If he won, it would be enough to prove his strength. The sixth battle was between Qin Shao and Jiang Lixian. Jiang Lixian had been ranked 4th on the holy list for a long time, which showed how strong he was. Humph. Qin Shao, you're really lucky. Zhongyang has the fire god's combat body. If I fight with him, I have to be careful. However, against you, Qin Shao, humph, it is much easier. Of course, Qin Shao may not have the strength to make it this far. The talent sneered in his heart. He was very disdainful of Qin Shao. In the past, he was disdainful of Qin Shao. Now he was still disdainful of Qin Shao. Jiang Lixian had already walked up to the fighting ring. He was wearing a green robe embroidered with flowers, which made him look very handsome and heroic. Holding a green sword in his hand, he walked toward Qin Shao step by step with a cold face. Although his expression was calm, there was an indescribable sense of coldness, and his aura revealed a sharp edge. It felt like Jiang Lixian was very aggressive. He was like a peerless sword. Although it was still in the scabbard, it could not hide its peerless edge. As soon as Jiang Lixian stepped on the fighting ring, the sharp edge on his body turned into solid sword chi. Countless streams of sword chi shot towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao had actually attacked without saying a word. The moment he stepped onto the martial platform, he had already made his move. He was truly decisive. Countless streaks of sword chi weaved into a huge killing net. Like a huge storm, it surged towards Qin Shao with incomparable ferocity. Sword chi whistled, sweeping through everything. Every beam of sword chi was like the light of Taihao, containing supreme sharpness. It was a display of the power of laws. Time and space seemed to have frozen under the countless rays of sword chi. The world was controlled and sealed by the sword chi. At this time, Qin Shao was standing in the middle of the martial stage, but he felt like he was being enveloped by a huge whirlpool. This huge vortex was formed by countless rays of supreme sword energy, enveloped by the power of the laws of the immortal Tao. The vortex swallowed everything. The first beam of sword chi had already arrived in front of Qin Shao. Before it landed on his body, Qin Shao felt the peerless sharpness. Jiang Lixian's first move was his ultimate move. This move was indeed extremely terrifying. The sword chi vortex was a cage of sword chi that could kill everything. It trapped Qin Shao in it, as if it wanted to kill him on the spot. This terrifying sword chi gave people the feeling that it could sweep everything away. It was unstoppable, as expected of the 4th on the Saint rankings. This strength is indeed terrifying. From the very start, I can already feel how terrifying it is. It's forcing me to go all out. Qin Shao was secretly shocked. He smiled bitterly. There was no other way. He could only fight with all his strength. Qin Shao flipped his palm, and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. Although the heaven-opening sword was a sacred object, its power was sealed after all. It should not be considered a violation. He unsheathed the heaven-opening sword and performed the heaven-opening sword art. At the same time, the power of the explosion art in his inner world was pushed to the extreme. He used his strongest move to fight against the sword chi vortex that filled the sky. However, the sword chi vortex spun faster and faster. The more it spun, the sharper it became. More and more sword chi surged toward him. Qin Zhao's sword could split the sky, but it could not break the sky of the sword chi vortex. Strength could break all techniques, but it could only temporarily block the sword chi sharpness. It could not break the sword chi vortex. What kind of move was this? So strong, so powerful. However, regardless of whether it was attacking or defending, the sword chi vortex was terrifyingly powerful. Even when Qin Zhao attacked with his full strength and unleashed his strongest attack, he was still unable to break open the sword chi vortex. Qin Zhao could not help but frown slightly. This is troublesome. Jiang Lixian's strength is indeed formidable. His moves are also formidable. My strongest attack is actually unable to break open this sword chi vortex. If this continues, even if I use the doppelganger technique and heart force, or even Li Sheng's flying dagger and true word of Lin, it will not be of much use. It's too difficult to turn the tide. It's really too difficult to fight for a good ranking in recent years. Such a situation really gave Qin Zhao a headache. He now knew very well where his shortcomings were. Although I seem to have many moves, such as the dragon slaying technique, the dragonization art, the heaven-opening sword art, the Buddhist 6 syllables, the true word of Lin, Li Sheng's flying dagger, heart force, and the power of the inner world. The great Tao that I cultivate also includes the immortal Tao, the great Tao, the heart force Tao, and the true meaning of strength Tao. It sounds very scary, but how useful is it? What I can use in battle now is only the great Tao and heart force. I have not cultivated the true meaning of strength Tao. Its level is still low and basically useless. Although the great Tao has reached the level of a 4th step heavenly venerable, it does not have a suitable cultivation technique after all. Apart from a heaven-opening sword art, there is not much use. There are also minor Taos, such as the mechanical array armor and the flying dagger Tao, but they are not very profound. And I do not have an immortal body, nor am I born into a noble family. I'm just a lowly life form with no identity or background. I can't be more ordinary. In terms of capital, I am far from being able to compete with those young talents of the 100 schools of thought. In terms of body, there is no way to compete. That is why I am in such an awkward situation now. In the divine realm, I still have some advantages. But in reality, this advantage is naturally gone. Without this advantage, my shortcomings are completely exposed. There are some things that I have to admit and accept. It is too difficult for me to fight for it again. Being 5th on the Saint rankings is actually enough to be proud of. Qin Zhao understood these principles in his heart. At this moment, he saw it clearly and thoroughly. But understanding was one thing, and the principles were another. From the beginning, Qin Zhao knew that it would be very difficult. Being able to maintain this 5th place was already very good. But how could a person not have ambition and dreams? How could a person not have a goal to pursue? If from the beginning he thought that it was impossible to take another step forward, then he would not even have the courage to fight. If he did not even have this courage, then he might not even be able to maintain this 5th place. Qin Zhao had always been a person who did not admit defeat. No matter how strong the opponent was, Qin Zhao would never admit defeat, not even until the last moment. It was precisely because it was difficult that it was all the more worth challenging. Completing an easy task would not give him any sense of accomplishment, nor would there be any improvement. It was even more impossible to have the opportunity to transform and sublimate. But completing an impossible task would definitely give him a great harvest, and there would definitely be some transformation and sublimation. Miracles were often created in this way. What was a miracle? It was to make the impossible possible. That was a miracle. If everything was possible, then there would be no such thing as a miracle. Qin Zhao's favorite thing to do the most was to make the impossible possible, to create a miracle that belonged to him. Therefore, even in the face of the powerful Jiang Lishuan, Qin Zhao did not flinch at all. He was still determined to fight to the end. Not only did he want to fight, but he also wanted to find a way to win and create a glory that belonged to him. But how could he win? With Qin Zhao's current strength, he was afraid that even if he did everything he could, it would be difficult for him to win. It would be very difficult for him to break through this vortex of sword qi. If he wanted to win, he was afraid that he would need to transform himself. After all, this was not a battle of intelligence, but a battle of strength. Strength was everything. Without strength, even if you had heaven-defying luck and amazing intelligence, it would be of no use. In the end, strength was what determined everything. What did he need to do to transform? Then he needed to make a breakthrough in one aspect. What should he do? Have an opening sword technique? Obviously, it was very difficult and the possibility was very low. Of course, it was not completely impossible. He could still give it a try, but it would be much more difficult. Heart force? If his heart force broke through to the 9th level, there was still some possibility. The power of the inner world could not be broken through. Otherwise, it would be an improvement in the immortal Tao or the great Tao. A breakthrough was definitely impossible, but there was still a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, there was still hope for a breakthrough in the Flying Dagger Tao. If the Flying Dagger Tao could break through to the next level and use the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers, the power might be able to help Qin Shao defeat Jiang Lishuan. Other than that, there was probably no other way. If there was still a way, it might be the true word of Lin. If he could understand and control it to a deeper level, it should be possible. But the possibility of this was still very small, much smaller than the previous 4. The true word of Lin was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. To make a breakthrough in any of these 5 aspects was far too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Qin Shao had no other choice. This was the only path in front of him. How could this be easy? If he could make it, he might win. If he could not make it, he would definitely lose. No matter what, Qin Shao had to give it a try. The battle in the arena was like fire and tea. Jiang Lishuan suppressed Qin Shao as soon as he came up and took control of the situation. His sword Qi Vortex dominated the sky and suppressed everything. He stood there proudly with an unparalleled posture, looking down on the world. Chapter 2356. Humph, you were talking big just now. Now you are suppressed and can't fight back. It's ridiculous. You're only able to make it to 5th place on the Saint rankings because you're so weak. Yet you want to challenge me? What a fool. In your dreams. Seeing that Qin Shao was suppressed by Ying Hanmo, the Heaven's Pride ridiculed him disdainfully. Although he wanted to deal with Qin Shao personally and humiliate Qin Shao. But if Qin Shao couldn't even stand in front of him and be his opponent, he would be very happy. That was enough to prove that the gap between Qin Shao and him was not small. He had always disdained Qin Shao, and now he was even more disdainful. He was even more convinced that the reason why Qin Shao was able to charge into the top 5 of the holy rankings was entirely because he ran into dog's hit luck. It seemed that it was difficult for him to enter the top 10 with his strength. Li Yuanji was the most powerful contender for the top 5, but he was eliminated by Yi Shiwen. Many people also began to talk about it. Some people even felt injustice for Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji, you're just a little unlucky. If you don't care about the divine world, Qin Shao can't be your opponent. Yes, I have always believed that you are the most powerful contender for the top 5. You're just unlucky. It seems that we all overestimated Qin Shao. I didn't expect his strength to be so weak. You can't say that. After all, Ying Hanmo is the 4th place on the saint list. His strength is there. Even if he loses to Ying Hanmo, it's nothing. It's nothing. Look at Qin Shao. He can't resist at all. It's also possible that Ying Hanmo is too strong. Qin Shao can reach the 5th place of the saint list, which is enough to explain everything. But it's not only Li Yuanji who was defeated by Qin Shao. There are other people. Are they all unlucky? No way. Go. Wufeng City's Meng Dali and the others were also worried for Qin Shao. If this continued, Qin Shao would really be defeated very quickly. Actually, I think that even if he loses, Qin Shao is still ranked 5th on the saint rankings. This ranking is enough to shine and glorify the world. Princess Ruexian consoled everyone. That was indeed the case. However, there were still some things that had high expectations for them. Everyone had high expectations for Qin Shao. Prince Zhongyang admitted defeat and gave the opportunity to Qin Shao, so everyone naturally thought that Qin Shao would win. At the very least, it would be good to win one match. In fact, everyone knew that the person Qin Shao wanted to fight the most was a prodigy. The person he wanted to defeat the most was also a prodigy. If he were to lose this battle, he would no longer have the chance to fight against the geniuses. However, it was useless for them to be anxious. Everything still depended on Qin Shao. Ming Yuexin frowned slightly, seemingly a little worried. Prince Zhongyang said without any worry, "Just watch, Miss Ming Yuexin. Qin Shao will definitely win. I believe in him." I didn't admit defeat for nothing. The reason why I admitted defeat is because I'm certain that even if we fight, I'll definitely lose. Hearing young Master Zhongyang's words, which did not seem like he was comforting her, Ming Yuexian could not help but look at young Master Zhongyang. Puzzled, she asked, "Looking at Qin Zhao's situation, doesn't seem good, right?" Prince Zhongyang shook his head with a smile. He said with certainty, No. You're only seeing the surface. On the surface, Qin Shao is indeed in a bad situation right now. But people, the more dangerous the situation, the more they can transform, and the more they can unleash their limitless potential. Qin Shao is that kind of person. Therefore, I believe that he can break through his limits and create a miracle that belongs to Qin Shao. Ming Yuexin couldn't help frowning again. She said, "Miracles can't be created just because you want to. It can't be created all the time, right? Most of the time, reality is quite cruel. Although I believe in Qin Shao and hope that Qin Shao can turn the tide, the situation is very different. But I'm a little worried about the current situation." Haha. Prince Zhongyang smiled and said, "There's nothing to worry about. What's going to happen will happen. No one can change it. It's just that I'm willing to believe that Qin Shao can bring us a surprise. If you believe in something, then don't change your mind because of external forces." Ming Yuexin nodded thoughtfully. She agreed with what he said. She was worried about Qin Shao from the very beginning. She was anxious for Qin Shao, so no matter what Zhongyang said, it was hard for her to change her mind completely. But would a miracle happen? No matter how much discussion there was outside, Qin Shao, who was trapped in the vortex of Ing Hanmo's sword chi at this time, frowned slightly with cold eyes. Even though he tried his best to block Ing Hanmo's offensive, he was still unable to resist. The situation was obviously precarious. Ing Hanmo took the advantage as soon as he came up. He suppressed Qin Shao and took control of the situation. Therefore, the more he fought, the braver he became. He wanted to defeat Qin Shao in one go. In such a predicament, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't hold on for long. If it went on like this, he would definitely be defeated in less than 10 breaths. More or less, he had already forced himself into a hopeless situation. He had to make a breakthrough. He had to make a breakthrough in order to turn the tide and create a miracle. Now, what he needed was indeed a miracle that defied the natural order. Breakthrough. But a breakthrough was not a slogan, a saying, or a groundless imagination. A breakthrough needed to rely on practical actions to transform and sublimate oneself, and it had to be completed in a very short time. It could be called a miracle to be able to do so. Miracles needed people to write them down, but to write them down, it was too difficult. Qin Shao had always been brave in challenges, but it was obviously impossible to create miracles every time. He could only say that he had to do his best. At this time, he was already in a desperate situation. Qin Shao could only make one last fight. Using the doppelganger technique, a doppelganger flew out. Wielding the berserker sword, the doppelganger unleashed a heart force attack. Heart force, invisible and formless, could penetrate all the obstacles of power and directly attack Ing Hanmo's soul. However, Ing Hanmo was obviously prepared. I knew you were a heart force cultivator. I knew your heart force method was good. Li Yuanji was defeated by your heart force method. So I have been prepared. This is the outside world, not the divine world. Do you think I don't have a soul treasure? You want to affect me with your heart force? You're still weak. Qin Zhao's heart force attack was blocked by Ying Hanmo, and it did not cause any substantial impact on him. Such a situation was actually within Qin Zhao's expectations. If heart force alone could turn the tide and reverse the situation, then that would be strange. After all, this was not the divine world. In the real world, who didn't have a soul treasure? The soul was extremely fragile and important, so the protection of a soul was naturally more important. Ying Hanmo, as the young genius of the Ying family, one of the 8 great ancient surnames, probably had a lot of treasures on him. If it weren't for the rules of the competition, there might have been even more treasures that would have appeared. However, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's heart force method was indeed a little weak. After all, his heart force was only at the 8th layer and had not stepped into the 9th layer. There was a limit to relying on the heart force stone's amplification effect. However, Qin Zhao also felt that although Ying Hanmo said it very easily, it was difficult for him to resist his heart force attack. It was because of the soul treasure. If there was no soul treasure, he would definitely be able to affect him. Therefore, Qin Zhao's heart stirred. If my heart force can break through to the 9th layer, it should be able to form a big impact on Ying Hanmo. At that time, I will have a chance to turn the tide. But to break through to the 9th layer, it was difficult. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but want to shake his head. But did he have any other way? If there was a point where he was most likely to break through, it might be his heart force. After all, his heart force had been stuck at the 8th layer for quite a long time. These years of cultivation had indeed made his heart force improve a lot, and it hit the barrier again and again. It was just that this barrier wasn't so easy to break through. Moreover, Qin Zhao had never wholeheartedly devoted himself to the cultivation of his heart force. At this moment, all his thoughts were put into it. This was his path to the light. If his heart force could break through, then his chances of winning this battle would be very high. If he lost this battle, then he wouldn't have a chance to fight against the geniuses. He wouldn't be able to take revenge for what happened in the past and vent the anger in his heart. In fact, he would be ridiculed and humiliated by the geniuses. Such a situation was something Qin Zhao absolutely didn't want to see. Therefore, the strength of his heart surged, howled, and refused to admit defeat. He had to win this battle. This was his resolute belief. Heart force. All things are based on the heart. All powers are based on the heart. All laws are based on the heart. The heart is everything. The heart contains heaven and earth. The heart contains the world. The heart contains time and space. The heart contains everything. The will is the will. The will is the law. The law is the power. The power can shake the heavens. The heart is like a blade. The heart is like a boulder. The heart is like the 3,000 weak waters. Under the impact of this resolute belief, Qin Zhao's heart calmed down even more. There were no distracting thoughts. Thoughts surged out one after another. This was the Tao of heart force. The difficulty of the Tao lay in one's comprehension and understanding. Only then could one attempt to control the Tao. The laws of the Tao were the foundation of everything in the world. They were the rules of the world's fate. They were the bricks and tiles that built the world. The cultivation of heart force was the most difficult. Everything was based on the heart. The heart was everything. Starting from the heart, one could control the heavens and earth and see through everything in the universe. The heart was the most illusory thing. It couldn't be seen or touched. Qin Zhao didn't have the guidance of a cultivation method. He had to rely entirely on his own comprehension and understanding. Naturally, this was even more difficult. However, no matter how difficult the Tao was, there was still a way to break through. There was also a path of light that led one into it. It was just a matter of whether or not one could grasp this light. If one's thoughts were clear and the Tao was clear, then the light would be illuminated. If one comprehended and grasped it, then one would have the ability to transform and sublimate. With a single thought, one would leap to a completely new realm and step into a new level. Everything in front of him was completely different. The barrier had been broken through with a single thought. His heart force had finally broken through as well. Heart Force, 9th level. With this breakthrough, Qin Xiao could clearly feel his heart changing. His soul was transforming. His willpower was transforming as well. The feeling of breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly once again descended upon his body. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly wonderful. Whoosh! I've finally taken this step. A breakthrough in heart force is only a single thought away. Chapter 23:57. After taking this step, Qin Zhao's state of mind had obviously transformed. Qin Zhao's eyes became brighter. Through the vortex of sword qi, he looked straight at Ing Hanmo. At this time, Ing Hanmo, who was in control of the situation, suddenly saw Qin Zhao's cold eyes. He was inexplicably shocked. What's going on? This gaze, it's so scary. No, something is wrong. Something's wrong. Sure enough, when Ing Hanmo thought of this, he immediately felt Qin Zhao's eyes were like deep black holes. A terrible force suddenly rushed to Ing Hanmo's soul and was like a raging tide. It was the heart force. But at this time, the heart force attack was more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, Ing Hanmo was indeed able to block it, but this time he obviously felt that he could not block it. The strength of this heart force attack was like a tsunami that could collapse the world. It was enough to overturn this world. How can it suddenly become so strong? Ing Hanmo was also a little dumbfounded. He just thought that the battle was about to end. But he did not expect that in the blink of an eye, there was a sudden change. Qin Zhao's heart force attack was more than 10 times stronger. Under such a crazy increase, Ing Hanmo's soul defense was obviously broken. The powerful heart force attacked Ing Hanmo's soul and will, trying to destroy his soul and will. Of course, Ing Hanmo's soul and willpower were also strong enough to fight against this attack. The soul and will might not be strong in attack, but the defensive power was particularly strong. Even if it could be suppressed in a short time, it was not easy to erase the soul and will. But the impact was enough. What Qin Xiao needed was to affect Ing Hanmo to win. In this way, Ing Hanmo could not concentrate on dealing with Qin Xiao. The power of his sword qi vortex naturally decreased in an instant and weakened a lot. As the attack weakened, the pressure on Qin Xiao suddenly reduced a lot. As soon as Ing Hanmo's offensive weakened, Qin Xiao counterattacked. Of the two Qin Xiao, one suppressed Ing Hanmo with a heart force attack, while the other launched a counterattack with a heaven-opening sword art. The sword could split open the heavens, sweep through the heavens, and destroy everything. The supreme sharpness stirred up the wind and clouds in this area. Ing Hanmo's sword qi vortex was weakened a lot, so its power was greatly reduced. His power had been greatly reduced, but Qin Zhao's power had increased. Naturally, the situation had undergone a metamorphosis. The tables had turned. Ing Hanmo's offensive was quickly disintegrated by Qin Xiao. Little by little, the situation was reversed by Qin Xiao. Soon, Qin Xiao gained the upper hand and took control of the situation. He suppressed Ing Hanmo completely. It was very difficult for Ing Hanmo to resist Qin Zhao's heart force attack. Coupled with the fierce offensive of Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art, how could he resist? The situation reversed in a short time, which really made everyone a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Did I see it wrong? Wasn't Qin Xiao suppressed by Ing Hanmo just now? This, how come it's reversed? Cough. You really didn't see it wrong. It turns out that this guy has been pretending to be weak and hiding his strength. Isn't he too shrewd? He was suppressed like that, and he only broke out his strength at the last moment. Maybe Qin Xiao is afraid that Ing Hanmo has other tricks that he hasn't used, so he's been pretending to be weak. TSK, look at you. Just now you all mocked Qin Xiao. Now you're slapped in the face, aren't you? Humph. You said it as if you didn't say it just now. Ha. As I said, Qin Xiao must be strong. He could be in the top 5 of the holy list. Do you really think he is just lucky? You may believe it, but I don't. Now look, I am right. How can he play like this? This Qin Xiao is really not simple. It looks like he is going to win. I feel that this guy is too good at pretending. He is simply a master of pretending. He is just pretending to be strong and slapping people's faces. His tricks are so deep. Ha, that's right. This time, Many people have been slapped in the face by him, right? Among the crowd, the people of Wufeng City were the happiest. They all thought that Qin Shao was going to lose, but they didn't expect that there would be a desperate turnaround. However, they actually knew Qin Zhao's background, so they also knew that Qin Shao was not pretending all the time. He didn't hide his strength, but he broke through at the critical moment. Therefore, there was a desperate counterattack, and there was such a beautiful reversal of the situation. Li Yuanji looked at Qin Shao with a stunned expression. To be honest, he was a little unconvinced. He always felt that the divine realm greatly limited his strength. Otherwise, he should not lose to Qin Shao. Just now, when he saw that Qin Shao was suppressed by Ing Hanmo at the beginning, Li Yuanji felt that he lost unjustly. He thought that his strength should not be worse than Ing Hanmo. But now, seeing that Qin Shao turned the situation around and suppressed Ing Hanmo, the unwillingness in his heart was suddenly suppressed by a big stone. In this way, it seemed that he lost unjustly. Ha! Ming Yuexin, as I said, Qin Shao will not lose easily. He has a heart that will never admit defeat. He has a heart that wants to strive to be better. He has this resolute belief. This is his greatest motivation. As long as he has this heart, then he will not lose. He will win. See, miracles always need people to create them. And Qin Shao is a person who is very good at creating miracles. Prince Zhanyang was very happy for Qin Shao. He was also a little excited. He was more excited than when he won the game. He was encouraged by Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's spirit also deeply infected him. He was also a person who wanted to create miracles. He was also a person with firm beliefs. But what he did was not enough. Compared with Qin Shao, he was still a little worse. He had to work hard to make up for the gap. Ming Yuexin was also very happy for Qin Shao. Ming Yuexin was indeed a very special person, a person worthy of admiration. What do you think, Tianjiao? You misjudged him, didn't you? Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and looked at Tianjiao with a smile. Tianjiao still snorted with some disdain. He glanced at Prince Zhongyang and said, "So what? Even if he beats Ing Hanmo, Qin Shao can't get past me. Haha, I think you'd better not boast too early, lest you bite your tongue again." Prince Zhongyang said sarcastically. Tianjiao was just making sarcastic remarks. Now he was slapped in the face. On the battlefield, after Qin Shao took control of the situation, there was not much suspense. There was no thrilling reversal. In the end, Qin Shao defeated Ing Hanmo and won the game. Ing Hanmo, who lost the game, looked at Qin Shao unwillingly. He was unwilling to leave the arena for a long time. He really didn't understand. How could he lose? He was in control of the situation at the beginning. He was supposed to win. How could he lose in the end? He was unwilling to lose. He was very unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, he still lost. Finally, I won. If I had lost, I would have let young Master Zhanyang down. Qin Shao let out a sigh of relief and smiled. If he lost, he would really be laughed at, and he would be sorry for Zhanyang. Fortunately, he won in the end, although it was a little thrilling. However, the breakthrough of heart force still made Qin Shao very happy. Being able to make a breakthrough at the last moment fulfilled Qin Zhao's long-cherished wish. Qin Shao had long wanted to make a breakthrough in heart force, but he had never been able to. Now, he finally got what he wanted. His heart force broke through to the 9th level, almost reaching the realm of perfection. The level of heart force was very high. With the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force attack became very powerful and terrifying. It could be seen from the suppression of Ing Hanmo just now that Qin Zhao's heart force was more than 10 times stronger than before. Ordinary 4-step Empyreans, Qin Shao would probably be able to obliterate them with a thought. Above the 9th heaven, among the clouds. Wow, this little guy's performance is not bad, the old drunkard suddenly said. Emperor Xianyuan glared at him and said, "Of course it's not bad. You made such a big scene. Isn't it because of this little guy? He is a person with great luck that you have deduced. His fate is not controlled by the heavenly Tao." The old drunkard also glared at Emperor Xianyuan and said, "Can you blame me? If it weren't for the ghost wine you gave me back then, would I have accidentally lost it? Okay. Don't mention what happened in the past. Emperor Xianyuan immediately stopped. He had also been observing Qin Shao all this while, and he had some praises for Qin Shao. But speaking of which, this little guy's performance is indeed very eye-catching. If he wasn't so flamboyant, then I might really have the heart to accept this kid. Okay, but now that I have accepted Zhang Yang, I can't accept this boy. Maybe I can ask Yinglong to accept this boy. It's possible that Yinglong has already taken a fancy to him. We don't need to say anything. Li Sheng looked at the two and smiled. It seems that there are many stories between you two. Qin Shao is really not bad. He was born in such a humble place, but he can reach such a level in such a short time. He is not inferior to the top geniuses of the immortal realm. It's really rare. Which of the top geniuses of the immortal realm is not born with a silver spoon in their mouths? Which one of them is not a dragon or phoenix among men? Which one of them is not born in the immortal realm and has a unique advantage? Among the top 10, except for the chosen one in him, the others all have great backgrounds. This chosen one is a reincarnator, so he has his own advantages. Only this Qin Shao boy, who has no background, can overpower a group of top geniuses. He can cultivate the heart force to the 9th level, make a breakthrough in a desperate situation, and reverse the universe. In all aspects, he is extremely good. But Zhang Yang has the fire god's war body. It's normal for you to choose him. Qin Shao is a good seedling. It's not a bad thing for Yinglong to accept him. Emperor Xianyuan said jokingly, Li Sheng, if you are so interested in him, why don't you accept him? Then you can have the best of both worlds. Ha. Accept him? Li Sheng shook his head and said, that won't do. I only accept cultivators of the way of the flying knife. No matter how monstrous and heaven-defying this Qin Shao is, I also won't accept him. No matter how good a seedling is, he is not suitable for me to teach. I'm only good at the way of the flying knife, and I only teach him the way of the flying knife. I don't teach anything else. Chapter 2358. In the 7th match, the biggest dark horse of this year's student competition would fight against the second biggest dark horse, Qin Shao. The battle between the two dark horses would be very interesting to watch. Moreover, both of them came from the Southern Wasteland and the Futu Immortal Palace. They used to be fellow disciples. A lot of gossip about the two of them had been dug up, including some of their past grudges. Everyone knew about it. Therefore, this battle was also called the Battle of Old Enemies. It was the battle of the dark horses, the battle of old enemies, and the battle of the top 3. Each of them was very interesting to watch. The 3 main attractions were gathered together, so there were naturally many highlights in this battle. It was worth it for people to watch the battle properly. Fulong, what do you think now? On the viewing platform, the Tianshan City Lord asked Fu Long with some jealousy. He appreciated Qin Shao very much and always believed that it was wrong for Fu Long to give up Qin Shao for the sake of the Heaven's Pride. Fu Long would definitely regret it. However, Fu Long had been stubborn and refused to admit it. Therefore, the Tianshan City Lord also wanted to see whether Fu Long would regret it or not. Qin Shao defeated Ying Hanmo. Now, it was time to test him against the Heaven's Pride. Moreover, the Tianshan City Lord was very confident in Qin Shao. He felt that Qin Shao would win this battle. Humph! How could Fu Long feel comfortable in his heart? He had been very uncomfortable for a long time. The more outstanding Qin Shao's performance was, the more uncomfortable he was. He hoped that Qin Shao would be defeated as soon as possible. He didn't even have the qualification to fight with the Heaven's Pride. In that case, he could say to the Tianshan City Lord arrogantly, "You see, my choice is not wrong." However, reality did not turn out as he wished. Qin Shao did not lose. Instead, he fought his way through and killed his way to the front of the geniuses. Ying Hanmo was defeated by Qin Shao. Was the Heaven's Pride sure to win? At this moment, in fact, Fu Long did not have much confidence in his heart. Qin Zhao's performance was too monstrous and heaven-defying. He was creating his own glory, his own miracle. Qin Zhao's unparalleled aura and strength made people feel that there was no enemy he could not defeat. What's more, the genius was his old enemy. Qin Shao had been waiting for this day for a long time. No one knew how strong his desire to win was. Qin Shao in this state was the most terrifying. So what if I've reached this step? So what if he's qualified to fight against the heavens chosen? With his little bit of strength, he's no match for the geniuses. He'll be defeated very soon. Trying to get into the top 3? That's just wishful thinking. Fu Xiong gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. The heavenly mountain city lord smiled indifferently. He naturally knew that Fu Xiong was just refusing to admit his mistake, but who cares? In the arena, the Heaven's Pride walked up with his hands behind his back. His sword-like eyebrows were raised coldly, and his eyes were like cold knives. Under his powerful aura, the entire arena suddenly froze as soon as he stepped onto the arena. Instantly, it felt like falling into an ice cellar and became bone-chilling. Qin Shao also looked at the Heaven's Pride with cold eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. After more than 10 million years of waiting, this day finally came. But speaking of which, the time it took was much shorter than he had imagined. Seeing the Heaven's Pride, the scenes of the past could not help but come to his mind. He especially remembered that when he had just entered Linfu City, he had heard the name of the Heaven's Pride. It was like thunder in his ears. At that time, the Heaven's Pride was the sky, the law, and the supreme God. No one could go against the will of the Heaven's Pride. Even the Heaven's Pride dared not. No force dared to disobey the Heaven's Pride. At that time, the supreme prestige of the Heaven's Pride was deeply imprinted in Qin Zhao's heart. He regarded the Heaven's Pride as the sky. He also remembered that because of the Heaven's Pride's order, several forces did not dare to help him anymore. Only the immortal court was willing to continue helping him. He also remembered that when he first met the Heaven's Pride, he was taught a lesson by the Heaven's Pride. In front of the master of Fuxia Immortal Palace, the Heaven's Pride treated him like an ant. He also remembered that the Heaven's Pride flew into a rage out of humiliation and forced him to leave Fuxia Immortal Palace. From the beginning, the Heaven's Pride had treated Qin Shao like an ant and stepped on him and humiliated him. The Heaven's Pride and arrogance looked down on him. The seed of hatred had been planted long ago. From a long time ago, Qin Shao had set the Heaven's Pride as his goal to surpass him. Later on, he set the Heaven's Pride as his goal to defeat him. Now, he had to take revenge for what happened back then. Only then could he appease the anger in his heart and wipe away the hatred in his heart. The Heaven's Pride was like a mountain that stood in front of him and in his heart. Today, he finally had the opportunity to face this mountain and shatter it with his own hands. We are considered enemies, right? Qin Shao suddenly opened his mouth and said coldly, "Enemies?" The Heaven's Pride still had his hands behind his back. He was still as arrogant as ever and looked down on the world. The Heaven's Pride glanced at Qin Shao and chuckled. "If you want to treat me as your enemy, that's your business. In my eyes, you are not qualified to be my enemy. All this time, I have been the one stepping on you. In my eyes, you are just an ant. Have you ever seen a giant dragon treat an ant as its enemy? Everything is just your self-righteousness. In fact, you think too much." Qin Shao was not angry at the Heaven's Pride's mockery and humiliation. Instead, he said, "That's good. In that case, I am relieved. Okay, we can fight now." Qin Shao did not say anything else and directly attacked. Relieved? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Heaven's Pride could not help but frown slightly. He thought to himself, what does this guy mean? What is this guy scheming now? What did he feel relieved about? However, the Heaven's Pride did not have much time to think about this matter at this time, because Qin Zhao's attack had already reached him. The moment Qin Shao made his move, he clearly did not hold back in the slightest. He went all out and displayed all of his methods. The dual body technique created a clone. The clone used all its strength to launch a fierce attack on the Heaven's Pride. The main body used all its strength to execute the heaven-splitting sword art and attacked the Heaven's Pride. The Berserk Explosion technique was also used. The Berserk Explosion technique did not last long, so the fact that Qin Shao used the Berserk Explosion technique meant that he wanted to end the battle quickly. He was using all his strength to fight against the Heavens Chosen with all his might. In a battle of this level, there was no need to hesitate. Naturally, he attacked ruthlessly. Oomph. The Heaven's Pride seemed to have expected Qin Shao to use this move. He was already prepared. A peerless Heaven's Pride is invincible. The Heaven's Pride shouted. Golden light spurted out from his body, and like golden water, it quickly formed a circular golden bell shield, enveloping the Heaven's Pride. Ancient runes flew around the golden bell shield, each of them blooming with holy light and exuding an ancient power. It was as if there were ancient sages hiding in it. The golden bell shield isolated all power outside. Even Qin Zhao's heart force was blocked. The heaven-splitting sword art's sword chi was also completely blocked. Qin Zhao's attack was completely blocked. It could not even get close to the Heaven's Pride. It was really invincible. One must know how strong Qin Zhao's attack was. But it still could not break through the golden bell shield, and still could not get close to the Heaven's Pride. Such a situation was a heavy blow to Qin Zhao. It was a situation he had not expected. He had not seen the Heaven's Pride in action before, so he did not know what kind of moves the Heaven's Pride had. But the move in front of him was indeed powerful. How could this be? For a moment, Qin Zhao was indeed a little dumbfounded. In an instant, he felt a strong sense of defeat. Even if he had encountered a powerful opponent, he had never felt like this. His strongest attack, his all-out attack, could not even get close to the Heaven's Pride. What kind of feeling was this? This was the feeling of striking a stone with an egg. He felt small and insignificant, as if he was about to be grasped in the other party's hands. This feeling was naturally very unbearable. Even if he had lost, he would not feel this way. The blow to his heart was too great. I can't break through his defensive means. In other words, with merely this defensive ability of his, he is capable of dragging me to death, leaving me completely helpless. And he hasn't made a move yet. He has only used his defensive means. The Heaven's Pride's strength must not be limited to this. His means of attack should not be inferior to this. If I wait for him to make a move, won't I be defeated soon? No, no, no. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Zhao could not help but gnash his teeth fiercely. This was not the situation he wanted to see. He did not want this. No, no. He did not want to lose. He did not want to lose. If he lost to Xia Dongho, he could accept it. Even if he lost to Ying Hanmo, he could accept it. But the only thing Qin Zhao could not accept was to lose to the Heaven's Pride, to his enemy, to the old enemy he had been waiting for more than 10 million years. He wanted to defeat the Heaven's Pride. He wanted to wash away his shame. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to break this mountain. He wanted to fulfill the obsession in his heart. So, how could he lose to the Heaven's Pride? How could it be enough? The determination in his heart would never allow him to lose. He would not allow it. When the crowd saw the Heaven's Pride's means, they also exclaimed, "What kind of means is this? How can his defensive power be so strong? It's really invulnerable." It's a bit like the Chaos Protection secret skill. I don't know if it's true. I've only seen such a similar means in ancient books. How can he fight? Qin Zhao has already made a move with all his strength, but he still can't break through the Heaven's Pride's golden bell shield. Even if the Heaven's Pride does not make a move, he can drag Qin Zhao to death. No wonder he is the third on the holy list. He is really powerful. The Heaven's Pride has not made a move yet, but Qin Zhao has no way to deal with him. Awesome. He really is awesome. The Heaven's Pride is a reincarnator. His reincarnation is very successful, right? I don't know where he got such a powerful means. It seems that Qin Zhao is going to lose this battle. Don't worry. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Don't forget that you were slapped in the face just now. Who knows? Qin Zhao might have other means of harming him. What else can he do? I don't believe Qin Zhao is so powerful. If Qin Zhao doesn't lose this time, I will eat dog shit. Haha. I also think Qin Zhao is going to lose this time. The Heaven's Pride is too strong. There is no way to defeat him. Zhang Yang and Ming Yuexin could not help but shake their heads. They also saw that Qin Zhao was going to lose this battle. Even Zhang Yang's confidence was a little damaged. Qin Zhao had created a miracle just now. Could he create another miracle this time? Creating miracles again and again? That was too difficult. It was hard to say who would win this battle. Tianshan City Lord, what do you think now? Seeing that the Heaven's Pride had taken control of the situation, Fu Xiong looked at the Tianshan city, Lord proudly. Chapter 23:59. On the martial arts platform, the Heaven's Pride was bathed in golden waves, like an ancient god of war. With his hands behind his back, he stood there with his arrogance, looking down at the world. Looking at Qin Shao, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The curve of his smile was like a crescent moon, with a hint of ghostly charm. This was the posture of a winner, the aura of a superior, the demeanor of a king who looked down on everything. At this moment, he was really like a high and mighty god, while Qin Shao was just an ant who overestimated himself. The Heaven's Pride walked towards Qin Shao step by step, and his playful voice sounded, "Back then, I could trample you under my feet, and now I can still trample you under my feet. Back then, I regarded you as an ant, and now I can still regard you as an ant. You want to fight me with just the likes of you? It's just a joke. If I want to trample you, it's just a matter of lifting my foot. But you can't change anything. In front of me, you have to lower your proud head and admit defeat." His aura was very strong, like a god who had descended to the mortal world, and no mortal could resist him. Supreme power, supreme power. He could suppress everything in the world, and even heaven and earth would have to bow down to him. Could he not change anything? No, he must change. He must change. He could not be trampled under the Heaven's Pride's feet. Although the situation was not good for him, Qin Zhao's confidence was not affected at all. He was still as firm as ever. Qin Shao looked at the Heaven's Pride coldly and said, "You used to be a dragon, but now you are not. You are at most a snake. You used to be the unsurpassable blue sky, but now you are not. At best, you're just small hill. You used to be able to control me, bully me, and humiliate me at will. But now you can't do that because I, Qin Shao, am no longer the Qin Shao of the past." Oof. The Heaven's Pride chuckled and said, "That's just what you think. In my opinion, you are still the same as before. Everything I could do to you in the past, I can still do to you now. You are still an ant in my eyes, and this can't change." "Can't change? Then let me change it." Qin Shao waved his hand, and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out, whistling between heaven and earth. The Tao of Flying Dagger was the most domineering and fierce Tao. The 9 flying broadswords of Li Sheng also showed their sharpness and displayed a bit of saintly might. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, together, had the power of a holy artifact. The flying dagger pierced through the sky and charged towards the genius. It heavily struck the golden bell shield, creating a series of sparks. However, the final result was still unsatisfactory. It was not the result that Qin Shao wanted to see. Even the 9 Li Sheng flying knives couldn't break the golden bell shield. But Qin Shao displaying Li Sheng's flying dagger drew quite a few people's attention. Li Sheng's flying daggers? The Tao of Flying Daggers. This guy has practiced the Tao of Flying Daggers. Is he Li Sheng's disciple? No, I've never heard of him being Li Sheng's disciple. Yes, he can't be Li Sheng's disciple. Li Sheng's disciples have always been aloof from worldly affairs and rarely come out. Even if he is Li Sheng's disciple, he can't participate in the selection of the Saint Academy. But he has Li Sheng's flying daggers and has practiced the Tao of Flying Daggers to such a high level. If he is not Li Sheng's disciple, then what is he? It's strange. I don't know. The Heaven's Pride smiled coldly and said with disdain, "I told you, you are still an ant now. No matter what you do, what means you use, or how you resist, it will all be in vain. You can't break my defense. You are so weak that you can't even break my defense. You're not even qualified to get close to me. You want to fight with me? Don't you think you are ridiculous? What other means do you have? Just use them. I'm not in a hurry. I'll let you attack me slowly." The Heaven's Pride had full confidence in his golden bell shield. It was hard to believe that he had full confidence in it. It was indeed very powerful. At least, Qin Shao still had no way to break it. But Qin Shao was unwilling to give up and admit defeat. Above the 9th heaven, among the clouds. Well, Li Sheng has a flying dagger of the upper-grade fairy weapon level. He has also reached the basic realm of flying daggers. But his level is still a little low. If his flying daggers can reach the profound realm, it will be no problem to break the Golden Bell shield. This boy is not bad. He has not been my disciple, but he has practiced the flying daggers to such a high level and has obtained 9 flying daggers. Not bad, not bad. If he had been my disciple, I'm afraid he would have reached the profound realm. This boy can be taught. Seeing Qin Shao display the flying daggers, Li Sheng was quite impressed. Emperor Xinyuan laughed and said, "Haha, it's rare to hear you praise someone. I think this boy is also a top genius in the flying daggers. He is a good seedling. If I can become Saint Li's disciple, I'm sure I'll have a bright future. Not to mention the profound realm. He can even reach the peak in the complete realm. Oh, by the way, it has been a long time since you have a disciple who has reached the complete realm of the flying daggers." Li Sheng rolled his eyes at Emperor Xinyuan and said angrily, "Xinyuan, are you humiliating me? It has been a long time since I have a disciple who has reached the complete realm of the flying daggers. What are you worrying about? How can it be so easy to reach the complete realm? That's why. Isn't there a good seedling in front of you? Your chance is here. I dare say that Qin Shao definitely has the potential. Why don't you take him as your disciple?" Emperor Xinyuan said again. Li Sheng smiled at Emperor Xinyuan and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Don't you know that you are deliberately provoking me? I won't clean up the mess you made. I just came to see my daughter. I don't have the time to take a disciple for you. Although this boy has some talent and potential in the flying daggers, I have many disciples like him. Why do I need to take him as my disciple? With his little bit of potential, it's not enough for me to take notice of him." Li Sheng's flying daggers still could not break the defense of the talent. Of course, this was also expected by Qin Shao. After all, the power of Li Sheng's flying daggers was not strong enough. The main reason was that his level of flying daggers was indeed a little low. If he wanted to break the Golden Bell shield, he must have a peerless sharpness. Although the heaven-opening swordsmanship was sharp enough, it was not enough. The heaven-opening swordsmanship was powerful, but the heaven-opening swordsmanship could not exert its real power, so it could not reach an extremely powerful level. Qin Zhao's flying daggers were weak, but with the peerless sharpness of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, they would complement each other and become much stronger. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to try using Li Sheng's flying daggers. The result also made Qin Shao understand that the level of his flying daggers was too low. The sharpness was not enough to break the Golden Bell shield of the talent. Therefore, if he wanted to have a chance to win, he first had to break the Golden Bell shield of the talent. If he wanted to break the Golden Bell shield of the talent, the most promising thing now was to make a breakthrough in the flying daggers. As long as he made a breakthrough in the flying daggers to the advanced level, Qin Shao believed that there should not be a big problem. If he made a breakthrough in the flying daggers, together with the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, he would be able to destroy the world and sweep everything in the world. He could break the sky and crack the earth. Who could stop him? But it was too difficult to make a breakthrough in the flying daggers. Qin Zhao's flying daggers was only comprehended and cultivated from the inheritance left by Songdao King. He did not have any cultivation method to assist him, nor did he have anyone to guide him. Basically, he was completely relying on his own groping to move forward. Naturally, it was extremely difficult for him to move forward. How could it be easy to make a breakthrough? Humph! Li Sheng's flying daggers are useless in your hands. Those who don't know can really be fooled by you. They will think that you are really Li Sheng's disciple. Your flying dagger Dao is really inferior. It doesn't have any power at all. Qin Shao, is that all you have? I saw that you were boasting shamelessly just now. Are you going to take revenge on me? You are daydreaming. Haven't you woken up yet? The talent sneered again, and he became more and more playful. The flying daggers make a breakthrough. But how can I make a breakthrough? There is no direction, no guidance, and no light to move forward. How can it be easy to make a breakthrough? Qin Zhao's thoughts were all on the flying daggers. The flying daggers was not a great Dao. It did not exist in this world, in all things, and under the great Dao of this world. The flying daggers was just a subsidiary Dao. Therefore, it was impossible to feel the path of Dao, the root of Dao, and the true essence of Tao through understanding all things in nature. To understand the flying daggers, you must have someone to teach you or a cultivation method to guide you. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to have any new insights. It was because of this that it was impossible for Qin Xiao to make a breakthrough in the flying daggers. Is there really no other way? Am I really going to lose? What other methods can I use? The true word of Lin. The true word of Lin won't work either. The power of the true word of Lin is at most on par with the flying daggers. It can't play a decisive role. Unless I can make a breakthrough in the true word of Lin and achieve perfect control over it. But to achieve perfect control over the 9 esotericas is easier said than done. At the very least, Qin Xiao did not have any leads for now. Without any leads, there was no direction for his cultivation. If he did not even have a direction for his cultivation, it would be almost impossible for him to make a breakthrough. It was very, very difficult to make a breakthrough in the true word of Lin. What should I do? Is there no other way? Is there really no other way? The possibility of a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword skill was infinitely close to zero. His heart energy had already broken through to the 9th level, and there was no more room for another breakthrough. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no place for him to make a breakthrough. Am I really at the end of the road? Towards this situation, Qin Xiao was still somewhat indignant. But what could he do? He could only sigh. What? Out of tricks? Out of tricks? The prodigy mocked. Was he at his wit's end? At this moment, Qin Xiao really had such a feeling. He had already used up all his tricks, but there was still no other way. Wanting to make a breakthrough was easier said than done. Just then, a beam of light suddenly surged into Qin Xiao's mind. It appeared out of nowhere in his sea of consciousness and tore through the sky. Chapter 2360. This sudden situation caused Qin Xiao to be greatly alarmed. What was going on? How could there be such a sharp flying knife of Li Sheng appearing in his mind all of a sudden? What surprised Qin Xiao even more was that this Li Sheng's flying knife contained the way of the flying knife, a profound way. The flying knife flew past, but it also scattered the way of the flying knife, perfectly displaying it. It was as if an expert was patiently performing Li Sheng's flying dagger to teach others. The true essence of the flying knife was perfectly presented in Qin Xiao's mind. This was a direct teaching. Moreover, Qin Xiao also clearly felt that the profoundness of this flying knife was far higher than the previous inheritance of its Song Saber King. So this also made Qin Xiao very surprised and puzzled. That Song Saber King's flying knife was far from reaching such a realm. So what was this Li Sheng's flying knife? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. It was too strange. But at this time, Qin Xiao was not in the mood to think about this. Since this was a fortune given to him by God, Qin Xiao naturally would not be careless. He would seize this opportunity to comprehend the flying knife. To him, this was a great opportunity. If he could seize it well, then a miracle would be born in this battle. He didn't want to lose. He didn't want to lose to the heaven's pride, and he didn't want the hatred in his heart to be suppressed again. Today's battle with the heaven's pride was a battle between old enemies, a battle he had been looking forward to for a long time, a battle he had been waiting for more than 10 million years to take revenge. How could he lose? Maybe this is God's favor. If so, then I need to cherish this opportunity even more. I must make a breakthrough. Before, I had no guidance and no cultivation method, so I couldn't make any progress in the cultivation of the flying knife. But now, with the guidance of God, the true essence of the flying knife is fully displayed in front of me. This is a chance for me to make a breakthrough. I, Qin Xiao, have never been afraid of any test or challenge. This time, I will definitely create another miracle that belongs to Xi. Perhaps it can't be called a miracle. It's just a breakthrough. Qin Xiao's conviction became firmer. The power of mind severing gave him full motivation and confidence. His body and mind were soon completely attracted by Li Sheng's flying knife, and he was immersed in the world of flying knives. In this real world of flying knives, Qin Xiao immediately discovered many things that he could not comprehend before. With a lot of enlightenment, his understanding of flying knives naturally improved rapidly. There were many things that he understood and understood. This was a moral explanation that the Song Sword King's previous inheritance could not give him, but the answer could be found here. Those questions that had been lingering in his heart for a long time were quickly answered here. Above the 9 heavens, amidst the colorful clouds. Li Sheng, when did you become as shameless as the old drunkard? Didn't he just say that he wasn't interested in that brat? Why was he secretly helping him now? You're cheating. Emperor Xianyuan joked. Li Sheng smiled and said, I'm not bored. On a whim, I gave that brat a little guidance and gave him a glimmer of hope. This is also a test. Although I have given you some guidance, not everyone can benefit from it, let alone make a breakthrough and transform. If Qin Xiao wants to win, he must have a great breakthrough in metamorphosis. He must make a breakthrough in the flying dagger Dao to the great accomplishment realm. How could it be easy to break through a new realm in the flying dagger Dao? Xianyuan, what are you worried about? That brat may not be able to make a breakthrough. The final result will still be the same. As for me, I just want to add some fun to the competition. I don't want to take that brat as a disciple. Humph, thick-skinned. Emperor, Xianyuan muttered. Naturally, he did not believe Li Sheng's words. How could it be explained by a whim? Outsiders did not know what had happened. They only saw that Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly closed, and he suddenly stopped attacking. What was going on? What was he doing? Why did he stop? Did he give up attacking? Is he going to admit defeat? Admit defeat? It doesn't seem like it. Is he practicing? Haha, at this time, what's the point of sharpening his spear at the last minute? Maybe he's pretending to be profound. I think he should give up. Or maybe he wants to play some tricks. However, their strength is far from enough. All of their schemes and tricks are pale and powerless. They will also be futile. The Chosen One frowned slightly and stared at Qin Xiao. For a moment, he could not figure out what Qin Xiao was doing. He secretly pondered in his heart. What game is this brat Qin Xiao trying to play? But, so what if he was playing some kind of trick? At most, he could buy some time. He wasn't in a hurry to begin with. He just wanted to toy with Qin Xiao. Therefore, after thinking about it, the Chosen One did not rush to attack. Instead, he stood there quietly and looked at Qin Xiao. He wanted to see what Qin Xiao was going to do. He had the protection of the Golden Bell Shield, which made him invulnerable. No power could break through his defense, and no power could get close to him. Want to hurt him? Easier said than done. Want to plot against him, no matter what means? That was also something that was simply impossible. Therefore, the Chosen One was full of confidence. He was not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. If he wanted to, he could have defeated Qin Xiao directly. But in that case, there would not be much fun. He wanted to play with Qin Xiao slowly. Not only did he want to defeat him physically, but he also wanted to defeat him spiritually. Only a double blow could make him happy. However, after waiting for a long time, Qin Xiao did not do anything. He still stood there with his eyes closed, as if he was immersed in cultivation. Everyone looked at him in confusion. They did not know what Qin Xiao was doing or what tricks he was playing. It was as if he was frozen there. This was the gladiator arena. This was a battle. What was he doing? Is he going to fight or not? It's been so long, but there's still no movement. I think he's deliberately pretending. That's right. Is he going to fight or not? If he's not going to fight, just admit defeat. Why is he pretending? Mr. Chosen One, I don't think he's going to attack. You should just attack. He's deliberately stalling for time and pretending to be profound. Yes, Mr. Chosen One, hurry up and attack. We can't stand it anymore. If this continues, how long will it take? He's treating this battle as a game. Many people were urging the Chosen One to attack. At this time, the Chosen One was obviously losing his patience. After waiting for so long, Qin Xiao still did not move at all. He was still standing there motionlessly. It was indeed not a solution to wait like this. Then, it would not play the role of playing with him. Therefore, the Chosen One's killing intent surged, and he decided not to hesitate anymore. If Qin Xiao did not attack and wanted to stall for time, then he would not let him have his way. If he did not attack, then the Chosen One would attack and suppress him and trample him under his feet. At this point, the Chosen One directly charged toward Qin Xiao. An unparalleled sword Qi turned into a heavenly waterfall that was tens of thousands of feet long. Like a bolt of lightning that cut through the sky, it directly slashed down on Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao still stood there motionless and did not react at all, as if he had been frozen in time. It was as if he did not know that the Chosen One's attack had arrived. It was also as if he was scared out of his wits. Such a situation was indeed nerve-wracking. Many people could not help but feel their hearts in their throats. What's wrong with Qin Shao? Why isn't he attacking? Is he courting death? That's right. If he doesn't make a move now, he'll definitely die with this sword strike. Even if he loses, he doesn't have to court death. He's ranked 4th on the holy list. Isn't that glorious enough? What's he thinking? Lord Qin Shao, hurry up and attack him. Hurry up. Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Many people were anxious and could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Qin Shao. If he continued to play like this, he would die. Some people were not optimistic about Qin Shao and felt that Qin Shao would definitely lose to the Chosen One. However, most people did not want to see Qin Shao die under the Chosen One's sword. They did not want to see Qin Shao really die under the Chosen One's sword. Yufeng Cheng and the others were even more anxious. They wished they could rush up to the martial arts platform and wake Qin Shao up. Princess Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears. She stared at Qin Shao. Her nerves were so tense that her fingers had dug into her flesh. She was nervous and worried. Although she believed that Qin Shao would not do such a stupid thing, the situation in front of her really worried her. Prince Zhongyang and Ming Yuexin could not help but look at each other. They were a little dumbfounded. Was this a little too much? What on earth was Qin Shao doing? Hurry up and attack. Hurry up. Do you want to die? In the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Chosen sword had already slashed down on Qin Zhao's body. The sword directly slashed through Qin Zhao's body, cutting it into 2 halves. Oh my God! Holy SH**T, it can't be? Did the Chosen One really kill Qin Shao? Is he really dead? Cries of surprise exploded. Many people were shocked, and their faces turned pale. Qin Shao was a dark horse. He was a young genius who was admired by many people. Was he going to die at the hands of the Chosen One? Although there was a rule in the competition that forbade the killing of fellow disciples, it was not the Chosen One's fault if his opponent was killed without any resistance, right? Humph, you're really courting death. Since that's the case, why don't I fulfill your wish? That's good. I really wanted to kill you, but you came to me on your own accord. The Chosen One sneered in his heart. He was in a good mood. However, the smile on his face soon came to an abrupt halt. His brows instantly furrowed. No, the Chosen One immediately sensed that something was wrong. Something was wrong. Sure enough, the Chosen One saw that Qin Shao, who was killed by his sword, had turned into nothingness and disappeared. No, that's not Qin Zhao's real body. It's just a shadow. Behind him, the Chosen One suddenly turned around and saw Qin Shao standing in the void. 9 Sage Li's flying daggers were arranged in a killing array in front of him. The 9 Sage Li's flying daggers shone brightly, their sharpness shocking the sky. The sage's power was heavy, like waves descending. The power of the saber momentum made the whole martial arts platform tremble. The whole space seemed to be about to collapse. It was enough to show the power of the saber momentum. Everyone could clearly feel it at this moment, and they were all shocked once again. Only then did everyone realize that Qin Shao was not courting death. He was brewing a big game of chess. He was holding back a big move, and now he was going to use it. Sure enough, he still had a backup plan. He was really a tough guy. How could he make a comeback in such a desperate situation? Many people felt that they had been slapped in the face again. They thought that Qin Shao would definitely lose. Chapter 2361. How did his flying dagger suddenly become so sharp? This sharpness actually made my golden bell canopy tremble. I feel as if I'm facing a great enemy. It also made me smell danger. What's going on? Was he cultivating with his eyes closed just now? But how is that possible? In such a short time, even if he was cultivating, it's impossible for him to break through a realm, right? His flying dagger should have only reached the small completion realm before, but now I feel that it should have reached the profound completion realm. The profound completion realm of the flying dagger, coupled with the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, I'm afraid that the sharpness is enough to break my golden bell shield. The chosen one frowned and looked surprised. His face became a little colder. The genius gritted his teeth. Without any hesitation, he struck out with all his might. He had to strike first and talk later. He couldn't fall into a passive state. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Shao made his move. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers whizzed over. The endless sharpness instantly enveloped the entire gladiator arena and was annihilated in his sea of knife chi. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers seemed to have formed a killing formation, turning the entire gladiator arena into his flying dagger domain. The holy power descended, and the flying daggers reached the 9th heaven. The sharpness was unparalleled and peerless. The knife chi surged, and countless rays of light illuminated the sky, as if they could penetrate through the ages. The flying dagger Dao was the strongest and sharpest Dao. Once the flying daggers were thrown out, it would definitely shock the world. At this time, Qin Zhao's flying dagger Dao had broken through to the profound completion realm, and his control of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers had also reached the perfection realm. He could exert great power and sharpness. Therefore, once the flying daggers were thrown out, the world would be destroyed and the world would sink. Everything seemed to be destroyed and turned into nothingness under the flying daggers. Many people were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped, and they almost exclaimed out loud, "What a terrible Li Sheng's flying daggers!" They were too powerful. Under the oppression of the momentum, many people involuntarily held their breath and trembled nervously. Facing the sharp sword chi of Li Sheng's flying dagger, the golden bell shield of the Chosen One was directly cut open and finally broken. His most powerful defense had been broken through. Although the genius also tried his best to block, how could he block the invincible attack of the 9 flying knives of Li Sheng? Once the defense was broken, it would be broken step by step by step defeat. In the end, the prodigy was directly beaten off the martial arts platform by Qin Shao and lost the battle. The battle was over. There was a dead silence in the audience. Many people widened their eyes and stared at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. This battle actually ended in such a way. It was truly astonishing. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone seemed to have been frozen. The defeated Heaven's Pride cut a sorry figure. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood. He stood there, staring at Qin Shao with an extremely cold gaze that was filled with an eerie coldness. His face was pale, extremely unsightly. He lost. The Chosen One, actually lost to Qin Shao. He actually lost to the person he had always regarded as an ant. How ridiculous was that? How ironic was that? He had always been in control of the situation, but in the end, he was defeated miserably. How ridiculous and pathetic it was. An ant that he could easily crush to death before, actually defeated him today and stood on his head. How could a prodigy like him accept such a thing? Nothing could be more ridiculous than this, right? It was as if God had played a big joke on him and made him lose face today. How could this be? How could this be the result? He couldn't accept it. He absolutely couldn't accept it. However, the ironclad truth was placed right in front of everyone's eyes. The strange lights that were cast at him were like heavy slaps that heavily slapped his face. The slaps were loud and painful. His insufferably arrogant words just now seemed so ridiculous and extremely ironic at this time. What's the situation? Who can see it clearly? The Chosen One lost. Nonsense. We didn't see the Chosen One lose. The key is, how did Qin Shao win? Sage Li's flying dagger is really powerful. Lord Qin Zhao's flying dagger has also been practiced to a very deep level. It's too amazing. This guy is definitely a master of face slapping. Just now, he had been pretending to be weak. In the end, he made a desperate counterattack. It's more classic than the battle with Ing Hanmo just now. I'm completely convinced by Lord Qin Shao. He defeated the Chosen One and locked in the top 3. Do you think it's possible for Lord Qin Shao to be accepted as a pro-disciple by Emperor Xinyuan? If I thought it was impossible before, but now, I think the possibility is very high. If Emperor Xian Yuan wants to accept a pro-disciple, it's most likely that he will choose from the top 3. Fu Zhongshuan will definitely not be chosen. So, only Qin Shao and Xia Donghou are left. In contrast, I think Qin Shao has a better chance of winning. Well, I also think Lord Qin Shao has a better chance of winning. After all, Qin Zhao's background is far inferior to Xia Donghou's, but the two can compete. In this way, Lord Qin Zhao's talent and potential should be better. It's said that the Chosen One is the biggest dark horse. Now it seems that Qin Shao is the biggest dark horse. Haha, let's not talk about it. I'm gonna hug his thigh. Qin Shao won. A sound of exclamation, praise, and admiration spread everywhere. Wu Fengcheng and the others were very happy for Qin Shao. They were happy not only because Qin Shao defeated the Chosen One, but also because he won this crucial game and entered the top 3. More importantly, they knew about the grudge between Qin Shao and the Chosen One. This was a battle between old enemies, Qin Zhao's revenge. To Qin Shao, this was the most important thing. Haha, I've said it before. Even if we fight, I'm definitely not Qin Zhao's match. So, it's better to be honest and admit defeat. That way, I won't be so embarrassed. Prince Zhongyang was also very happy and laughed heartily. Prince Zhongyang was probably the only one who was so happy to admit defeat. Just now, many people doubted Prince Zhongyang's admission of defeat and thought that he might be throwing the game. Now that Qin Shao proved his strength, everyone felt that Prince Zhongyang's admission of defeat was a wise choice. Fu Xiong, what else do you want to say now? The Tianshan City Lord looked at Fu Xiong with a faint smile. He seemed to have expected such an outcome. The Tianshan City Lord had always believed in Qin Shao and always felt that Qin Shao could win. Taking a step back, even if Qin Shao lost, he still felt that Qin Zhao's talent and potential were much stronger than other prodigies. Now that Qin Shao had won, there was no need to talk about it. Fu Xiong chasing Qin Shao out of Fu Xiu Immortal Palace for the sake of the Chosen One was indeed an extremely stupid thing to do. Fu Xiong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Previously, he had been stubborn. Now that the Chosen One had lost to Qin Shao, how could he still be stubborn? If he continued to be thick-skinned and say that he didn't regret it, he would only be slapped in the face. Even he couldn't say it out loud. But now that things had come to this, what could he do? Was there any medicine for regret? He could only sigh. In the end, Fu Xiong said, "It's my fortune to win, but it's my fate to lose. This is my fate. I accept it." Hearing Fu Xiong's words, the Tianshan City Lord nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He had fought for his dignity, so there was no need to say anything more to Fu Xiong. He could understand Fu Xiong's feelings at this moment. If there was a mistake, it would be that he had missed the opportunity to take in Qin Shao as his disciple. Some things were just like that. If you missed it, you missed it. It didn't matter anymore. The arena was lively, but this kind of liveliness deeply hurt the Chosen One. He was the core of this storm. Chosen One, Qin Shao finally spoke. At this moment, he had the attitude of a victor, looking down at the Chosen One with a condescending aura. The relationship between them had finally reversed. Once upon a time, you regarded me as an ant and could control me as you wished. Have you ever thought that one day, the ant in your eyes would be able to trample you under his feet? Once upon a time, because I didn't join your camp and didn't work for you, I was ostracized and oppressed by you and bullied and humiliated at your will. Have you ever thought that one day, the person you bullied and humiliated would also trample you under his feet? Once upon a time, I was indeed weak and insignificant in front of you. I didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Even if I was bullied and humiliated by you under your feet, I could only endure. But I can endure because hatred will be remembered by me. This is a bloody scar that has long been deeply engraved in the depths of my heart. Just a moment ago, you were still fearless. You were still arrogant, high and mighty, and disdainful of me, thinking that you could still control me as you wish. Your arrogance will only give you a hard slap in the face. Look at your sorry state now. The higher you stand, the more painful it will be when you fall. And all of this is what you asked for. Your pride, I'm sorry, but today I, Qin Shao, will crush it all. Your dignity, I'm sorry, but today Qin Shao, will trample it to the ground and ruthlessly trample it on the ground. Because all of this was given to me by you in the past. Now, I'm just returning it to you in double. Qin Shao, have always been a man of principles and bottom line. My principle is that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll definitely repay them in double. Whether it's 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000 eras, 1,000,000 epochs, or even 1,000,000 universe epochs, Qin Shao, will definitely get back what I want. I will never forget it or leave it behind. The dignity that belongs to me, Qin Shao, will definitely be taken back. You, the chosen one, have always been a mountain in my hands. But today, I've crushed this mountain. You, the chosen one, are just a defeated opponent in my eyes from now on. In my heart, you have long lost all of your lofty halo. You become sloppy and ordinary. In my heart, you are no longer the chosen one, but a weakling. Puff. Every word Qin Shao said was like a knife, fiercely cutting the chosen one's heart and hitting it hard. Under such provocation, the chosen one finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of red blood. Did he deserve it? Was he a weakling? Wasn't he? In front of Qin Shao, he really was. Because he had lost. How could a loser have dignity to speak of? The winner was the one who wrote history. He, the chosen one, was so sad, ridiculous, and pitiful today. After losing this competition, he had also lost his dignity and the supreme pride he had always had. He had been trampled on and crushed by Qin Shao. But who could he blame for this? He had brought all of this upon himself. He was the one who had bullied and humiliated Qin Shao. He was the one who had driven Qin Shao out of the Fuyu Immortal Palace. He was the one who had planted the seeds for today's development. He had buried himself with his own hands. Chapter 2362. Awesome. It was too satisfying. How many years had it been? The hatred that had accumulated in his heart for more than 10,000,000 years had finally been avenged today. Finally, all the bullying and humiliation of those years had been returned to the prodigy. Finally, he had trampled over the prodigy. Wasn't life supposed to be like this? Treating the enemy as a goal to surpass would add some motivation to one's life. Thinking back, it was also a little exciting. With pressure, there would be motivation. With motivation, one would be able to forge ahead and be brave and invincible. And it was because of this brave and invincible heart that Qin Shao had been able to walk step by step to where he was now. He had walked to a place that he had never imagined before. From participating in the Sacred Academy selection, to passing the selection, to becoming a student of the Sacred Academy, to fighting his way into the top 10 of the student competition, and now to the top 3. Every step was a big step forward. Every step forward was a kind of radiance blooming in one's life, a kind of improvement and transformation in one's life. And in this transformation, he first had a breakthrough in the heaven-splitting sword technique, then a breakthrough in the heart force, and now a breakthrough in the flying dagger technique. It was a proactive, unyielding, and victorious heart that allowed him to create the glory that belonged to him. Qin Shao. It was a miracle. What made him most happy was that he had defeated the prodigy and taken revenge for those years. But the battle was not over. The 8th battle had also begun. Everyone was already very surprised by Qin Shao. They did not expect that such a nameless nobody with no background would be able to make it to the top 3. The prodigy was also a dark horse, but he was a reincarnator after all. He was someone who had lived 2 lives and had the accumulation of his previous life, so it was understandable that he was so heaven-defying. But what about Qin Shao? He was nothing. He was just an extremely ordinary person. The 2 dark horses, Prince Zhang Yang and Ming Yuexin, more or less had some background. Although not as big as the others, they still had some. So, the only one who was truly amazing was Qin Shao. In the 8th battle, Xia Dongho stepped onto the stage. Xia Dongho's strength was publicly acknowledged, and everyone admired him. From the beginning, Fu Zhongshuan had firmly locked onto the first place, and Xia Dongho had been following closely behind, firmly occupying the 2nd place. Among the young talents of the 100 schools of philosophers, Xia Dongho's performance was the most dazzling. However, Qin Shao had also proven himself through the seventh battle that he had the strength to compete with Xia Donghe for glory. Qin Shao, I've always hoped that we could meet on the martial arts platform. Now, my wish has come true. Xia Donghe looked at Qin Shao with a smile. He had known Qin Shao for a long time, but when they met, Qin Shao's strength was far from what it was now. He had seen Qin Shao walk step by step to the point where she could compete with him for glory. Qin Shao also returned a smile and said, Hee, I've long wanted to fight with Brother Xia. I've always admired and respected you, Brother Xia. However, today's battle has no meaning. It's just a battle for myself. So, to be able to fight with Brother Xia with all my strength, regardless of whether I win or lose, is a joyous thing. Qin Shao was competing with the geniuses, competing to win or lose, competing for the hatred of his old enemy. Against Xia Donghe, there was no such thing. They could fight calmly, regardless of whether they won or lost. Qin Shao, to be honest, when we first met, you had yet to reveal your talent. I only saw that you were extraordinary, but I didn't think that you would be able to compete with me on the same stage. It's not that I looked down on you, but your improvement was too shocking. The potential in your body is too heaven-defying. This is the most demonic thing about you, and the fundamental reason why you can create miracles. However, for today's battle, I don't care if we win or lose. I just want to fight, Xia Donghe said very honestly. Qin Shao smiled and said, I don't care if we win or lose. I just want to fight. Come on, Brother Xia. Let's fight. Haha. Let's decide it with one move. I'll only use one move. Let's see if I can break your flying knife. Xia Donghe laughed heroically. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his hands in the void. Suddenly, it was as if he had opened the door to a foreign land. In the void, a circular array appeared. The golden light outlined a complicated diagram, and it bloomed with light that shot up to the 9 heavens. Within the complex diagram, ancient runes were spinning rapidly, releasing traces of saint aura. An ancient aura enveloped the entire martial platform. Soon, an ancient sword flew out from the complicated diagram, as if it had been summoned from the ancient times. On the ancient sword, one could faintly see dragons and phoenixes hovering around it. As soon as the ancient sword appeared, it emitted a dazzling sword chi that was so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. This sword was so powerful. Just the sword's power alone was enough to suppress the heavens and the earth. Everyone could not help but feel their hearts sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Moreover, the sword chi's sharpness felt like it could pierce through everything. This was the powerful will of the ancient times. This sword was too terrifying. Many of the weaker ones began to tremble uncontrollably. Just the power of this sword was enough to frighten many people to the point that they did not even have the courage to face Xia Donghe. Xia Donghe's strength was undeniably powerful. This is Emperor Xia's sword, Emperor Xia's famous unique skill. I've long heard of the power of Emperor Xia's sword. Once Emperor Xia's sword appears, the heavens will be destroyed, and all living things will have to bow down to this sword. The power of Emperor Xia's sword is enough to cut through the world of mortals and kill gods. So strong. So it's Emperor Xia's sword. No wonder it's so terrifying. Once Emperor Xia's sword appears, can Qin Shao block it? Haha, there's a good show to watch. Emperor Xia's sword against Li Sheng's flying dagger. Who's stronger and who's weaker? Emperor Xia's sword had already completely flown into the void. The tip of the sword was aimed at Qin Shao. It was just waiting for Xia Donghe's will to sweep through the heavens and kill Qin Shao. At this moment, Emperor Xia's sword was still as quiet as a virgin. It did not explode with its true power, but it was enough to make people feel afraid. Brother Qin Shao, this is Emperor Xia's sword. It's a unique skill created by the ancestor of my Xia clan, Emperor Xia. It has the power to cut through the world of mortals and kill all living things. When the sword appears, it's bound to shock the heavens. I've rarely used this sword in battle. The few times I've used it before, I've killed my enemies. However, Brother Qin Shao's strength is strong enough that I dare to use this sword. Brother Qin Shao, please be careful. Xia Dongho said. Qin Shao had already felt the power of this sword. How could he dare to be careless? 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers immediately flew out. They cut through the 9 heavens and attacked Xia Dongho's Emperor Xia's sword. Go! Xia Dongho waved his hand, and Emperor Xia's sword also attacked. Once Emperor Xia's sword was out, it had the power to sweep through the heavens. It was as if it had the power to sweep through the ancient times. However, Qin Zhao's flying daggers were not weak either. They also had endless sharpness. The two forces quickly clashed. The sword and the blade clashed, showing off their sharpness. These two forces were actually evenly matched. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. It was like two bulls colliding with each other. They were entangled, but there was no way to suppress each other. Emperor Xia's sword was Xia Dongho's strongest move. Emperor Xia's flying daggers were Qin Zhao's strongest move. Both of them had used their strongest moves, but at this moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Such a situation was a little awkward. Could it be that there was no winner? If that was the case, how could it end? The two of them were equally matched in strength. It would be very difficult to determine the victor. It would only be possible if they exhausted all their means. However, if they exhausted all their means, there might be some unexpected situations. Xia Dongho had said at the beginning that he and Qin Shao would decide the winner with one move. Obviously, he did not want to exhaust all his means to fight. However, this move, neither of them could do anything to the other. It made people a little anxious. Qin Shao frowned slightly. If they were stuck in a stalemate, it would not be a good idea. How could this situation be changed? 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things, and 9 is the most important. 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. If I use them at the same time, the power will be too scattered. The flying dagger Dao is to gather all the sharpness and turn it into a point to form a blade. Only then can it be invincible and cut through everything. Although my 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers form a killing formation and can gather the sharpness to a large extent, it is still scattered. If I can combine the 9 daggers, it will definitely make the sharpness much stronger. In this way, I will have the hope to repel Emperor Xia's sword and win this battle. Although the battle between me and Xia Dongho is not a matter of victory or defeat, if there is a chance to improve and break through, it will naturally be a good thing. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly caught a ray of light. Previously, the Li Sheng's flying dagger that appeared in his mind allowed him to comprehend many of the true meanings of the flying dagger. However, there were still some that he had not had the time to digest. At this moment, the thought came to him and gave him a new direction. Following this direction, Qin Shao also quickly grasped the important point. With a thought, the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers also quickly gathered together and merged, forming an even bigger Li Sheng's flying dagger. When the 9 daggers merged into one, the power of the dagger suddenly increased by a lot. The sharpness was revealed, surging forward with a light that could split the sky. With a slash, it actually repelled Emperor Xia's sword. When Emperor Xia's sword retreated, Xia Dongho also retreated a few steps. The situation was settled. Qin Shao, I lost. Xia Dongho's face revealed a slight smile as he said this. Qin Shao and Xia Dongho very tacitly stopped at the same time, each withdrawing their weapons. This battle also ended in such a friendly way. No matter who won or lost this battle, for everyone, it was acceptable. After all, Qin Shao had just defeated a genius, which was enough to prove his powerful strength, and was qualified to compete with Xia Dongho. It was just that in the end, Qin Shao had won the fight. Therefore, there weren't too many surprises in this battle. Everything was within reason. No matter who won, it was within reason. The strength of the two was actually not much different, and it was decided in one move, so it did not necessarily represent their true strength. True full strength was something that could only be fully displayed when one went all out. However, the battle between Qin Shao and Xia Dongho obviously would not come to this point. You let me win, you let me win. Qin Shao clasped his fist towards Xia Dongho. If it was really a battle of life and death, it would not be so easy for him to win. Ha ha, you deserve it, I did not lose unjustly. Xia Dongho laughed loudly and walked down the stage. In this battle, Qin Shao won and directly entered the final battle, the battle for the first place. The final battle was between Qin Shao and Fu Zhongshuan. This was a mountain in everyone's heart. Chapter 2363. When Fu Zhongshuan stepped onto the stage, everyone's eyes couldn't help but converge on him. It was probably because Fu Zhongshuan's light was too bright. From the beginning, he had left everyone else in the dust. From the beginning, he had pulled apart the distance between him and the others. From the beginning, he had been high and mighty, an invincible existence that could not be surpassed. Being invincible was so lonely. This sentence was best used to describe Fu Zhongshuan. Although Qin Shao had defeated Xia Dongho, it was not an easy victory. In fact, the strength of the two should have been on par. However, the two of them did not go all out in the battle. They had only used one move to determine the winner. However, from the beginning, Fu Zhongshuan had stood above everyone with an overwhelming advantage. This final battle was also the battle for the first place. Although it was the most exciting battle, it was the most interesting one. However, the outcome of this battle seemed to have been decided long ago. There was no suspense at all. Obviously, the victory of this battle would belong to Fu Zhongshuan. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, no matter how many miracles he could create, it was impossible for him to defeat Fu Zhongshuan. However, even if Qin Shao lost, it was still glorious. After all, to be able to reach this step, he had already shone brightly. It was enough to shine through the ages and leave his name in the world. Being able to get second place in the student competition should be very likely to be accepted as a personal disciple by Emperor Xianyuan. At the very least, he should be accepted as a personal disciple by the god of the Yinglong world. This step was already ascending to the heavens. It could be foreseen that Qin Zhao's future was limitless. In the future, he would definitely shine in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and shock the 3 realms of the immortal realm. With the 9 dragons' true qi lingering around his body, Fu Zhongshuan stepped onto the stage with the posture of a king. He only needed to stand there to make people feel like they were looking at an insurmountable mountain. It made people lose the courage to challenge him. The aura of a king and the might of a true dragon suppressed everything. Who would dare to fight with him? As long as he looked at people, they would feel like their souls would be stolen away. In front of Fu Zhongshuan, Qin Shao also felt a trace of pressure, but he was not afraid of this pressure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, but the surroundings fell silent. Qin Shao, Fu Zhongshuan finally spoke. I always thought that the one who could fight me in the end would be either Xia Dongho or a genius. I didn't expect it to be you. For you to be able to defeat the two of them and make it to the final battle, you are indeed not bad. It is indeed surprising. You're pretty good in all aspects, but it's a pity that you were born a little lowly and the conditions for your growth were a little lacking. This is a hard wound that can't be changed. I, Fu Zhongshuan, rarely admire a person, but you have made me admire you. Many people were surprised to hear Fu Zhongshuan say that he admired Qin Shao. These are the words of Fu Zhongshuan himself. This was Fu Zhongshuan, who ranked first on the saint rankings. He was high and mighty, and he had suppressed everyone with his skills. Why would he need to admire others? However, he admired Qin Shao. But thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao was also worthy of admiration. This was the glory he deserved. Fu Zhongshuan's praise made Qin Shao smile, but he didn't think much of it. There are many people who admire me. I am as good as Prince Zhongyang. I am strong, handsome, and have high talent and potential. It is reasonable for you to admire me. I am worthy. Although you admire me, I know that you will definitely not let me win, right? Fu Zhongshuan pursed his lips, shook his head, and said, Yes, I admire you, but I will not let you win. I know your strength. To be honest, you are no match for me. So, I advise you to just admit defeat. You know that I'm not bragging. I'm never one to lie. If this sentence came from someone else's mouth, he would have been sneered at. However, this sentence came from Fu Zhongshuan's mouth, and no one dared to question it. Everyone firmly believed that Fu Zhongshuan indeed had the strength to make Qin Xiao admit defeat. In fact, whether they fought or not, the result would be the same. Qin Xiao couldn't win against Fu Zhongshuan. The gap between the two was not small. Therefore, this battle was actually not that meaningful. Huh? Qin Xiao smiled, but he shook his head firmly. He looked at Fu Zhongshuan very seriously and said, "Although my strength may not be as good as yours, I believe that you are very strong. But since I have come this far, there is no reason for me to admit defeat. Even if I lose, I should lose on the battlefield and not admit defeat without fighting. That has never been my Qin Zhao's style. I can lose, but I want to lose fair and square. I want to lose with nothing to say, and I want to lose with everything I have. But then again, although I know that the probability of me losing is very high, I am afraid that I have a 99% chance. But even so what? Before the student competition, who would have thought that I, Qin Xiao, a nobody, a person of humble birth, would be able to fight my way into the top 100 of the Saint rankings? Fight my way into the top 10 of the Saint rankings? Finally, be able to fight my way through. What if he defeated all the top geniuses of the 9 continents one by one? Who would have thought that in the end, the one to compete with you for first place, Fu Zhongshuan, would be me, Qin Xiao? Don't say that others didn't expect it. Even I didn't expect it. Why was I able to walk step by step until now? It is because I have a courageous heart, a heart that will never admit defeat, a heart that knows that it is impossible, but a heart that will do it. The road of life and the road of cultivation is full of countless challenges. What we need to do is to defeat those challenges one by one, so that we can grow and improve. Cultivation is about the heart. If you don't even have the heart to challenge, then how can you create your own miracle? It is no exaggeration to say that I, Qin Xiao, have created a miracle by walking step by step until now, right? Why was I able to create this miracle? It is because of my incomparably strong faith that supports me, allowing me to never admit defeat, allowing me to have strong self-confidence in the face of challenges, allowing me to walk step by step. So, I am able to reach the top of the 9 heavens. So, I'm still confident in myself when fighting with you, and I am not afraid to challenge. You can only win if you love to fight. Using a saying from my hometown, it is necessary to have dreams. What if they come true? If Qin Xiao had said these words before, he would have been sneered at and ridiculed. But now, Qin Zhao's words had encouraged and encouraged many people. Yes, cultivation is about the heart. If you don't even have the heart to challenge, how can you create miracles? How can you make the impossible possible? To go against heaven's will is to make the impossible possible. Those who can create miracles must be extraordinary. It is necessary to have dreams. What if they come true? Qin Xiao is fulfilling his dream. It is natural for such a person to succeed. Fu Zhongshuan nodded with a look of approval. Well said. Your success is indeed not accidental. You do have a unique temperament. It is no wonder that you were able to walk step by step to where you are today, despite your humble background. It is admirable. If that is the case, then I will respect you. Make your move. Qin Xiao said with a serious face. Fu Zhongshuan, if you really respect me, then please don't hold back. You must do your best. Even if I lose, I want to lose convincingly and with dignity. If you hold back and let me win, then it will be a humiliation to me. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Zhongshuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. He did have the intention to hold back. Of course, even if he held back, he would still win. It was just that he would not make Qin Xiao look so embarrassed. But when he heard Qin Zhao's request, he dismissed the thought in his heart. Yes, if he held back, then it would be a disrespect to Qin Xiao. Okay, I will do my best. Fu Zhongshuan nodded and agreed. Since Qin Xiao wanted dignity, then he would give him dignity. When everyone heard Qin Zhao's request, they sincerely admired Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was indeed a person worthy of respect and admiration. Originally, there was nothing to look forward to in this battle because the result was obvious even without the battle. But because of Qin Zhao's spirit and Qin Zhao's persistence, this battle would also become exciting. Even if Qin Shao lost, they believed that he would lose with dignity. It was not an exaggeration to say that although he lost, he would lose with dignity. In life, there's only one thing to strive for. Forget it. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. After smiling, his eyes instantly became cold, and he entered the state of battle. Qin Shao, who entered the battle, was like a sword out of its scabbard, suddenly showing off its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers whizzed out. The 9 daggers merged into one, turning into a single Li Sheng's flying dagger that attacked Fu Zhongshuan. The strongest and sharpest dagger, an absolute offensive, instantly attacked Fu Zhongshuan's body. The dagger could break the 9 heavens, and the dagger could shock the ages. With one dagger, the sky was broken and the void was split. The Li Sheng's flying dagger brought with it endless sharpness, supreme holy might, and the strongest and sharpest Tao. It cut the momentum of the sky, and the attack of the dagger was ancient and desolate. This dagger had defeated Xia Dongho's Emperor Xia's sword. The power of this dagger was undeniably strong. With one dagger, the 4 seas withered. Everyone suddenly quieted down and held their breaths. Fu Zhongshuan was still standing there calmly. He drew a circle in the air with one hand, and suddenly, it was as if he had opened a passage to another world. Endless flames spewed out from the circle and turned into a fire dragon. First, the dragon flew towards Fu Zhongshuan. It directly bit Qin Zhao's Li Sheng's flying dagger. The Li Sheng's flying dagger had the strongest and sharpest power, but at this time, it was firmly bitten by the fire dragon. No matter how the Li Sheng's flying dagger struggled, there was no way to break free from the fire dragon's mouth. Fu Zhongshuan easily subdued Qin Zhao's strongest attack. No one was surprised by such an outcome. Everything was within their expectations. However, many people were amazed by Fu Zhongshuan's powerful means. With just this one hand, he had easily suppressed Qin Zhao's Li Sheng flying dagger. This was the Li Sheng flying dagger that had defeated Xia Dongho's Emperor Xia's sword. However, in front of Fu Zhongshuan, it did not seem to have much power. Fu Zhongshuan is worthy of being called Fu Zhongshuan. The Fuxi clan is a supreme clan, and he is the descendant of the East Emperor Taihao Fuxi. Too strong, too strong. My Li Sheng's flying dagger was easily blocked by him. I'm afraid that my other methods will not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Although I want to fight, I'm afraid my strength is not enough. Not enough. Qin Shao secretly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought that he could exchange a few moves with Fu Zhongshuan, but he did not expect to be suppressed by Fu Zhongshuan in one move. Chapter 2364. Although he was completely suppressed by Fu Zhongshuan, Qin Shao had no intention of admitting defeat. Since they had already fought, there was no reason for him to admit defeat. So what if he couldn't win? He would fight to the end. Unless he lost, he would not give up easily. There were no miracles in the world. If someone created a miracle, then there would be a miracle. Didn't Qin Shao rely on himself to create miracles all the way? Otherwise, how could he, Qin Shao, have come this far? But this time, how could he create a miracle? The heaven-opening sword art, heart force, and Li Sheng's flying dagger had all had a breakthrough. It was impossible to have another breakthrough in a short period of time. What about the others? The great Tao and the law of immortality, even if there was an improvement, it would not play a decisive role. If he wanted to win against Fu Zhongshuan, he must have a big breakthrough and improvement. A small improvement would not do. Buddhism? No, Buddhism definitely would not work. Qin Shao did not cultivate Buddhism at all. If he could really cultivate Buddhism to the point where he could defeat Fu Zhongshuan, he would probably have to enter Buddhism. This was something that Qin Shao would never do, but he could. He would not enter Buddhism. He had the Buddha's Sarira with him. In theory, if he really dared to risk the danger of entering Buddhism, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, Qin Shao would not take this path even if he lost. He could not afford to take this risk. Besides, what other path could he take? What other way could he think of? Incantation of Lin? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the last path, which was the only path that could be taken now, and that was the incantation of Lin. The incantation of Lin was one of the 9 secrets of immortality. It was the most powerful secret technique in the world, the highest secret technique. If he could fully control the true word of Lin and unleash the full power of the true word of Lin, then he might have a chance to win against Fu Zhongshuan. Incantation of Lin. Qin Zhao's eyes quickly became deep and serene. Above the 9 heavens, among the colorful clouds. Li Shang, what do you think? This kid is good enough. Look, even a little guy from the Xia clan was defeated by him. With just your guidance, he was able to break through to the profound realm of the flying dagger Dao and comprehend the 9 daggers as one. His talent and potential in the way of throwing knives are absolutely at the level of a monster. I think you should accept him. Where are you going to find such a good seedling? Among the younger generation of your Li Shang sect, can you find someone more outstanding than him? If I hadn't already decided on Zhang Yang, I would have already taken Qin Shao. Don't miss out on this opportunity. If you pass this village, there won't be another shop. In the future, even if you want to accept it, I won't let you. Today, since you came to drink with us, I'll let you have it. Emperor Xianyuan kept tempting Li Shang. However, Li Shang remained unmoved, his thoughts unwavering. Li Shang waved his hand and said, Xianyuan, don't set a trap for me. Although I just gave this kid some guidance, I didn't say that I would accept him. I haven't accepted any disciples for almost 10 million universe eras. Just the ones I accepted before are enough to keep me busy. I have already handed in the task of accepting disciples. If you really want to go to the stronghold, I can ask which of my disciples is interested. They can become my disciples. Bah! Emperor Xianyuan directly spat on Li Shang's face and said, You wish. What's wrong with giving such a good seedling to you? I don't like those disciples of yours. It's better to letting Long accept them than your disciples. Do you think any of your disciples can compete with Ing Long? If you don't accept them, then letting Long accept them. Ing Long can't wait. Li Shang shook his head and smiled. They are indeed good seedlings, but I really don't want to accept any more disciples. Xianyuan, if you really want me to accept them, then how about this? Let's play a game. If that kid can beat Fu Zhongshuan, then I will accept him. If he can't, then letting Long accept him. I really don't have that intention. Emperor Xianyuan directly rolled his eyes at Li Shang. Wasn't this the same as refusing? Did he have to be so cunning? Lin Mantra, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. It was the mantra, the essence of the Tao, the most fundamental of Tao. Qin Shao recalled the scene of the Tianshan City Lord practicing the Lin Mantra for him. The Tianshan City Lord was someone who had completely mastered the Lin Mantra. From his memories, he searched for the true essence of the Lin Mantra. In all these years, Qin Shao didn't have much time to cultivate and comprehend the Lin Mantra. The Lin Mantra was essentially a secret technique. In fact, Qin Zhao's mastery of the Lin Mantra was quite high. It was just that he hadn't reached the level of perfect mastery. It could be said that without great mastery, its power would naturally be much weaker. The power of the Lin Mantra at great mastery was the power of a saint. It was equivalent to a blow from an ancient saint. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that if he could cultivate the true incantation of Lin to the complete mastery stage, he would be able to defeat Fu Zhongshuan if he used the true incantation of Lin under complete control. No matter how strong Fu Zhongshuan was, he would at most be able to compete with a demi-saint. In the face of a true ancient sage, the only thing they could do was to nurse their grievances, right? Therefore, the Lin Mantra was Qin Zhao's last straw of hope. It was his only hope for victory. It was precisely because of this that it gave Qin Shao hope. Since there was a glimmer of hope, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let it go. Naturally, he would go all out to cultivate the Lin Mantra. He would strive to create another miracle and break the Lin Mantra. Break it. The Lin Mantra had always been Qin Zhao's trump card. It was one of his strongest moves, and it was always left as the last move to be used. It had also helped Qin Shao defeat his enemies many times and made outstanding achievements in battle. Qin Shao could be considered to have a burning passion for the Lin Mantra. As one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, How could it be easy to completely master the Lin mantra? The power of the severing thought was to push one's potential to the limit, but it was still very difficult. To anyone, it was a miracle to be able to force oneself to break through in such a short period of time. Qin Shao also knew that it was difficult, but he wouldn't admit defeat. He must give it his all. Moreover, Qin Shao wasn't completely clueless. He had accumulated a lot over the years. Although it was true that Qin Shao didn't put much effort into the Lin mantra, as his strength increased, his realm increased, his horizons increased, and his various aspects improved. Naturally, the things he saw would be different. When you reach a higher level, you will be able to see a lot more things. When you looked at other things, it would be much easier to understand. Therefore, although Qin Shao didn't deliberately accumulate much knowledge on the Lin mantra, when he cultivated it now, it was very easy for him to open up some things and quickly comprehend other things. In this way, he would be able to quickly expand his knowledge and comprehend many things. Now, it was up to Qin Shao to see if he could soften all these comprehensions together and use the quantitative change to produce a qualitative change. From these small comprehensions, he could comprehend the true essence of a Lin mantra and completely master it in one fell swoop. This was like peeling silk from a cocoon. In the end, he could completely master it in one fell swoop. The quantitative change was already there. The most important part was the qualitative change. How to go from quantitative change to qualitative change. This was a very difficult thing to do. It was too difficult to do. It seemed to be a step away, but it was like a natural chasm that lay there. It was difficult to cross. But even if it was a natural chasm, Qin Shao must cross it. Even if the hope was very slim, Qin Shao had to give it a try. From quantitative change to qualitative change, the most fundamental thing was the understanding of the Lin mantra. The deeper the understanding, the easier it was to control it. Therefore, there was always something missing. Just a little bit missing. A dot of light, a dot that could guide Qin Shao's transformation. It could be a thought or a ray of light. Just such a dot was enough to trouble most cultivators for a lifetime, and there was no way for them to break through in their lifetime. That it was neither big nor small. It could be very small, or it could be like a singularity. Fu Zhongshuan looked at Qin Shao and said, "Qin Shao, your Li Sheng's flying knife can't do anything to me. The power of Li Sheng's flying knife is indeed very good, but it doesn't have the power of my true dragon qi. If you have any other means, just use them all. I also won't go all out against you, but your current attack power is indeed not enough to make me use my full strength. You won't be able to break through my true dragon qi, but I know that you won't admit defeat so easily, so you can attack with all your strength." Fu Zhongshuan's words were not words of arrogance. It was indeed the truth for him. He had also used his strongest move right from the start. It was just that his move was really too strong, making it very difficult for Qin Shao to shake it. Lin mantra, Akalanatha's seal. Lin is the Lin of heaven. The word Lin represents the ultimate power of the immortal Tao. Lin is the ultimate foundation of the immortal Tao. All the ultimate power is Lin. Qin Zhao's heart was suddenly touched, and he immediately understood some principles. As soon as this principle was comprehended, his heart suddenly seemed to be lit up, and it became clear. Once he understood, the road ahead became clear, and the road ahead became smooth. I understand now. So that's how it is. I finally know the root of the Lin mantra, the strongest essence. It turns out that the word Lin is the most powerful. As long as I understand the word Lin, then I will naturally understand the Lin mantra. Previously, my understanding of the Lin mantra was only on the secret technique itself, but I neglected the most important thing. The Lin mantra is a secret technique, but it is also a manifestation of the essence of the immortal Tao. I neglected the most important thing, so I naturally couldn't get the essence and naturally couldn't use its true power. I could only use the power of the secret technique. But in fact, the true power of the Lin mantra is its Tao, the power of the immortal Tao. He understood, comprehended, and understood. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile, and he looked at Fu Zhongshuan. "I still have one last move." If it still can't do anything to you, then I lose. I will definitely do my best to fight you. I won't admit defeat so easily. However, I think my persistence will pay off. My last move will be more powerful, and it should be able to fight you. Oh! Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Zhongshuan was not worried at all. Instead, he was somewhat happy. He looked at Qin Zhao with anticipation. Good. Then I am looking forward to your last move. Chapter 2365. With a thought, Qin Zhao's will surged, and the heavens and earth changed color. With the immortal Tao law at his disposal, the Akalanthus seal suddenly appeared in the void, covering the entire sky above the martial arena. The immortal Tao surged, and the law was awe-inspiring. Under Qin Zhao's control, endless power erupted. A word descends from the heavens. The word Lin manifests the true mantra, and the supreme secret technique unleashed the immortal aura. The true mantra of Lin contains the essence of the law, the foundation of the great Tao, and the power of the heavens. The Akalanthus seal descends from the heavens, suppressing everything. The true mantra of Lin descends from the heavens, and the law and the great Tao descends from the heavens, destroying all power in the world. Under the surging of the true mantra of Lin, who could stop it? Although Fu Zhongshuan's true dragon Qi had the power of the ancient divine dragon, it could resist the heavens and earth. But under the suppression of the true mantra and the great Tao, it had no choice but to lower its head. The true mantra of Lin, Akalanthus seal, suppress. Qin Zhao suddenly bellowed. Boundless radiance gushed out from his body, and the might of the heavens surged towards Fu Zhongshuan to suppress him. Who could stop the domineering power? In the face of Qin Zhao's powerful attack, Fu Zhongshuan's face finally showed some seriousness, and he took it seriously. His hands quickly formed ancient and complex hand seals, and fire dragons roared and rushed out, clashing with Qin Zhao's Akalanthus seal. But they were all suppressed by the Akalanthus seal's supreme power. The true mantra of Lin could reach the heavens. With complete control of the true mantra of Lin, he could unleash the power of this mantra to the extreme. The 9 esoteric mantra was the true mantra of the great Tao, the essence of the law, and the foundation of the great Tao. How powerful was this power? After a round of battle, Fu Zhongshuan's true dragon, Qi, still couldn't stop the Akalanthus seal, and was finally suppressed by the true mantra of Lin. Fu Zhongshuan smiled calmly and said, I've lost. Since Fu Zhongshuan had admitted defeat, Qin Zhao naturally didn't immediately stop attacking. Both of them stopped attacking, and the battle arena quickly regained its calm. However, the entire arena was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Qin Zhao and Fu Zhongshuan in amazement. The heroic Fu Zhongshuan, the invincible Fu Zhongshuan, the unsurpassable Fu Zhongshuan, the well-deserved #1 in everyone's hearts, had actually lost to Qin Zhao. Although Fu Zhongshuan had yet to use his innate ability, he still lost according to the rules of the competition. If he really went all out, everyone still believed that Fu Zhongshuan could win, but that was no longer important. The most important thing was that Fu Zhongshuan had admitted defeat in this battle. The final winner was Qin Zhao, the biggest dark horse. Before this, no one was optimistic about Qin Zhao. They all thought that he would definitely lose against Fu Zhongshuan, so they didn't want to use it at all. However, no one expected that Qin Zhao would have the last laugh. He actually created another miracle and won the battle, making everyone speechless. He had turned the tables and won the first place. This first place was really the best in the world. What kind of glory was this? Although the result was already decided, there were still many people who couldn't believe it. They stared at Qin Zhao, dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that Qin Zhao could win against Fu Zhongshuan. It wasn't that they looked down on Qin Zhao, but because Fu Zhongshuan was just too strong. He was simply a cheat. Logically speaking, Fu Zhongshuan shouldn't have come to participate in the Sacred Academy selection. As an outstanding young disciple of a supreme family, he shouldn't have come to join in the fun. But when he came, he felt like a crane in a flock of chickens. From the beginning, he left everyone in the dust. which was enough to prove his heaven-defying strength. However, no one expected that there would be someone who could challenge his supreme prestige and defeat him. Many people's feelings towards Qin Shao at this time was far from enough to describe it as admiration. Brother Qin Shao, he actually won. Ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, good job, really good job. You've defied the heavens again. You've written a legend that belongs to you. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, what kind of monster are you? Now everyone is dumbfounded, right? Fu Zhongshuan actually lost. You didn't expect it, right? Don't say any more. I'm done kneeling. Prince Zhongyang was also very excited. His face was full of excitement. I knew that you would be heaven-defying, but I didn't expect you to take the first place. I'm convinced. Well, it's no wonder. After all, you're as good as your brother. You're already so dazzling, I can't fall too far behind. I thought that I could just get the 5th place, but now it seems that I can't. I have to at least try for the 4th place. Since you've defeated the genius once, I'll help you defeat him once. Xia Dongho also nodded with a look of defeat. Qin Shao, I didn't lose to you unjustly. You're indeed the most hard-working and admirable person I've ever met. It's a great blessing to be able to cultivate with you. At this time, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was the genius. His heart had been stimulated again and again. In fact, he was still very unconvinced that he lost to Qin Shao. However, later on, Qin Shao defeated Xia Dongho and Fu Zhongshuan, so he had to accept it. He had to admit that he didn't lose unjustly. However, he really didn't want to accept this fact. Qin Shao, how long has it been? It had only been 20 million years, and he had grown from an incomparably lowly ant to his current height. How could a genius like him accept this? Huh. In the audience, the Tianshan City Lord chuckled twice. He looked at Fu Xian beside him, and the latter's face was already gloomy to the extreme. How could Fu Xian not regret? How could he not hate himself? The monstrous talent and potential that Qin Shao displayed at this time far exceeded that of the genius. However, he had always placed all his hopes on the genius. Only now did he realize how ridiculous he was. Qin Shao looked at Fu Zhongshuan and laughed. At this moment, he was so high-spirited and full of heroic spirit. At this time, he was standing at the top of the world. It was lonely at the top. Fu Zhongshuan, you're an opponent worthy of respect. If you weren't restricted, I might not be your opponent. I'm also benefiting from the rules of the competition, Qin Shao said. If he really went all out, Qin Shao believed that he would still lose, even with the true word of Lin. Fu Zhongshuan shook his head and smiled. We're not going all out. It's just a friendly competition. A loss is a loss, and a win is a win. Your strength has already been proven. You are fully deserving of being number one. You don't have to be humble. Haha. If that's the case, then I'll let you win. Qin Shao laughed. He was naturally happy to take first place. Because of obsession. This was the strongest strength and the strongest support. Qin Shao and Fu Zhongshuan's battle had ended, but the disciples' competition wasn't completely over. Xia Dongho still had to compete with Fu Zhongshuan for second place, and the genius had to compete with the third place. There was no suspense in the battle between Xia Dongho and Fu Zhongshuan. Naturally, Xia Dongho lost. As for the battle between Tian Jiao and Xia Dongho, Tian Jiao wanted to regain some of his dignity by defeating Xia Dongho and taking third place. Unfortunately, the genius lost to Xia Dongho in the end and fell out of the top 3. Prince Zhongyang also wanted to compete with the genius for fourth place. Perhaps he was motivated by Qin Shao, but Prince Zhongyang also went all out and finally activated the Fire God's battle body. He defeated the genius and successfully advanced to fourth place. The despicable genius was beaten from third place to fifth place. First, he lost to Qin Shao, then to Xia Dongho, and finally to Prince Zhongyang. 3 consecutive defeats nailed him to the pillar of shame and made him a laughingstock. The blow of 3 defeats made the genius lose all his pride. He looked very embarrassed. The light dissipated, and his face was gloomy. In the end, the rankings of the holy rankings were all decided. The top 10 were: first place on the holy rankings, Qin Shao second place on the holy rankings, Fu Zhongshuan third place on the holy rankings, Xia Dongho 4th place on the holy rankings. Zhang Yang 5th place on the holy rankings. The Genius 6th place on the holy rankings. Jiang Lishuan 7th place on the holy rankings. Ing Hamo 8th place on the holy rankings. Tyron 9th place on the holy rankings. Ji Yuanzhou 10th place on the holy rankings. Ming Yuexin in this student competition, Qin Xiao, obviously became the most dazzling new star. His light shone in the eternal firmament. Prince Zhang performance was also amazing. In the end, he took 4th place, which was enough of an honor. The student tournament had come to an end. Those who managed to make it onto the Saint rankings could enjoy some glory. The 20 or so people who were eliminated could only drink a cup of desolation. The god of Ing Long World walked up the stage and left the top 10 on the stage. Obviously, the most exciting moment had come. Emperor Xianyuan and the god of Ing Long World were going to choose their personal disciples. This was the most interesting thing. The audience was already in an uproar. It was very lively. Who do you think is lucky enough to be chosen by Emperor Xianyuan? Needless to say, it has to be Qin Xiao. Originally, the most competitive ones were Qin Xiao and Fu Zhongshuan. However, Fu Zhongshuan is a disciple of the Fuxi clan, so Emperor Xianyuan will definitely not accept him. Then, only Qin Xiao is left. Yeah, there is no suspense. It has to be Qin Xiao. There is no need to even think about it. Yeah, I also think it has to be Qin Xiao. He can't run away. Yeah, if it's in terms of monstrous and heaven-defying talent, then who can compare to Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao's talent and potential are worthy of being called invincible. I'm afraid that even Fu Zhongshuan can't compare to him. Therefore, if Emperor Xianyuan wants to accept a personal disciple, it has to be Qin Xiao. Emperor Xianyuan will definitely choose Qin Xiao. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about who will be lucky enough to become the personal disciple of the god of Ing Long World. I guess that the god of Ing Long World will accept 2 personal disciples. Who do you think has the biggest chance? I think Xia Dongho and Prince Zhongyang have the biggest chance. Well, in terms of ranking and performance, I also think that Xia Dongho and Prince Zhongyang have the biggest chance. However, Xia Dongho is the descendant of Emperor Xia. He may not necessarily be the disciple of the god of Ing Long World. Prince Zhongyang should be one of the candidates. If there is one more, I think the chosen one still has hope. I don't like the chosen one. I hope it will be Prince Zhongyang and Xia Dongho. It doesn't have to be the top 5. I think Prince Zhongyang and Miss Ming Yuexin have the biggest chance. After all, Ming Yuexin is the only girl in the top 10. She is still very outstanding. Haha, that's true. Maybe the god of Ing Long World will accept a female disciple. The audience was very lively, and the people on the stage were also a little nervous. Qin Xiao was also wondering if he would be lucky enough to be chosen by Emperor Xianyuan. This was what he wanted the most now. He wanted to be the disciple of Emperor Xianyuan. Chapter 2366. Qin Xiao took a deep breath and pursed his lips. I hope so. Although Qin Xiao also felt that he should have the greatest chance, no matter how he looked at it, he should be the best choice. But after all, Emperor Xuanyuan's mind was not controlled by others. No one knew who Emperor Xianyuan would choose in the end. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not dare to be complacent too early. He still had to wait for the final news to be confirmed before he could know. Zhang Yang, you also have a great chance to be chosen. At least, you should be chosen by the god of Ing Long World, Qin Xiao said. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and smiled. He nodded confidently and said, "Of course, we brothers must be chosen. Now, I'm very sure that you'll be chosen by Emperor Xianyuan, and I will definitely be chosen by the god of Ing Long World. We brothers are both excellent people. We are handsome, we speak well, and our talents and potentials are very good. How can we not be chosen? If they don't choose us, who else will they choose? In terms of excellence, we brothers have never lost. So, we just have to wait and be happy." Haha, I can't help laughing proudly now. Qin Xiao smiled. He also had this confidence in his heart, but he would not be complacent too early. What if he was slapped in the face? "Hey, Tianjiao, you don't look well. What happened? Did you get an internal injury?" Prince Zhongyang suddenly looked at Tianjiao jokingly. Of course, Tianjiao did not look well. How could he be well? First, he was defeated by Qin Xiao. His dignity was trampled by Qin Shao. After losing to Xia Dongho and Zhang Yang, he had lost to Zhang Yang. He had lost all his pride and dignity. His heart was hurt. Naturally, his face was very ugly, as if his parents had died. Tian Zhao stared coldly at Prince Zhang Yang, full of anger and hatred. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and continued to tease him. You just lost a few games. It's no big deal. Victory and defeat are commonplace in war. Even if you lose, don't be discouraged. You are not as good as others, so you have to motivate yourself and work hard to make yourself stronger, right? No matter what, you are someone who has lived 2 lives. Of course you understand this. Although you lost to us, I think we are helpful to you. We can motivate you to move forward. So, don't look at us with such a hateful gaze. You should be grateful to us. Tian Zhao wanted to kill Prince Zhang Yang. Grateful? Bah! Zhang Yang's words seemed to be comforting and encouraging Heaven's Chosen, but in fact, it was full of sarcasm. How could Heaven's Chosen not notice it? But what could he do? Did he have the strength to resist? He didn't. The 2 people in front of him had defeated him. In front of Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang, he was just a loser. How could he have the confidence to resist? Forget it, forget it. You're really a dog biting Lu Dongbin. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Master Zhang Yang pretended to shake his head and said. Then, he ignored the genius. After insulting Tian Zhao, Prince Zhang Yang smiled smugly at Qin Shao and said softly, Hee, to deal with this kind of be***starred, we should trample on him. Who asked him to be so arrogant and domineering before? What's the use of that? Aren't they still under our feet? Now we're the strong ones. He is just a loser. Don't be polite to him. Trample on him when you need to. If you have a grudge, take revenge. If you have a grudge, take revenge. Qin Shao smiled faintly. He had already trampled on Tian Zhao. He had taken his revenge. As long as Tian Zhao didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to him. As a man, one should spare people whenever possible. Unless Tian Zhao insisted on seeking death, he would fulfill his wish. The god of Ing Long World suddenly coughed softly. The audience suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at the god of Ing Long World, knowing that the most exciting moment had come. The god of Ing Long World glanced at Qin Shao and the other 10 people and said, I know that you are all looking forward to it. You are very excited. You want to know who is lucky enough to be chosen by Emperor Xin Yuan and the old man? The old man hasn't taught disciples for a long time. He wants to, but he doesn't have the strength. Since Emperor Xin Yuan has given the order, the old man can only obey. This time, the old man will choose 2 students to teach in person. But he will only teach in person. The old man won't accept you as his disciples. You won't be my disciples. You could be the old man's students, but not his disciples. What? Only for students, not for disciples? There was a big difference between a student and a disciple. There was a fundamental difference. Being a disciple was like being related by blood. If it was a student, the relationship would be much weaker. However, the personal teaching of the god of Ing Long World was actually no different from that of a disciple, except that he didn't have a title. After thinking about it, it was understandable. What kind of existence was the god of Ing Long World? If it weren't for Emperor Xuanyuan's order, he would never teach anyone in person. Wasn't this teaching what everyone wanted? As for whether he had a title or not, it was secondary. It would be better if he had one, but if he didn't, there was no other way. Everyone was full of expectations. They want to know who was lucky enough to be chosen by the god of Ing Long World. Prince Zhang Yang's face was full of a confident smile. He winked at Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin, as if to say that he must be one of them. Qin Shao was also looking forward to hearing Prince Zhang Yang's name. He also thought that Zhang Yang had a great chance. The god of Ing Long World's eyes first fell on Xia Dongho and stopped. This seemed to be a sign that made everyone's eyes fall on Xia Dongho. It was reasonable that Xia Dongho was chosen. Everyone had already guessed it, so they were not surprised at all. Xia Dongho was happy, but he still asked tentatively. The god of Ing Long World nodded slightly and said, Yes, Xia Dongho. Are you willing to become the old man's student and be taught by the old man himself? Xia Dongho suddenly smiled, nodded quickly, and saluted. I am Xia Dongho. Of course, I am willing to. Greetings, teacher. The god of Ing Long World nodded with satisfaction. He waved to Xia Dongho and said, well, you don't have to be so polite in the future. The old man likes to be casual. Well, you can retreat behind the old man for the time being. Thank you, teacher. I will remember. Xia Dongho nodded and retreated behind the god of Ing Long World. He stood there, bathed in divine light, shining brightly, making everyone jealous. Xia Dongho had taken one of the places. Who would take the other place? The geniuses were all praying in their hearts that the other place would fall on their heads. They were full of desire, expectation, and excitement. Young Master Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had a look of absolute certainty on his face. He stared intently at World God Rain Dragon, almost shouting out loud. The god of Ing Long World's eyes fell on Prince Zhang Yang. Seeing the god of Ing Long World looking at him, Prince Zhang Yang suddenly smiled happily. It was a success. Qin Xiao was also happy for Prince Zhang Yang. It was expected that Zhang Yang would be chosen by the god of Ing Long World. But before they could be happy, the god of Ing Long World's eyes moved away, swept over the crowd, and finally fell on Mingyu Exan and stopped. The second place was Mingyu Xian. The geniuses were a little dissatisfied with such a result. Why was it Mingyu Xian? Mingyu Xian was only 10th. Why was she chosen? If Xia Dongho was chosen, everyone was convinced. But if it was Mingyu Xian, except that she was a woman, what else could she compare with the others? The god of Ing Long World smiled at Mingyu Xian and said in a soft voice, little girl, are you willing to be the student of the old man and be taught by the old man himself? Mingyu Xian felt as if she had been knocked unconscious by this sudden happiness. She stood there in a daze. After a long while, she seemed to come to her senses. She looked at the god of Ing Long World and said hesitantly, this. Mr. Dean, can I refuse? What? Refuse? Was this woman stupid? She actually wanted to reject something that others couldn't even get in their dreams? Was she crazy or stupid? Many people felt as if they had been struck by lightning when they heard Mingyu Xian's answer. Did she have to be so provocative? She even refused the god of Ing Long World. Qin Xiao and Master Zhang Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. They looked at each other for a while. They couldn't understand. Why would Mingyu Xian refuse? This was a great opportunity that could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. How could he refuse it? Everyone was dreaming of and fighting for a place. But Mingyu Xian did not want it? Prince Zhang had always believed that he should have a place, but in the end he did not. The god of Ing Long World had chosen Mingyu Xian, but Mingyu Xian refused. Thinking about it, Prince Zhang Yang's brain was not working well. He wanted to vomit blood. What was this? He was so confident that he could get a place, but he failed. This was too much of a blow, wasn't it? Seeing that everyone was looking at her strangely, Mingyu Xian's innocent face couldn't help but blush shyly. It seems that the old man was too abrupt. Since you don't want to, the old man will not force you. However, the old man welcomes you at any time. If you change your mind in the future, you can come to the old man at any time. The god of Ing Long World was not angry. She was not moved by this situation at all. After receiving the reply from the god of Ing Long World, Mingyu Xian was relieved. She nodded and said, well, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mingyu Xian will remember it. The god of Ing Long World looked away and said, well, that's all for the old man, Mr. Dean. At that moment, a voice rang out. Tian Jiao took a step forward and bowed respectfully. He continued, Dean, since you said you would accept 2 students, you've only accepted 1 now. Since Miss Mingyu Xian has rejected it, then why don't you pick one of us? I am not talented, but I boldly recommend myself to the Mr. Dean. I am willing to listen to the teachings of the Mr. Dean. I will devote myself to learning and listen to the Mr. Dean. I hope the Mr. Dean will give me a chance. I will use practical actions to prove to the Mr. Dean that I am a talent worthy of teaching. How shameless! Seeing that the talent had taken the initiative to recommend himself to the god of Ing Long World, many people could not help cursing in their hearts. Chapter 2367. Many people snorted at Chosen One's action. Of course, some people were jealous and felt that Chosen One had beaten them to it. If Chosen One could succeed, they would regret that they had not taken the initiative to recommend themselves. Chosen One was ranked 5th on the holy list. He was indeed excellent in all aspects, so he had the confidence to recommend himself. God Ing Long sure glanced at Chosen One and said in a cold voice, "You have lived 2 lives. Although you have succeeded in reincarnation, you are still not worthy of the old man's attention. The old man will accept 2 students, but there is still a place for Ming Uxin. She doesn't need it for the time being. The old man can be kept for her for the time being. No one can replace him." The God of Ing Long World's cold words were like a heavy slap on Chosen One's face. Chosen One was embarrassed and ended the conversation awkwardly. "You deserve it." Prince Zhongyang was amused by this result and muttered. However, Qin Shao was not happy. It was really unexpected that the God of Ing Long World did not choose Zhongyang. Zhongyang was very optimistic. At least, there was no change in his expression. The God of Ing Long World's eyes suddenly fell on Zhongyang and stopped. Zhongyang could not help but feel a little nervous when he saw Zhongyang's gaze. He wondered if the God of Ing Long World was unhappy because he had muttered about Chosen One just now. "Ha, Mr. Dean, why you keep looking at me like this? Although I am indeed the most handsome one here, you don't have any good girls to introduce to me, do you?" Prince Zhongyang said with a smile. In front of the God of Ing Long World, he dared to be so presumptuous and make such a joke. Many people looked at Prince Zhongyang strangely and even broke out in a cold sweat for him. Even Qin Shao could not help but secretly pull Prince Zhongyang aside. He knew that Zhongyang was a flirtatious person, but he knew that it was useless. The God of Ing Long World had to forgive him. Such a joke could easily offend the God of Ing Long World. This young Master Zhongyang could be considered to be very bold. "You sly." Unexpectedly, the God of Ing Long World didn't get angry. He just glared at Prince Zhongyang and said, "Congratulations, little guy. You're the biggest winner this time. Come out. I'll take you to see Emperor Xianyuan." What? Zhongyang was the biggest winner? Taking him to see the Emperor Xianyuan? Does that mean that Zhongyang has been chosen by the Emperor Xianyuan? Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at Prince Zhongyang in astonishment. They couldn't believe it. Why was it Zhongyang? He was only 4th on the holy list. Shouldn't it be Qin Shao who was the biggest winner? After that, it should be Xia Dongho. But how could it be Zhongyang? Not to mention the others. Even Zhongyang himself was shocked. He didn't react for a long time. "Mr. Dean, what do you mean? Don't tell me that I've been chosen by the Emperor Xianyuan to be his personal disciple?" Zhongyang asked with uncertainty. The God of Ing Long World nodded affirmatively and said, "If not, why should I congratulate you? You have the Fire God's battle body, and you're 4th on the holy list. Your performance in all aspects is excellent. It's normal that you've been chosen by the Emperor Xianyuan. What's so surprising about that? Aren't you always narcissistic? You've always been confident in yourself. Why don't you have confidence now?" No, it was not that Zhongyang had no confidence in himself. It was just that he had always thought that Qin Shao should be the best candidate for the Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple. He had always thought that he would be chosen by the God of Ing Long World. It was precisely because he had always thought so that he had never thought that he would be chosen by the Emperor Xianyuan and succeed in his counterattack. Perhaps in his heart, he had always thought that Qin Shao was more suitable to be chosen by the Emperor Xianyuan. So at this time, he naturally couldn't believe it for a while. But the words of the God of Ing Long World gave him a positive answer. This made everyone believe that the personal disciple chosen by the Emperor Xianyuan was really Prince Zhongyang. Such a result might be beyond everyone's expectations. The most likely candidate, Qin Shao, was not chosen, and the second most likely candidate, Xia Dongho, was also not chosen. However, when they thought that Prince Zhongyang had the Fire God's battle body, they found a reason to comfort themselves. Zhongyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Mr. Dean, why me? Shouldn't it be Qin Shao? Qin Shao is better than me in all aspects. I have always thought that Qin Shao should be the best candidate for the personal disciple of the Emperor Xianyuan." The God of Ing Long World stared at Prince Zhongyang and said in a bad mood, "How can an old man know the thoughts of the Emperor Xianyuan? You belittle yourself like this. Do you think that the Emperor Xuanyuan's vision is not as good as yours? Such a good thing has fallen on you, and you don't want it. You want to push it to others, don't you? Are you going to reject me like that girl Ming Yuexin did? Hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No, no. This is something that I would not even dare to dream of. I've been dreaming of it for a long time. How could I refuse to do it? I'm not stupid or crazy. I won't do such a stupid thing. Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. After that, Prince Zhang Yang looked at Qin Shao and said apologetically, Brother Qin Shao, I am sorry. I did not expect things to be like this. Before he could finish, Qin Shao smiled calmly and interrupted him. If we're brothers, then don't say such things. You're not inferior to me. You're worthy of this great opportunity. It's nothing. I am lucky to get it, but it is my fate to lose it. I accept it very calmly, and I'm also very happy for you. You and I are brothers. There's no need to say anything more. No matter what, it will not affect our relationship. At the very least, it is better for this opportunity to fall on you than others, right? Of course, it was obviously unrealistic to say that there was no sense of loss in his heart. After all, Qin Shao also firmly believed that the opportunity to be Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple should belong to him. After all, he was the first on the holy list. Who else could it be but him? Qin Zhao's expectations were too high, so this result was naturally a blow to him. But this opportunity fell on Prince Zhang Yang. Although he was shocked, Qin Shao was also very happy for Zhang Yang. He also thought that Zhang Yang was qualified to get this opportunity. Zhang Yang pursed his lips hard and said, Well, I will not say anything more since we are brothers. But anyway, you're the first on the holy list. You are the most outstanding person among this group of students. So, even if you're not a disciple of Emperor Xianyuan or a disciple of the god of Yinglong world, you can still be brilliant and not lose to anyone. You and I are brothers. We will definitely stir up the spring water of the holy realm. Let's work hard together. Qin Shao smiled. Yes, he was a firefly. Even if he was not a disciple of Emperor Xianyuan, so what? He did not rely on anyone all the way. Most of the time, he relied on himself to get to where he was today. Besides, even if he was not a disciple of Emperor Xianyuan, he was still a student of the Holy Academy. In the Holy Academy, it was already a very fertile cultivation resource. It was enough. When it came to cultivation, Qin Shao had full confidence in himself. I am lucky to get it, and I am lucky to lose it. Once he thought about it, he felt that it was nothing. Everything was already developing in a good direction. It would be best if he could reach the sky in one step. If he could not, he could also reach the sky step by step. It was just a few more steps. Qin Shao, had come from a humble background. From the very beginning, he had walked many more paths than others. So what if that was the case? Wasn't he still not worse than anyone else? Could he compete for the title of the first in the world? Prince Zhang Yang also stood behind the god of Yinglong world. He was chosen as a disciple by Emperor Xianyuan, which made him shine many times brighter. Everyone was looking at Zhang Yang with envy and jealousy, especially the Sky Prides. They were looking at Zhang Yang with envy, jealousy, hatred, and even more hatred. Why was it like this? Why was he not even chosen by the god of Yinglong world? And why was he, the chosen one, chosen by Emperor Xianyuan to become the biggest winner this time? Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Why was he, the chosen one, defeated? He was so lucky to have such an opportunity. But he did not expect that he would be defeated like this. He was not reconciled to this, Zhang Yang was also in high spirits at this time. The smile on his face was as bright as a flower. He was excited at this time. The wire bundle was broken. Everything was over. Qin Shao. A voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. He looked at the god of Yinglong world. It was the god of Yinglong world who was calling him. After a slight hesitation, Qin Shao saluted. Mr. Dean, why did the god of Yinglong world suddenly call him? Hadn't the quota been selected? Why was he still calling him? Was there any other benefit? The god of Yinglong world continued. You won the first place in the student competition with Peerless talent. You're the most dazzling light and the biggest dark horse. You deserve some rewards for your excellent performance. It's a pity that you were not selected by Emperor Xin Yuan or the Old Man. So, the Old Man will give you some rewards. You can also come with the Old Man. Some rewards? Was this a kind of comfort? Qin Shao smiled faintly. For him now, some rewards could not arouse his mood. But since the god of Long World had spoken, he naturally nodded and walked out. He stood behind the god of Long World. All right, all of you can leave now. The Sacred Academy is now fully open to all of you. All the teachers are already in place. Jiu Wu Shuang and the others will help you settle down. There will also be detailed information in your identity tokens, which will allow you to integrate into the Sacred Academy faster. The Sacred Academy just provides you with a good cultivation platform, a good cultivation atmosphere, and some good cultivation resources. However, the path of cultivation for you all still depends on yourselves more than anything else. So, even if you enter the Sacred Academy, you must not neglect your cultivation. Otherwise, you will soon be eliminated from the Sacred Academy, which will be a shame that you will never be able to wash away. After saying this to the crowd, the god of Long World left with Qin Shao and the other three. The student competition came to an end, and a new life was about to begin. The 20 or so eliminated students left with their tails between their legs. The teachers of the Sacred Academy also came out to make arrangements for all the students. They wanted to open a new chapter in the Sacred Academy. In other words, this was the real beginning of the Sacred Academy. Chapter 2368. After the god of Long World brought Qin Shao to a place, he asked Qin Shao to wait there for a while, and then he left to make arrangements for the others. This was a quiet palace, and Qin Shao found that it was isolated from the outside world. There was a very sophisticated restriction formation covering this palace. While waiting, Qin Shao looked around in boredom. However, this palace was not big, so there was nothing to see. Qin Shao muttered in his heart, "What reward is this god of Long World going to give me? Why did he have to bring me to this quiet place?" However, no matter how generous the reward was, it was not attractive to Qin Shao. He had failed to obtain what he desired most. There was nothing else to be gained. Besides, he had won first place on the holy list, so there was a very generous corresponding reward. What other good reward could the god of Long World give him? Qin Shao looked around carefully, but found nothing. However, he felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. It was strange. Is there someone? Qin Shao did not doubt his feeling. There should be an expert secretly observing him, so he had such a feeling. However, the expert in the dark seemed to want him to notice. So Qin Shao bowed respectfully to the void and said, "Senior, there is no need to watch in the dark. Qin Shao is right here. Senior, come out and take a look." Whoosh! As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a flying knife suddenly whistled out, whistling directly toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao could not react at all, and the flying knife had already reached Qin Zhao's glabella. It bloomed with a cold light, and endless sharpness was hidden in the flying knife. As long as the flying knife moved, it could directly penetrate Qin Zhao's glabella and kill Qin Shao on the spot. This sudden situation really gave Qin Shao a big fright. However, he quickly calmed down and stood there steadily. He did not retreat. Qin Shao knew that it was impossible for the senior expert in the dark to hurt him. Sage Li's flying knife. Seeing the flying knife in front of him, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned, and some thoughts came to his mind. Previously, when he was fighting against the Heaven's favorites, a Sage Li's flying knife suddenly appeared in his mind, which made Qin Shao very confused. Now, he seemed to have understood that there was an expert helping him in the dark. Who on earth is this expert in the dark? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the void. A figure came out of the void and appeared in front of Qin. At first glance, Qin Shao felt like he was looking at a cloud in the distant sky, ethereal and illusory. He was right in front of him, but also far away. The person was clearly in front of him, but he felt that he did not exist in the real world, as if he had transcended the real world. What he saw in front of him did not seem to be real. This feeling was very strange, which Qin Xiao had never felt from anyone else, not even from the god of Long world. Qin Xiao had some guesses in his mind, and now his guess was a little deeper. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Xiao immediately saluted respectfully and said, "I'm Qin Xiao. Nice to meet you, sagely." The man smiled and looked at Qin Xiao with appreciation, saying, "Are you so sure that I'm sagely?" Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, sagely. I think there should be no one else except you. When I was fighting with the genius, at the last moment, a sage Li's flying knife suddenly appeared in my mind, which carried the fundamental essence of the flying knife way. The person who can use this flying dagger must be someone who has reached the peak of the flying dagger Dao. Secondly, since you can watch the battle in the dark, you must have a very high status. If I'm right, you should have been watching the battle with Emperor Xinyuan. Thirdly, since you can let the god of Long world bring me here, it means that even the god of Long world is very respectful to you. Sagely, I really can't think of anyone else who has such great power except you. Coupled with the fact that I've seen you with my own eyes, Senior Li, I'm even more certain of my guess. Sage Li, the legendary Sage Li, one of the two greatest people of this era. Qin Xiao had always admired Sage Li. Shakyamuni created Buddhism, and Sage Li created the flying knife way. These two people were the two greatest people of this era in the immortal realm. Their names had long been remembered by the lives of the world and were regarded as beliefs. Since he knew about the flying knife way, Qin Xiao had great admiration for Sage Li. He didn't expect to see Sage Li in person now, which really made Qin Xiao very excited. Sage Li had taught him before, and now he wanted to see him alone. What was the meaning of this? This made Qin Xiao have some guesses in his heart. "Haha, you're very smart." Sage Li smiled and nodded slightly, admitting his identity. He admired Qin Xiao a lot and liked her very much. However, after praising Qin Xiao, Sage Li also became somewhat serious. He said somewhat seriously, "Qin Xiao, you have obtained the inheritance of the Tsang Blade King. Although you can't be considered as a disciple of Sage Li, you could be considered to have a considerable relationship with Sage Li. I came to watch the Saint Academy student competition this time, and I also have some thoughts about you, so I gave you some advice. Your talent and potential are really very good. With this guidance, you can break through to the realm of Deshang, which is enough to prove your infinite potential in the flying knife way. You also won the first place in the competition. With your background, you can do this, which is really a heaven-defying move. However, your luck is not very good. Not very good luck." Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Senior, are you referring to the fact that Emperor Xinyuan didn't choose me?" Sage Li nodded slightly and said, "Yes, if there was no Zhang Yang, then Xinyuan would definitely choose you. In fact, you and Xinyuan also have some relationship. Originally, the biggest hope was you. But because Zhang Yang has the Fire God's War Body, the second Fire God's War Body, you may know who the first Fire God's War Body was. It was the Fire God Zhurong, who was also a subordinate of Emperor Yin. Unfortunately, the Fire God had died in the ancient times. After Zhurong, there was no Fire God's War Body until Zhang Yang appeared. So both Xinyuan and Emperor Yin wanted to accept Zhang Yang, and you were naturally left aside." Qin Xiao was relieved. So that was the case. However, he had long been relieved of this matter. It was his luck to get it, and it was his fate to lose it. It was nothing. What's more, it was Zhang Yang who got this place. He was very happy for Zhang Yang and felt that he was qualified to be Emperor Xuanyuan's pro-disciple. Now that he knew some of the specific reasons, it was nothing. Good luck would not always belong to him. Sometimes life was not smooth. He had long been used to it, and he had seen through it. Your temperament is extremely good. You lost such a great opportunity, but you don't look too depressed," Sage Li said. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to be depressed about. I worked hard and did my best. That's enough. I have no regrets. I think my luck is good enough. It's impossible for all the good luck to belong to me alone, right? That's impractical and unfair to others. I'm very satisfied that I can get to this point. At least I feel that I have done what I should do. I have no regrets. There's nothing to regret. That's enough. As for how much I get, it's up to God's will. This is God's will, and I accept it. Besides, even if I wasn't lucky enough to be chosen by Emperor Xianyuan, I believe that Qin Shao, will not be worse than anyone else. The road of cultivation is more important. I believe that Qin Shao, can go far and high on this road. Sagely nodded approvingly again. He was very appreciative. Good, good. Your idea is very right. With such a temperament and mentality, it's no wonder that you can do things that others can't do. You can create miracles time and time again. You, Qin Shao, do have a lot of extraordinary things. This is the root of your success. With these things, even if you get less than others, you will be more successful than others. However, there's a saying that you lose on the swings and gain on the mulberries. Let me make up for your regrets. Huh? Hearing Sage Li's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Sage Li in a daze. He had already guessed why Sage Li wanted to meet him alone. It shouldn't be just to say a few words to him. Such an existence must have something to tell him if he wanted to meet him alone. But Qin Shao didn't dare to think too much about it. Li Shang wanted to take him as a disciple. The meaning of Sage Li's words was very obvious. He wanted to take him as his disciple. To be honest, if he had to choose between Emperor Xianyuan and Sage Li, he would definitely choose Sage Li. He had fantasized before that one day he could become Sage Li's disciple. Of course, he didn't dare to think about becoming Sage Li's disciple directly. He just wanted to become Sage Li's disciple. But now, there was an unexpected surprise for him. A big surprise. Sage Li said with a solemn face, Qin Shao, are you willing to worship me as your master and become my disciple? This was an official disciple acceptance. How could Qin Shao not agree to such a thing? This was a big surprise given to him by God. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He immediately knelt down and bowed to Sage Li. Disciple Qin Shao pays respects to Master. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Qin Shao respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Li Shang, completing the apprenticeship ceremony. Sage Li waved his hand and helped Qin Shao to his feet. Qin Shao's mood was indescribably happy. This was much happier than being chosen by Emperor Xianyuan. However, Qin Shao, although you have become my disciple, there are still some things I need to tell you, Sage Li said again. Qin Shao said, please speak, Master. I am listening. Sage Li nodded slightly and said, first, I will not take you back to Langya Heaven for the time being. You will continue to stay in the Sacred Academy to cultivate for the time being. The reason for this is mainly because I'm only good at the Tao of Flying Dagger and will only teach you the Tao of Flying Dagger. However, I can't teach you the way of immortality. You still need to stay in the Sacred Academy to cultivate. This is the best for you. Second, I have an important matter to attend to this time. I will not return to Langya Heaven for a while. Chapter 2369. I understand. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, if he wanted to cultivate the Flying Dagger Tao, it was naturally the best place to do so in Langya Heaven. However, if he wanted to cultivate the Immortal Tao, the Sacred Academy was obviously the best place. In fact, Qin Shao was really reluctant to leave with his master to Langya Heaven. No matter how powerful the Flying Dagger Tao was, it was only a side path and not a real great Tao. Li Shang's achievements were high, but he was the creator of the Flying Dagger Tao, which was why he could reach such heights. Those who cultivated the Flying Dagger Tao would never be able to reach Li Shang's level no matter how high they cultivated it. After all, side paths were side paths and naturally couldn't be compared to the Great Tao. The real martial platform was still on the Great Tao. Of course, the most important thing is that cultivation still needs to take the Great Tao. The Flying Dagger Tao is only a side path that can be cultivated by analogy. It should be another method for you and not your main method. Unless you don't have much talent and potential in the Great Tao, then I will let you concentrate on cultivating the Flying Dagger Tao. However, your talent and potential in the Great Tao are not weaker than the Flying Dagger Tao, so you have to take care of your cultivation. Your main energy is still on your Great Tao cultivation. The Flying Dagger Tao will be your auxiliary path. You have to grasp the main and secondary path well, Li Shang said again. Qin Shao also thought of this situation and naturally understood when he heard his master say so. It was necessary to have a main and secondary path. Only then could there be a focus. The focus must be on the cultivation of the great Tao. That was the foundation of cultivation and could be infinitely improved. It could improve one's realm, improve one's life level, transform oneself, and sublimate oneself. No matter how powerful the flying dagger Tao was, it could only be used as a method. No matter how profound this method was, it would be useless if one's realm could not be improved. Of course, Li Shang's realm level was definitely very high. However, as the creator of the flying dagger Tao, he would definitely teach his disciples mainly on the flying dagger Tao. Li Shang continued. Also, only Xian Yuan and the Flame Emperor know that I took you in. I haven't personally taken in another disciple for tens of millions of universe epochs. That's why I don't want to announce it to the public for the time being. I don't want you to stand out too much and affect your cultivation. So, don't let others know that you are my disciple for the time being. After you step on the ancient road, I will bring you back to Langya Heaven and introduce you to your fellow disciples. At the same time, I will announce your name to the world. Qin Shao didn't care about these false reputations. Therefore, Qin Shao nodded without any hesitation. Disciple will remember Master's words. I will keep it a secret and will not tell anyone. It's not completely impossible. If you really encounter any danger or difficulty, you can mention my name. Li Shang added. Qin Shao thought in his heart that if he really encountered any danger or difficulty, he would not easily mention his master's name. Wouldn't using his master's name make him seem too useless? Since his master didn't want others to know, Qin Shao would keep it a secret. Qin Shao didn't care too much about these things. Li Shang looked at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, I'll have to trouble you for the time being. Qin Shao smiled calmly and hurriedly said, Master, don't say that. Disciple doesn't feel wronged. It's just a false reputation. Disciple has never cared about these things. Disciple already feels extremely honored to be able to become Master's disciple. Back then, Disciple was fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of Tsang Dao, sovereign, and cultivate the Dao of Flying Dagger. Later, Disciple heard many legendary stories of Master and admired Master for a long time. I once dreamed of becoming Master's disciple one day. This is Disciple's wish. Today, Master has fulfilled Disciple's wish. Disciple is very happy. Disciple can completely understand Master's way of doing things, so Master doesn't have to worry about Disciple. Disciple doesn't feel wronged in the slightest. Disciple came from a humble background. I'm not delicate. Disciple knows that Master must have his own considerations for doing this. Master must have done it for Disciple's good, so Disciple understands. Qin Shao spoke very sincerely and seriously. It was indeed the truest thought in his heart. Li Shang nodded with gratification. He knew Qin Shao's character and liked this kind of character. Well, since you've already become my disciple, Master naturally has to give you a greeting gift. However, your current realm is still very low, so it's not appropriate to give you something decent. How about this? Master will just give you a random gift first. After you step onto the ancient road and return to Langya Heaven, Master will prepare a better greeting gift for you. How about it? Qin Shao said. Disciple will follow Master's arrangements. Qin Shao had never been picky, whether it was fat or thin. He was not picky. Treasures were secondary. They were just external things. The most important thing was still cultivation. Instruction in cultivation was the most valuable thing. Li Shang's hand moved, and a very pocket-sized flying dagger appeared in his palm. It was about the size of half a finger and emitted a golden light. Although this flying dagger was very pocket-sized, Qin Shao could feel the terror of this flying dagger. A trace of its sharpness made Qin Shao feel afraid. This small flying dagger was absolutely extraordinary. It was definitely an extremely dangerous treasure. The power contained in this flying dagger was enough to make Qin Shao's heart palpitate. Qin Shao took the pocket-sized flying dagger and held it in his palm. The golden light that bloomed hurt his hand, making him feel as if his hand was about to be pierced. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the danger of this pocket-sized flying dagger. Qin Shao looked at Li Sheng with some doubts. He did not know what kind of treasure this was. Logically speaking, when Master made a move, it should be extraordinary. This pocket-sized flying dagger should be far more than what it looked like on the surface. This small flying dagger was personally refined by me. Although it was something I casually made a long time ago, this small flying dagger also contains a powerful power of the way of the flying dagger. The power was sealed in the flying dagger by me, so it did not show. If you're in danger in the future, you can use this small flying dagger. You can throw it out like Li Sheng's flying dagger, and you can unseal it. Its power should be quite good. At least with the enemies you can provoke now, you should be able to kill them directly, or at least seriously injure them. After listening to Master's explanation, Qin Shao knew how to use this small flying dagger and understood the danger of this small flying dagger. Sure enough, it was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The power was sealed in the small flying dagger, so he could not feel it at all. But just feeling it made him feel terrible and dangerous. Once all the power burst out, how terrible would it be? To be honest, with Qin Zhao's current strength, as long as he did not encounter the existence of an ancient sage, he was not afraid of anything. In other words, according to Master's words, once this small flying dagger was used, it could kill the existence of an ancient sage. It was really a very dangerous treasure. It was the best thing to use to save one's life. Such a treasure was probably enough to make an ancient sage jealous. But in the eyes of Master, such a treasure was just a small gift that could not be put on the table. Thank you, Master. Qin Shao immediately put away the small flying dagger. This was his most powerful life-saving trump card now, so he naturally had to put away. Li Sheng moved his hand, and another item appeared in his hand. This was something similar to a fan, but each blade of the fan was a flying dagger. It was like a flying dagger made of suet jade, crystal clear, and very beautiful. Li Sheng handed the fan to Qin Shao. Qin Shao took it. At first glance, he did not seem to feel that there was anything special about this fan. The fan was very heavy, and it was very cool to the touch. He felt that this fan had some spirituality, like a spiritual object. Looking at it like this, he really could not see anything special. Inexplicably, Qin Shao moved his hand and opened the fan. As soon as the fan opened, a ray of light suddenly gushed out from the fan. In this ray of light, there were illusory flying daggers flying, showing the root and essence of the flying dagger. Each flying dagger was comparable to the flying dagger that appeared in Qin Zhao's mind before. Each flying dagger was imparting a Tao. As soon as the fan was opened, it opened a whole new world, the world of the flying dagger. Qin Shao was also suddenly attracted. His whole body and mind were completely integrated into the world of the flying dagger. Suddenly, he was intoxicated, like a hungry man greedily devouring the knowledge inside. This was the guidance of cultivation. For Qin Shao, it was spiritual food. Suddenly the fan was closed, the light was put away, and the flying daggers were gone. Qin Shao withdrew from the world of the flying dagger and came to his senses. He looked at the fan and found that it was not him who closed it. Obviously, it was his master who closed it. Qin Shao, put this fan away. What is recorded in the fan of flying daggers is the most powerful holy knowledge of our Li Sheng school. It is the holy knowledge of the flying dagger Tao that I created myself. For the time being, I can't teach you personally. You can rely on this holy knowledge of the flying dagger Tao to practice and comprehend the flying dagger. This holy knowledge also records my lifelong understanding of the flying dagger. Although it is not as good as my personal teaching, if you have enough comprehension, the effect will not be worse than my personal teaching. The fan of flying daggers is also a token of my Li Sheng school. If you meet someone from the same school, they will definitely recognize it. So you can't show this fan of flying daggers to others easily. If you are really in danger, you can show it to prove your identity. Only my personal disciples are qualified to have this fan of flying daggers. The real experts will recognize this fan. Li Sheng said, the flying dagger Tao, the holy knowledge, the fan of flying daggers. Qin Shao silently remembered his master's words. He immediately put away the fan of flying daggers and nodded to show that he remembered and understood. With the fan of flying daggers in hand, he would have the power to guide him when he practiced the flying dagger in the future. Only in that way could he have a way to practice. It was good to have a master. As for other things, I have nothing to give you. The Sacred Academy will also give you some rewards, which are enough for you for the time being. Your realm is still very low now, so it is not good for you to have too many treasures. It is not a good thing for you. It is enough to have 1 or 2 life-saving trump cards. Treasures are external objects. Too many will be a burden. Li Sheng said again. Qin Shao nodded. He agreed with this point of view, and he had always understood it this way. So he did not have much pursuit of treasures. It was enough to have them. There was no need to have too many. There was no need for treasures that did not help in increasing one's strength. By the way, Qin Shao, do you have any ideas or plans for your future? Li Sheng suddenly asked. Ideas and plans? Chapter 2370. Actually, Qin Shao had always been a little confused about this problem. It was also a problem that troubled him. Since his master had asked, Qin Shao thought that he could use this opportunity to ask his master and see what his master's opinion was. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, Master, when I was in the primordial universe, I cultivated the great Tao. At the same time, I also cultivated the Tao of heart force and the Tao of true meaning of strength. After I came to the immortal domain, I began to cultivate the immortal Tao. Now, the immortal Tao is my main cultivation Tao. But other than the Tao of true meaning of strength, I have not neglected the Tao of heart force and the great Tao. I have just broken through to the 9th level of the heart force. As for the great Tao, I have also cultivated to the 4th step of the heavenly venerable realm. I have temporarily given up on the Tao of true meaning of strength. I really do not have that much energy. Oh, right. Other than the 4 great Tao, I have also comprehended some side Taos. There is the Tao of Buddhism, the Tao of flying daggers, and the Tao of mechanical arrays. So, I'm a little confused. I don't know if this will disrupt my cultivation. Sometimes I feel that it is a little messy, but it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Moreover, I have gained something from each Tao. It is difficult to give it up. Forget it. Since Master has asked, I will ask Master to clear up my doubts. After hearing this, Li Sheng smiled faintly. Li Sheng suddenly waved his hand, and an image appeared in front of Qin Shao. There was a small snake in the image. It was first climbing on a tree. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the small snake fell to the ground. The small snake did not continue climbing the tree. Instead, it followed the wind and crawled along the desert. After crawling across the desert, it encountered a river. The small snake did not take a detour. Instead, it rushed into the river and swam forward with all its might. Halfway through, the river suddenly became turbulent. No matter how hard the small snake tried, it could not swim to the other side. At this time, the small snake did not persist and flowed down the river. As it flowed, the small snake was washed ashore and found a mountain in front of it. The little snake didn't go around the mountain. Instead, it climbed up the mountain with great difficulty. Finally, a lush green grassland appeared in front of it. The image ended there. Li Sheng waved his hand, and the image disappeared. Li Sheng looked at Qin Shao meaningfully and asked, What did you see from it? What did he see? Hearing this question, Qin Shao suddenly fell silent thoughtfully. It was definitely not the superficial things that she saw on the surface. On a deeper level, what did he see from it? When Qin Shao was watching the video just now, she also thought about it carefully and tried to understand it. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, Everything exists for a reason. Don't deliberately insist on doing one thing. When you need to be flexible, you have to learn to be flexible. Cultivation is like this. If you are completely immersed in cultivating a path, your path may become narrower. Therefore, cultivation needs to be flexible. When you meet the wind, you just go with the wind. When you encounter water, you just follow the water. When you encounter a mountain, you just climb over the mountain. This is also a kind of challenging spirit in cultivation, not to go around and escape when you encounter it. Cultivation requires this kind of persistence, the spirit of courage to move forward, perseverance, and extraordinary talent for comprehension. So, Master, you want to tell me that I can cultivate multiple paths at the same time? Li Sheng said with a faint smile. Yes, but also no. Yes, but no. What did that mean? Qin Xiao looked at Li Sheng with some confusion and listened to his master's guidance with great respect. Cultivation is about the heart. You should know that the heart is the most important thing. Everything depends on the heart. The heart is the foundation of your cultivation. And everything depends on the heart. It means that everything must follow your original heart. Do it with dignity and don't forget your original heart. Only then can you get to the end. You just need to not forget your original heart. No matter how many paths you take or how you cultivate, as long as you follow your original heart, there will be no problem. As long as you don't forget your original heart, you will get to the end in the end. So, no matter if you cultivate the path of heart strength, the Great Way, the Buddhist way, or the Flying Knife way, there will be no problem. It will not affect your cultivation path. As long as you do all these for your self-esteem and don't forget your original heart. That's enough. Listening to his master's guidance, Qin Xiao began to think again. Don't forget your original heart. Only then can you get to the end. Follow your original heart. Everything depends on your original heart. You have to know that cultivation is a very long process. How long is the path of cultivation? You will never see the end. If you keep walking on one path, it's not a good thing. In that way, your path will only get narrower and narrower. So why is it that the higher the realm, the more you need to comprehend by analogy? That is because if you walk on one path for a long time, you will inevitably encounter a bottleneck and fall into a predicament. So at this time, you need to comprehend by analogy to cultivate. His path can be inspired by it to help you improve and break through. Even if the essence of each Tao is different, there are still many similarities. So if you cultivate the path of immortality, the Great Way, and the Tao of heart strength, this is a good thing for you. If the path of immortality encounters a bottleneck, you can cultivate the Great Way. If the Great Way encounters a bottleneck, you can cultivate the path of heart strength. Using Tao to promote Tao, the connection between Tao will have an invisible effect of promoting each other. So you should find that after you break through in one path, you will find it much easier to cultivate another path. This is the principle of Tao interlinking. As for the Buddhist way, the Flying Knife way, and the like, these are all side paths. Cultivating a parabola minor Tao can increase your means and increase your strength. The Buddhist way and the Flying Knife way are big side paths. In terms of cultivation, on the one hand, it can increase your strength. On the other hand, it is also helpful to your cultivation of the Great Way. So you have nothing to be confused about. Everything is based on your heart and your self-esteem. Don't be deliberate. Everything is up to fate. Maintain your previous cultivation state. That is the best. You have relied on this path to reach such a high level. What is there to doubt about your cultivation path? Hearing his master's words, Qin Xiao felt much more at ease. Thinking about it carefully, it did make a lot of sense. If there was a problem with his cultivation path, then he couldn't have reached such a high level. He had taken first place in the Sacred Academy's student competition this time. That was the best in the world. It was a supreme glory. If he could do it, then what was there to worry about? Perhaps if that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. For example, if he didn't have the heart strength, could he have reached this far? For example, if he didn't have the Great Way, could he have reached this far? That was impossible. All of these have played a crucial role in the battle. Thank you for your explanation, Master. This disciple understands. Qin Xiao was completely relieved. He wouldn't be tangled up in this problem in the future. His heart immediately relaxed. It felt great. Master, by chance this disciple comprehended the Buddhist 6 syllables. After that, I obtained a Buddhist artifact and a Buddha Saraira. But this disciple has always heard that if one wants to enter Buddhism, then one must abandon the 7 emotions and cut off the 6 desires. These disciples definitely can't do it. So this disciple has never dared to cultivate Buddhism. I'm afraid that if I really enter Buddhism, there will be a long way to go. It's just that this disciple has mastered some Buddhism, but hasn't entered Buddhism. Many people don't understand this, and this disciple has always been puzzled. I wonder if Master can enlighten this disciple? Qin Shao asked again. Haha, Buddhism. Sagely also laughed. After laughing, he said, because you have the heart of Bodhi. Your heart is like a virgin and can't be influenced. So you can master some Buddhism, but you haven't been led into Buddhism. A situation like yours is rare and almost impossible to find. So, naturally, not many people know, but your situation is not unheard of. You have the heart of Bodhi. In fact, you're the best Buddhist cultivator. If you concentrate on cultivating Buddhism, then your future will be immeasurable. Of course, Buddhism is not as good as Flying Dagger. Once you step into Buddhism, it is indeed as you said. You will cut off the 7 emotions and cut off the 6 desires. You will truly have no desires and be devoted to Buddhism. If you really enter Buddhism, there is indeed no turning back. Your heart will be completely Buddhified by Buddhism, then you will no longer think about other things. Therefore, to most people, entering Buddhism is a very frightening thing. This is up to you to decide. If you don't want to be led into Buddhism, then it's better not to touch Buddhism in the future. Although you have the heart of Bodhi and won't be Buddhified for the time being, if you come into contact with it more and more, it will inevitably be loosened after a long time. Buddhism is very good, and I also respect Buddhism very much. But for you, I naturally don't want you to be in danger of being led into Buddhism. Qin Shao nodded thoughtfully. Since even his master said so, it seemed that he really couldn't touch Buddhism anymore. If he was really led into Buddhism, then he would die. But in fact, Qin Shao also admired and respected Buddhism. How great was it to purify all the darkness in the world with the supreme light of Buddha? Buddhism was worthy of respect, but he didn't want to enter Buddhism. Master, I still don't understand. Why must one abandon the 7 emotions and cut off the 6 desires to enter Buddhism? Why must one be desireless? If one doesn't do this, can't he practice Buddhism? Qin Shao asked again. Sagely shook his head and said, yes, if you don't do this, then there's indeed no way to truly enter Buddhism. Buddhism is the Tao created by Shakyamuni. The Tao he created was created in this way. This is the foundation of Buddhism. So, if you want to enter Buddhism, you naturally need to do this. The advantage of doing this is that you can wholeheartedly enter the cultivation of Buddhism. In this way, you can go far in Buddhism. Because of this, although the number of Buddhist cultivators is extremely small, there are many who have become Buddhas. Buddhism, established by Shakyamuni, occupies the western heaven of the heaven realm. It is in charge of the heaven realm with the heavenly court and Taoism. In charge of the heaven realm, Buddhism, the heavenly court, and Taoism, these are the 3 forces of the heaven realm. The immortal realm was divided into the heaven, earth, and mortal realms. The mortal realm was the most prosperous, had the most living creatures, and occupied the most vast land. The heaven realm had always been outside the world. It stood aloof from worldly affairs, but it was unusually powerful and regarded as the heaven. Unexpectedly, the power of Buddhism was actually so powerful to such a terrifying extent. In this way, it was much stronger than the Lishan Gate. The Buddhism established by Shakyamuni was really a great existence. Chapter 2371. It was better for him not to touch Buddhism in the future. Although Buddhism was profound, no matter how good it was not suitable for him. What was suitable for him was the best. After listening to his master's explanation, Qin Shao immediately felt relieved and made a choice in his heart. Buddhism was indeed a very powerful method, especially against evil forces. It had a restraining effect and could allow the weak to defeat the strong. Previously, it had indeed blocked a lot of disasters for Qin Shao. So Qin Shao still had some thoughts about Buddhism in his heart. It was also because of this that Qin Shao wanted to know if it was possible to continue cultivating Buddhism under the condition of constantly severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Now he knew the answer. No. Since there was no such thing, he could only give it up. There was nothing to be regretful about. If there was a loss, there would be a gain. Master, I have another question. How do I walk the ancient road? Qin Shao asked again. This was actually the question he wanted to ask the most. The ancient road was to embark on the path of the sage. Only by embarking on the ancient road could one transcend the constraints of time and completely jump out of the three realms, not be bound by the five elements, and not be bound by time. One could live forever and attain the sage path with an indestructible, true deity heart. Since ancient times, how many sages had there been? Since ancient times, only the sages had lived forever. Even the fourth-step celestial venerables who could live for more than 10,000 universe eras were extremely rare. Time would annihilate everything and silently obliterate one's true deity heart. Search for the past, walk the ancient road, and finally become a sage. One could transcend the constraints of time and live forever. One could truly shine with the sun and moon, live as long as heaven and earth, and live and die together with the great thousand world. Those who did not become a sage were all ants. This was a sentence often mentioned by the ancient sages. For those who were below the sage realm, this sentence was indeed quite cruel. It was just like how Qin Shao often said that those who did not become a celestial venerable were all ants. However, after becoming a celestial venerable, one would realize that for higher-level life forms, celestial venerables were actually ants. They were just slightly stronger ants. To the current Qin Shao, anyone who did not become a saint venerable was an ant. Now, it was time for him to set foot on the ancient road. However, Qin Shao didn't have much of an idea about how to walk this ancient road. The ancient path. A faint smile appeared on Li Sheng's face. His eyes became profound, as if he could see through the river of time. Ancient road? What is the ancient road? The ancient road is a path that leads to eternity. Stepping on the ancient road was the same as stepping on the path to find the eternal river. In the long river of time, he was searching for the traces of time. Thus, he would break free from the shackles of time and step out of the three realms. Within the five elements, the so-called three realms refers to the meaning of the three realms of heaven and earth, meaning heaven and earth. The five elements was the name of all things. Transcend the shackles of time, jump out of the shackles of heaven and earth, and no longer exist in this world. It means that everything is transcendent. Naturally, it is eternal and immortal, undying and indestructible, existing for all eternity. All forces will no longer be able to bind you or affect you. You will not die, and your true deity heart will also transcend everything. And this is the so-called ancient road. Qin Shao nodded as if he understood. He understood a little, but he didn't completely understand. These words were very profound, and he still needed to figure out himself. But how could he set foot on the path to find the eternal river? The eternal river wasn't something that existed in reality, but in the rings of time, in the space-time of the past. There are thousands upon thousands of ways to step on the ancient road, and each is different. Everyone will be able to walk their own unique ancient path. There are thousands upon thousands of ways, but there is only one ultimate goal, and that is to break free from the shackles of time and jump out of the three realms. For example, some people directly use time to reverse and enter the rings of time to find a way to transcend. In the end, they have already broken free from the shackles of time. For example, some people forcibly break through the myriad of laws and the rings of time with force, and forcibly step out of the three realms. For example, some people cultivate extremely well in the Tao of time, and use the Tao of time alone to jump out of the three realms. For example, there are fruits of time. Eating them can allow one to break free from the shackles of time and directly jump out of the three realms. Of course, some people who reach the holy sovereign level through these methods only have a high level of cultivation and no strength. If one truly wants to have both strength and a high level of cultivation, then the most appropriate method is to use the Tao to break through. This is the Tao that the vast majority of people cultivate. For example, if you can completely control the laws of the immortal Tao and use them as you wish, you will be able to break free from your Tao. Using the perfected Tao of the immortal Tao, you will be able to jump out of the three realms. Your great Tao, the Tao of heart force, and even the Tao of true meaning of strength can do the same. The Tao of the flying dagger can also help you jump out of the three realms. When your Tao of the flying dagger reaches its peak, you will be able to use the flying dagger to sever the Tao, break free from the shackles of time, and jump out of the three realms. There are thousands upon thousands of ways. It all depends on how you choose to walk them. Which path is the most suitable for you? Only you know best. No matter how much I tell you in detail, it is just a guide for you. However, as for how to walk on this ancient road, that will depend on your own comprehension and hard work. Qin Shao nodded. His heart was much clearer. Although he still didn't know how to walk the path, at least he knew the general direction. With a direction, things would be easier. He would no longer be like a headless fly that couldn't find the light. The ancient path, the path to eternity. By the way, I have something to remind you. Although the Tao of cultivation can allow you to step on the ancient path, you must not be obsessed with the Tao of cultivation. You must not go too deep, or you may get lost. Sage Li suddenly reminded. One sentence. Huh? These words puzzled Qin Shao. He looked at his master in confusion. Why couldn't he go too deep? To step on the ancient path, didn't he need to completely control the laws of the immortal Tao? Could he only jump out of the three realms after cultivating to the extreme? Sage Li explained. You should know that there are many demi-saints. Do you know why there are demi-saints? Qin Shao shook his head. He really hadn't thought about this question. Shouldn't a demi-saint be an existence who had cultivated the laws of the immortal Tao to the extreme? Shouldn't a demi-saint be an existence who is only one step away from becoming a holy sage? Shouldn't it be a stage that all cultivators had to go through? Shouldn't one first reach the demi-saint realm before becoming a holy sage? Was it wrong? Sage Li's next words solved Qin Zhao's doubts. If you envy demi-saints and want to become a demi-saint, and think that demi-saint is the only way to become a holy sage, then you are very wrong. A demi-saint is simply a half step away from becoming a holy sage. He already has one foot in the holy realm. But in fact, a demi-saint is basically trapped. It is difficult for him to become a holy sage in his lifetime. Since ancient times, at most 1 out of 100 demi-saints can become a holy sage in the end. What? 1 out of 100? How is this possible? A demi-saint. Only 1 out of 100 demi-saints can successfully become an ancient sage in the end. How can this be? Logically speaking, shouldn't all demi-saints be able to become ancient sages? His master's words had indeed opened Qin Zhao's eyes to a whole new world, allowing him to have a new understanding of this world. He also deeply realized how shallow his previous knowledge was. He didn't expect demi-saints to be in such a situation. But why was it like this? Qin Shao, I'll give you a very simple example. You'll understand soon enough. Let's take your true incantation of Lin as an example. When you fought with Fu Zhongshuan, the true incantation of Lin reached perfection. You perfectly mastered one of the 9 secrets. Carefully recall that your final breakthrough reached perfection and perfect control. Did you really completely comprehend all the mysteries and roots of the true incantation of Lin? Qin Shao was slightly stunned. At first, he didn't think so, but after carefully recalling, he still didn't think so. Yes, his breakthrough of the true incantation of Lin didn't completely comprehend all the roots and mysteries of the true incantation of Lin, but he still broke through. After the breakthrough, he instantly grasped a lot of things. Only then could he be considered to have completely comprehended it. But he didn't really comprehend it completely and still had a breakthrough. Qin Shao had indeed never thought of this question before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he suddenly understood some things. He somewhat understood. Sage Li continued, take the immortal Tao, for example. If you want to fully comprehend every law of the immortal Tao, then you will fall into a maze. Those demi-saints are actually like this. In fact, they have walked into a maze. They have been unable to break through, so they have been immersed in the comprehension of the immortal Tao. They have comprehended every law of the immortal Tao. But to fully comprehend all of them is easier said than done. But the advantage is that the more you comprehend, the more powerful you will naturally be. Therefore, the demi-saints have appeared. But in fact, these demi-saints are pitiful. Once you fall into this maze, it will be difficult for you to find another way out. There is no turning back. Naturally, all other paths have been cut off by you. You can only walk one path to the end. In this way, the situation of a demi-saint becoming a saint is extremely, extremely rare. Therefore, Master also wants to remind you that you must not let yourself fall into a maze. Don't envy those demi-saints, don't think about becoming a demi-saint, and don't cut off your path. You need to comprehend the immortal Tao, but you can't blindly comprehend it. Master has already told you that there are thousands of ancient paths. It depends on how you take them. You can't set foot on the ancient path only after you have fully comprehended and mastered the immortal Tao. This is a misunderstanding. It's like eating a meal. You don't have to chew the meal into tiny particles before you can swallow it. If your throat is big, you can swallow it directly without biting. Even if your throat isn't big, you can swallow it with a few bites. The longer you bite, the more you may forget how to swallow because you always feel that it's not thin enough and that it can be thinner. Cultivation is like this. If you fall into a maze, you will feel that your comprehension is not deep enough. You could go a little deeper, a little deeper. In that case, it will be difficult for you to walk out of that boundless vortex. Qin Shao suddenly understood what was going on. Nodding, Qin Shao looked enlightened. I understand, Master. I know how to cultivate. Thank you for your guidance. Otherwise, I really might have fallen into this misunderstanding. Not necessarily. You have your own good fortune. Even if Master doesn't remind you of this today, you will slowly understand. Chapter 2372. Qin Shao, is there anything else you'd like to ask? If there is, you can ask them all at once. I'm leaving this time, and I don't know when you'll be able to see me again, Li Sheng said. In front of his master, Qin Shao was naturally quite bold. There were indeed quite a few things he wanted to ask, but Qin Shao naturally didn't want to trouble his master with most of the questions. He would only ask about some of the more important ones. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shao said, Master, your disciple has one more question. It has to do with my inner world. It's like this. Qin Shao explained some of the situations regarding his inner world to Li Sheng. In truth, Qin Shao had asked the Celestial Mountain City Lord about this in the past, but he hadn't been able to get a good answer. His master was the mightiest person of this era in the immortal region, someone who stood on equal footing with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was unfathomably superior to the Celestial Mountain City Lord. If the Celestial Mountain City Lord was unable to answer this question, perhaps his master would be able to answer it. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Li Sheng nodded slightly. I've noticed this as well. Your situation is indeed quite unique. You can say that you're the only one of your kind. At the very least, I've never heard of such a precedent. Right now, you're just a 4th-step Empyrean, but your inner world is already comparable in size to a 2nd-step Empyrean saint. If you break through to the Empyrean saint level, I imagine that your inner world will be comparable in size to a 4th-step Empyrean saint. In fact, it might even be larger. Generally speaking, the growth rate of an inner world isn't very fast. There's always a limit. A world god is able to transform their inner world into a world of their own, roughly the size of a universe. But judging from your situation, if you make another breakthrough, your inner world will be comparable in size to a universe. Most importantly of all, each time you make a breakthrough, the rate at which your inner world grows is extremely astonishing. For now, I can't tell what's going on. Let's just wait and see what happens with your next breakthrough. I've already observed your inner world. It hasn't reached its limit at all. For ordinary people, the 4th-step Empyrean Saint level is the limit for their inner world. If you break through to become a world-level expert, your inner world will reach the final level of perfection and become a world of its own. After that, the inner world will no longer grow. It will be a fixed world. Ever since I became a world-level expert, your master's inner world have never experienced any changes. Although I've never heard of your situation, and I can't say anything for now, I feel that it's a good thing." The city lord of Heaven Mountain City said that he had never heard of it, and Master had never heard of it either. It seemed that he was the only one. Strange. Why would there be such a strange thing? In the entire vast thousand worlds, was he the only one who had such a strange situation? If that was the case, wasn't he too special? Fortunately, Master said that this was a good thing. Qin Shao also felt that this should be a good thing. Qin Shao suddenly had a thought. He said, "Master, according to what you just said, does that mean that as long as one can form their own world within their body, one will become a world-level expert? If that's the case, then if my inner world makes another breakthrough, it will almost be able to form a world of its own. If I can do that, wouldn't it be possible for me to become a world-level expert?" Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Li Sheng was slightly startled. Still, he quickly shook his head. "That's impossible. A world-level expert's inner world can become a world of its own, comparable to a universe. It can give birth to many living creatures, and it can reproduce on its own. It can give birth to talented geniuses. Take my inner world, for example. Ever since it was born, it has given birth to several extremely talented geniuses who I personally accepted as my disciple. But you can't say the opposite. Just because your inner world is a world of its own doesn't mean you are a world-level expert. The world level is a level of insight that transcends the limits of the grand Taos of this world. It surpasses the limits of the Tao of the heavens and is a transcendent level of insight. Only when you reach this level will you be able to transform your inner world into a true world of its own." Qin Shao nodded. He understood. It made sense. If there was a shortcut like this, it wouldn't be practical. If you didn't reach that level of insight, how could you possibly become a world-level expert? How could it be so easy to surpass the limits of the Tao of the heavens? Since there were no downsides, there was no need for him to think too much about it. At least for now, there were some obvious benefits. This was something that had never happened before. Not even his master could explain it clearly. Li Sheng suddenly said with a serious expression, "Everything exists for a reason. Since it exists, it must have its uses. Something has happened to you that has never happened to anyone before. This might be a sign from the heavens. Perhaps it is a sign of a great stroke of luck for you. I've thought about it over and over again. Perhaps this might become your own Tao. But of course, this is just a guess for now." "My own Tao?" Qin Shao stared at Li Sheng, a look of confusion on his face. "One's inner world could become a Tao?" Li Sheng nodded. "Yes, everything has the potential to become a Tao. It just depends on whether or not someone is able to create it. For example, the most common Tao is the Tao of the sword, the Tao of formations, the Tao of alchemy, the Tao of constructs, and so on. There are quite a few minor Taos. There is also my Tao of the flying dagger. Before I created the Tao of the flying dagger, who would have thought that a small flying dagger could become a Tao of its own? There is also the Tao of Buddhism, which is even more brilliant. Before Shakyamuni created the Tao of Buddhism, who would have thought that there would be such a Tao? Your inner world is very strange. Something that can become a Tao of its own must have a characteristic. That is, it is something that no one else has or has not discovered. It must be something unique in the world, and then you can carry it forward. Only then can it become a Tao of its own. Of course, it is very difficult to become a Tao of its own, but I think that your inner world has the potential to become a Tao of its own. Although everyone has an inner world, you have never heard of anyone being able to cultivate their inner world, right? According to what you said, you try to cultivate your inner world when you broke through, so you can cultivate your inner world on your own. Because of this, there is your current strange phenomenon. You may not be the first person in the world to try to cultivate your inner world, but you should be the most successful one. After all, I have never heard of anyone else having such a situation. And this is something groundbreaking. To create a Tao of one's own is to start from creating something. It is the same for me. When I created the Tao of the flying dagger, I also liked flying daggers since I was a child. I have been studying flying daggers and then slowly formed my own Tao of the flying dagger. Perhaps if you concentrate on studying the cultivation of your inner world, you may also be able to create a Tao of your own and create a Tao of your own. Hearing his master's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a little excited. In that case, he might be walking on the path of creating a Tao of his own unknowingly. Although it was very, very difficult to create a Tao of one's own, it was also something that was worth being excited about. One had to know that in this era of the immortal realm, only Shakyamuni and Sage Li had successfully created their own Tao. Over the endless years and countless geniuses, only 2 people had succeeded. Still, there were some things that were good to have in mind. There are thousands upon thousands of paths of cultivation, but there are only a few paths that will allow one to reach the very peak of the world. In each era, only a few will be born. They are few and far in between. If you purely rely on cultivating the grand Tao, it will be very difficult for you to reach the true apex. Thus, Qin Shao, I do hope that you could try to create your own Tao and walk this path. If you can succeed in creating your own Tao, then you'll be able to reach the very apex of the world. If you just focus on your cultivation, you will probably only reach the world level at best. You are the one who walks your own path. You can decide for yourself how you want to walk it. All I have to do is give you some advice. No matter which path you choose, there are pros and cons to it. To create your own Tao is far, far more difficult than to become a world-level expert. However, I just so happen to see the embryonic form of a Tao within your inner world, which is why I'm giving you advice. But of course, creating your own Tao isn't just limited to your inner world. Everything can become a Tao. It's just a matter of whether or not you are able to create it. Sage Li continued, carefully explaining the pros and cons of this path. Qin Shao learned quite a bit from his master's advice. He understood many things, as well as what he needed to pay attention to in his future path of cultivation. In the future, he really did need to think things through and make up his mind before he left. With his master's guidance, he would be able to avoid many detours on his path. As for the rest, that would depend on his own hard work and good fortune. Qin Shao didn't have anything else to ask. Originally, Qin Shao had wanted to ask his master to help him locate Jing Yang, his elder brother in the celestial court, and the others. Given his master's power, he should be able to easily locate Jing Yang and the others. However, after giving it some thought, Qin Shao decided to forget about it. There was no need to trouble his master with such a small matter. He had just become his master's disciple. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to ask his master for help. Besides, he had already asked so many questions. He had already troubled his master enough. It was better for him to find another way to solve this matter. Now that he had entered the Sacred Institute, he knew many people. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to find a few people in the mortal realm, right? When he thought of this, Qin Shao dispelled the idea in his heart. There was nothing else to ask, so sagely left. After respectfully sending his master off, Qin Shao couldn't help but excitedly wave his fists. He was wild with joy. All of this felt like a dream. He had fantasized that he would be lucky enough to be chosen by Emperor Xian Yuan, but he didn't expect that in the end, he would be accepted as a disciple by Sage Li. His excitement couldn't be calmed down for a long time. After a long while, Qin Zhao's mood gradually calmed down. His mood was exceptionally good. My own Tao, inner world, cultivation inner world? No. If I want to create my own Tao, it's not that simple. Every Tao has its own unique and complete cultivation system. If I want to create a Tao, I have to at least build a complete cultivation system. I myself am ambiguous about the inner world. I have always felt the stones to cross the river, casually cultivating, and never thought about anything. It seems that now I need to study the inner world carefully and find a cultivation method that belongs to the inner world. If I can form a complete cultivation system, then there's a slight possibility that I can create my own Tao. Since this path was created by my master, I must walk it well. Chapter 2373. As soon as Qin Shao returned to his place of cultivation, he saw several familiar figures before he even entered the mountain gate. They were the Lord of Heaven Mountain City and Princess Ru Exian. Ming Yuexin, Wu Fengsheng, and Meng Dali were also there. Princess Xiaoyu was not there. She must be busy. They all cultivated together, so when they passed by Princess Ru Exian's place, Qin Shao was stopped by Meng Dali. Then he saw everyone. They were all gathered at Princess Ru Xian's place of cultivation. Hehe, Qin Shao, you were called away by the god of Long World. What benefits did he give you? Did he secretly accept you? Meng Dali winked at Qin Shao, as if he wanted to know Qin Zhao's little secret. Qin Shao shook his head with a smile. How can there be such a good thing? The god of Long World said he wouldn't accept anyone else, so he definitely wouldn't accept me secretly. He didn't give me any benefits. He just wanted to say a few words to me. Meng Dali looked at Qin Shao in disbelief, as if he wanted to see through Qin Shao. Humph, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense. He called you over alone and didn't give you any benefits. That's unreasonable. It's just a few words. He didn't have to go through so much trouble, did he? He's the god of Long World. Why would he do such a boring thing? Meng Dali was a very curious person. Qin Shao didn't answer him. He didn't want to be entangled with him. He changed the topic and looked at Ming Yuexin. Ming Yuexin, you're really lucky. I'm afraid you've stolen all the limelight from Prince Zhongyang this time. The god of Long World wanted to accept you as a student, but you refused. Even I admire you. Speaking of Ming Yuexin, Meng Dali immediately became spirited. Ha, that's right. I'm not convinced by anyone but Ming Yuexin. TSK. He's so heroic. He even rejected the Long World god. How domineering. Now, the whole Saint Academy is talking about Ming Yuexin. How can Zhongyang be as popular as Ming Yuexin? But it's really a pity. It's such a good spot. If you don't want it, you can give it to us. Sai, we've been longing for it, but we can't get it. Yet you've wasted it. You've really wasted a heavenly treasure. Heartbroken. As he spoke, Meng Dali beat his chest and stomped his feet. Ming Yuexin waved her hand awkwardly and said, Io, don't talk about me anymore. I have my own difficulties. Hehe, what difficulties do you have? Tell us, and we'll help you consider, Meng Dali said again. Qin Shao slapped Meng Dali and said, This is a girl's difficult situation. Why are you butting in? Everyone has their own ambitions. Since this is Ming Yuexin's choice, we should respect her and support her. Let's not talk about this anymore. Weren't you the one who brought it up? Meng Dali grumbled, as if he was not convinced. Qin Shao looked at the city lord and said, Senior Tianshan, are you going back to Tianshan City? The city lord nodded and said, Yes, the matter here is already over. Thanks to everyone, Ru Xin was fortunate enough to become a student of the Saint Academy. You've helped her a lot. Here, I thank all of you. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Ru Xin in the Saint Academy. If you have time in the future, come to Tianshan City to play. I'll definitely treat you well. Meng Dali waved his hand and grinned. Ha, what's there to thank? We're all on the same side. We all treat Princess Ru Xin as a sibling. She's so pretty and cute. If we don't take care of her, who are we supposed to take care of? In the future, who will dare to bully Princess Ru Xin in the Saint Academy? Even if I'm not strong enough, there's still Qin Shao and Prince Zhongyang, right? One is first on the saint rankings, and the other is Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple. In the future, who will dare to provoke them in the Saint Academy? Who will dare to disrespect them? That's why, City Lord, you can relax 120 times. With us here, we definitely won't let Princess Ru Xin suffer any grievances. The City Lord nodded with a smile. Yeah, he really could relax completely. There was nothing to worry about. With Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, Ming Yuexin, and Meng Dali, they were a force that could do whatever they wanted in the Saint Academy. Who would dare to provoke them so easily? The City Lord looked at Qin Shao and said, Oh right, Qin Shao, according to what I know, you still have a few people from your hometown in the southern wasteland, right? Qin Shao nodded. He was just about to talk about this, but he never thought the City Lord would bring up himself. The City Lord continued, Now that you're outside, you must be worried about their safety. Originally, we didn't have to worry, but the Prodigy's enmity with you runs as deep as the ocean. The Prodigy has his main body in the southern wasteland, so it's inevitable that he'll go crazy and harm your people. That's why I've already sent people to secretly keep an eye on them. Fortunately, there hasn't been any movement so far. I want to bring them back to my Heaven Mountain City. What do you think, Qin Shao? Hearing the City Lord's words, Qin Shao was immediately overjoyed. He said, "City Lord, I originally wanted to ask you for help, but I didn't think that Senior had already thought of it for me. If that's the case, then that's naturally for the best. But I'll have to trouble you, City Lord. The prodigy is narrow-minded, insidious, cunning, and ruthless. That's why I'm really worried. If they can go to Heaven Mountain City, then their safety can be guaranteed. I can also rest assured. With the protection of the City Lord, I believe the prodigy won't dare to act recklessly." The City Lord nodded and said, "Yeah, if they're in my heavenly declaration city, the prodigy won't have the guts to act recklessly, and he won't have the strength to do so. So, Qin Shao, you can rest assured. Then I'll immediately arrange people to do this, so that you won't have to worry about anything." Qin Shao moved his hand, and an item from the Hongmeng universe appeared in his hand. Qin Shao handed it to the City Lord and said, "This is an item from my hometown. Senior, give it to the people of my hometown. They will recognize it and believe you. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't easily believe me if I don't tell them." The City Lord nodded and kept the item. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left. After sending off the City Lord, Meng Dali immediately suggested, Let's go to Qin Zhao's place. He's the first on the saint list. The reward is very generous. Ancient Saint's Servant? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's incredible just thinking about it. Ha! A fourth-step Heavenly Venerable can command an ancient saint existence. How does that feel? Qin Shao, hurry up and take us to see the world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I can't wait any longer. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Meng Dali and said snappily, "It's not like you've married a wife. Why are you so impatient?" Although he said that, Qin Shao took everyone to his place of cultivation. On the way back, Qin Shao checked the information in his identity token. The rewards for the top 100 on the saint list would be sent directly to their respective places of cultivation by the academy teachers. Qin Shao had been called away by the god of Ing Long World and had been delayed for a while. Therefore, he hadn't been able to wait for the academy teachers to send the rewards to his place of cultivation. Those rewards should have been sent directly to his place of cultivation. Soon, Qin Shao returned to his place of cultivation. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he saw more than 100 figures standing there in an orderly manner. When they saw Qin Shao return, they bowed respectfully in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, young master." Qin Zhao's gaze fell on these people. 104th-step Heavenly Venerables were respectfully half-kneeling. This was a very high standard of etiquette. There were also 2 ancient saints standing in front of the group. Both of them bowed respectfully. Of the 2 ancient saints, one was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in blue and gray. Both of them were handsome and had their own imposing manner. Judging from the aura emanating from them, Qin Shao felt that they weren't any weaker than the Fu Do Immortal Palace. Therefore, these 2 ancient saints shouldn't be weak, or rather, not bad. The 104th step Heavenly Venerables all exuded powerful auras. Obviously, they weren't ordinary 4th step Heavenly Venerables, but extremely powerful 4th step Heavenly Venerables. If they were ordinary 4th step Heavenly Venerables, they wouldn't be of any use to Qin Shao. There wouldn't be any difference whether they existed or not. He didn't need anyone to serve him when he was cultivating here. If they were weak, it would be meaningless to bring them out. However, the 104th step Heavenly Venerables before him all exuded extremely powerful auras. It was possible that they weren't much weaker than him. 104th step Heavenly Venerables of this level was still a very powerful force. Since these people had become his servants, they would completely obey Qin Zhao's orders. They could also be brought out by him. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Qin Shao asked them to die, they wouldn't hesitate at all. Of course, this was only true for the 104th step Heavenly Venerables. The 2 ancient saints naturally wouldn't do so. Qin Zhao's control over them wouldn't be so great. However, he could still order them around for ordinary matters. The 2 ancient saints and 100 extremely powerful 4th step Heavenly Venerables were standing in front of Qin Shao. They bowed respectfully to Qin Shao and obeyed Qin Zhao's orders. As the person involved, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally indescribably wonderful when he saw this scene. The most important thing was that there were two ancient saints. To be able to command two ancient sages. Just the thought of it was too wonderful, and it felt a little inconceivable. Meng Dali looked at Qin Xiao with an envious look. Well, everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Be more casual in the future. I, Qin Xiao, am also a very casual person. Qin Xiao smiled and said to everyone. Everyone stood up. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the two ancient saints and said, Seniors, how should I address you? Seniors? Hearing Qin Xiao address them in this way, the two ancient saints couldn't help but be stunned. They gave Qin Xiao a strange look. They were here to be Qin Xiao's servants. In terms of status, they were naturally lower than Qin Xiao. Although they weren't too lowly, they should at least play the role well. It wasn't a distinction between master and servant, but also a distinction between guests. However, Qin Xiao was so polite to them, which surprised the two ancient saints. Since they were able to become attendants, they were naturally mentally prepared long ago. Subordinate Dong pays his respects to young master. Subordinate Wu Qi pays his respects to young master. The two ancient saints hesitated for a moment, but they still immediately replied and introduced themselves. Dong, Wu Qi. Qin Xiao remembered the two of them. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, Senior Dong, Senior Wu Qi, I'll have to trouble you in the future. However, don't worry. I won't trouble you unless it's something very important. You won't have anything to do under normal circumstances. You can cultivate in peace and just help me manage the others. Chapter 2374. Who was Qin Xiao? He was the genius who ranked first on the saint rankings and was known as the #1 genius in the immortal realm. He had the qualifications to look down on the world with disdain. However, he was not arrogant at all and was very approachable. He was very polite and courteous to his servants, especially to a Dong saint and Wu Qi saint. He addressed them as seniors and treated them generously. A Dong saint and Wu Qi saint were surprised by his behavior. After all, they were here to be Qin Xiao's servants, so their status was naturally lower. This was the noble status that the Saint Academy had bestowed upon Qin Xiao. How could they not be respectful? If they were disrespectful, Qin Xiao had the power to punish them. It might even affect their future and fate. Therefore, no matter what, since they had chosen to come, they were naturally mentally prepared. Even if they were ancient sages, they would have to lower their heads. Moreover, Qin Xiao was the most outstanding student in the Saint Academy, so his status was much higher than ordinary ancient sages. Master, you're too serious. This is what we should do. We'll definitely do it well. If there's anything you need us to do, please let us know. Our duty is to serve you well and listen to your orders, Dong Saint said. Qin Xiao waved his hand and smiled. All right, I got it. I'll look for you if there's anything. All right, you can go do what you need to do. I don't need you to do anything for now. Dong and Wu Qi couldn't help but look at each other. However, the two of them didn't say anything and left separately. Now that everyone had left, it could be considered quiet. TSK. You have two ancient sages and 104th step heavenly venerables at your disposal. If you're willing, you can lead them to flatten a small force. You can do whatever you want. Qin Xiao, why don't we discuss something? You can use them to let me go out and show off, Meng Dali said with an envious look. Qin Xiao gave Meng Dali a knowing look and said, In your dreams, if I let you go out and order them around, won't they have a problem with me? How dare they? You're their master. How dare they have a problem with you? Meng Dali said. Qin Xiao shook his head. Coercion is not popular. Hegemony is the easiest way to make people doubt you. I don't have a master-servant relationship with them. They are only my temporary attendants who follow my orders. But this relationship is only temporary, not permanent. Therefore, there's no need to make things unpleasant. Don't even think about it. Meng Dali grinned. How could he not know this? It was just a joke. Would he really dare to do that? Meng Dali changed the subject again. Sigh. Meng Dali is still the best. TSK, he's only ranked 4th on the Saint rankings. I didn't expect him to become the biggest winner. He was chosen by Emperor Huang Xianyuan to become his personal disciple. After becoming the disciple of Emperor Huang Xinyuan, I'm afraid that we will all be left behind in the dust in a few days. Fortunately, I've known Zhang Yang for a long time. He's my big thigh now. With Qin Zhao's big thigh, I've got two big thighs now. Just thinking about it makes me happy. With these two big thighs, I'm sure I'll be able to do well in Sacred Academy in the future. Prince Zhang Yang was indeed worthy of envy. Everyone envied him. The biggest fruit of victory had been taken away by Zhang Yang himself. Of course, Qin Xiao felt that he had taken the biggest fruit of victory. He just couldn't reveal it to the public. Don't talk about these useless things. You'd better focus on your cultivation. The competition in the future will be very fierce. You have to take it seriously. Don't get kicked out of Sacred Academy one day. That won't be good, Qin Xiao said. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, "Hey, Qin Xiao, are you looking down on us? Although we didn't enter the top 100 on the holy list, we're not at the bottom either. How can we be eliminated so easily? Hey, after all, we're with you and Prince Zhang Yang. If we're eliminated, won't you lose face? So, no matter what, we definitely won't be eliminated. We'll definitely work harder. But there's no need to rush. Let's relax first and then devote ourselves to cultivation. I think we should have a drink and celebrate a little. Let's not wait for Zhang Yang. Looking at him, I don't think he'll be back so soon. Qin Xiao, as the host, you should be more active. We've been sitting here for so long. You didn't even bring out some wine. Is that right?" Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Okay, it's just wine. However, Qin Xiao didn't have much wine on him, let alone good wine. He only brought out some of his stock. Speaking of which, it was indeed worth celebrating. He, Qin Xiao, ranked first on the holy list, shone brilliantly, and became famous in the immortal realm. Zhang Yang was accepted as a personal disciple by Emperor Xianyuan, making everyone envious. Ming Yuexin also ranked 10th on the holy list and was favored by the god of Yinglong world, but she turned him down. Princess Xiaoyu wasn't here at this time, which was a little regrettable. Although Yuan, Wu Fengcheng, Meng Dali, and Princess Ru Exin didn't make it into the top 100 on the holy list, they all stayed. This was a happy occasion. Everyone was still here, and they had achieved excellent results. It was worth celebrating. They were in the same boat through thick and thin. Everyone was here. This relationship was also recognized and sublimated. After a small celebration, everyone sighed with emotion. Qin Xiao also sighed with emotion. After coming out of the free city, Qin Xiao really didn't expect that he could change so much in such a short time, make such a big breakthrough, and be able to stand in such a position. His original plan was to stay in the free city for 1 or 2 million years, then leave to find Meng Dali, then Wu Fengcheng, and then slowly cultivate in the 9 states of Huaxia. However, the selection of the Sacred Academy had completely disrupted his plans. He had never thought that he would be able to jump several levels consecutively and reach such a high position in such a short period of time. He didn't need to look for Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng. They were now reunited. He also saw Li Sheng, who had always been out of his reach, and was fortunate enough to become Li Sheng's disciple. Everything was like a dream. Plans could never keep up with changes. The changes were too great and too beautiful. It was as beautiful as a dream, but it was a real dream. I have to think of a way to go back to the free city. I wonder if the news of me becoming a student of the Sacred Academy and taking first place on the Saint rankings has spread back to the free city. Qin Xiao was also secretly pondering this question. He had originally promised the people of the free city that he would stay in the free city for 1 or 2 million years. However, he didn't stay for long before leaving. He had originally gone to Shanyong City to open up business for the free city. He hadn't expected that he would never return after leaving. He didn't know how the free city was doing now. Was the business going smoothly? He really had to make a trip back to the free city when he had time. Otherwise, he would always be worried about it. There was always a rock in his heart that didn't feel at ease. I'll take care of some things here first, then make a trip back. Qin Xiao thought to himself and made a decision. Let's put the matter of the free city aside first. Qin Xiao looked at Wu Fengcheng and Meng Dali and asked, How's the investigation of the matter that I asked you to help me investigate in the boundless desert? At the mention of this matter, Meng Dali immediately slapped his head and said, "Oh right, Qin Shao, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Before participating in the Sacred Academy selection, I received news that there was a small faction at the border of the Hunmeng region. A person called Jing Yang had appeared there. Because I had to rush over to participate in the Sacred Academy selection, I didn't follow up on this matter for the time being. I'll get my original body to follow up on this matter immediately. I think that person called Jing Yang is most likely one of the people you said you were looking for." Upon hearing this, Qin Shao immediately became a little excited. He hurriedly said to Meng Dali, "All right, get your original body to follow up on this matter immediately. Give me some specific information first. Regardless of whether it is true or not, I have to make a trip there personally." "Is that person called Jing Yang still alive?" Meng Dali nodded and said, "He should still be alive, right? Anyway, he was still alive when I received the information. It hasn't been that long, right? He should still be alive." Qin Shao nodded. Indeed, it hadn't been that long. However, Qin Shao was already fully prepared. Taking a step back, if there really was an accident, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just resurrect him directly. In the past, it was indeed very difficult for him to resurrect someone. He had to beg an ancient sage existence for help. Considering that he was able to command 2 ancient sages on his own, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to resurrect a single person. With the news about Jing Yang, Qin Shao was indeed a little excited. In terms of feelings, it was obvious that Jing Yang was the closest to him. Without Jing Yang, there might not be the current Qin Shao. He and Jing Yang were both masters and friends. More importantly, they were friends. Therefore, knowing that there was news about Jing Yang, Qin Shao couldn't wait to find him immediately. However, his rationality told him not to be too hasty. There was no need to be hasty now. Moreover, he was now able to deal with all the changes and results. Qin Shao looked at Wu Fengcheng. Wu Fengcheng shook his head apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't found any news yet. However, I've been sending people to investigate. It's just that he might not be in the Xia territory, so we haven't been able to find any news." Meng Dali only had news about Jing Yang for the time being, and it was unconfirmed. There was no news from Wu Fengcheng for the time being. In that case, news about Master Hongxin Ku, Big Brother Starry Sky, and Big Brother Heavenly Court were still unknown. Baichuan Fusu and Young Master, you were both at the Wind Cloud Academy, so there was no need to worry about them. Desolate Land, 9 Dragons, and Jiangzhou should have been taken to Tianshan City by the Tianshan City Master. Qin Shao could rest assured. As for Xiaogu, he was temporarily in the Myriad Beast Demonic Abyss. In the territory of the Beast Race, Qin Shao could rest assured for the time being. Although Qin Shao was already a student of the Sacred Institute and had reached a certain high position, he still hadn't established his own power. He didn't have a good territory, and he hadn't been able to build his own home. Therefore, for the time being, Qin Shao didn't intend to gather everyone. It wouldn't be too late to do so when he had the ability to establish his own power. Chapter 2375. It was definitely not enough to ask Meng Dali and Wu Fengcheng to help him. It had been more than 10 million years, and they had only found Jing Yang's whereabouts, but they had not confirmed it yet. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking that he couldn't drag on like this any longer. He had to think of a way to find Master Red Dust Guest and the others as soon as possible. Although they could be resurrected, it would be more meaningful if they were alive. Resurrecting after death was the last resort, the most helpless option. If he could be saved, that would naturally be the best thing. Therefore, Qin Shao was thinking about what to do. He could think of many ways, but he had to see which one was better. "Qin Shao, I think you can ask Xia Dongho for help directly," Wu Fengcheng suddenly suggested. "Ask Xia Dongho for help?" Qin Shao nodded. He had thought of this as well. After all, Xia Dongho was a member of the Xia family. The Xia family was one of the top surnames in the 100 schools of thought. In the entire 9 states of Huaxia, it was one of the most powerful surnames. Power. The power of the Xia family was needless to say. Xia Dongho was the young genius of the Xia family. Now that he was third on the holy rankings and was favored by the god of the Long world, he shone brightly. Therefore, Xia Dongho's status in the Xia family would definitely rise. Naturally, his words would carry more weight in the Xia family. If Xia Dongho was willing to help, he should be able to mobilize the most powerful force in the Xia family. According to what Qin Xiao knew, the Xia family's intelligence network was very powerful. This was reflected when he first met Xia Dongho. Xia Dongho knew their situation like the back of his hand. This was the embodiment of the Xia family's intelligence network. Wu Fengxing knew more about this. After all, his Wu family was also in the Xia territory. Therefore, Wu Fengxing suggested to Qin Xiao. This suggestion was not bad. Thinking about it, it seemed that there was no better way at the moment. In order to find Master Red Dust Guest and the others as soon as possible, he had to owe them a favor. Okay, then I'll go look for Xia Dongho later and ask him for a favor. I think he will help me. Qin Xiao nodded. Meng Dali grinned and said, Of course they'll help you. Let's not talk about your relationship with Xia Dongho. With your current status, Qin Xiao, as long as you ask, who wouldn't try their best to help you? I'd love to have such a good opportunity to earn Qin Xiao's favor. Haha, it's just that I don't have that much energy. If you yell at the Sacred Institute, I'm sure those people from the 100 schools of thought will rush over to help you. Now that you have strength, status, isn't it easy for you to do something? Your favor and face are priceless treasures. It's worth it for people to fight over it. So, Brother Qin Xiao, you should think more highly of yourself now. You should have some manners. Qin Xiao smiled. Although Meng Dali's words were crude, his logic was not crude. That was indeed the case. Yes, Qin Xiao's favor and face were indeed priceless treasures. They were very valuable. As long as he was willing to open his mouth and ask for this favor, there would definitely be a lot of people fighting to earn this favor from him. Things had a price, but favor and face were priceless. Qin Xiao was the first on the saint list. Now, he was definitely a popular figure in the Sacred Institute. His name must have spread throughout the immortal realm. It was not an exaggeration at all. Therefore, he was fully qualified and had the confidence to earn Qin Xiao's favor and face. This was the benefit of strength. Strength. Why did everyone pursue strength? This was the reason. With strength, you could have everything. Amidst this cruelty, there was also this beauty that beckoned to you. Qin Xiao still had a lot of things to do, so he did not drink much with Meng Dali and the others. He sent them away early. Then, Qin Xiao went straight to find Xia Dongho. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was Palace Master Fu Luo, who was preparing to leave the Sacred Institute and return to the Fu Luo Immortal Palace. The high and mighty Palace Master Fu Luo, an ancient saint, seemed to be a lot dimmer here. He was not like Qin Xiao, who had seen him before. He had a supreme saint aura that made people want to kneel down and worship him. Now that he saw Palace Master Fu Luo, Qin Xiao did not feel much. He was very calm and had the confidence to talk to him as an equal, as if they were on the same level. When Palace Master Fu Luo saw Qin Xiao, he could not help but stop for a moment. His expression was a little strange, and he looked at Qin Xiao with a complicated expression. However, there was a hint of awkwardness on his face. Facing Qin Xiao, Palace Master Fu Luo indeed felt indescribable sadness in his heart. After a glance, Palace Master Fu Luo turned his head and prepared to leave. At this moment, Qin Xiao called out, Palace Master Fu Luo. Hearing Qin Xiao's call, Palace Master Fu Luo hesitated for a moment. Then, he stopped and turned his head to look at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao smiled faintly at Palace Master Fu Luo and said, Palace Master Fu Luo, I have no enmity or malice towards you, nor do I hate you. To be honest, I don't hold a grudge against you. I have always been very clear about gratitude and grudges. From your point of view, I can understand what you did back then. Compared to the heavens chosen back then, there was indeed no comparison. He was a dragon in the sky, and I was an ant on the ground. Palace Master, you didn't expect it. In fact, I also did not expect that I would grow to this point so quickly. I believe very much that I would trample the heavens chosen one day, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon. What I hate is only the heavens chosen. It has nothing to do with you, Palace Master Fu Luo. I have no resentment or hatred towards you, but I also have no gratitude towards you. It's just that I, Qin Shao, did stay in the Fu Luo Immortal Palace back then. A person leaves a name, a wild goose leaves a feather. No matter what, the Fu Luo Immortal Palace still has traces of me, Qin Shao, and my friends there. I also have a feeling towards the Fu Luo Immortal Palace. This feeling can't be erased. Although I was chased out of the Fu Luo Immortal Palace, I will never forget or deny that I cultivated in the Fu Luo Immortal Palace back then. The Fu Luo Immortal Palace was my first home after coming to the Immortal Region, and also the beginning of my path to the Immortal Region. This I will never forget, and I also have some gratitude in my heart. Of course, my gratitude is towards the Fu Luo Immortal Palace, and not towards you, Palace Master Fu Luo. What I want to say is, I hope that the Fu Luo Immortal Palace can prosper, become stronger, and become a home for more people. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Palace Master Fu Luo's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Shao to say such words. However, these words made him feel even more ashamed and embarrassed. What happened back then, he was still brooding over it, but what could he do? It was all in the past, and he couldn't change anything. No one could change this part of history. But after hearing Qin Zhao's words, he felt comforted. Qin Shao, I also wish you to step on the ancient road and achieve great things. Our Fu Luo Immortal Palace will also be more glorious because of you, Palace Master Fu Luo said and left. Qin Shao didn't say much, as he had already expressed his thoughts. Qin Shao still had a lot of feelings towards the Fu Luo Immortal Palace. After all, it was his first home in the Immortal Realm, and it was his home in the Immortal Realm. Moreover, Qin Shao himself was a nostalgic person. In the Fu Luo Immortal Palace, there was Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, Man, and the Xianhua clansmen. He wondered how Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were doing, and what level they had reached. Qin Shao really wanted to go back and see Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and the others, but for now, Qin Shao didn't want to return to the Fu Luo Immortal Palace. This matter, let's talk about it later. Soon, Qin Shao arrived at Xia Dongho's cultivation place. Knowing that Qin Shao was coming, Xia Dongho came out early to welcome him, and Xia Dongqi accompanied him. Xia Dongho didn't chat much with Qin Shao, and after sitting down, Xia Dongho took the initiative to say, Qin Shao, you came to find me in such a hurry. There must be something you need, right? If I'm not wrong, it should be related to the people from your hometown, right? Qin Shao was stunned, and he looked at Xia Dongho. He hadn't even opened his mouth, and Xia Dongho already knew his purpose of coming. However, when he thought about how Xia Dongho had already investigated his situation, he understood. The Xia clan's intelligence network was indeed not to be underestimated. Therefore, Xia Dongho probably knew a lot about him, and it wasn't hard for him to guess the purpose of his visit. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, Xia Dongho, it seems like you know a lot about the situation. If that's the case, then I'll get straight to the point. I still have a few people from my hometown that I haven't found, and there's one that Meng Dali has found, and I'm waiting for his final confirmation. There's still 3 people left, and there's still no news about them. I know that the Xia clan's intelligence network is very strong, so I wouldn't come to you for no reason. I have a favor to ask of you. I don't know if you can help me with this matter. Qin Shao, will definitely remember this big favor. Xia Dongho was anxious, and he poured Qin Shao a cup of tea and said, Qin Shao, you're too polite. Although you and I haven't known each other for long, we can be considered to have hit it off. Leave this small matter to me. It's not worth mentioning, and there's no need to be so serious. Come, have a cup of tea first. Give me the information about your people from your hometown, and I'll let the Xia clan's intelligence network do their best to find them. As long as they're within the 9 provinces of Huaxia, there shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Xia Dongho say this, Qin Shao was relieved. Sure enough, the Xia clan's intelligence network was very strong. Since Xia Dongho dared to say this, it naturally meant that he had some confidence. He had already searched the entire southern wasteland, so the most likely people were within the 9 provinces of Huaxia. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and gave Xia Dongho the information of his master, Hongchang Ku, Big Brother Heavenly Court, Starry Sky, and Jingyang. Although Meng Dali had information about Jingyang, it hadn't been confirmed, so Qin Shao didn't dare to make any guarantees. Since he had already asked Xia Dongho for help, one more person or one less person wouldn't make a difference. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Qin Shao also gave Jingyang's information to Xia Dongho. After receiving the information, Xia Dongho handed it to Xia Dongqi and said, "Second brother, send this information back, and then personally find the 8th elder. Tell him that I told him to find these people as soon as possible. This is a very important matter. 8th elder, please put aside other things and focus on this matter." "Okay, big brother, leave it to me." After receiving the information, Xia Dongqi immediately went to do it. Seeing such efficiency, Qin Shao was even more relieved. Chapter 2376. Since Xia Dongho had agreed, there was nothing to worry about. After leaving Xia Dongho's cultivation place, Qin Shao went straight back to his cultivation place. The most important thing now was to return to Free City first. It wouldn't be too late to come back to cultivation after everything was settled. Cultivation wasn't about wasting time. More importantly, it was about having great comprehension. Walking in the world was also a form of cultivation. Cultivation was the cultivation of the heart. The heart was the most important. With the heart of cultivation, one could cultivate wherever they went. This wouldn't affect anything. However, there were many cultivation resources in the Sacred Institute that could be used. Qin Shao was also very eager to start cultivating. However, he couldn't be at ease if he kept worrying about things. Rather than that, it was better to settle these things first. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He only brought a Dong Saint with him. He found the teacher in charge of entering and leaving the Sacred Institute. After asking for leave, he left the Sacred Institute. If the students of the Sacred Institute wanted to leave, they needed the teacher's approval. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave the Sacred Institute. The Sacred Institute could be seen as an independent world. There were many powerful formations, restrictions, and secret techniques that surrounded and protected the entire Sacred Institute. It wasn't something that could be left just because one wanted to. With a Dong Saint, an ancient saint by his side, the journey was very fast. In less than 10 years, Qin Shao arrived in the sky above Free City. This time, he hadn't left for long. It had only been a few 100,000 years. Free City hadn't changed much. However, Qin Shao found that there were many people gathered outside the gates of Free City. The defensive formation of Free City was also in an active state to prevent people from flying into Free City. Outside Free City, there were all kinds of people. There were so many people that they numbered in the millions. Among these people, there was no lack of 4th step heavenly venerables. There were also many 3rd step heavenly venerables. Seeing so many cultivators gathered outside Free City, the city was in a state of high alert. The city gates were closed, and the defensive formation was activated. This made Qin Shao frown slightly. He thought, could it be that someone dares to have designs on Free City? Could it be that the news here was so outdated? Even if the news of him taking first place on the Saint ranking didn't spread, was it possible that the news of him becoming a student of the Academy of Saint hadn't spread? Was there anyone who dared to have designs on Freedom City? No matter what, Qin Shao was still the city lord of Freedom City. If they dared to touch Freedom City, wouldn't that mean that they didn't put him, Qin Shao, in their eyes? However, Qin Shao observed for a while and found that this was not the case. The people outside Free Cities were more scattered. They were not a single entity, but countless individuals who had gathered together. Moreover, they were camping on the spot and didn't seem to want to attack Freedom City. Therefore, these people shouldn't want to harm Freedom City. If these people really wanted to attack Free City, then Free City would be in danger. After all, Qin Shao saw more than a dozen 4th step celestial venerables and thousands of 3rd step celestial venerables. This was a force that could not be underestimated. After watching for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter Free City. Qin Shao could only contact the Elf Patriarch and ask him to open the city gate to pick him up. In Free City, in the Elf Race's conference hall. At this time, several patriarchs were discussing in the conference hall. Everyone was frowning. Obviously, they were worried about those people outside the city. Elf leader, you have to come up with an idea. Ever since the city lord became a student of the Academy of Saint, his name has spread throughout the 9 states of Huaxia. Our free city has also benefited from his divine light and become famous. At least within the Hu region, our free city is considered famous. But people are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. It's good that Freedom City is famous. Every day, many people come to join our free city. At first, we didn't have the awareness to guard against them, but we have already taken in hundreds of thousands of people. These people are now staying in Free City and refusing to leave. They have brought a bad atmosphere to our free city. It has somewhat affected the light of freedom of our free city. Look at the situation now. More than 1 million people have gathered outside Free City, and this number is still increasing. What should we do? That's right, Elf Leader. Now that the city lord is not here, everything is up to you. If this continues, our free city will really become a small sealed city. We won't even dare to open the city gate. Moreover, if this continues, it's possible that those people will directly attack our free city. If the situation develops to that point, it will be dangerous. Yes, if this continues, it's very likely that it will develop to this point. Therefore, we must come up with a good countermeasure as soon as possible. The Elf City Lord frowned deeply and shook his head with a wry smile. Everyone has put their heads together and discussed, but they haven't come up with any good ideas. What ideas can I come up with? Sigh. If only the City Lord was here. His family will have a way to solve this. That's right. If the City Lord was here, then we wouldn't have to worry so much. What's the use of saying this? The City Lord is now in the Academy of Saint. We can't contact him. Even if we can contact him, there's no need for the City Lord to worry about such a small matter. Then what should we do now? Whoa. At this moment, the Elf Patriarch suddenly stood up. His solemn face suddenly bloomed like a flower, revealing a deep smile. Ha! The City Lord is back. The Elf Patriarch laughed happily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hearing the Elf Patriarch's words, everyone stood up together. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had caught a life-saving straw. The City Lord was back. That meant that the problem that gave them a headache could be solved. Let's go. Let's hurry out of the city to welcome the City Lord. The Elf Patriarch immediately waved his hand. Outside the gates of Liberty City, over 1 million people had gathered. Some of them were in groups of 3 to 5, some were sitting alone, and some were discussing something intensely. Everyone looked in the direction of the city gate from time to time, as if hoping that the city gate would suddenly open. Rumble. The city gate suddenly opened. Hearing the sound of the city gate opening, the people outside the city gate immediately rushed over. Ha! The city gate is open. We can enter the free city. After waiting for so long, the city gate finally opened. It seems that they're ready to let us in. This is something we've been waiting for a long time. Damn it, they're finally willing to open the city gate. If they didn't open it, I would have smashed the gate. Ha! Emperor Annihilation Flame and the others are still discussing whether they should directly break through the city gate and enter the free city. The free city has always been known for its freedom. We came here because of its reputation. Why can't we enter the city? That's right. If they don't let us in, then the people in the city can forget about coming out. If it doesn't work, then we'll just fight our way into the city. Isn't it inappropriate to fight our way in? After all, Qin Shao is the city lord of the free city. If he gets angry then, Tisich, what's there be afraid of? We're not going to kill or burn, and we're not going to occupy the free city. We just want to enter the free city. What can Qin Shao do to us? Besides, he's in the Sacred Institute right now. How would he know what's going on here? Even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to rush over so easily. As soon as the city gate opened, those people swarmed in, wanting to rush into the free city. The Elf Patriarch had long expected such a situation. As soon as he came out, he shouted sternly, "All of you, quiet down. Don't come over here for now. Step back." His aura fluctuated, and the people near him were forced to retreat. At the same time, the other patriarchs also stood in formation, guarding the city gate and not allowing anyone to take advantage of the opportunity to rush into the city. Some people still wanted to squeeze in, but at this time, the elf patriarch looked up into the sky and said loudly, "Welcome back, City Lord." The other patriarchs behind him also greeted him respectfully in unison. Their loud voices immediately silenced the surroundings. Everyone quieted down and looked around. Lord Qin Shao had returned. Where is he? Over there. Look, it's really Lord Qin Shao. Sure enough, two figures flew over and quickly landed in front of the elf patriarch. As the odd Dong Saint had concealed his aura, outsiders only saw him as a fourth-step heavenly venerable. They didn't know that he was an ancient saint. Bringing an ancient saint with him would be rather inconvenient, wouldn't it? City Lord, you're finally back. The elf patriarch stepped forward and grabbed Qin Zhao's hands excitedly. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "Ha, I put down many things and hurried back to the free city. I missed all of you." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the elf patriarch and the others all had tears in their eyes. They were so moved that they could be remembered by the city lord. "Lord Qin Shao, it's good that you're back. You have to judge for us." "That's right. Lord Qin Shao, you have to make a decision for us. Judge for us. These people are too abominable." "That's right. The elf patriarch and the others have blocked so many of us outside the free city for hundreds of thousands of years. The city gates are closed, and the Great Array is activated. They don't allow us to enter the free city. What's the meaning of this?" "That's right. We came here because of your reputation. We traveled a long distance and spent a lot of effort to come to the free city. We came here because of Lord Qin Zhao's reputation. We wanted to join the free city, but you don't want to see us. What's the meaning of this?" "I've long heard that the free city is an open city. How is this a free city? It's simply a closed city. Lord Qin Shao, since you're back, give us an explanation and uphold justice for us." "That's right. You have to give us an explanation. More than 1 million of us have been waiting here, but you don't let us enter the city. What's the meaning of this?" The clamor was very loud, and it stirred up everyone's emotions. At this time, it was as if they were going to denounce Qin Shao. Seeing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. The momentum was not small. Qin Shao didn't like the tone of many people. "What's going on here?" Qin Shao looked at the elf patriarch and asked. He had just arrived, so he didn't know much about the specific situation. The elf patriarch smiled bitterly and helplessly said, "City Lord, this is a long story. I have to start from when you successfully passed the selection of the Sacred Academy and became a student of the Sacred Academy. It's like this." The elf patriarch explained the situation here to Qin Shao in detail. He talked about the situation from the beginning to the matter that gave everyone a headache. Chapter 2377. Ever since Qin Shao became the City Lord of Freedom City, he had made great efforts to reform the city and had indeed achieved very good results. Moreover, Freedom City had opened up trade and had a fixed source of income. It had also endlessly injected new blood into Freedom City, making Freedom City much more lively. Freedom City was becoming more and more free. In addition, Qin Shao had become a student of Sacred Academy and won first place in the student competition, becoming famous in the immortal domain. Qin Zhao's brilliance naturally made Freedom City become incomparably prosperous. So naturally, it attracted many people to come. Some people really wanted to join the free city, but some people just came because of the city's reputation. It could even be said that they treated Freedom City as a safe haven and came with some thoughts. It was precisely because of this that many people who entered Freedom City previously did not abide by the rules and made Freedom City a little chaotic and foul. The elf patriarch and the others suppressed some people and also killed some people, but some people were simply outlaws. When they went crazy, they would still do whatever they could. Under such circumstances, many people suffered and the order of Freedom City was seriously disrupted. Therefore, the elf patriarch and the others finally decided to temporarily close Freedom City and not let anyone in or out. However, not allowing anyone to enter or leave also brought about a problem. The people of Free City couldn't come out, and the original business was temporarily suspended. Moreover, the people who entered Liberty City first didn't want to leave. From time to time, they would cause some trouble, which became a headache for everyone. That group of people was also smart and secretly united together. If the elf patriarch wanted to pressure Thaxon, they would unite and form a very powerful force. This made the elf patriarch and the others somewhat afraid and did not dare to make too much trouble. Otherwise, if a big battle really happened, it would not be a joke. After all, the number of people in that group was more than 100 to 200,000. If such a large number of people really united, it would be a very terrifying force. Right now, Freedom City was plagued with internal and external troubles. It was truly a headache. City Lord, what do you think we should do now? If we really release the restrictions, then our Freedom City will probably be in a foul atmosphere very soon. Then Freedom City will be ruined. If we chase them away, I'm afraid it will cause chaos. If we don't handle it properly, there will be endless trouble in the future. Moreover, there are so many of them. I'm afraid that they won't leave so easily, the elf patriarch said worriedly. Qin Shao furrowed his brows and looked a little serious. He naturally knew the importance of this matter and had to deal with it properly. This matter was too important for Freedom City. If it wasn't handled properly, there would be endless trouble in the future. He couldn't stay in Liberty City forever, so if he had to deal with it, he had to deal with it properly and cleanly in one go. He couldn't leave any trouble behind. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking carefully about how to deal with it. He was also considering carefully and could not act rashly. No matter who it is, I will not let them destroy the order of Freedom City. I will not let off anyone who dares to cause trouble in Free City and disturb the operation of Free City. Qin Shao also had a bottom line in his heart. Now, he was thinking about what to do to ensure that this bottom line wouldn't be trampled on. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. He had to set up rules and set a line. Anyone who wanted to go beyond the rules and break the bottom line had to be firmly dealt with. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Shao made a decision. Lord Qin Shao, say something. Are you going to let us enter Freedom City or not? That's right, Lord Qin Shao. We came for you. Don't tell me you won't even let us enter the city. We have more than 1 million people gathered here, and all of them came because of your great name, young Master Qin Shao. If you don't even allow us to enter the city, then wouldn't you be ridiculed by others? Isn't Freedom City the city of Freedom City? Isn't the door open to the world? Are you going to eat your words now? Anyway, since we're here, we definitely won't leave. If the city allows us to enter, we have to enter. If it doesn't allow us to enter, we have to enter. Many sarcastic voices could be heard, and some people even started to act arrogantly. Qin Shao was very displeased with these voices. How could he let such people into Free City? They would definitely be a scourge. It wasn't easy to establish a good order in Free City. How could he let these people destroy it? Everyone, Qin Shao finally opened his mouth. His eyes swept across the crowd, and his voice was somewhat cold. Free City is a free city. It is open to the world, but not to everyone. Free City only takes in people who have a heart of freedom. Isn't it just a heart of freedom? Who doesn't have it? I definitely have it. That's right. I definitely have a heart of freedom. We all yearn for freedom. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come from Free City. That's right. We are people who have a heart of freedom. That's why we went through so much trouble to come to Free City. Otherwise, why would we come? The world is so big. Isn't it possible to go anywhere? Hearing these voices, Qin Zhao's voice suddenly rose an octave. I know many people will say this. Someone is right. The world is so big. You can go anywhere. But why do you have to come to Free City? Free City is a place of freedom. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. It's not a place where you can commit crimes. It's also not a place where you can wantonly destroy. I know what some people are thinking. I advise these people to leave as soon as possible and get rid of these bad thoughts as soon as possible. As long as I, Qin Shao, am the city lord of Free City, Free City will be my home. Even if I step down from the city lord position one day, Free City will still be my home. As long as I, Qin Xiao, am alive, Free City will be my place of protection. Anyone who wants to cause trouble in Free City is an enemy of I, Qin Xiao. Those who make me, Qin Xiao, their enemies, I'm sorry. None of them have a good ending. I, Qin Xiao, always have a bottom line when it comes to doing things. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, I can muddle through it. I can smile indifferently and turn a blind eye. However, if anyone dares to cross my bottom line, I, Qin Xiao, will only give them one word, death. Qin Xiao emphasized the last word, death. Furthermore, he shouted it with his heart. His voice shook the 9 heavens, causing many people to shudder violently. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Some timid people even held their breaths, not daring to even breathe loudly. Qin Zhao's reputation was still somewhat impressive. However, no matter how impressive Qin Zhao's reputation was, he was still just a 4th step heavenly venerate. After a moment of silence, a 4th step heavenly venerate stepped forward and said in a hoarse voice, City Lord Qin Xiao, why don't you just give us a straightforward answer? Are the gates of Free City open to us or not? Over 1 million of us have waited here for decades just to enter your Free City and join your Free City. We're here for freedom. We're here for your great name. Qin Xiao, are you going to shut us out? We want to join Free City. We shouldn't have crossed your bottom line. City Lord Qin Xiao, right? Furthermore, City Lord Qin Xiao just said that Free City is a land of freedom that is open to everyone. All of us who came here yearn for freedom. Why can't it be open to us? Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the 4th step heavenly venerate and said, as I said earlier, the Free City can be open to everyone, but not everyone can enter. If someone truly yearns for freedom and is sincerely willing to join Free City, then we will naturally open our doors to him. However, there's a prerequisite to this. Whether or not you truly yearn for freedom is not up to you. Furthermore, even if you truly yearn for freedom, you still need to fulfill other conditions. Firstly, our Free City is not a shelter for evil people. Our Free City will not tolerate evil people. Secondly, Free City has its own rules. The city rules are strict and everyone is equal. No crime is tolerated. If you commit a crime, you will be severely punished. If you want to enter Free City, then you must abide by the city rules. Thirdly, Free City is a city of mutual love. All the races live in harmony and are as close as a family. If you enter Free City and exclude other races, then you will not be tolerated by Free City. Fourthly, the people of Free City have to accept unified management and obey the orders of the City Lord Palace. If you don't obey orders, you will not be welcomed in Free City. If you want to join Free City, then please think about it carefully and see if you can fulfill all 4 of these conditions. If you can't be sure that you can fulfill all of them, then I advise everyone to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Free City is Free City, but it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. I'm afraid you have some misunderstandings about Free City. For those who harbor evil intentions and harbor other thoughts, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. If anyone wants to play any tricks in Free City, I, Qin Xiao, will definitely not let them off easily, no matter who they are. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, everyone started discussing spiritedly. No way, there's such strict city rules. How is this Free City? I think we should forget about it. We only came here to join in the fun. How boring would it be to strictly abide by the city rules? Forget it. Since we're already here, let's go in and take a look first. Rules are rules. How could such a big Free City enforce the rules so well? Who would be scared of that? That's right, I don't believe it. Many cities have very strict city rules, but they still can't manage it. Yes, don't be scared by City Lord Qin Zhao's words. He's just trying to show us who's boss. If he dares us to leave like this, then wouldn't we have waited here for hundreds of thousands of years in vain? That's true. Let's go in and take a look first. What's the hurry? City Lord Qin Xiao, don't worry. We will abide by the city rules. Listen quickly. Yes, we know. Listen quickly. Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the crowd again. His sharp gaze was as sharp as a sword, causing many people to lower their heads in fear. Heart power entered his voice as he shouted again. I know that many of you are still hoping for a fluke. Since you're already here, let's go in and take a look first. I'll say it again. If you violate the city rules in the city, you will definitely be severely punished. In serious cases, you may even be sentenced to death. Therefore, you should consider carefully before deciding whether to enter this city. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. Those who have committed crimes will leave sooner or later. Otherwise, if I catch them, I will kill them on the spot. Chapter 2378. Hearing Qin Zhao say to open the city gates and let those people in, the elf patriarch and the others immediately became anxious. The elf patriarch said anxiously, City Lord, you can't do that. Once all of them enter the free city, there will be endless trouble. It's easy to invite the devil in, but hard to send him away. Once this gate is opened, there will definitely be an endless stream of people coming to the free city. How should we deal with this? We can't open the city gates so easily. Yes, we can't open them so easily, City Lord. Otherwise, the situation will be difficult to control. Most of these people have evil intentions. If we let them in, they will definitely cause chaos in our free city. Several elf patriarchs also advised Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao waved his hand and said to them, I know. Just listen to me first. I have my own plans. At present, there is no better way. The elf patriarch and the others looked at Qin Zhao and hesitated for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and gestured for them to open the city gates. They also retreated to the side. As soon as the city gates were opened, those people cheered and entered the free city. The people who were really scared away by Qin Zhao's words were only a few tens of thousands. Qin Zhao led the elf patriarch and the others to the side and said with a serious face, This is also an expedient measure. There is no other choice. Think about it. If we don't let them in, do we have to keep the city gates closed? Or do we have to drive them all away? I can drive them all away, but isn't that against the purpose of our free city? We're the free city. The free city has always been open to the world. If we close the city gates, won't we lose the heart of freedom? So, after thinking about it, the only solution now is to open the city gates and let those people enter the free city. Although I know that many of these people didn't come with sincerity, there are still some who sincerely want to join our free city. We can't erase these people. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the elf patriarch and the others felt that it was very reasonable. It seemed that there was indeed no better way. Opening the city gates and letting the people in might not be the best way, but it was the best way to solve the problem at present. It's not terrible that there's a problem. What's important is that we already know where the problem is, so what we need to do now is to prevent the problem from spreading. With so many people entering our free city, a lot of things will definitely happen. And we just happen to use these things to manage the free city well, suppress these people, and get rid of those who are not suitable for our free city. Now the problem. We will do. Moreover, through this matter, our free city can also announce to the world that our free city has strict city rules. Not just anyone can come and do whatever they want in the city. Once they come to the free city, they must obediently abide by the city rules. Otherwise, they will definitely be kicked out of the free city. Only when there is a problem can we show the strict side of our free city. So, letting them in might not be a bad thing. After getting rid of these people, the people who want to enter the free city will definitely think carefully. Qin Zhao continued. The elf patriarch and the others nodded heavily, indicating that they understood. Yes, that was indeed the case. In that case, letting those people enter the free city was not a bad thing. Bad things could also become good things. The key was how you looked at it. Qin Zhao continued. So now, we have to take action immediately. Elf Patriarch, arrange for all the people you can arrange to closely monitor those who enter the free city. Mobilize all the free city army and be on standby. Once those people violate the city rules, immediately arrest them and punish them according to the city rules. Do not tolerate them. If they cause trouble, then let them. There is no need to be afraid of making a big fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better it is for our purge. I will oversee the free city until this matter is resolved. Yes, Your Excellency. We will immediately arrange it. With Your Excellency overseeing the free city, we will be more at ease, the elf patriarch immediately said. After making the arrangements, Qin Shao brought Ah Dong back to the city lord's mansion. Your Excellency, you have returned. The third senior Yuan had been waiting for Qin Zhao's return. The third senior Yuan's deep gaze fell on Ah Dong. Clearly, he had sensed that Ah Dong was not simple. The third senior Yuan was also not a simple character. Qin Shao had always wondered whether the third senior Yuan was a half-sage or a heavenly venerate. Ah Dong glanced at the third senior Yuan. Ah Dong's expression was slightly solemn. After a few more glances, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. Judging from Ah Dong's expression, the third senior Yuan was very likely to be an ancient saint. Although Qin Shao had long suspected this, he had not confirmed it, so he did not dare to say it out loud. Now, it seemed that the third senior Yuan was really an ancient saint. However, Qin Shao was also very relieved. After all, the third senior Yuan was left behind by the city lord of Origin Sword City to manage the city lord's mansion and take care of his inheritance. His strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, the third senior Yuan had lived for a very long time. It was difficult for someone who was not an ancient saint to live for so long. Qin Shao knew that the city lord of Origin Sword City was an extremely powerful ancient saint. Therefore, it was reasonable to believe that the third chief elder was an Empyrean saint. They found a place to sit down. The third senior Yuan had already ordered some people to prepare some wine and dishes. Qin Shao motioned for Ah Dong to sit down and have some wine with him. Ah Dong did not stand on ceremony with Qin Shao and sat down. However, Ah Dong was very reticent and almost did not open his mouth to speak. Third senior Yuan, what do you think of the current situation of the free city? Qin Shao asked. After pouring wine for the two of them, the third senior Yuan said faintly, the current situation is not that bad. This is just the beginning. If it is handled properly in time, there will not be any impact. I am afraid that if it is not handled properly, it will definitely cause damage to the free city and cause endless trouble in the future. It is difficult to unite the free city, but it is easy to destroy it. Then what do you think is the root of the problem? Qin Shao asked. The third senior Yuan looked at Qin Shao and said solemnly, the root of the problem is that the free city is not strong enough. If we are strong enough, we can ensure the absolute majesty of the city rules and ensure the normal operation of the free city. However, we are obviously not strong enough, and the number of people in the free city army is not enough. Now that more than 1 million outsiders have come in, it won't be easy to manage them all well. Yes, strength was the foundation. This was indeed the free city's shortcoming. The free city's strength was indeed a little weak. It was still possible to stand aloof from worldly affairs. However, it would be a little dangerous if they were targeted. More than 1 million people had entered the free city this time, and most of them were third step and fourth step heavenly venerates. Therefore, the situation was indeed a little worrying. Qin Shao was also aware of this situation, but there was nothing he could do about it. Although the third senior Yuan might be an ancient sage, he did not care about the affairs of the free city. He only cared about the city lord mansion. Furthermore, his identity was only that of a steward of the city lord mansion. Nobody knew how strong he was. It was not very practical to let the third senior Yuan oversee the free city. We don't want trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble either. Since trouble has come, let's go and deal with it. As long as I am around, the free city will not fall into chaos. The Freedom Heart belongs to everyone in the free city. It belongs to the people of the 10,000 races. If anyone dares to touch it, I won't agree. The people of the 10,000 races will not agree either. We have to use our strength to manage the free city. At the same time, we have to mobilize the strength of the people of the 10,000 races to protect the free city together. The free city does not belong to one person, but to everyone. Only when everyone is willing to stand up and protect the free city can it become even more beautiful. Strict city rules are only temporary. They are only forcefully interfering with external forces to help the free city move towards true freedom and true beauty. Only when everyone cherishes this freedom, abides by this freedom, and treats this freedom as their own home, will there still be a need for city rules. The free city was already developing healthily towards this level. Now that more than 1 million outsiders have entered, it will definitely have a certain impact. However, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps it is also a test and a calamity for the free city. If we can pass this test, then the cohesion of the citizens of Freedom City, their ability to protect the city, and their desire for freedom will all increase. Everything has its two sides, so we have reason to believe that there's a good side to this trouble. What we need to do is to try our best to find the good side of it and present it to the world. It was precisely because of these considerations that Qin Shao had readily opened the city gates and let everyone in. Letting them in was not equivalent to admitting that they had joined the free city. Letting them in was just a better deal with them. There was a sense of destruction before rebuilding. Sure enough, trouble came quickly. The elf patriarch came looking for them. "Sir City Lord, I have something to ask of you. We have punished the people who violated the city rules. We have also arrested and punished many people. We have even chased some people out of the free city. However, the effect was not good. Most of these people did not restrain themselves. Instead, they had thoughts of rebellion. The free city does not have a prison, so we did not detain them. After the punishment, they were released or chased out of the free city. These people have now gathered together and formed a group of more than 10,000 people. They are resisting our law enforcement in the free city. They have been temporarily suppressed by the free city army. However, these people are very fierce. They said that if they're not allowed to stay in the free city, they will rebel. Many people are secretly observing. If these people are not dealt with properly, I'm afraid there will be a group effect. When that time comes, it will be even more difficult to clean up the mess. We can't make a decision at the moment, so we ask for your help, Sir City Lord." After listening to the elf patriarch's report, Qin Shao frowned coldly and snorted. "They're just some evildoers. They're not loyal to the free city at all. They're just here to seek pleasure." Chapter 2379. The elf patriarch also felt that they shouldn't let these people stay in free city, but the problem was that the gates couldn't be closed. How could they keep these people out of free city? Therefore, he came to Qin Shao to ask this question. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Since these people don't listen to our teachings, we'll use some ruthless methods on them. Drive them out of free city and give them a stern warning. If they dare to enter free city again, we'll kill them without mercy, Qin Shao said coldly. The elf patriarch frowned slightly and said, "City Lord, if we act too harshly, I'm afraid it will cause other people to obstruct us. These people are obviously the vanguard. There are more than 1 million people watching behind them and even secretly cheering them on. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be so confident. If we use harsh methods on them, won't it cause an even greater disturbance? If we really kill them, won't people think that Free City is a city of killing and doesn't live up to its name?" Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "I've considered the problems you mentioned. Now we have no other choice. We can only choose this more extreme method. The situation forces us to do this. Those people might think that we don't dare to do this. That's why they are so fearless and reckless. That's why they treat Free City as their backyard. We, the Free City, don't need to care about what others think. We only need to be responsible for ourselves. Don't forget your original intentions. Only then can you achieve success. What we pursue is freedom. It's true freedom. We don't fight with the world. We don't fight with others. We don't beg the heavens. But if anyone dares to come and destroy Freedom City and our home, then we should also bare our fangs and show our bloody side. Just because we don't fight doesn't mean we're afraid. We don't fight for it. It's just our attitude towards freedom. What does what others think have to do with us? Even if everyone doesn't come to Free City, do we need them? There are thousands of people in Free City. We live in harmony, and it's enough for us to live without end. When it comes to major issues, don't worry about personal gains and losses. Things like reputation are just external. It's actually not that important. The elf clan leader pondered for a moment before nodding heavily in agreement. It was as if he had suddenly come to a realization. I understand, City Lord. My thinking is too rigid, and I've fallen into a misunderstanding. I know what to do. We have to cut the Gordian knot. Qin Shao nodded and said to the elf patriarch, "All right, go and deal with it. I'll also pass by. Don't worry, just deal with it. If anything happens, I'll take charge. I like to see who dares to cause trouble in my free city." With Qin Zhao's words, the elf patriarch was even more relieved, and he could do things boldly. He was very confident City Lord's strength. As long as it wasn't an ancient sage making a move, there shouldn't be any problems at all. Even an ancient sage would not dare to offend the City Lord, right? What kind of status did the City Lord have now? The more powerful a person was, the more one didn't dare to provoke them. After the elf patriarch left, Qin Shao followed him to watch the show. However, Qin Shao wouldn't show himself for the time being. He just watched in the dark. Soon, the elf patriarch arrived at the scene. In a large open space, more than 10,000 troublemakers were surrounded and suppressed by the fully armed Free City Army. In the dark, there were many outsiders watching and observing the situation. The 10,000 troublemakers who were trapped were all fearless and didn't seem to be afraid of anything. There were even many people shouting there. "We were let into Free City by your city lord. He even let us in. Why are you besieging us?" "That's right. What do we do wrong? Isn't it just a small misunderstanding? Isn't it normal for cultivators of our generation to spar with each other? We didn't kill or set fire. What crime did we commit? I just broke some things. At most, I'll pay for it. This is normal everywhere, right? How is this free city? I think it's more like a prison city. How can it be called a free city when it controls everything and restricts everything? How can it be called the heart of freedom? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Haha. Is this how your free city treats outsiders? You even keep saying that it's open to the world. I think it's all boasting. Free city, I think it's an undeserved reputation. After surrounding us for so long, what is your Free City Army trying to do? Why don't you just say it directly? Whoever can make the decision, come out and preach to us. That's right. We don't have the intention to cause trouble. However, if we continue to force you, we will really cause trouble. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became. In the end, they directly quarreled. The situation became more and more out of control. Moreover, it seemed like someone was deliberately fanning the flames, instigating others to cause trouble. In the dark, in a private room of a loft, a few men were sitting there drinking wine. These men all had gloomy expressions and fierce eyes. At a glance, one could tell that they weren't good people. However, these people were all fourth-step heavenly venerables. They were all powerhouses. Zhan Shun, the show is about to begin. Although Qin Shao is back, he can forget about changing anything. So what if Qin Shao is back? We're not going to do anything to him. We're just going to cause trouble in Free City. Isn't this what we're good at? I say, Zhan Shun, Superintendent, you'd better be careful. Qin Shao isn't a simple person. Don't fall into his hands. Tisk, you're the only one who's timid and afraid of trouble. I don't know what you're afraid of. That's right. Just watch from the side. Watch our exciting performance. The elf patriarch came. He came with a dignified face and a fierce gaze. Seeing that the elf patriarch had come, those people became even more aggressive. They all looked like they wanted to seek an explanation from the elf patriarch. When the elf patriarch came, he didn't hesitate and directly ordered the Freedom Legion, chase everyone out of Free City. From now on, they're not allowed to enter Free City again. If they dare to enter again, kill them. I've already sent a Freedom Legion to guard the city gate. In the future, anyone who dares to enter after being chased out of Free City will be killed on the spot. After saying that, the elf patriarch's gaze swept across those people. Those people were clearly shocked by the elf patriarch's order. Everyone quieted down and stared at the elf patriarch with wide eyes. The elf patriarch's voice also rose an octave. He said coldly and majestically, "You didn't even abide by the most basic city rules. After being punished, you still dare to gather and cause trouble in Free City. Your crimes are unforgivable. With one look, I can tell that you don't have a heart of freedom. You don't really want to join Free City. You're different. Naturally, Free City won't tolerate you. The City Lord has ordered all of you to quickly leave Free City on your own accord and not enter Free City in the future. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Freedom Legion, listen up. Act according to the order. Yes. The Freedom Legion's loud and clear voices rang out in unison. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was very imposing. Such a method really caught those people off guard, and they couldn't react for a moment. Very soon, those people reacted one after another, and voices rang out one after another. What's the meaning of this? You want to chase us out of Free City? On what basis? That's right. I think Free City is a liar. You brag so much, but it's all fake. I don't care. Anyway, I've already come to Free City. I won't leave. I don't believe that you really dare to kill me. That's right. Everyone unite. We won't leave. Let's see if they really dare to kill us. I don't believe that we have more than 10,000 people. Why should we be afraid? That's right. We didn't kill or set fire in Free City. I don't know how we committed such a heinous crime. You want to chase us out of Free City? This is a humiliation to us. We won't accept it. There are more than 1 million people in Free City other than us. Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage by doing this? That's right. We all came here because of your reputation. How can you do this? Aren't you being too unreasonable? If you do this, how are you any different from bandits and ruffians? Everyone, listen to me. We'll stay here and not leave. As long as we unite, they definitely won't dare to touch us. At most, we'll fight it out. That's right. Let's unite and not leave. I agree. If they use force, we'll fight it out too. What's there to be afraid of? If we're bullied, there are more than 1 million people. They'll definitely uphold justice for us. At this moment, the number of onlookers increased. Many of them were outsiders, and they were approaching. This also imperceptibly gave the Freedom Corps some pressure. These people seemed to be telling the Freedom Corps not to act recklessly. Otherwise, they would stand up. And this kind of support boosted the arrogance of those people. They stood there and didn't leave. They wanted to see what the Free Corps could do to them. Facing such a situation, the Free Corps also hesitated. What are you hesitating for? Didn't you hear my order just now? This is an order from the City Lord. Execute it immediately. Whoever dares to stop us, kill them. No one can break the rules of our Free Corps. The dignity of our Free Corps can't be challenged by others. Those who have ulterior motives, this old man will give you another piece of advice. Don't walk further and further down the wrong path. The elf patriarch was almost shouting. When the Free Corps heard this, they naturally didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. This time they were serious. The strength of the Freedom Corps was still very strong. When those people saw that the Free Corps was serious, many of them panicked and immediately lost the will to resist. But there were always people who wanted to stir up trouble. The Free Corps killed people. I didn't resist, but they killed people too. Everyone, don't be fooled. Don't believe them. They'll kill us. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we attack together? Suddenly, a voice shouted. This voice immediately affected many people. Many people hesitated and had some ideas. I don't care so much. If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask if my fist agrees. I'll fight it out with you. At that moment, a man jumped out and launched an attack on the Freedom Legion. Chapter 2380. Once the flames of war were ignited, it was like a volcano erupting. The situation could no longer be controlled. Once the flames of war were ignited, many people acted as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They became hot-headed and disregarded everything. How could they think about anything else? Moreover, once the situation became chaotic, the Freedom Army naturally took action to suppress it. Once the Freedom Army took action, those people would naturally immediately take action to protect themselves. Therefore, once the flames of war were ignited, the entire place was instantly thrown into chaos. A great battle immediately broke out, and everyone immediately participated in the battle. More than 10,000 people all rebelled, and the situation was immediately blown out of proportion. These evildoers really deserve to die. When the elf patriarch saw this scene, he also cursed angrily. If these people were chased out of Freedom City, It would be easier to deal with them if they took action again. Now that a large-scale battle was about to break out in Freedom City, it was not a good thing after all. Perhaps some innocent people would be implicated, some innocent people would be killed or injured, and some buildings would be destroyed. However, this was no longer something they could think about now. Since things had come to this point, they could only suppress it with all their might. We've been fooled. City Lord Qin Shao let us in so that he could trap and kill us in Freedom City. We've all been deceived by him. City Lord Qin Shao is a big liar. He said it nicely and let us into Freedom City, but now he's besieging and killing our people. We can't just sit and wait for death. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to make a big fuss. Yes, we have to show our strength. That way, they won't dare to do anything to us. Yes, we have to have the capital to negotiate first before we can talk about the conditions. City Lord Qin Shao is too sinister. He's the one who let us in, and now he's the one who wants to kill us. This person is simply two-faced. We can't just watch those people get killed by the Freedom Army. We have to save them. If we sit back and do nothing now, the next ones to die will be us. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone instigated a dispute again and instigated others to take action. Many people were provoked by this and joined the battle one after another. In such a situation, the elf patriarch had no choice but to urgently transfer more people over. Moreover, there were a lot of people scattered, and it was difficult to control them. It was a bit troublesome. Fortunately, Qin Shao had instructed the elf patriarch earlier, so all the members of the Freedom Legion were distributed in Freedom City and on standby. The elites of the various clans were also fully armed. They were scattered all over the free city and were on standby. Therefore, when the elf patriarch called for reinforcements, a large number of reinforcements quickly arrived. Qin Shao, who had been secretly observing, naturally discovered many problems. He said to Dong beside him, "Senior Dong, this time, someone is deliberately stirring up trouble in the dark. They instigated some people to cause trouble and become enemies with my free city. I'm afraid he's here to destroy Free City." Just now, those three people were inciting discord and stirring up the fighting spirit of many people, causing many people to join the battle. Fortunately, I've already taken precautions. I've already instructed the elf patriarch to instruct the various clans to make the corresponding preparations. The elites of each clan are already on standby and ready to take action at any time. These people are just idle soldiers and scattered generals. They don't form a system and don't make a difference. Naturally, they're not a threat. Dong glanced at them indifferently and said casually, "Those three are just small fish. The real big fish is hiding in the dark." This matter is very obvious. Someone is trying to destroy Freedom City, Lin Feng said. Qin Shao nodded. He had thought of all these. Someone must be targeting Free City. Free City would definitely not provoke others to do this. After all, Free City was very poor, and there was nothing worth coveting. Free City had always been a peaceful place that did not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, it would not attract the hatred of others. There was only one possibility. It was very likely that they were targeting him. Someone who had a grudge against him was behind this and made these people appear. This was the most likely possibility. Looking at all these things in addition to the observation just now, Qin Shao came to this conclusion. That's right. Liberty City doesn't have many attractive places. Even though Free City's reputation has soared because of me and many people have noticed Free City. However, there shouldn't be so many people who want to join Free City. It might attract some people, but most of those who came because of its reputation should be sincere. The people who came this time are too abnormal. Most of them are evildoers who did not come with sincerity. From the looks of it, these people are very likely to have been lured or even abducted. They're just here to have fun. There must be a force behind this matter. Previously, I discovered many fourth-step heavenly venerables. This matter is very likely related to those fourth-step heavenly venerables, Qin Shao analyzed. The more he analyzed, the clearer the matter became. The clearer the matter was, the more Qin Shao knew what to do. Dong glanced toward a certain direction and said, There are 5 fourth-step heavenly exalts hiding there. They're the masterminds behind all of this. Perhaps there are other people behind this. After all, there are more than a dozen fourth-step heavenly venerables this time. It's possible that most of them came with ulterior motives. These fourth-step heavenly venerables came from Free City, which is already somewhat abnormal. It's even more abnormal that so many of them have gathered at once. It's already not bad if 10% of these people are sincerely coming for Free City. Most of them are just pawns and cannon fodder. Qin Xiao pursed his lips. Yes, this was also what gave him a headache. As Ah Dong said, it was already not bad if 10% of them were sincere. In other words, the vast majority of people were actually pawns used by others. They were all cannon fodder. It seemed a little overboard to kill these people, but they didn't deserve to die. Even if you don't want to kill him, there's no better solution. These people had been completely used. They didn't know that they were pawns and cannon fodder, so they wouldn't wake up at all. More and more people were participating in the war. Some people felt a sense of crisis because others were participating, so they inexplicably joined in as well. If this continued, it was likely that all the outsiders would be involved in this battle. At that time, many innocent people would be killed by mistake, and Free City's losses would definitely not be small. Continuing to fight like this wasn't a good solution. However, the battle was getting more and more intense, and it was very difficult to stop it. The situation was getting worse and worse. There were even fourth-step heavenly venerables who had joined in the battle. Many third-step heavenly venerables had also joined in. As a result, the situation became even worse. We can't continue fighting like this. If this continues, Free City's losses will be great. I reckon that most of those outsiders will be killed. That will implicate many innocent people. Most importantly, if things really escalate to this point, once the news spreads, I'm afraid our Free City's reputation will be ruined. I'm afraid that it will also cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, I have to stop this war. Not only do I have to stop it, but I also have to destroy this conspiracy and make those people behind it pay the price. Qin Xiao thought to himself. He also knew very well what he had to do now. Once the goal was clear, it would be easy to handle. Qin Zhao's figure moved all of a sudden, flying directly into the void. Then he exerted all of his heart power, completely enveloping the entire battlefield. At the same time, his inner world was also unleashed, forming a powerful domain that completely enveloped a radius of thousands of miles. Using two methods at the same time to suppress the battlefield at the same time, there was no need to mention the effect. At the same time, a loud voice shouted with heart power, "All of you stop!" Powerful heart power seeped into everyone's soul, causing them to involuntarily stop when they heard this shout. As soon as they stopped, Qin Zhao's inner world domain also enveloped everyone. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp, making it difficult for them to move. Everyone found it difficult to move even if they wanted to. Qin Zhao's strength was really too strong. Such a method could actually trap millions of people at the same time. Moreover, there were many fourth-step heavenly venerates among them, but they were all suppressed by Qin Xiao. Such a method also shocked those fourth-step heavenly venerates. They were all amazed by Qin Zhao's strength. Seeing that Qin Xiao had finally made a move, the elf clan leader and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if such a great battle were to continue, the final outcome would be somewhat unimaginable. Now that everyone had stopped, the world was finally much quieter. Qin Xiao stood in the void and looked down at the crowd below. His cold voice was heard again. I know that some of you came to the Freedom City sincerely, yearned for freedom, and wanted to join the Freedom City. The Freedom City welcomes these people and doesn't want to hurt them by mistake. Therefore, I would like to ask this group of people not to get involved in this mess and fight with others. I, Qin Xiao, swear on my character that as long as you sincerely want to join the Freedom City, are willing to abide by the Freedom City's rules, and treat the Freedom City as your home, the Freedom City welcomes you. As long as you don't make a move later and stand aside, I promise that we won't hurt a single hair on your head. I also know that most of you came to the Freedom City in a daze. Actually, you don't even know why you came here. Perhaps you came here on a whim, perhaps you were deceived, perhaps you thought it was fun, or perhaps you received benefits from others. Whatever your reason, in short, you don't really want to join the Freedom City. I can tell you very clearly and responsibly to leave the Freedom City immediately and scram far away. Don't ever take half a step into the Freedom City again. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. You are also the most pitiful and lamentable people. Do you know why? The most pitiful and lamentable? Many people were a little confused when they heard this. What did he mean by the most pitiful and lamentable? Qin Shao scanned the crowd before continuing. Because you are all pawns and cannon fodder. You were just lured by a few words from others. That's why you were tricked into entering Freedom City. You are all aimless, but you can be led by others' words and do some wrong things. For example, now you want to go against the Freedom City and destroy it. This is stupidity, stupidity. Being used by others, working for others. The ones who die are your lives, not others. Chapter 2381. Why don't you think about it carefully? Think about it carefully. Why did you come to Freedom City? Do you really think that Freedom City is a good place? You can abandon everything else and yearn for freedom. Do you really want to live a simple and elegant life that stands aloof from worldly affairs? Ask yourselves, what kind of mentality did you have when you came from your city? Was it because you were instigated by him? I know that most of you were just tempted for a moment and went with the flow. As for people like you, as long as you wake up in time, I won't do anything to you and will let you leave Freedom City safely. If you just want to have fun in Freedom City and abide by the rules of Freedom City, the gates of Freedom City will always be open for you and welcome. However, if you have other motives, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Because Qin Zhao's voice was spoken with mental force, it could reach the depths of everyone's hearts and shake their souls. It had a very great deterrent effect. Many people were shocked by Qin Zhao's words. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that they were indeed instigated by others and didn't really want to come from Freedom City. There were also some who just came to join in the fun and go with the flow. When they thought about it this way, many people immediately gave up on the idea and left. Everyone, don't be deceived by City Lord Qin Zhao's words. Once we all surrender, he definitely won't let us off easily. When that time comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death. Rather than that, it's better to fight back with all our strength now. We still have a chance. Yes, everyone, don't listen to him. Once we collapse, he'll defeat us one by one, and we won't be able to escape death. Things have already developed to this point. Are you really so naive to think that they'll let us off? Only when we unite can we protect ourselves and negotiate with them. We have more than 1 million people. What are we afraid of? A few people mixed in the crowd instigated and stirred up everyone's emotions. However, as soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, a powerful force restrained them and lifted them into the air. The 3 of them were third-step heavenly venerables. They had some strength and prestige. However, at this time, the 3 of them were like 3 little mice. They were restrained in the air and presented in front of everyone. The 3 of them struggled with all their might. But how could they break free? Under Qin Zhao's power, how could they have the slightest ability to resist? The expressions of the 3 of them also changed drastically. They looked at Qin Zhao with incomparable horror. Look, I told you that they wouldn't let us go. Don't be fooled. Hurry up and attack. Everyone, hurry up, or we'll die. The 3 of them panicked and hurriedly instigated the others. But where did anyone make a move? At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the 3 people. Everyone had already been shocked by Qin Zhao's spirit. How could they not distinguish right from wrong and be fooled so easily? Moreover, even if they wanted to make a move, how could they make a move now? Everyone was trapped in Qin Zhao's inner world domain. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp. How could they easily escape? How could he make a move? Seeing that no one was making a move, the 3 of them started to panic. They looked around helplessly, as if they were looking for help. But who could help them now? Everyone was suppressed by Qin Zhao. Who could jump out? Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the 3 people. He said coldly, "Don't waste your time. No one will listen to you anymore. Your plan has come to an end. Do you really think everyone is a fool? Some things are just blinded by those involved. But once you're enlightened, you'll understand immediately. So, you'd better save your breath. Why don't you confess honestly? City Lord, We don't understand what you're talking about. That's right, City Lord. You can't wrong us. We didn't do anything. We just don't want to sit still and be bullied. Confess what? We're also victims, okay? The three of them naturally refused to admit it and refused to confess. They even looked very aggrieved and hurt. Qin Shao sneered and shouted, "Then why don't you explain why you've been hiding in the dark and not making a move? You've been instigating others, but you didn't participate in the battle." Who? Who said we didn't make a move? We just didn't have a chance. That's right. No one rushed in front of us. How can we make a move? Humph. Qin Shao snorted coldly. Suddenly, the three of them trembled with fear. Qin Shao said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Confess honestly. Otherwise, die." The word die showed Qin Zhao's fierceness. Qin Shao had always been very decisive, so no one dared to doubt his words. If they didn't confess honestly, they would die. A man in gray gritted his teeth and said, "City Lord, what do you want us to confess?" However, before the man could finish his words, his voice came to a sudden stop. His entire body suddenly fell down powerlessly, landing on the ground and raising a pile of rubble. His breath of life was cut off. Dead? A third-step celestial master died, just like that? He was silently and instantly obliterated. This was too scary, wasn't it? Such a scene really frightened everyone. Many people were so scared that their legs trembled and they almost knelt down. The other two third-step celestial masters were so scared that their faces turned pale. The muscles on their faces twitched and their hearts trembled. This killing was too decisive, wasn't it? He didn't even get to finish his sentence before he was killed. They were killed in an instant without even having the chance to react. This killing move was too powerful. City Lord Qin Shao, what kind of strength did he have? Terrifying, terrifying. No wonder he could become a student of the Saint Academy. He could shine with the top few geniuses in the mortal realm. It was best not to provoke this kind of person. Once provoked, it might bring about a fatal disaster. How could they not understand this logic? But did they have any other choice? They were also helpless. Since they had embarked on this path, they could only walk it to the end. There was no other way. Qin Zhao's cold gaze swept over, making the two third-step celestial masters tremble in fear as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. Their bodies turned cold, and their faces turned pale. They couldn't help but panic. They had never seen such a terrifying gaze. This was the gaze of the Grim Reaper. What about you two? Not going to confess? Qin Zhao's cold voice rang out again. It was like thunder in the middle of the night, heavily striking their souls. Confess? They wanted to confess, but they couldn't. They really couldn't. Therefore, they could only clench their teeth and close their eyes, waiting for death to come. Umph, you'd rather die than submit? I know what you're thinking, and I know your concerns. But there's no other way. I have to make you confess. Qin Shao sneered. Suddenly, his heart power was directed towards the two. Qin Shao didn't want to kill them. Instead, he wanted to torture them. He wanted to use the method of frightening their souls to grind them down. Qin Shao didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. He had no other choice. Under such torture, the two third-step celestial masters were soon in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They wailed and howled miserably. But how could Qin Shao let them go so easily? He continued to torture them, attacking their weakest points. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was that they wished they were dead. It was endless torture. The physical torture was still manageable. As third-step celestial masters, they could withstand it. But the most terrifying thing was the mental torture. It was triple torture on their willpower and soul. This wasn't something that could be done with ordinary strength. Because Qin Shao had the heart power, he was able to do triple torture. Under such triple torture, the two third-step celestial masters were living a life worse than death. They screamed continuously and looked very frightening. Many people were frightened by the appearance of the two. The entire free city fell into silence. The elf patriarch and the others also silently watched Qin Zhao's methods. They naturally supported Qin Shao. They believed that Qin Shao, the city lord, could solve this matter perfectly. After torturing them for a while, Qin Shao said, "What? You're still not willing to confess? You're still not willing to talk when you're living a life worse than death. As long as you say it, I, Qin Xiao, promise not to hurt your shares. We can't say it. We can't say it. We really can't say it. If we don't say it, we'll die at most. If we say it, we can't bear the consequences. One of the men gritted his teeth and said. The other man begged, City Lord Qin Xiao, please kill me. Kill me. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. Just kill me. The two men were on the verge of collapse, but they still kept their mouths shut and refused to say anything. In fact, how could Qin Xiao not know why the two of them refused to say it, even if they were beaten to death? It was because the lives of their families were in the hands of the people behind them. If they dared to say it, their true bodies and their families would suffer. Therefore, they would rather sacrifice this clone than say anything. Qin Xiao knew this from the beginning, but he didn't really want to force them to say it. It was enough that they admitted it. Qin Xiao withdrew his heart power attack. Only then did the two men feel relieved. Their bodies relaxed, and they panted loudly. They had survived a disaster. The two of them were also very puzzled. Why did Qin Xiao stop? Why didn't he continue to torture them or kill them? Therefore, the two of them looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. They thought, what kind of tricks does this city lord want to play? Qin Xiao looked at the crowd and said in a loud and clear voice, I think everyone should have heard it just now. You heard it clearly. The two of them just said that they can't say it even if you beat them to death. Therefore, it has already proven that what I said is right. There's a big conspiracy behind this matter. There is someone with ulterior motives who planned this behind the scenes. He instigated everyone and used everyone to destroy the stability of Freedom City to achieve his unspeakable goal. People, haven't you come to your senses yet? Haven't you realized that you have been instigated and used by others? Think about it carefully. Didn't these three people use all kinds of words from the beginning to now to encourage you to charge and break through the enemy lines and stir up all kinds of trouble? However, they never took the initiative to rush to the front. They have always been cheering for you from behind and using you. You only need to think about it carefully and you will completely understand what is going on. Until now, do you still think that Freedom City wants to bully you? That Freedom City wants to shut you out? You were bewitched and used. You didn't understand the truth of the matter. Chapter 2382. Qin Zhao's words were like a wake-up call to everyone's minds, causing them to ponder deeply. This made many people realize this very quickly. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Yeah, we've all been used. We came here with the attitude of having fun, but we were bewitched step by step to come to this place. We didn't want to cause any trouble. I keep feeling that something is wrong. It turns out that someone is plotting this behind the scenes. Let's not fight anymore. Are we stupid enough to be cannon fodder? Lord Qin Xiao, we know we were wrong. We will leave Freedom City. Lord Qin Xiao, we also know we were wrong. We will leave Freedom City immediately. Please don't kill us. We will leave too. We were wrong. We didn't want to fight either. Lord Qin Xiao, I sincerely want to join Freedom City. Please accept me. Some people woke up and realized what had happened. Naturally, they would no longer be used or instigated. They would take the initiative to admit their mistakes. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be a chain reaction. Those who had been bewitched all expressed that they would leave Freedom City and no longer resist. Under such an atmosphere, the outcome of their defeat was already set. The two third-step heavenly venerates shook their heads helplessly. Although they did not say who had instigated them, it was tantamount to admitting that someone had indeed instigated them. This was enough for Qin Xiao. This was all he wanted. As for the rest, he would investigate thoroughly. Even if he did not ask, Qin Xiao could guess. This matter was already very clear. Someone had targeted him. This was a planned operation. Coincidentally, Luo Yunyang had returned. If he hadn't returned to Freedom City, or if he had returned a little later, then Freedom City would have suffered. Although these 1 million people couldn't destroy Free City, it was enough to cause chaos and damage to Free City, destroying the peace and stability of Free City. If this kind of thing happened a few more times, Freedom City would not be far from being destroyed. The intention of the person behind this could be said to be very sinister. He wanted to slowly destroy Freedom City. Qin Xiao looked at the two men again. Their faces were already ashen. Qin Shao waved his hand and let them go. As for the man who was killed by Qin Shao, he woke up. He looked around in confusion, and his eyes fell on his two companions. He didn't know what had happened. "You're not dead?" The two men were overjoyed to see their companion come back to life. He was clearly dead, so how'd he come back to life? "Yeah, I didn't die. What happened just now?" The man was also confused. Qin Zhao's voice could be heard. "You're just following orders. You're being coerced. You're guilty, but you don't deserve death, so I won't kill you today. However, if you dare to take another step into my free city, don't blame me for being impolite." Scram! The three men were stunned. They couldn't help but feel grateful to Qin Shao. He was actually going to let them go. Their lives were saved. City Lord Qin Shao was indeed a very magnanimous person. Such actions also caused many people to have a lot of admiration for Qin Shao. Not only was he talented, powerful, and had a high status, but he was also very magnanimous. It was really admirable. Many people regretted that they had the idea of coming to Freedom City to cause trouble. Freedom City was a free city. It was a good city. City Lord Qin Shao was a city lord worthy of people's love and respect. After dealing with the three of them, Qin Zhao's gaze swept toward the pavilion. His gaze became incomparably cold as he shouted sternly, "The five of you have been secretly observing for so long. Can you come out and talk to me? Let's meet. Do you think that I didn't notice you because you've been hiding there?" Qin Shao waved his hand. A powerful force directly lifted the loft. The 5 fourth step heavenly venerables were directly trapped by Qin Zhao's powerful force. The 5 men looked at Qin Shao with gloomy and cold expressions. They had already expected that something bad would happen. This time they were going to fall. They didn't expect Qin Shao to be so shrewd and discover them early. "Do you have anything to say?" Qin Shao asked. Zhang Shun snorted coldly and said, "There's nothing to say. We don't know anything. You, City Lord Qin Shao, can say whatever you want. Anyway, you're strong. The fist is the reason. The fist is in your hand. You can say whatever you want. What's there to say? Didn't the 3 men say that someone ordered them to do this? It's definitely not us. If we ordered them, why are we still here? Aren't we just asking for trouble? So what does this matter have to do with us? We haven't been involved in this matter from the beginning. Is that wrong? We admire and respect you, City Lord Qin Shao. But if you want to put the blame on us, I'm sorry. We won't admit it. If you want to kill us, then do it. Although we're not as strong as you, we won't sit still and wait for death. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Obviously, Zhang Shun was ready to throw caution to the wind and refused to admit it. Did he want to use this trick to make Qin Shao retreat? Qin Shao also knew that using the same move on these 5 people would definitely be of no use. However, some things were not important. Qin Shao walked toward the 5 men step by step. Everyone's nerves were tense. They didn't know what Qin Shao was going to do. Was he going to start a massacre? His powerful aura made it hard for many people to breathe. They felt an abnormal pressure. Zhang Shun and the other 4 men had seen Qin Zhao's means and knew Qin Zhao's strength. At this time, when they saw Qin Shao walking toward them step by step, they felt inexplicably nervous. What was Qin Shao going to do? Was he really going to kill them? The 5 men were ready for a fight. What benefits did the family promise you? Why are you willing to risk your lives for them? Qin Shao stared at the 5 men for a long time and suddenly asked in a cold voice. Qin Shao asked with his mental strength to frighten them. Qin Shao had already created a very oppressive atmosphere for the 5 men, which made them nervous all the time. With such a sudden and fierce shout, the 5 of them were naturally startled and scared out of their wits. At this time, their facial expressions were the most real. At that moment, they didn't have the consciousness to hide anything at all. They would show their true faces. Qin Shao was naturally clear that wanting to inquire about the situation from the 5 people's mouths was clearly something impossible. Just now, the 3 men couldn't force them to speak. It was even more impossible for the 5 fourth step celestial venerables to force them to speak. Therefore, Qin Shao used this method to trick the 5 men. Seeing their expressions at this moment, Qin Shao already understood that the whole family was behind this. In fact, Qin Shao had already carefully analyzed this matter. He didn't offend anyone in Huling at all. The people he had offended the most were the two brothers, Huo Li and Huo Rong. Therefore, Qin Shao guessed that this matter was very likely to be related to the two brothers of the Huo family. To be able to make 5 fourth-step celestial venerables work so hard for him, he must be a person with a big background. Qin Shao knew that he had tricked them correctly. That was enough. He only needed to know. He didn't need the 5 men to admit it personally. To Qin Shao, the result was the same. The 5 fourth-step celestial venerables reacted very quickly and immediately acted like they were at a loss. I reckon that you were also ordered by others. Fortunately, you haven't caused any casualties to the citizens of Freedom City. The situation is under control for the time being. This time, I'll be lenient and not kill you. However, let me give you a piece of advice. I'm lenient not because I, Qin Shao, am merciful, but because I don't want to dye my Freedom City red as soon as I return. My Freedom City is a free city. It's a place that stands aloof from worldly affairs. I don't want blood to stain Freedom City. This time, there are no casualties in my Freedom City. I can muddle through and not bother with any of you. But if there are casualties in my Freedom City, I will definitely make you pay back 100 times over. It's still the same sentence. Whether it's me, Qin Shao, or Freedom City, there's a bottom line. If you don't cross this bottom line, you can muddle through and not bother about it. However, once this bottom line is crossed, you must pay the price. Pay the price. We welcome those who sincerely want to join Freedom City. As for those with ulterior motives, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave Freedom City as soon as possible. This is not a place for you to play around. After Qin Shao finished speaking, he waved his hand and retracted his heart force and inner world energy. Everyone regained their mobility. Countless gazes stared blankly at Qin Shao. As they stared at this man who was emitting a divine glow, Qin Zhao's figure became incomparably tall and imposing in many people's eyes. Many people left Freedom City one after another. Zhan Shun and the other 4 naturally didn't dare to stay any longer and left dejectedly. The 3 men who had instigated the others also left quickly. Most people left. Although City Lord Qin Shao had a tolerant heart, if one didn't sincerely want to stay in Freedom City, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, no one dared to take this risk. In the end, less than 100,000 people stayed. Many of the people who had entered Freedom City earlier had left. A huge cholera had been quelled. It had been resolved very well. Those who caused the chaos left the free city on their own accord. They left obediently without a single soldier being sacrificed. All of this was thanks to Qin Shao. It was all because of Qin Zhao's prestige that such an appropriate outcome had been achieved. The elf patriarch and the others were full of admiration for Qin Shao. This matter that had caused them a headache for so long had been perfectly resolved as soon as City Lord Qin Shao had returned. This was strength. This was the embodiment of a person's charisma. The tens of thousands of people who had stayed gathered. This was the first time they had seen Qin Shao. Many of them admired this legendary figure. Qin Shao looked at them with a sunny smile on his face and said, "Welcome to our free city. I believe that after going through this test, you are sincere. However, please maintain this sincerity to the end. Quickly integrate into our big family of 10,000 tribes. Also, I have to emphasize that all of you must abide by the city's rules. No matter who it is, no one can violate the city's rules. Otherwise, you will definitely be punished accordingly. I look forward to the day when you can completely integrate into the big family of Freedom City and receive the unanimous approval of everyone. Long live the City Lord." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.